been hidden away in this little camp on the Scottish border, doing all the cooking and cleaning and worshipping this self-styled king and queen. I feel like, you know, groups that support victims of cults and things should be looking at this with a very keen eye. That obviously the sound doesn't actually belong to. They don't have any credit for the links to the land. Let's take a look at this video on Sky News.
Hello, welcome back to another weekly vlog. I am sorry for the lack of vlog last week. Obviously, as you guys will have seen, I put out about like 5 hours worth of Alpha Elite content, so that's why there wasn't a vlog last week, because I didn't vlog whilst I was working on my review, because it would have been so boring. My steps, guys, my steps. The walking pad, which finally came yesterday, so I needed it last week really, but it came yesterday, and I'll show you that today. But yeah, I ordered a walking pad to try and get like more steps in whilst I had my editing to do, because when I'm editing I have to be sat at a laptop, and I was editing for like 3-4 days straight, and obviously when I'm filming I'm sat down a lot. Obviously I can't be on a walking pad and film, but I can be on a walking pad and edit. Like 400 steps a day, so that was insane. And then I went to London for Valentine's Day, and then I've just been doing Alpha Elite stuff. So it's Tuesday today. I'm gonna do another weekly vlog, take you along my week. I have a nice week ahead, and obviously it's the Alpha Elite launch this weekend, so I will have a bit of work to do, but I'm going to try not to make this vlog too Alpha Elite heavy, because we have had like probably 3 Alpha Elite videos and a vlog which is basically hinged upon Alpha Elite's new drop, so I don't want to make it too Alpha Elite heavy. There will be a little bit of that sort of stuff, just because I do still have quite a bit of work to do for it, but more of a fitnessy, spend the week with me sort of vlog this week, so I hope you guys will enjoy it. I've just got to the gym. I'm gonna try and film my upper body session. It does look like it could be a little busy, so I might not be able to film it, but I'm gonna try and film it. If I can't film it, apologies, but I will try to film it. And I've put on a cute outfit. I've got an Aura shrug, like bolero. No, it's called a shrug. I've got the Aura shrug on with the... This is really like completely blown out, and I don't understand why. But I've got the Aura shrug on, I've got the dip back leggings and an Aura strappy bra, and obviously a hoodie, because it's very, 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 very cold. And this camera keeps completely blowing me out. So I'll hopefully see you in the gym. If not, I'm going to do a food shop, so I will see you when I've done my food shop and show you what I'm going to pick up, because I don't have anything in, so I need to do like a full factory reset on my fridge. Okay guys, back from the gym. I wasn't able to film because there was just too many people. I've said this before, it's something about filming an upper body day, and it just makes it really hard when there's a lot of people in the gym, but obviously other people's workouts and other people's comfortability in the gym is more important than me having a workout to put in this vlog, which I will, just not today's workout because I couldn't film. But I have just done my food shop, so I thought I would give you a little food shop haul. I basically do my shopping either at Morrison's, Marks and Spencer's or Aldi. I'll be honest, I've not shopped at Aldi for a while, and the main reason is when I moved back home and it wasn't as easy to go to Aldi for me. I went through a phase of going to Marks and Spencer's where I realised Marks and Spencer's, it is more expensive than Aldi, but it's similar in pricing to Morrison's. So I was sort of shopping there and Morrison's, and obviously it is a lot more expensive than Aldi, but I noticed you pay maybe a tiny bit more for your food from Marks and Spencer's, and I don't want this is going to sound like such like a Tory thing to say. I genuinely do feel like my food, especially my fresh stuff, lasts so much longer, especially my meat, when I get it from Marks and Spencer's. So considering it's on par to Morrison's, maybe sometimes a tiny little bit more expensive, that is my favourite place to do my food shopping now. There's nothing wrong with food from Aldi. I did my food shopping from there for a long time, but I would find, especially with like fresh stuff, it went off so much quicker, even if the dates were the same, like they both say best before 21st. I found my Aldi stuff would just go off so much quicker. Does anyone else find that? And it's not even a like someone mentioned it to me and so like I picked up on it more, like it's just something that I noticed when I stopped shopping there. I noticed my food shops were lasting me a lot longer. I wasn't having to go twice a week, I could just go once a week and I wouldn't be having to bin as much food. But I probably actually end up spending a sort of similar amount, if that makes sense, because I'm not having to repurchase things halfway through the week because they've gone off. Because my food shop is for me, like I live with my mum and dad, but I do my own food shop, I do my own cooking and all that sort of stuff. So chicken is forever a staple in my weekly food shops. I always get chicken breast at the moment. If I'm being honest, thigh is elite, but when I'm trying to diet, which I am eating in a deficit at the moment, breast is just easier because like the protein to calorie ratio is a lot better in this. So I've got some chicken breasts. These are absolutely unbelievable. Don't get the salt and vinegar ones because they taste like straight up vinegar and it's way too much, but these ones are absolutely delicious. It's basically Marks and Spencer's version of pop chips, and in my experience these are actually nicer than pop chips, so I love these. Sourdough, I don't find this as nice as Jason's sourdough, but Marks and Spencer's don't sell Jason's sourdough, so this is the sourdough that I've got for my breakfast. A big bag of Italian salad leaves because it's just a staple. Like, even if I'm being really lazy and I can't be bothered to like make a proper side of veggies, I can make a salad really easily by having salad leaves, and then I can just chop some tomatoes, avocado, whatever into it, and I've got plenty of micronutrients. I'm obsessed with beetroot at the moment, so I got some British Cocktail sweet chili beetroot. There's this in Morrison's as well. What is this thing with like flavoured beetroot at the moment? Because I actually can't find any normal beetroot, it's all flavoured, but these are really nice. More micronutrients, raspberries and blueberries, these are my fave. These are such a staple for me, and I actually find the value for money on this pack is actually pretty good. Chicken sausages, prefer these to heck. These are my favourite chicken sausages. I'm just doing a food shop haul. I've then got some 3% beef burgers. Again, the reason why I've gone for 3% is just because lower in fat, lower in calorie, higher in protein, gives me more room for food. Foods that I want to have more of in my diet when I'm trying to diet. Bacon medallions, favourite thing for breakfast. That with eggs and sourdough is like my go-to. Got plain soya yogurt for my fruit bowls. Henderson broccoli, more micronutrients. Sweet potatoes, I'm going to be using this as my main.
Worshipped by, and probably, let's be honest, sleeping with these two women who will only
main carb sauce. I'm on like a sweet potato love at the moment, so sweet
fast food, and just generally seems to be doing what, in my professional opinion, I would call sweet Fanny Adams.
Potatoes are going to be my main carb sauce for the week. And then this, which I'm not going to lie, this was an absolute rip-off. This was £4. It's £4 and I think there's 4 shots worth in it.
She kept the move hidden from her family.
4 shots worth in it, but it's one of the new like health things that Marks and Spencer
were very sheltered and protected, pointing out
have started doing. So this is the AM dosing shots: apple, ginger and lime, matcha and ginseng with lion's mane. So it's the yay mushrooms one. And in fact, I'm just gonna have one of the shots now, like marked out on the cup. I think that's meant to be one shot of it.
He was put off by the ritual.
But yeah, this was £4, which is ridiculously expensive. That's where Marks and Spencer's gets it.
What's happening, my lord? I am here from
Expensive when you start picking up the random side things, because how is this much liquid? There's 500 ml in here, it's £4. It's very expensive. It's like a green juice. That's quite nice actually. It does say this product is unsuitable for children and for pregnant or breastfeeding women. That's actually really nice. It just tastes like a
I'm like, what are y'all doing? It's like
green juice. It doesn't really taste. Tastes like apple and ginger. It's like, but yeah, that's my food shop. I'm gonna put this away and make some lunch. So I've just made the quickest lunch ever, which is basically just a burger salad bowl. I've used 2 of the burgers that I just bought, some of the burger sauce from Marks and Spencer's, which is phenomenal. I've got some pickles in there, I've got some beetroot, and then salad leaves. So I'm going to eat this quick, and then I'm going to set my walking pad up because I'm going to do some client check-ins, and the ones that are text, I'm going to do them whilst I'm on my walking pad, so I'll show you guys that. But first, I'm gonna eat this. I was on my other camera this morning because this one needed charging, but we're charged up. So, going back to it, here is my walking pad. I have been in the market for one of these for a while, but I wanted to make sure that I got a good one, but for a sensible price, because I found I really wanted a foldable one, but the only foldable one I could find was like £300 and it was on Amazon, and it did have like a 4-star overall rating, but the 1-star reviews were bad, and they were all saying the same thing, that it stopped working after about 3 months, which then makes me think, are the ones that are having a good experience, like have they just got it? I would have loved a fold up one because it's obviously easier for storage, but this one honestly isn't that bad. It was recommended to me on Instagram. It's from Deer Run and it's the mini version, so it's not the big one. I just got the mini one. I didn't get the handrail or anything with it. It's just a mini walking pad, and I honestly feel like the size of it is really good. So for reference, this is like a mini sofa, like a tiny little oh my god, this is like a tiny 2-seater sofa, and it's really small and like manageable. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's just like a crease from where like the belt just needs to like straighten out more, but I did use it yesterday and it was fine, so I'm about to do some client work, so I'm going to use it again. I'm going to set it up and show you guys it. It was still like £130-ish, so I'm not going to say go and get it based off this vlog alone. I will keep you guys posted, but everyone said keep us posted with which one you get, so this is me keeping you guys posted, but please don't like run off and go and buy this one just because I've got it. Like, it could still be rubbish. We're gonna wait and see how we get on with it.
I'm sorry,
for it is so like, it's not a very long cord. I think you could add a longer one, but it was like £40, and I was like, I'll just use an extension cord if I need to. But in the kitchen, without me going and getting another extension cord from the garage, which I will do, there isn't really anywhere ideal to plug this in, because ideally I want this to sit underneath the kitchen bench, and then I've got a thing I can put my laptop on to raise it a bit, and then that's like the perfect setup for me. But obviously I don't have the extension lead from the garage yet. I need to go and grab that. So for now, we're just rolling with what we've got. So I'm going to use it in the extension, and I'm going to be able to yaw this on a windowsill here. I'm going to pop my laptop on there whilst I'm doing it, so it's really easy to move around. It is quite heavy, like if I lift it, it is really heavy. Like the package was like 22 kilos. It does have wheels, so it does wheel around really easily. Then it comes with this little remote where the play button is start, and then you have plus and minus for your speed, and it does also come with a battery and a spare one. 2 batteries for this. So I'm going to press play on this. So I press play like so, and then it starts moving. This is how noisy it is. I don't think it's that bad. I'm sure there are quieter ones if you're willing to spend a bit more, but I'm not spending hundreds of pounds to essentially be able to walk when I could go outside. It's just for days where I have a lot more sedentary work to do. And then obviously you can use this and you can turn the speed up. So I'm probably going to put it on like 3 or 4, probably closer to 4, and I'm going to do some client check-ins. So yeah guys, this is me. I'm having an absolute whale of a time. So I'm going to crack on with some client check-ins, and I will catch you guys in a bit. But I said I would update you guys on the walking pad, so that is my update. Time to get some steps in and crack on with a little bit of work. I'm dedicated to being more active. I'm dedicated to the cut, yes, but definitely like being more active in general. I feel like I really, and a lot of us do, and it's so ironic because I've like drilled this into clients over the past few years but not taken the advice myself. You can do all the workouts in the world, you can do all the diet stuff in the world. Yes, diet is probably going to be the #1 thing, but second from that I would say it's like how you live your day-to-day life. It's not the workouts, it is your non-exercise activity. It's that side of things that's going to make a really big difference when it comes to progress, in my opinion. And that's not to say you have to do 10,000 steps a day. I actually don't aim for 10. I aim for 7.5. 10 is just a completely random number. There's no real science behind that. Steps, if I don't do stuff like this and if I'm not conscious with it, I can easily end up doing like 2,000 steps a day, and that's not what I want to do. I want to do more. So this is just a little purchase for myself to help me with building this habit up. So yeah, gonna crack on with some work and I'll catch you in a bit. Good morning guys, happy Wednesday. Wednesday. We're on Wednesday today. I'm just about to go to the gym. I was meant to have a much different start to my day. I was meant to have therapy at 11, so I was going to be training a lot earlier, but my therapist cancelled, so now it's 11 and I'm just heading to the gym. I decided to stay home this morning and just do a little bit of work that I needed to do. I had quite a lot of coaching work to do, so I've got that out of the way. And then I realised my new pre-workout was coming, so I waited another half hour for it to be delivered because I thought we could try it together. So I've ordered a new pump pre-workout, dropped on Valentine's Day. It's the Ghost Passion Fruit Pump pre-workout. This is one of my favourite pre-workouts, but I've not tried the passion fruit flavour because obviously it's brand new. So I've also just realised I've got 7 miles, so I need to go and charge my car. I knew there was something that I was forgetting to do yesterday. Like last night I felt like I had such a weirdly chill night after I finished my check-ins. I was like, there's something that I need to do, but I was like, no, I think I've done everything. No, Amy, you needed to go charge your car because you've got 7 miles, sweetheart. And also I kind of probably should have taken my tan off yesterday because that is looking gross. I hate how they put these in because I can never get the friggin' scoops out. I'm so scared because it feels like it's just gonna break. This is honestly diabolical. Why do they do this? Okay, we've got it. It smells nice. It smells like passion fruit and like tropical like Tic Tacs. Oh, brilliant! It's raining. Nice. Hopefully that stops whilst I'm in the gym because I have to nip into town after to cash a check. Because somehow HMRC actually owed me money this year. So I don't know how that's happened, but I'm going to cash the check anyway. To mix it up, I don't have my blender. Oh, brilliant. I've just got water on my joggers. Nice. Okay, it's mixed. Let's give it a nice little... That's nice. It's not too sweet.
Yeah,
I know that a lot of people find Ghost pre-workouts far too sweet, but this one's honestly really nice. And usually a lot of the pre-workout flavours that I do like from Ghost tend to be like the collab ones, like the sour strip ones. I would say out of like their standard range, because I've had pineapple and I didn't really think that was that nice. This one is honestly really good. So refreshing as well. Love. And I know that I love the formula for a pump pre-workout, so I'm going to film my leg day today for you guys so you can see the pump action. But let's go get my car charged. It's so cold in my car and I've got 7 miles, so I've not even got the heating on. Major first world problems. Okay, this is my glutes and hams day. If you've been watching my vlogs, this will not be a shock to you. My workouts will remain the same. I've been on this programme for about a month now, so I'm starting off with some barbell hip thrusts. I do just want to use this opportunity to just drive home the point, which is, obviously you guys will have seen if you watched my vlogs last year, I was doing my workouts, like whatever I wanted to do in them. Not focusing really on progressive overload, just focusing on enjoyment in the gym. And just like in other areas of your life, there will be seasons for prioritising different things. With your training, there will be seasons where you're prioritising enjoyment. There will be seasons where you're prioritising progress. There will be seasons where enjoyment equals following more of a structured program, seasons where enjoyment equals following less of a structured program, and there's no right or wrong way to go about it. But if you have a goal you are trying to reach, which obviously at the moment I'm cutting and I'm wanting to work on body recomp, which I've been in the gym a while, so my training really needs to be dialed in, so following a program is the best way for me at the moment to hit my goals. You will have to rinse and repeat workouts. When you have specific goals, rinsing and repeating workouts is super important. You need to get stronger, you need to progressively overload, and you're not going to be able to do that if you are switching up your workouts every single week. In the past month, I've been doing this session on rotation, heavy hip thrusts, followed by RDLs, some single leg work, some cable work. I'll get into it. Obviously, you're going to see the workout, but I am conscious that including these workouts can maybe get a bit boring or a bit tedious for you guys. Like, please let me know what you think. But I'm in a sort of tough spot because for my goals at the moment, I can't be going in the gym and doing willy-nilly workouts every session. Like, I need to be following a structured program, and that's what I am doing. So do let me know what you guys think about me still including my workouts in vlogs, because I feel like it was a lot more fun when I was doing different-ish workouts week to week last year, whereas now I am following a structured program, so the workouts you're going to be seeing for the next 1 to 2 months at least will be the same ones I've been doing for the past month. So do let me know what you guys think about that. After my RDLs, I'm moving on to some single leg work. I always love to have some unilateral work within a training session. So these are my deficit reverse lunges. I love doing these. I get such a good stretch on my glutes when I'm doing these. Key thing is just to make sure that knee is dipping down beyond the deficit. You need to use the deficit if you're going to put it in. You need to use it to get the bigger stretch. If you're not using it, if you're not coming any lower, it's pointless you having it there. I love doing these at the moment. And then I finished off with a little bit of cable work, which I wasn't able to film. I just did a kickback, and then I did some seated hamstring curls, which I absolutely love doing. I love doing these lying, I love doing these seated, but today I did them seated. So yeah, my training at the moment, guys, is very on paper boring. I'm personally enjoying it. I'm really thriving off having more of a program at the moment, but on paper it is really boring because I'm doing the same workouts every single week. And I feel like my vlogs are actually doing really well at the moment, so I don't want to piss you guys off by boring you to death with the same workouts week in, week out. So if you would rather, I don't know, what do you guys want me to do about workouts? Do you still want me to include them? Do you want me to just start including them again when I've changed up my workouts? Is there anything like particular voiceovers? So if I'm doing the same workout, it's a different voiceover. Like, what voiceovers do you find most helpful when it comes to workouts? Maybe that's a way around it. But yeah, this was my glutes and hamstring session. Let me know. Update, I loved that pre-workout. It didn't make me feel sick or anything. Finished my leg session and now I'm going to go home and make my lunch. It's 2 p.m. I'm a little bit annoyed with myself. My day hasn't quite gone to plan. Really, I would have hoped I would have had more done by this point in the day, but we move. It's just a little bit of a wonky day. It's not a huge problem. Speaking of which, I've had a TikTok. It's not viral. It's got like 150,000 views. I don't feel like people listen or read things, or maybe they do listen and read things, but they don't comprehend things properly. And I feel like it's a massive problem on social media, like people putting words in your mouth. I basically made a TikTok just saying, for anyone who finds themselves like comparing their like morning routine to an influencer's and like wondering why you find it really hard to get up at 5 a.m. or why you feel like shit all day if you're getting up at 5 a.m. but your favourite fitness influencer gets up at 5 a.m. every single day. That's who it was aimed at. It wasn't aimed at people who get up at 5 a.m. every day. It wasn't aimed at people who have normal jobs and get up at 5 a.m. every day. It was basically making the point of like, you can't compare, and I'll talk about it here as well, you cannot compare as someone who works a normal job, as someone who works a 9 to 5, as someone who doesn't even work for themselves, like full stop. You cannot compare your routine and your lifestyle to someone whose entire job is to make content, first of all. So even filming a morning routine makes them money. And I'm saying them like this is partly what I do for work as well. I don't want it to come across as though I'm like othering myself or making out like I'm so much better, because I love a 5 a.m. morning routine. I like watching them, but I don't feel like shit when I watch them. I know that some people do, and I don't think the intention behind them is to make people feel like shit. It's to motivate people, it's to give people drive and inspiration. But if you're someone who can't take that from it and you just find yourself feeling like rubbish and comparing, you can't compare getting up at 5 a.m, then having to shower at the gym, having to get ready for the day at the gym, then having to commute to work, probably getting stuck in traffic on the way there, and then having to sit at a desk from 9 till 5, probably with minimal breaks, in like a high pressure job. Maybe you've got kids when you get home, all this other stuff. You can't compare that to someone who is getting up at 5 a.m. out of choice. It's not because they have to, they're doing it out of choice. It's a lifestyle choice. And guess what? When they've done their 5 a.m. morning routine, when they get home at 6:30, 7 a.m, they can make a nice slow coffee, they can make a nice slow breakfast, they can have a shower, they can wash their hair, they can put some comfy clothes on, they can go and do a little bit of shopping, they can start work later, and if they want to, and I'm not saying all people do, but they could have a nap. And I feel like when your time is totally your own and you can do what you want with it, yes, you have work to do, but you're your own boss, you're completely flexible with your hours, it's much easier to get up at 5 a.m. in the morning and be springing out of bed, as opposed to someone who doesn't have that same routine routine or lifestyle. That was the point of the video, and it was just to make people realise there is actually a big difference between the two. Not to say don't bother trying, not to say don't get up at 5 AM. I wasn't saying it's only influencers who get up at 5 AM. To be fair, most of the comments are nice, but some of them are like, I don't know, I think people sometimes see content online now and they won't even already got a preconceived idea of what they want their response to be, so they're not listening to what someone's saying or not reading what someone's saying. It's like when people have like a really strong dislike for someone that they follow online, and everything that they do, they read into it something that it's just totally not, but you're doing that because you've already made your mind up, you've already got that like pre-made response. But yeah, I mean, I've spoken about it here as well. So if you are someone who feels like I don't get up at 5 AM, I don't need to get up at 5 AM. There are some weeks, like an Alpha Elite review week, where I will get up a lot earlier. Getting up at 5 AM is not standard for me because I don't need to, and also my gym is rammed at 6 AM. I wouldn't want to go and train in my gym at 6 o'clock in the morning because I'm lucky enough to not have to deal with that rush hour of people in the gym, and so I've gone in the afternoon today, but usually I go between like 9 and 11. That's my gym time, and the gym's absolutely dead, and I love it. I don't get up at that time, and I still get plenty of time in the day. I've still got plenty of time to get what I need to get done. But then at the same time, my job is partly influencing. My job is online coaching. I completely work for myself. So I also, whilst it's a choice not to get up at 5 AM, I have the privilege of having the choice not to get up at 5 AM. So it works both ways. But if you are someone who finds yourself not finding that content motivational and just finding it makes you feel like shit because you can't work out why something that leaves you feeling absolutely battered through the day just makes you feel like shit, and you just feel so low on energy, seems so effortless for someone else, you've got a completely different routine and lifestyle. Like, it's pointless comparing, as with most things online. But yeah, the comments are just really making me laugh at the moment because I'm like, I don't think you watched the video. Or like, they'll think they're making like a contrary point, but they're actually agreeing with what I've said. I don't know, TikTok is one of the worst places for it. I don't know if it's because now you can post longer videos and it used to be like 10-15 seconds only. I'm going to stop yapping, go home, make some lunch, and crack on with some work. I want to show you you'll have seen my gym outfit, but I really enjoyed my gym outfit today. I felt really cute in it, so that was a win. I always find that I lift a little bit better when I feel good in my outfit. I don't know if anyone else gets this, but I have two completely opposite moods. My best lifts are either when I'm really feeling my outfit, like I feel really cute like I did today, or the sessions where I literally do not give a shit about my appearance, like my hair's up in a bun, I'm in a matching tracksuit, I don't even have clothes on underneath to take it off, so I'm just like overheating the whole time and I've not really put any thought into it. Those are the two best lifts that I tend to have. Anything in the middle where I'm like, it's an okay outfit, it doesn't quite hit the same. Does anyone else get that? I either need to look very relaxed or very put together to have my best lift. Okay, I've just eaten my salad. I made the exact same thing that I had yesterday. Probably a bit too fast if I'm going to be completely honest. I'm feeling a little bit indigestion-ish, but it's like 3 PM now and I'm gonna take my tan off. I've not spoken about my tan routine in a few vlogs time. We may have gathered some new family members, and I do get asked about my tan a lot, so it does need to come off now. This camera kind of doesn't have like true to colour things, but it's starting to go a little bit on my hands, so I'm gonna take it off. I don't like, as soon as my tan starts going dodgy, that's it. It has to come off. Like I don't know, when I was younger I could happily like walk around with tiger braid skin. I didn't really, it's not that I didn't care, I didn't love it, but it didn't bother me. Now, as soon as my hands start going, the tan has to come off. Or sometimes because my hands will go before anywhere else, just because I'm washing them all the time, moisturising them all the time, I will actually just remove my hands and redo them. So I do that sometimes, but it's been on for about a week, so I'm just going to take the whole thing off and then redo it later. But I'm going to take it off now so that I can let my skin breathe for a few hours before I fake tan again. And this is game changing. This is the Rose and Caramel Purity XL Tan Remover. It's amazing. It gets my tan off so much easier than any other tan removal product I've done. I used to dread tan removal showers. Now they take like 20 minutes to scrub it all off, to shave, do all that sort of stuff. My whole body takes like 20 minutes, and it really it's not really something that I think, oh, I can't be bothered anymore, because it doesn't add too much time to my shower. The only thing I will say is when you are using this, don't go over the same area twice. I know that some people will say that you need to do that. For whatever reason the tan hasn't come off in that area, I would strongly recommend you just use like a body wash and like exfoliating glove or brush or mitts, anything to get it off, rather than going in with more again. The only time this has ever like left marks and like burnt my skin, and like my skin's gone very stingy and irritated and like rashy, is when I've gone over an area twice with this. So I wouldn't recommend that you do that. Yeah, you put it all over dry skin, get in the shower after about 60 seconds, 2 minutes, and then I just start scrubbing at my skin. It's not like a light buff, you do still have to scrub, but you don't have to, like, you know, and it comes off really, really, really easily. So that's what I'm about to do. I've got on my Minnie Mouse thing. This is like, my mum got me this a few years ago. It's one of my favourite things ever. I just keep putting it on when I get back in the house, because my mum and dad's house is cold in the kitchen, and that's where I do a lot of work and stuff. So anyway, I'm going to shower, take this makeup off, take my tan off, and then I'm probably actually just going to crack on with some work. I have some Alpha League documents that I want to update, so take this tan off. Morning guys, don't mind the mountain of clothes. I've just been getting stuff out of my box, my mystery giant box. It's not a mystery. I've just been getting stuff out of my Alpha League box because I'm gonna go and get some content at the gym this morning, like pictures and stuff. I do have an hour of cardio to do, but I'm gonna do that afterwards. Got quite a lot of outfits, but I'm gonna try and split it over 2 days, because I don't know, this sounds really ridiculous, but I don't know how I'm gonna like my hair, and I need to wash it today. So I'm gonna try again tomorrow with like a blow dried straight flicky look. Today obviously I'm just gonna have the waves, but I'm gonna put it half up half down so that it doesn't look too crazy or anything like that. So that is the plan for this morning. What a nice morning I have. I'm not like hiring anyone to do photos. Twinkle Toes actually is a photographer, videographer, specifically for fitness stuff. His like natural style is very different to me. He works with like bodybuilders, like bros who want like heavy metal lifting stuff. I'm just like, can you take some nice pictures of me? Can you take some mirror selfies? I've also have fake tan. It doesn't look like I have, but I have. It's a little dark today. I don't actually love how it looks on like the first day. I prefer it on like the second day, and I am still using the platinum loving tan, but I do still agree with what I've said in some recent vlogs, which is I really do feel like they have changed the formula of it, because I'm just going to use my phone as a mirror. I feel like they must have changed the formula of it, because it is not the same in any way, shape or form anymore. Like, it's always been on the drying side with it being platinum. It's a very dark tan, but like the sides of me, like the sides of my waist, the sides of my back and stomach looked like tiger bread before I took it off yesterday. And I feel like if anything, that's the one area where it never really goes bad, but it was going so bad in that area. Yeah, this is how I do my hair when I do it half up, half down, by the way. It's really awkward for me because I have a bit of a, not a weird crown, like Jason's told me loads of people's crowns are like that, but my crown is sort of in a spiral at the back, which means, and you can probably see it, well no you can see it, in some of my workout clips when I've got half up, half down hair. If I don't get it in the right spot, I look like I've got a bald patch on the back of my head, which I used to, but I don't anymore. I have actually grown that back. But it's because my crown is sort of like this, it's sort of like a spiral in the back, rather than being like truly full. But that is literally how I do my hair. It's super quick and super easy. I might put a bit of product in it, but I don't actually want to put too much product in, because I feel like I'm going to be constantly taking things on and off in terms of like my top, so I'll probably have to redo this a couple times anyway, and if there's product in it, it just makes it so much harder. But yeah, I literally just grab like the top, it's not even half up, half down, it's probably like the top like quarter of my hair, but to make it look like I've put more up than I have from the front, I do scrape it back here because I like having a little bit of my ear out, which reminds me actually guys, I do have a new piercing. If you watched my vlog a couple weeks ago, you'll know I've really wanted my rook, and I was going to get a hidden rook. The place where I went do like a hidden rook, but we actually landed on doing a bit more of helix instead, just because she said to basically build up other areas and then decide if I still want something in the middle. Having said that, I've only had it a couple of days, I still want something in the middle, but I'm really glad I went for this. I would have never thought to have done it, but it's the coolest earring as well. Like, it literally, it moves, like the diamond like dangles. It's such a cool earring. It was ridiculous in terms of the cost, but it's such a cool earring and I really like it. I'm thinking next I want maybe like a 4th lobe or something in this region, just so there's something to bridge the gap here. I know I've got my conch, but this bit just feels a bit bare now. And then I do want like a faux rook or something on the inside here. And then that ear is done, it's complete, it's finished. On this side, I've got a much plainer ear on this side. I've literally just got my day and my 3 lobes. Over here, I'm thinking I might get something like here, like a mid-helix sort of thing, and then maybe like a flat, and honestly maybe like a hidden helix on this side as well. But I want to finish this ear first. Sorry, I'm looking off to the side because I'm looking in my phone camera just to check my hair, but it does look fine, so I think I'm gonna leave it. Put on some perfume. I did buy a new perfume the other day, actually. I'm saying I bought it, I didn't. Twinkle Toes bought me it for Valentine's Day. He bought me Valaya exclusive. It's in like the cutest little bottle, like the cutest little bottle. I'm gonna go get it so I can show you. Like, shut up, it is so cute. I've never had one of the mini perfumes de Marley's, but yeah, I like the original Valaya scent profile, but I can't do it. It gives me a headache, it makes me feel nauseous. I think it's something to do with how heavy the orange, I think it's the orange blossom in it. I've noticed with a lot of fragrances that have got heavy orange blossom, it gives, don't know what it is, it's like a really like cloying, and I love a strong smell, but that just gives me a headache immediately. But look at how this tiny little bottle, it's so small and criminally overpriced for such a small bottle. I do really love this scent. The only thing that I don't really love is, I don't know if you guys can see, but the bottle actually came kind of faulty. So like the frosting is kind of damaged down here and the Y is up there, and it was like that as soon as I opened the box. So as soon as I opened the box, I emailed Harrods, because we have very different rules in the UK. Like the US rules on returning beauty stuff is so much more relaxed compared to the UK. But like when you've opened perfumes and stuff, you can't really return them after opening them. So I emailed Harrods straight away because I know it's not my money, but that's not the point. Like I feel really bad for Twinkle Toes because he spent so much on this little bottle of perfume, and I just think, especially Harrods as well, like it's not really on to be selling perfume bottles that don't look pristine. And I know this is going to sound like, and it is, major first world problems. When you are paying that much for something, I just don't think there's any excuse for the bottle to look like the Y isn't where it's meant to be, and the frosting is like damaged. It's like the bottle is damaged, and I would expect this to happen over time with use and wear and tear, but it literally came out of the box like this. So that's also your like big sister advice. Do not ever just accept something as faulty when it's open. Like email them, see what they can do. They said that they were really disappointed, so I'm gonna see what they say when they come back to me and see what they can do. But yes, this is Valaya exclusive. It's really beautiful. I'm not using the bottle of it yet just because I don't know what they're gonna say. They might want me to send it back, but I do have a sample in my bag, so I'm gonna pop that on instead. But I just wanted to show you the bottle because I just think it's the cutest thing in the world. But yeah, I have a very like influencer morning this morning. It's not a very realistic day because I'm literally going to the gym to take pictures, which kind of makes me mad. I honestly, I prefer doing my pictures outside, but it's gonna rain all week. Like I'm not getting a break in terms of the rain, and I can't just I've kept pushing it back because I've been like, I can get stuff outside. The rain is raining, like it's literally not gonna happen, so I'm just gonna have to go with it. I'm gonna pack my brushes, pack my outfits. I'll bring you to the gym with me and get some content for Alphalete to do my deliverables. And I need a post for Saturday, so I guess I will do a photo. Guys, I'm on such a like old music kick at the moment, and I cannot stop listening to Human Nature. It's always been one of my favourite songs because of the melody in the background. The way I described it on Instagram the other day was this song to me, first of all, it scratches a part of my brain. Second of all, it sounds sparkly. Like, it sounds glittery. Like, the music sounds like it's sparkling. Like, it's just one of the most stunning sounding songs. And, like, I don't know if there is a science to it, but you guys are way more clever than I am. There is science behind this, because I find that with certain songs, and it's not many, and it's not all songs, sorry if you can hear the rain, it's absolutely teeing it down. I find that with certain songs, it really scratches a part of my brain. Like, it's so, like, it feels like, you know, when you have a bite and you scratch it and it feels so satisfying. It feels like that, but inside my brain with certain songs, and Human Nature is one of them. I've also been listening to a lot of Marvin Gaye Sexual Healing and a lot of Whitney Houston again, which is weird because I've not listened to Whitney Houston and Michael Jackson in so long, but it was pretty much all I listened to growing up. Like, between certain ages, my mum would just have Michael Jackson and Whitney Houston on in the car all the time. Lionel Richie as well, who I do also love. I love listening to a bit of Lionel Richie. But yeah, I've been listening to a boatload of old music recently, and I want to know if there is science behind the brain scratching thing, because it really does something. Oh my god, guys, the thought right now of getting out of my car. Can you hear that? Any like Americans or anyone who doesn't live in the UK watching this is what our weather could be like at any point of the year. I know that technically all countries are like that, like they could technically rain at any point, but we don't get extreme weather. But in terms of like seasons, forget it, because I know it's winter at the moment, but we get this sort of rain in summer. And it's not like tropical storms, like sometimes we literally don't even have like a super hot summer. So yeah, I'm gonna wait for is there a lull? It appears there's a slight lull in the rain, so I'll make a move during the lull. And then I've got work I need to do. I need to finish updating these documents so that I can share those with people before the sale. And I also need to make a coffee. I'm really gagging for a coffee. And I need to have a look at some of the pictures that me and Twinkle Toes took, so I will show you those, because I'm going to put them on my laptop and just take a look at them. And I'll show you some of them. But yeah, the lull has now passed, so I'm just going to sit and wait for it to stop pissing it down. Okay, so I've just put all of the pictures on my laptop, and by that I mean I've just literally plugged these in. I honestly find, so if you can hear squeaking, it's because of the kitchen chair. I promise I'm not fine, but I honestly just find the revival shots so flattering on me. If you've been looking for a short, this is me like fully relaxed, if you've been looking for a short that's a little bit less she's just a smiley girl. If you've been looking for a short that's slightly less fitted in the waist, it doesn't gape, but it doesn't like squeeze you like Amplify does so much, but you still want it to be tight in the leg. I honestly think you're gonna love Revive. Still love my Contour. I'm not sure if I do love Revive more, but I'm honestly really enjoying it. So these are some of the pictures that we got this morning. Obviously there will be some in here which will be like unusable. So some of these I will use on my feed, but a lot of them I will just send straight over to Alphalete as deliverables for the month, because obviously I have content I have to get them. That's a little like behind the scenes, slightly more serious thing. He did them on a burst, he knows what he's doing, so that there's obviously a much higher likelihood that I'm going to have pictures that I like. I really like this one actually. It's smiley, it's cute. This outfit was really cute. This is a tea rose strappy bra, a white aura shrug, and then the poise contour shorts. I just think this fit is so cute and I really, really, really like it. As always, contour is just so flattering on the glutes. It looks so good. I did some with the jacket as well, which if you watch my haul, you'll know like I'm not like the biggest fan of. I just don't find it particularly snatching, so I don't really love these pictures. You can see, don't know if you can see, but it's all like wrinkly and stuff here. I did pack a lot more outfits than that, but I felt like the gym was starting to get busy and I don't want to be in people's way, and we were using Mirror and obviously people will be conscious about getting in the background. I just didn't want to be in anyone's way, basically. So we did a good few amount of outfits, and I'm going to wash my hair tonight and then take some more tomorrow so that I've got a slightly different look to them. And then on Saturday I can decide which ones I want to use, which ones I want to post, send them all over to Alphalete. I always go like above and beyond with like my number of deliverables for them is honestly quite low in comparison to what I've heard from other people that work with other brands, but I send them like 10x, 20x, like 20 times, 10 times, 30 times some drops what I'm meant to send them. So I do send them over plenty of content. So yeah, I'm gonna basically sit here, make a coffee, sort out the documents that I need to sort out, and I might start lightrooming some of these just because they are a bit dark on some of them, and I just want to make sure the lighting is nice on them. You can honestly get a really good picture on an iPhone nowadays. You don't really need a camera. Like, honestly, to say that these are taken on a camera, they're not really that high quality, just because of the lighting in my gym. But that would be the other thing I would say, is lighting is probably more important than the camera that you're taking it on. Even like a really good quality, like really expensive camera, if the lighting's off, it can make it look really bad quality. So I'd say your lighting's actually probably more important than what you're using. And then if your lighting's perfect, you will be able to tell the difference between an iPhone or a proper camera picture. But if the lighting's bad, it won't really look great on any camera. Sometimes an iPhone can actually do better in dark lighting, so that would be the main thing. And I do generally, it depends on what your gym's like, generally I find I get better pictures outside than I do inside. Same with filming, you don't need a really expensive camera. I would actually not recommend that you get a really expensive camera if you're just starting out, because you don't know if you're even going to want to do it in 6 months time. Just start with an iPhone. I filmed all my stuff on an iPhone at the start, and most people with reels and all that sort of stuff, it's always an iPhone. They don't really use proper cameras for it. Some people do, but most people do not. We have a rare Deborah. I'm going to make a coffee because I feel like I would like one. I don't know if I showed you the other cup that I bought, but this is another cup that I bought from North Home in Leeds. So I've got this one, which I honestly fell in love with. I almost bought 2 of these, but I've since decided that when I do eventually buy a house, when's that going to happen? I don't know. I don't want matching mugs, so I got this one, which I showed you in the last vlog, which is, it looks like it's coffee stained basically, but it's so cool. The brand is HK Living, and then this one's like a pink green match. I just thought matcha coffee, whatever, would look so nice in it. But I'm going to make a coffee. Recently, this is just like a little, I will give you a proper like cut update, but recently I've actually not been making like lattes. I've been making more of a coffee with a little bit of milk. Now, this is not me saying that if you couldn't, you can't have a latte, you can, but I just found a couple of weeks into my diet I was starting to get a little bit hungrier, and I was using a lot of calories a day on milk, whereas now that I'm making like a coffee with a splash of milk, I could have 3, I mean I wouldn't, but in theory I could have like 3 coffees a day, and I probably still wouldn't have used the same amount of milk that I would use in a latte. Now obviously if you don't like strong coffee, then you probably won't love doing that, but it's just a little tip, and I've actually found that I really do like a normal coffee now, which I didn't used to before. But yeah, I was using a lot of my calories on milk, which again, it's not a problem. I'll still have a latte, but it's not worth it for like day to day, every single day as part of my like daily routine. I'd rather be able to have more coffee through the day, more snacks through the day, than use so many calories on oat milk, because oat milk is actually quite high in calories as far as milks go, and that's the milk that I use because I don't use cow's milk. Still not used to this camera. The gimbal still kind of confuses me, but I did turn face tracking off. So do we prefer it now that I've turned face tracking off? Let me know. You might find this really boring, but this is what I've just been doing. So this is my shorts table. So it's just like, obviously my reviews, as we know, are very long. And also Alphalete have just dropped a shit ton of product over the past few years, and they've taken a lot off the site, but they still have quite a lot. So this is just like the shorts at a glance. So you've got the length, the rise, compression, sizing, glute scrunch space, camel toe rolling fabric, and then my favourite colours. I asked people for feedback on what they wanted me to add, and they wanted me to add measurements for rises, they wanted me to add size and advice, and they wanted me to add favourite colours. So that's what I've done, and I've just finished that one, and I've also done one for leggings as well. So everything is just sort of at a glance for people, so it's much easier to digest. And now I just need to finish off my PDFs, and then I am done and I can wash my hair. Yeah, I love doing these. Like, this is like scratching my brain. It's scratching an itch, and I love doing it. So I'm hoping it's helpful. I look crazy right now. I've got a roller under my knee. It's because I've just washed my hair, I've showered, I've just put fresh bedding on. It's 7 PM, so I took like an hour break from what I was doing. So I'll show you what I've been doing on my laptop. So this is basically what I have been doing, and it's just organising my Google Drive for the Alpha Elite sales. So I put all the pricing into like the corresponding folders, so all the pricing is on there. This is all the 60 to 80% off stuff. And yeah, they're all in folders, so it's really easy to find, like by percentage. And these are all, and then obviously I showed you the tables earlier, so these were the tables that I was working on earlier. This is the legging one that I was working on, and then I just updated my product guide, so I've added about 13 pages to this, conscious shopping tips, and then it basically is just like a brief. If you watch my reviews, you'll know I'll put these footnotes in at the end. It's basically a mini review of each product, just with size and advice, and any notes on them, like recommendations, all that sort of stuff, and it's sorted by category, and it's super easy to navigate because I do have a contents page that tells you what's on what page. And to be fair, when this vlog goes up, it's still going on. The sale will be going on until Tuesday, so go and check it out, guys. But yeah, this is like the last big bit of work that I needed to do, like to prep for the sale. My only other work that I need to do for it is just finish off my deliverables, get a post ready on Saturday, and that's it. So yeah, I should probably get changed because Twinkle Toes is coming to have tea with me this evening, so I should probably like get out of my walking ick outfit. He says this is the cutest thing ever, but I think it's kind of a huge ick. It's like a giant Minnie Mouse thing. Yeah, I'm going to do some client messages now. I've got a little bit of coaching work I need to catch up on, and then with Twinkle Toes make some food, so I will catch you guys tomorrow. But yeah, do let me know if you find it interesting seeing the behind the scenes of work stuff, because I don't know if it's that interesting, but I feel like this week I've had quite a lot of work to do again, so if I'm not in it, I don't have that much to film. I will catch you guys in the morning. Good morning. Don't mind the fact I've got a roller in my hair and you're also in a plant pot, but I'm just about to go to the gym and do more content. It's now Friday, but I've had a mystery package come this morning, so I want to open it. It says it's from Alpha Elite, and I did hear rumblings in the group chat last night of like a surprise gift being on the way, but I decided not to actually properly read any of the messages. Like, I opened the group chat and then just clicked straight off it because I wanted it to be a surprise. So I'm really excited to see what is in this box, because it's quite a big box. So there's a bunch of these. I hate these. There's something about them that really makes my teeth like kind of hurt. It's got gold writing on it. How pretty is that? So it comes in this little box. Shall we see what's in there? Saying, it's like, yeah, all branding. Pop off. Probably never satisfied with a little X on it. Oh my god. Guys. Guys. Oh my god.
No, I'm fucking serious.
Guys, this is so cute.
It's like, yeah, it's like...
I've got a gold plaque. It says presented to amyrookes, celebrating 10 years, established 2015. Well, I'm celebrating 5, but obviously it's Alpha Elite's 10th birthday, so I think that's why they've sent these out. But how cool is that? Guys, that is so cute. Is that not just the cutest thing ever? Guys, you've got the entire like timeline of the brand. I'm gonna pop this here and you can screenshot it if you want to read. But there's the entire timeline. How cute is that? The revivals came out in 2017. That is crazy. That is crazy. I think I must have bought them pretty much very soon after they launched it, because I think I got my first pair in 2018. This is so cute. How cute is this? Anyway, I need to rush off because now I'm going to be late to the gym. Oh my god, it's like reflective. Can you see how the light has just on my face right there. But yeah, I need to rush off to the gym because otherwise I'm going to be late. So yes, I'm going to leave this and let's go to the gym. I might train today. If not, I'll train tomorrow. So I will either film a workout today or I will film it tomorrow. It depends how busy the gym is. It depends how long I take taking photos. So yes, the next clip will either be me yapping again because I didn't work out, or it will be a leg day. It should be quads and glutes. So yes, let's go to the gym. Today's session, we are rinsing and repeating again. We are doing my quads and glute session. So I'm starting off this session with calves bridges. So these are slightly different to hip thrusts, which you saw earlier in the week. This is why I love filming my workouts, by the way, because ideally that first rep and some of the reps, it's a little bit too much range of motion. You really just want to keep it the top portion of the range of motion, just focusing basically on the lockout and like a couple inches down and then straight back up. You're not coming all the way down to the floor. It's a much shorter range of motion. Call it a calves glute bridge, call it a pulsing hip thrust. They are all the exact same thing. I always make sure that when I'm doing these, I keep my chest and ribs
before episode 1.
Nice and stacked over each other and my core nice and tight so that I'm not duck-arsing on the way down. If you find you get backache when you are doing these or hip thrusts, I guarantee you are putting an excessive curve in your spine on the way down. Keep everything locked nice and tight, nice and straight. Chest stacked over your ribs and then your core nice and tight like a brick, like you're bracing ready for someone to punch you. Moving on, some dumbbell step-ups. I've gone over these to death in recent weeks. But yeah, doing these nice, slow and controlled. And as always, I'm just highlighting here really the intensity. Like you can see my first few reps there, followed by my last couple reps. Things really do slow down, and as much as I do try not to, put too much pressure on that back leg, in your latter reps you probably will, just to try and get a little bit of help, sort of almost like a forced rep, if you will. Not quite, but sort of along those lines. So you can see my first reps much more, I don't know, they're a little bit quicker. They're still controlled, but they're not quite as slow because I'm not struggling so much. Whereas my last reps, I'm obviously really struggling, pushing close to failure. So yeah, dumbbell step-ups. This is one of my favourites for the glutes. You can do them with the cables. I just like doing them this way because in my gym, I don't really have anything super appropriate to do them with the cables, because I wouldn't want to have this box in people's way in such like a small area. So then moving on, I just did some glute medius kickbacks. So instead of kicking straight back, you're kicking slightly out to the side. In terms of like posture positioning for these, everyone is so different. Some people bend so they're completely parallel to the floor. Some people are like bolt upright, and some people are sort of in the middle like I am. I have found that doing them this way is how I get the best connection with my glutes, and I love doing them this way. So this is sort of how I've been doing them for the past year, if not a little bit longer. I'm not putting an excessive curve in my spine as I'm kicking out, and I'm also making sure that I am using my glute to kick back. Like you'll see, I'm not rushing through the reps. I'm not swinging my leg back and forth. I'm actually utilising my glute to kick the weight back, kick back, push back, rather than just swinging my leg around and hoping I somehow have recruited my glute in the interim of me doing that. Making sure you're really intentional and focused with the movement. And then I just finished off this session with some leg extensions for my quads. So yeah, I absolutely love doing these. This is one of my favourite quad movements. I used to think, oh my god, like my quads never grow, and it does. I'm not really that quad dominant. It has taken me longer, but since I started taking things like leg extensions and quad biased movements as seriously as I would take a hip thrust, as I would take a kickback, as I would take a step up, I have noticed an insane amount of progress in my quads. You are likely not putting the same energy into your quad movements as you are your glute movements. So make sure everything, all the principles you apply to your glutes, you're applying it to your quads in terms of your intensity, in terms of giving the right amount of volume. So yeah, I finished off with leg extensions, and that was my session and final session of the week done. I'm back from the gym. As you'll have seen, I did end up doing my workout. I just skipped on walking lunges because it was a bit too busy in the gym. Like the turf was taken up and I didn't want to get in people's way with filming. Common theme this week, me not wanting to get in the way with filming, but it's a hill I am willing to die on. Like it's really it's not that deep. I love recording my workouts for you guys, but it's not more important than someone who probably can't go to the gym at any other time not being able to do the session or making people feel uncomfortable in the gym. It's just not worth it. Anyway, I've just got back, so we did like an hour of taking photos before I trained. So we did actually use a different lens today, so I'm going to show you how different the pictures came out. I don't know that much about cameras, I'll be honest, but obviously it's Twinkle Toes' job. So he was basically explaining it's something to do with how much light the lens lets in. His lens, it lets in a lot more light, so the pictures shouldn't be as dark. But yes, so I'm just going to plug my memory card into my laptop, load them up, and I will probably have to sit here for like an hour, maybe 2 hours, and go through all the pictures I've taken yesterday and today, because there are hundreds. Like when people said to me before, you're so photogenic, I'm literally not. It takes me like 1,000 pictures to get 20 that I like. I am not photogenic at all. It's easy to say someone's photogenic from social media because people are only going to post the photos that they like, not like the hundreds of the ones that they cannot stand and think, oh my god. So I'm probably going to have to sit here and go through them for a while and like Lightroom things. That's the only thing I'll ever do to pictures. I don't Photoshop, I don't edit. The only thing I will ever do is Lightroom. If the lighting's off with Lightroom, you can say you've taken a photo when it looks really yellow, you can knock the yellowness out of it. If it's too dark, you can brighten it, you can alter the saturation. That is like my go-to app in terms of colour. Sorry mum, Dad, I've got the TV on really loud, I don't know if you can hear that in the background. I'm waiting for my memory card to like sync up with my laptop. But on a side note, how cute are these flowers that Twinkle Toes got me? You get some flowers every single week. But these ones are so cute. I've been calling, I think my dad said these are pussy willows, but I've been calling them rabbit butts, because it looks like it's giving fudge. It looks like Fudge's tail. But yeah, they're tulips, and they've got these like cute, it's like the nicest, like fluffiest thing ever. This is probably one of my favourite flowers I've had in a while. I just love them. So these are my weekly flowers. I'm gonna snack on some chicken sausages, and I'll probably have to make a side salad when I can be bothered to do that, so that I actually get some micronutrients in. But it's just finished loading, guys. Really sorry if anyone finds this really boring, but I just wanted to show you up close. So these are very similar outfits, very similar, like the lighting in the gym was the exact same. I don't know if it's going to show up as much on this camera as much as I'm seeing it right now, but this photo today, we did it my camera body, but Twinkle Toes' lens. There's something about it, he explained it. I think it might be something to do with an f-stop, but it lets more light in so that the picture comes out lighter. There's better lighting, and you guys know what I was saying yesterday about lighting and how important it is. But there are things that you can do. My lens is much smaller, it doesn't let as much light in, and it's something to do with the f-stop on it. So even though I still like this picture, these have come out so much better, and they almost have that like glow effect to it, which I always love on Hannah Lee and Amanda Beck's pictures. They have like a glow look to them, and I feel like that is what this lens was giving today. I'll find out what it is and I'll link it below. I'll put it on the screen. I'll find out what lens it is, but I think I'm honestly going to buy this lens because the pictures came out so much better. And with me being in the UK, the weather just isn't that good. Like the chances of me being able to do an outdoor shoot are not super likely, which my camera does really good on. So I might actually buy that lens. But guys, I just wanted to show you that. Also, what I was saying about being like photogenic and how many pictures it takes, guys, if this is all the pictures from yesterday and today, if I go to drag it, I've got 2,178 pictures. And now I've got to sit and go through them all. It's not as bad as it sounds because a lot of them, pretty much all of them, have been taken on a burst where it takes like 5 or 6 at the same time. So it turns one picture into like 5 or 6. But I am so fussy with pictures, so even like a minuscule difference, I notice it. So I'm going to go through them. I think I'm going to start with today's because those have come out a lot better in terms of the lighting, and then I can kind of speed through yesterday's because I'll be able to tell which ones shot better today, so I'm not probably going to use similar ones from yesterday, if that makes sense. I'm so happy with how the pictures have come out from today. Like the lens did so much better. So yeah, a little fun fact for you. Lighting is very, very, very important. Camera, not so much. Lens, there is things that you can do to get a better picture depending on the lighting. So yeah, I'm gonna go through these, save the ones that I want to my phone. I'll just airdrop them to my phone, and then I have to put them in my shared content folder, and then I also need to decide, because I'll probably do a post at like lunchtime tomorrow, which ones are going to go in my Instagram post. So yeah, Crazy. Guys, in the end I had like 200 and something pictures. I think it was like 202. So I put them all in my shared folder, so this is where they all go. These are from the other week, but these are all from yesterday and today. And also Twinkle Toes has a shared folder which he just asks me to put selfies of myself in. Don't know why. Guys, shared albums are the best thing ever. It's the best thing to happen to Apple. Like, forget airdropping shit, forget sending it on what, because if you, I don't know if anyone knows this, you might not have noticed, but if you send things on like WhatsApp or iMessage or Instagram, it compresses the images down so they're not as high quality. So I would recommend you get some shared albums with your friends. But yeah, I've got Freya, I put all her pictures that I took of her in here. Watching content, that one's called Sorry Mommy. That's, I don't know what that is. Houston, Alphaley, Hindu, Turkey, wedding, and you just add people to it. It's honestly, guys, it's brilliant. But I am now being kidnapped for the evening. I'm being taken on a date night. Twinkle Toes was dying to go and watch the new Bridget Jones, and I said, oh, really? You know, I much prefer like Spider-Man, but if I must go and watch Bridget Jones, then fine, I'll have to oblige. So we're gonna go and watch Bridget Jones, but we're gonna go get pizza first. So I've been mindful with the rest of my calories today. I feel like I keep mentioning about calories and stuff and being mindful with things. I don't go out for food that often. I always, and I will say this to clients as well, like, just have what you want and don't really deep it too much if you don't go out for food that often. But obviously we're still totally in the honeymoon phase. Got a storm coming.
I don't think we'll give it first ever going to end.
I hope not.
I don't think it is.
So we have a lot of plans and food stuff. So for me, I'm eating out or like eating meals that I can't really track that easily, like quite a few times a week. Therefore, I do factor it into the rest of my calories. So I've eaten a little bit of a lighter lunch. I've not snacked as much today. So I'm just gonna have my pizza. I'm going to have my popcorn, and obviously if you don't want to factor things in, you don't have to, no one's going to force you, but if I'm like the reality is if I'm eating out that many times a week and I'm not factoring it in, I'm not going to be in a calorie deficit. So, and I'm not going to cardio myself into the ground to try and out-train it. It's not worth it. So that's how I deal with meals out and etc when I'm cutting. But yeah, we're gonna go get a pizza, watch Bridget Jones, and yeah, I'm kind of toying with the idea of taking myself, even though I'm on a date night tonight with handsome boy, I'm kind of toying with, oh, he's smiling, I'm kind of toying with the idea of like a solo date tomorrow. Now I shouldn't really be doing this because I should be on a spending ban, but I'm just in the mood to go and meander around town, and I thought we could have a date together, me and you guys. So I might do that tomorrow, plus it'll help me get steps in. It took me about an hour and a half to go through the pictures, so not as bad as I thought it was going to be. To say I had 2,169 or whatever it was pictures, not too bad. I think maybe let's not burst them next time. Because it's, yeah, but like it's very difficult to go through that many pictures.
Okay.
But I think the girls are saying you're hired.
I'm hired?
Yeah, the girlies are saying you've done your big one, sir. Hire him. You're totally hired.
That sounds good. I don't think you can afford me. I'm like £4.50 an hour.
I can afford that. Just about. I'll make it stretch.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're gonna go get pizza. It's totally the best time of the week. What time is it? I've already been once this week, but we're going again. I'll give 3 guesses to where we are. Home of the free, land of the brave. M&S Food Hall.
Home of the free, land of the brave. Also, what's that?
I don't know. Oh, Twinkle Toes. What is that? Don't know if they really made me laugh. They think I look really funny.
Was that today?
Yeah. We're going to go to Marks and Spencer's because we'd rather get Marks and Spencer's ripped off on snacks than cinema ripped off on snacks. Because that is not fun. Although we were having this conversation about popcorn at Odeon. They don't mix it properly, and I'm a sweet and salty person, but they will literally put like sweet and then salted in, so you have to eat all the salted before you get to the sweet, and it's just not it. Whereas if you buy like a pre-mixed bag from any supermarket of sweet and salted, it's actually a lot nicer. So we're gonna do that. I do remember when you used to be like really scared to take stuff into the cinema, and now I feel like they actually don't care anymore.
Honestly, until we were about 20, I thought you got arrested.
It's your imagination. And it's because Venom isn't just
Different.
Yeah, I actually thought it was like a huge thing.
If I ever went to the cinema with my dad, he'd make me wear a big winter coat, and he'd like stuff all the snacks in it, like,
Yeah,
and make me wear it.
Yeah, that's what my mum and dad used to do. But now I don't think they care anymore. I mean, I've taken chicken sausages in, so... Anyway.
That's such an awful...
Well, I know. We're gonna go get some snacks. Guys, look. We've all got different names. Which dog are you? No, you.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm...
You're Costas. Yeah. I'm Waller.
I'm Frankie.
Ooh.
You get cookie, don't you?
Apparently this is quite sad. Keep seeing TikToks of people being like me before watching Bridget Jones, me after watching Bridget Jones. So I guess this is me before watching Bridget Jones. This is me after Bridget Jones. I get the TikToks now. Guys, that was terrorising, to be honest. No, maybe I'm just sensitive. I am quite sensitive to watching sad stuff. It's because whenever I see someone old, I just think of my dad and I think, oh.
I got really upset when she was with her dad.
So did I. I thought, oh no, that's literally, it's giving gaff. I thought, oh.
That's when I looked at you and you were just bawling your eyes.
And now I'm thinking about it again, guys, and I'm nearly crying. I've got to get a grip, but I can't. But it were a good film. I would watch it. Maybe don't go to the cinema. Maybe wait till it's on something if you don't like crying in public.
I feel like it won't be the same if you watch it in your living room.
Oh no, you underestimate my abilities to cry. It would have the same effect. It's an emotional one, but yeah. I'm gonna go home, shower, have a sleepover. So, see you tomorrow. Morning. My solo date today, which I have decided to take myself on, has now turned into somewhat of a sibling date, but I'm honestly not mad at it. My sister rang me and I was like, do you want to come with me? And she was like, yeah. So it's now a sibling date. I know it's her diary right now. I need something. I need a lip balm really, but I've gone with an all black outfit. Shock. What else is new? And I'm just going to put my long coat on. I've got a Skims bodysuit on. I think this is one of like the essential.
Well, mine, Jimmy. What's up, Jimmy?
And the jeans are just Zara.
Yeah, it looks like a
high-rise one, which I don't really like as much, but I need to wash my mid-rise ones, but these are the high-rise wide legs. So these ones are actually a little bit tighter up here in like the thigh and glute region, and obviously higher rise as well. I honestly do prefer the mid-rise, but I'm going to have a long coat on so I'm not too bothered. And I don't also love the fact that these are like frayed at the bottom. I used to love that on a jean, but I'm actually not a huge fan of it anymore, so I don't love that. Yeah, I'm going to put my long coat on and my Uggs. I've got my bag that I literally use everywhere I go, and then I'm going to put on these, which was my gift to myself that I bought when I was in London. It's my little job treat to myself, because obviously I got a new role with Alpha Elite in January, so I picked up some sunglasses, which spending money on sunglasses is so stupid. Like, whenever someone asks me, like, people ask me all the time, is the Prada bag worth it? No, it's not. It's actually really dumb to spend that much money on a bag, on sunglasses. Like, it's never gonna be worth it because it's just a bag. It's more of a question of, do you want it rather than is it worth it? Because nothing is worth the prices that designer brands charge. And I'll be honest, like, there are bags in Anthropologie, Marks and Spencer's that are like 10% of the cost, not even that, like 5% of the cost, and they look the exact same as this bag. Well, not the exact same, because obviously they don't have the logo. They usually also don't have the gold hardware, but I've worn it every single day since I got it, and I get my use out of it, and I love it, and that's the purpose of it. But when people say like, oh, it's an investment, like, that only really makes sense for things like Birkins. Most things aren't an investment, and also I'm going to use my stuff. Like, I'm not going to buy something like this and let it sit in a cupboard and not use it because it's an investment. It's not an investment. You will lose money on most designer purchases that you buy, and unless you're not going to use them, they're not going to stay in pristine condition anyway. Most things are not an investment when it comes to an investment into yourself, maybe into your wardrobe, yes, but not a financial investment. It doesn't make any sense to me. But I've never had Miu Miu, is that how you say it? I've never had Miu Miu sunglasses before, but they have the cutest sunglasses, I swear. Like, whenever I went through the phase of having the Prada ones, you know exactly which ones I mean, I was going to get them, and then I tried them on and I was like, these look awful on my face, like they looked so bad. I have one other expensive pair of sunglasses, but again, I actually don't think they look that great on my face shape. I think it was more of a like spur of the moment. I wanted to buy them, I was excited about the idea, which is so dumb, of having the glasses. Whereas this time I tried like 6 pairs on, like probably about 3 times each, and then went back the next day after I'd slept on it. I put a poll on Instagram. These won't be for everyone, they're definitely more of a like fashion sunglass. I was stuck between 2 really, but these ones won just because the side was less chunky, and I do like the Miu Miu branding, but it was really chunky on the other pair, and these ones are just a little bit more, I don't know, they're a little bit like buggish, but I think this really suits my face shape. Someone in the comments is going to tell me that these look awful on me, but I really like how these look on me. I think they suit my face shape. Massive ones don't really suit my face unless it's a very specific shape. These ones I think just look really, really, really cute, and it's like a easy like day-to-day sunglass, yes, but also it's gonna look nice on holiday. And I love tortoiseshell sunglasses. I've never actually had a tortoiseshell sunglass before, so yeah, this was my little present to myself. I just think these are so cute, and I love the packaging as well. Like, the packaging on these is so cute. Yeah, I'm gonna put my Uggs on, put my coat on, get in the car, and I'll take you with us on our solo turned sister date. My bowl of food. What did you get, Catherine? I got a veggie dragon roll. Very nice. What did you get? I got, it's a spicy teriyaki bowl, so it's got chilli sauce in it as well. That one. £4.34, don't you think that's a very random price?
I like bigger versions of what you can work on.
Yeah. What's that?
Green tea.
Apple and cinnamon. £3.88. I might buy some of this. I'm gonna take a whip. Oh my god, they've kept the white mint chocolate. It's the best one. Regular oat milk. Add to order. Okay, we're back from the sister day, and I actually spent, like, other than like the food and the matcha that I got, I've only spent £12 today, guys. So the spending ban is actually going quite well. We went in here, Sostrine Greens. I thought this was a homeware shop. Tell me why. It was like IKEA on crack. I thought it would never end. I enjoyed it for the first 10 minutes, and then the second 10 I was like, okay, how do I actually get out of here? Because it's not easy to get out. I'm sure there are exits if I was paying attention, but I was just distracted by how much shit there was in there. And the pricing was so random. There must be some psychology behind that pricing, because it was so, like, a mug would be like £4.64. Like, nothing was .99. And I know that when I did marketing at uni, the reasoning for the 99 thing, and it's a psychological thing, like, that seems better than, like, $14.99 seems a lot cheaper than 15. So there must be a psychological reason for that, or is it just like, I don't know, like the pricing was so random, but they had crafts, like food, snacks, homeware, glasses, bags, like they had so much stuff in there. It was honestly mental. I mainly bought things for other people today. So from Marks and Spencer's, I bought my mum, I showed these in the vlog yesterday, but I got other puppies. I wanted to get her the rabbit, but they didn't have it in the Marks and Spencer's that I went to today. So I couldn't get that. Got my dad some licorice fudge because my dad loves licorice. So I got him some of that. Green tea with apple and cinnamon flavour because I love green tea, and it with apple and cinnamon. That sounds delicious.
I'm
so
sorry,
please
this
sign me
badass
up. And then I
can't
got
sit
an
in a
American
sit-along.
pancake mix.
He can't even say a
Celebration
sit-along.
candle
Like,
twinkle toes.
you're the
And
president
then
of the
my
United
sister's
States. You
left
can't
hers in my
say the
car,
fucking
but me
word.
and my sister got one of these each. It's like, you know the sticks where it's got like the filling in it. I don't know what you call these, like filled laces. Strawberry tubes, strawberry, I don't know what you'd call them honestly, but it's a watermelon one. I am such a whore for anything watermelon flavoured, like I just love it. So, cheers. Let's taste test it. Oh my god. That is unreal. If you like watermelon flavoured stuff, or you like the sour watermelon sweets that you can get, go and find one of these. It's an Anna and Clara's sugar bar, sour watermelon flavour. It's literally making me salivate. That is bloody delicious. Now, 5 to 5, the Alpha Leap birthday sale launches in an hour, so I need to basically be glued to my phone. For any DMs, messages, anything like that, like I just want to make sure I'm on the ball with that. So, with that being said, I don't think this vlog's going to be up in the morning. You'll be watching this tomorrow evening, probably, because I don't see how to deal with all, like, the launch madness, which is usually a good few hours of replying to people, and have time to edit everything up ready for tomorrow. I'm probably not going to have time to do that. Also, my uncle is at my house, so I need to socialise, spend time with loved ones. So I'm gonna probably get this up tomorrow night. I'll probably honestly see you guys in the morning, but I'm really glad that my sister came with me because I like spending time with my sister. My memory card just ran out, so I've just had to like redo it. But yeah, me and my sister are like 3 years between us, and we've always been really close. So yeah, I love spending time with my sister when I get to, and I'm really excited about the pancake mix. But yeah, all that stuff, £12. If you're in the local area, it's opposite Marks and Spencer's inside Trinity, opposite Franco Manco's, and it's cool as hell in there. Just maybe don't go in there and start picking things up straight away because there's a lot of stuff in there. Maybe go around once and then decide what you want, because I kept picking stuff up and putting stuff back, and it was very, very, very hectic. I would love to know what the law is behind that shop, because it was just such a like wide mix of stuff. And I tried on a top also in And Other Stories, which you'll have seen, which I did like, but I think I need an extra small and they didn't have one. A little bit sad about that, but also it did save me some money. And the pants in Zara I did like, but they weren't quite long enough. So, well, they were long enough, but for when I wear trainers and stuff, I like my pants to be really long, so they wouldn't be long enough with a shoe on, they were just long enough with a sock on. And I also feel like, what is the original of those pants? Because I feel like I've seen them elsewhere and they looked so much better tailored. If anyone knows what the original version of those pants is with like the contrasting waistband, what is it? Because I thought it was Reformation, but I can't find them. So yeah, let me know. But that's literally all I bought. So yeah, I'm gonna eat my watermelon strip, maybe make a small coffee or a cup of tea. Might do a cup of tea. And yeah, I think my uncle's here down from Hartlepool, so I will go and conversate with him. Hope you had a nice time with me and my sister. Hello, we are on Sunday. This vlog is going to go up today, but I just wanted to round off this vlog and just yap a little bit about balance and cutting, because I feel like I've spoken a few times in this video about cutting and calories and balance and all that sort of stuff, and like a little bit of a cut update. So I feel like balance is honestly a really tricky topic to discuss sometimes, because balance means different things to every single person. It depends who you ask. It means something completely different. To some people, balance is straight up 50-50. Some people, balance is getting all your workouts in and also just eating whatever you want. To some people, balance is prioritizing something slightly but not completely cutting something else out. Balance means something different to everybody, but for me at the moment with my goals, balance cannot mean getting all my workouts in, yes, but just eating what I want and not caring about my calories, not caring about my protein intake, not adhering to my calorie deficit. Balance cannot mean I'm doing all my workouts but when I go out for food 2-3 times a week, or when I'm eating an untracked meal 2-3 times a week, I'm just having whatever I want and I'm not factoring it in, because that's not going to be balanced. That's actually just going to tip me in the way of going against my goals. It's not going to help me towards my goals. It's actually going to stop me from achieving my goals. And I feel like sometimes on social media, the way that people speak about balance, it does make it out like you can have everything at the same time, like everything at 100% at the same time. You can get 100% out of your workouts and 100% out of your social life and 100% towards your goals all at the same time. And for most people, that's not going to be true, because if you think about it, like if you, I mean, it will depend what that means. Like if you having 100% out of your social life is going out once a month, yes, that is highly likely. But if you are someone who goes out 3 times a week, you are not going to be able to give 100% to that and just go and do what you want, and 100% to doing whatever you want with your diet, and 100% to your workout, and 100% towards your goals if you've got very specific goals. Now, if you don't have goals that you are working towards, please by all means do what you want. But I feel like sometimes the way that balance is presented on social media could, if the advice is taken from the wrong person, or it's the wrong person taking that advice on board, it's setting people up to fail when it comes to reaching goals. Because the truth is, and you guys know how much I enjoying my workouts, how much I enjoyed not following a program, how much I enjoy going out and having a meal like you've seen in this vlog. But the reality is I have had to factor those things in, because I've eaten out, like I've had lunch out twice this week, I've had an evening meal out once this week, me and Twinkle Toes cooked together and we couldn't really track it, so that's 4 meals out. I can't do that and eat whatever I want on top of it and be in a calorie deficit and work towards my goals. Like, it's not possible. So it's not that I will say no to those things, but it is that I will make conscious decisions elsewhere, either during my day or when I go out for a meal. I might make a more conscious decision on what I'm gonna order because of the frequency of those events. Now, like I said earlier in the vlog, if you are going out for a meal once a month, honestly, just have what you want. I wouldn't say you need to factor it in, because it's once a month. It's not going to put a dent in your progress. But the more frequent those events are, the more you will need to factor them in if you have a very specific goal in mind. Now, if you don't mind taking a year or however long it takes to reach your end goal of a deficit or a bulk or whatever it is, that's completely fine. But for me personally, I don't want to be in a deficit for ages. And in terms of the whole, like, it needs to be sustainable, it needs to be sustainable, yes, in terms of you can adhere to it for a period of time. It doesn't need to be sustainable forever, because being in a calorie deficit is not meant to be sustainable forever. It is meant to be a little bit challenging. Now, it shouldn't be leaving you absolutely starving every single day, and that's the sign that something's gone wrong. The calories are wrong, energy expenditure's too high, something is going wrong there. But it will feel a little bit difficult, because it is a little bit difficult. So if you are finding it difficult at the moment, if you are trying to do a cut, don't beat yourself up about that, because it is normal for it to feel difficult. And I feel like sometimes the whole it needs to be sustainable, it can get very misconstrued, and the conversation around balance can get very misconstrued as well. Because also, and I don't think these people are putting out this content with the intention to harm or the intention to mislead, but a lot of people that have got like people's dream bodies that are doing these reels showing that like they're living the absolute most out of both lives, like they're doing all the training but they're having all the fun at the same time, and they're just giving 100% to both. They've been training for like 10 years if not longer, and when you've been training for that long, yeah, it does get a little bit easier, and when you don't have a very specific goal, it does get a bit easier to be able to give a little bit more to both elements of your life. But there is nothing wrong, and I feel like it's really demonized, there is nothing wrong with your idea of balance looking a little bit like factoring things in a bit more, being a bit more intentional, being a bit more conscious. Because I would hate for people that have goals to reach to never reach them because they're being told you can give 100% to everything, or even worse, they are giving 100% to everything and they're trying to do everything, and then they're beating themselves up because they think there's something wrong with them because they're not making progress towards their goals. I hope that makes sense, because I just wanted to discuss that like very honestly and openly, because I think that is a conversation that will, or like a conversation between me and you, that will help some of you guys that have goals at the moment. And it's not the advice that people want to hear. It's not the, like, everyone wants to hear you can go and do whatever you want at all times and reach your goals in like a really good time frame. And for some people that will be probable. For a lot of people it's not going to be. And I think just being more realistic with advice when it comes to reaching goals would help a lot of people out. So yeah, balance means something totally different to everyone. Your idea of balance might mean something totally different to mine, but please don't take this as me saying you need to like lock yourself in a room and not socialise for 6 months and do all that. Like, no, like that, yes, an element of balance. Like, please don't like seclude yourself from your life, because like I am the biggest proponent of saying you're going to get to 80, you're not really going to care about any of this stuff. By the time you get to that time, you're going to be thinking about all the memories you missed out on, and you absolutely are. I'm not suggesting anyone miss out on any memories, but you can still go to a meal and have something a little bit more in line with your goals and still have those memories with loved ones, and still, you know, it's not like you're never going to eat that food again. You will be able to eat that food again. You will be able to have more balance, if you will, within things when you are more at maintenance, when you've got more calories to play with. And that goes for both ends of the spectrum, whether you're bulking, whether you're cutting, whatever your goal is at the moment. But yeah, the reality is for me at the moment, I'm trying to cut, I'm trying to body recomp. So my workouts, I'm rinsing and repeating, and I am actually really enjoying doing that, following a program, progressively overloading, training hard, training close to failure, focusing on my recovery, making sure I'm sleeping well, making sure I'm eating well, moving well, getting my steps in, the walking pad. That's just another commitment to me, getting my activity up, getting my daily expenditure up. And from a nutrition point of view, adhering to the calorie deficit. And yeah, I have quite a busy like social life in terms of meals and food and stuff at the moment, so I do need to factor that in, and that's just the reality of it. But yeah, I'm like just over a month into my cut now. I think I'll probably do an update in my next vlog, because I've not actually done a progress update. So if you guys want me to include that in my next vlog, let me know and I will. I'll talk you through things, but I'm feeling really good, and I'm honestly feeling so good about like how dedicated I've been. I'm honestly really proud of myself. Like, I have been really dedicated to my steps, to my cardio, to my workouts, to my nutrition. Like, I am really trying in a way that I've not tried in a very long time with my diet and my training, and I'm really proud of myself. I feel really good for it, and it's not even about the end result. It's not even about how I'm looking, how I'm feeling, even though I am feeling more confident in that sense. I just feel so fucking good knowing that I've set myself a goal and I'm sticking to it and I'm working towards it, and I'm ticking things off every single day that are getting me towards that goal, and I'm showing myself I can do things and I can not listen to my brain sometimes when it's saying I can't be asked, I can't be asked, I can't be asked. I can choose to go against that, and it's a really, I don't know, it's a really powerful thing. So I'm honestly loving my gym and fitness and health and stuff at the moment. But yeah, I hope that chat's been helpful for anyone who's feeling a little bit stuck, or you feel like the information on social media is sometimes conflicting, or you don't understand how someone can live that life, but you know you're trying to do the same and you're not getting anywhere towards your goals. I hope it's been helpful. I'm gonna go because I do actually have quite a lot of DMs to get back to. Obviously the Alphalete sale went live last night. It is still ongoing. I am so grateful to everyone who has supported me so far. Like, I will never get used to it. It will never not cease to amaze me. It will never not blow my mind. I still don't quite understand it. I don't think I'll ever honestly get used to it. Like, the novelty of it, and I'm 5 years in, the novelty of this stuff is still not wearing off to me. Like, it is mind blowing every single time, and particularly on sales. Like, it honestly blows my mind. So genuinely thank you so much if you have used my code, or even if you just like enjoyed my review, commented on my review. People have sent me some really nice messages over the past week about my Alphalete content and the work that I've put into it and all that sort of stuff, and I just appreciate support in any shape, form, size, whatever it is. So genuinely thank you so much. I hope you guys have an amazing Sunday evening, and I will see you guys in my next video. Any particular videos you want to see, let me know. I'm thinking I might do some mic'd up in-depth workouts over the coming weeks, so let me know if you guys want to see those and I will get them filmed. But yeah, have an amazing Sunday evening, and I'll see you in my next video. Bye.
Shipping is free within the US.
What, you telling me he's not?
And then expand once you create some. It's super easy to set up yourself, I promise. Just Just make sure you read the instructions before you try to do it. I am haunted by this 3-year-old B-roll of my partner and I fucking up the setup. I really like my Helix mattress, so if you're in the market for a new bed, go check them out. The month of April marks their spring savings event. It's 20% off site-wide right now, so that link will be in the description down below for your clicking. And now, I return you to your regularly scheduled content. December 30th, 2006. Grover posts the first installment of what he refers to as his house vlog with something else. This vlog was posted about him to report his renovation, austerity, as well as the test of the DIY. Grover explains, my husband and I are building an $85,000, 2,000 square foot addition to his house. We're doing it completely by ourselves. Framing, sheathing, roofing, doors, windows, flooring, plumbing, electrical, house wrap, kitchen, stairs, tiles, railings, concrete, and siding. Grover's first couple of posts are spent recapping what he's working on. He actually started the renovation in December of 2005.
Welcome back to another weekly vlog. I always start these on a Tuesday, so lo and behold, 'tis Tuesday today. I have a much slower week this week. The Alpha Elite sale finishes today. All that work is done, but I am going to Houston next week, so I have a little bit of like prep for going away to get done. Like this morning, I'm getting my nails done. I do have some work bits, which I will show you because it's actually a bit interesting. It's sort of more new role-ish involved, not necessarily like completely new. I'm doing this off my own back basically, but I want to send out like, because I'm basically going next week, I'm not going for photo shoots or anything like that. I'm going to, it's me and Ashley that are going, and we're going for like 3 days of meetings with the design team. But I really want to make sure that when I go, able to like have all your guys' feedback in one spot. So I'm gonna make like a Google form to capture people's feedback in terms of like product, things that they love, things that they want to see more of, things that they want to see less of, items that people really love from other brands, what other brands do people love, why do they love other brands, all that sort of stuff. I want to kind of like capture that just from my community so that I'm able to relay your guys' feedback, not just my own, because obviously my own is just based off my preferences. So yeah, I'm really keen to get that form made today so I can send it out because I go a week today. I'm only there, like, I fly Tuesday, I fly back Saturday, so I'm only there for a few days. But I'm excited to get out of the UK. The weather is not good. I don't think it's any better in Houston, but I'm hoping at least a little bit sunnier. So yeah, Tuesday today, I'm gonna go to the gym. My camera, like my actual proper camera, is not charged up, so I'm not going to be able to film my session today, but I honestly think I'm just going to do cardio anyway. I think I'm going to go on the stairs. I'm really just in the mood to do like a really tough cardio session, and I might do like a little bit of core afterwards, but that's what I'm in the mood for today, so that's what I'm going to go and do. I'll probably do like a good dent of my cardio today. I might even do an hour on the stairs. I'm like, is that kind of crazy? I'm kind of in the mood to challenge myself, and if I do that, that's all my cardio done for the week then, so I'm kind of playing with that idea. And then straight after, nails, client check-ins. You guys know, you know the routine by now. That's what my Tuesdays look like, and make that form at some point today. So yeah, welcome to another weekly vlog. Also, thank you for the feedback on last week's vlog where I asked about workouts and stuff. It's super helpful, and I'm hoping to also be able to put out some more like standalone workout content for people who do want workout content but don't want to watch vlogs, or people who do watch the vlogs but they always skip past the workout content because they're not interested in it. And as someone said, like rightfully so, if they wanted to watch a full week of workouts, or like wanted to watch me work out, they'd watch a workout video. So yeah, happy bloody Tuesday, my dudes. Let's get this show on the road. My nails are honestly, like, they're abysmal. Like, what is that? Please. What? I've not had them done since like the start of January, so it's nearly 2 months, so I'm getting the whole thing taken off and redone, and I think I'm going to go back to almond shape today as well. I've also got a giant spot on my chin, which is nice. My skin's been relatively clear since I had my whole like breakout with like the fungal acne and then whatever was going on with my eye, but I do have a chin spot again. It's always the chin region now, and I don't know why. I'm like, is it something to do with Twinkle Toes? Because he does have a beard. I don't know. But yeah, I will catch you guys at the Stairmaster, I guess. 45 minutes on the stairs, done. That was so hard, but at the same time, not that hard. I'm going to share a little tip for the stairs because never actually heard this, but it's definitely a thing. It's a thing with any exercise, I guess, but I hit a brick wall, and I feel like it'll be different for everyone, at about the 15 to 20 minute mark, which is quite early on. So I always used to think when people would do more than 20 minutes on the stairs, I'd be like, bitch, how the hell are you doing that? Like, you amaze me. One day I just decided I'm just going to push past it, and I actually, you'll have seen on the clip, I put like whatever top, I'll always take a top with me so that I can cover up the time so I can't see the time, and I try not to clock watch on my phone either. And by the time I took my jacket off, I was on like 38 minutes, and I swear once I passed that 20-minute mark where I feel like, oh my god, I need to stop, I'm gonna die, I need to get off, I feel like it gets so much easier after that point. So that would be my main tip if you are someone who really struggles with the stairs. Give that a whirl. When you feel like you can't go any longer, push past it. Same way with weights, I always say to clients, when you feel like you can't get any more reps out, you've probably got like a few more reps in you. It's just that burning sensation that you need to push through. Very sweaty though. I'm kind of regretting not bringing a change of clothes because I've got to go. Oh. I love that Olivia Dean song that's in the Bridget Jones film. That's what that was. But yeah, I've got to go and sit and be all sweaty with Harriet doing my nails now. But I do have perfume and stuff, so I'm just going to cover myself. Stop off and get a coffee on the way because I do have 50 minutes. Reply to DMs, make sure if I've got any final sale questions that have come through overnight, I've responded to people. Probably pop a story up reminding people that the sale ends today, and then let's go get the nails done. Days like today, I feel so lucky that I work for myself and I can go and get these appointments, because generally I can get my nail appointments in quite a lot easier than people who are like restricted to having to go on a weekend or past 5 PM. Harriet's always quite booked up for those appointments, but luckily I was able to book these in for today last week, so very, very grateful because they really need doing, and they need doing before I go away next week. I cannot rock up to Houston with rinky dinky nails. Guys, nails are fixed up. I honestly love. It's not showing up quite true to colour, but I think it's, I don't know the brand, it's called Milky Pink. It's just a builder gel, and that's the shade that I went for. Usually I get Peony, which is much pinker, but we went for something a little bit lighter and a little bit milkier today. So yeah, I'm gonna go home, but I'm so glad I've got my round almondy shape back. I've missed it. I just feel really elegant, and now I can grow them a little longer in this shape. I've just got home from my nails. I'm about to start doing check-ins, but I've just made myself a chicken salad. So I've got chicken, leaves, avocado, dressing, and then I'm gonna have a bigger evening meal. I love this bowl for salads, by the way. I got it ages ago from IKEA, and you can just fit, like, I've got a load of leaves in here. And I picked this up from Marks and Spencer's and I'm loving it. It's a marinade. I basically marinade my chicken. If you've watched my vlogs for a while, you'll know what I do, but I marinate my chicken. When I buy it, I'll like pre-chop it, marinate it, and then basically just cover it in tin foil, and it just gets better by the day. So today's chicken will be better than yesterday's, and it saves me chopping chicken up every single day and marinating chicken every single day. The only thing is, obviously, once you've done it, you're stuck with that flavour for the week, but luckily this is really, really nice. So yeah, I'm going to eat this and crack on with work. I'm just having a little post-lunch dessert snack because I was still feeling quite hungry. So I've got yogurt, raspberries, blueberries, and then I've just put some honey on the top. But yeah, I'm going to eat this. Good morning, guys. Don't mind the fact I am literally my walking ick fit. Adorable. It's about 7:30ish. 7:30ish? No, it's actually 5 to 8. It's a little bit later than that. Yeah, I've been up for a little bit, but I'm gonna make my breakfast now. So I thought I would show you because I did get asked on Instagram when I did a Q&A like 2 days ago about getting protein in. My number one thing is to make sure you have a high protein breakfast, because if you don't, you just feel like you're playing catch up all day. And there's certain things that I still love having for breakfast, and they had protein in, but it's not enough to put a good dent in it for the day. So my absolute go-to at the moment is I will have 2 chicken chipolatas from Marks and Spencer's, 2 bacon medallions, and a slice of sourdough, and that runs me about 30-ish grams of protein, just under 30 grams of protein. So I'm going to make that now. I also read this on a morning, so it's the Daily Stoic, and it's got a different lesson for every single day. So, okay, today's lesson is to each his own, and the quote is an Aurelius one. It says, "Another has done me wrong, let him see to it. He has his own tendencies and his own affairs. What I have now is what the common nature has willed, and what I endeavour to accomplish it now is what my nature wills." Abraham Lincoln occasionally got fuming mad with a subordinate, one of his generals, even a friend. Rather than taking it out on that person directly, he'd write a long letter outlining his case, why they were wrong, and what he wanted them to know. Then Lincoln would fold it up, put the letter in the desk drawer, and never send it. Many of these letters survive only by chance. He knew, as the former emperor of Rome knew, that it's easy to fight back. It's tempting to give them a piece of your mind, but you almost always end up with regret. You almost always wish you hadn't sent the letter. Think of the last time you flew off the handle. What was the outcome? Was there any benefit? So yeah, that was today's lesson in Stoicism. This month's theme is passions and emotions, and I feel like I needed that, because I feel like I've got a lot better with not letting people get under my skin, but people love to try and get under my skin, but I have been doing better with it, and it's just nice to have that reminder, you know, that reinforcement. I'm not like a religious person at all. I've always preferred like philosophy sort of stuff, like philosophical teachings, and maybe a bit more spiritual stuff as opposed to religion. Just a personal choice. I did go to Sunday school growing up, but my favourite line of teachings is Stoicism. I find it so helpful. I find it so grounding, and yeah, it's just nice to have those little daily reminders. So I'm gonna make my breakfast and hopefully stop looking like such a walking ache. Okay, we are ready. We're gonna go and train. I think I might do quads and glutes today. I will film it if I can. If I can, then I won't. We will see how busy the gym is. Yeah, I thought I would show you a little gym OOTD if possible. So I've got on the scoop neck long sleeve in black, which I actually bought myself, and it came yesterday. I do like it, but I feel like I kind of prefer the white, just because, tell me if I'm going crazy, but I feel like this one looks really shiny and the white doesn't. I would love it if this looked a bit more matte. I just feel like it looks very shiny. It looks more like a going out top. It looks, I don't know.
First step is to get more money. This ended up being easier than I expected. I happily bumped up the value of my house.
There's something about the shine on it that I'm not a huge fan of. I've got the white core bra on underneath for it.
So we've got the required loan. But there is another working for Grover. You see, unlike most buildings,
a little like peekaboo effect, which if you watch my vlog from last year where I was doing the doodling and like the design doodles, I was doodling so much stuff that had this sort of neckline, but it was like built in. So it's really cool that they've come out with a top. I can basically create that look with layering. But yeah, my gym will be cool. So I've gone with a long sleeve, and then on the bottom I've got the new I think these are called the varsity joggers. They're still molting everywhere, and they won't stop. Like, they literally won't stop. They just keep molting so badly. So as soon as I get back, I think I'm going to actually try and wash these again, because they're still molting insane. Like, I've put moisturiser on my legs, and I already know when I take my joggers off, my legs are going to be covered in black fluff, and my legs are going to look dirty. And then underneath, I've just got on the Grand Central colour contour shorts, because I love Grand Central with black. I just love the nude with the black. I feel like it offsets it really nicely. I need some lip balm as well. I'm looking very dry. I need to have a big clear out today, so don't mind the mess behind me, but this is how it looks. All in one. Top, bra, contour shorts, and then the vintage joggers, and then I've just got my metallic Vomeros on, and yeah, that's the look. Okay, I'm starting off my session with Kaz glute bridges, so I'm going to run you through some form tips. I would actually tweak my form slightly here. My feet are a little bit far out, so can you see my shin angle is actually a bit above 90 degrees. I would actually tweak this and bring my feet in a tiny bit, so it's more of a 90-degree angle with my shins, but as you can see, I'm not coming all the way down. I'm just coming down ever so slightly and then going right back up, because it's a Kaz glute bridge. It's just the top portion of the range of motion. It's not a hip thrust. You're not coming all the way down, and making sure you are properly locking out is so important in any thrust or bridge movement. So make sure that it's nice and as flat as possible.
when you are thrusting up. You don't want your hips to be dipped down. Like here, I failed that rep there because my hips were dipped down too much. I couldn't lock it out properly. There is no point in ramming all that weight on the bar to not be able to lock out properly, because then you are not going to be getting the most out of the movement. The part where it's working your glutes the most is during that top portion of the movement. It's the lockout, so it's absolutely key to make sure that you are locking out properly. And I would say that's one of the number one mistakes I see with hip thrusts and bridges. Then moving on to some dumbbell step ups. So picking a box that's about knee height, and then instead of thinking from the floor up, thinking from the top down. So hinging your hips back, sinking that back leg back, and making sure that you are trying to not send your knee too far forward over your toes. You want to try and keep it very hip dominant, not knee dominant, as I'm doing these very glute biased, and trying not to put any pressure or push or momentum through that back leg that's coming down, because if you start doing that, you're just going to take the pressure off the glute that is on the box. That's the side that will work in unilateral movement. So I'm just doing one side, and then I do take a rest in between legs when it comes to single leg work. You can take a rest between legs, you don't have to go straight into the other side. So I took a little bit of a rest and then went into my other side. As you'll see as well, I do use a pole just to hold on for balance, because I find it just so much easier to send my hips back fully and really make these glute biased when I've got something to hold on to. And I'm not trying to test my balance here. I'm not trying to test how far I can push my hips back without falling off the box. I'm trying to work my glutes. So I like setting these up in an area, be that a cable or an area like this if you have like beams and stuff in your gym, something that you can hold on to. And if you don't have this, I would recommend that you do cable step ups, because you can just hold on to the cable tower, and that will be a much easier setup for you. And also cable step ups are just an amazing movement in general, but I prefer to do them like this, and I do have a good setup for it in my gym, so that's how I do them. So I did my calves glute bridges, and then I did my step ups. Then I did actually do some leg extensions, but I couldn't film that because there was too many people upstairs. So I did do leg extensions between these, and then I went into some glute kickbacks. So just trying to kick straight back. I'm not trying to do a glute medius kickback here. I'm just trying to kick straight back. I would say I do look like I'm kicking outward slightly. So if I was to tweak it, not coming out so far at like a diagonal angle, I think maybe I forgot I was doing glute kickbacks. But yeah, for a glute kickback, you just want to be kicking straight back. I've had so many comments recently about the pizza cutter analogy, so I'm glad that it's been helping you. But yeah, for a glute kickback, think about a pizza that's been cut into 4, just straight down the middle, not out to the side at all. Glute medius kickback, a pizza that's been cut into 8. And then abduction is just straight out to the side. But yeah, these were meant to be cable kickbacks, but I can see here I definitely turned them into more of a glute medius kickback. But it's a good example of a glute medius kickback if you needed one. Then I finish off this session with 2 sets of walking lunges to failure with dumbbells just going up and down the turf. With these, obviously it's a very like glute and quad focused workout, so I do these much more quad focused. You can't really tell here, but I'm not taking big strides at all. I take quite narrow strides. I try to focus on pushing my knee far forward over my toes to get a good stretch on my quads, and really try and take my hips out of it a little bit. I try to make it a bit more of a knee dominant lunge, flexing as far forward as I can and getting a really good stretch on my quads, as that's what I'm trying to work more here. If you wanted to work more glutes, you could take more of a wider stance, maybe a bit more of an outward stance as well, and a bit more hip dominance, so knee wouldn't need to be pushing as far forward over the toes, if that makes sense. But these are absolutely savage and an awful way to finish a workout in a good way. But yeah, these are difficult. This was me just casually dying on the turf when I finished my final set, and that's it. We've been lazy and ordered a Nando's. I ordered something a bit different today. What did you get? Oh, that'll be the cheesy garlic. Guys, I've never had this before. This is the cheesy garlic pita bread. Oh, what's the green stuff? What's the green stuff?
Well, it's just for the mould.
I think it's spring onion, actually. Oh my god.
And he's around.
It's very garlicky though, I will warn you. This is my Nando's order of the day. Chicken wrap. I added halloumi, I took the lettuce out because the lettuce from Nando's is always rank. Mash. Yeah, mash with the medium sauce on top, the garlic pita bread that you've just seen, and broccoli. I feel like when you order on Deliveroo, you get more broccoli than you do when you're in person. I call this plate beige.
It looks better when you get it in the restaurant.
Yeah, we've got chicken thighs, garlic bread, chips, and they actually gave us a spare chips, so we have extra chips because we didn't order these. And he's got the garlic bread underneath as well. Oh yeah, nice. It's very garlicky though.
Very garlicky.
It's more garlicky than the garlic bread, I think. I've never actually done this with lettuce before, where I take the lettuce out and add halloumi. So I'm going to show you what it looks like on the inside. I never know which type to start because they're both the same. They're both the same.
You have to use sheet metal to kind of break the garage wall. And so Roman has learned to form sheet metal using some tin types of pedal pliers and a scrap.
No, that is actually really nice. We've got some halloumi, some chicken. It's all going on. The yogurt, the sweet chilli jam. I wish they'd get better lettuce. I always take the lettuce out. I don't think the lettuce is always rank.
Yogurt and jam. The chicken wrap with dessert.
Sweet chilli jam. It's like a sweet chilli sauce. It's really good. Okay, we're gonna eat. Guys, we have clear skies. It's quite crisp, but we have clear skies. I wonder if this will stick to my car. What do you think? Hi guys, good morning. I've not started my vlog this morning. No. We went to go watch Hamilton last night for the second time for me, first time for Twinkle Toes. What would you give it out of 10? I made a TikTok. 7? Yeah. Really?
I just feel like they could have picked more compelling stories to put such a good show together.
Oh, well,
plus there was no dialogue.
Yeah,
I had to work out what was going on.
especially as a newbie to musicals, it can be a little rough on the old brain cells. But I really like it, and the person that's playing Bear actually just commented on my TikTok. Yeah.
Which one was Bear? The guy who kills him.
The guy who has the really good voice.
The guy who kills him.
Yeah. Because I feel like to play Hamilton, you don't need that good of a. That's not really the point of the character.
No.
But his voice is good. I prefer it to the original soundtrack, which is like blasphemy in the world of musicals, but I genuinely do. I said he should record. He commented saying thank you. That's very kind. I said thank you. I said you're an icon. I fear. He's literally only 23 as well.
Is it?
Yeah. How crazy is that? Crazy times, guys. But yeah, Twinkle Toes said I looked really cool when I pulled up to the gym in my headband. I had my.
Is that what I said?
I had my glasses on.
Is this your first time wearing them?
No, I wore the vlog saw these last week.
Yeah.
My sister said I look weird in them. She said you look like a bug.
Oh.
But I like them.
I don't think you do.
But it got in my head a bit.
No. Get it out your head.
Get it out of my head. We're gonna go. What are you training today? Same!
Same mush.
Should we do it together, mush?
Yeah, mush.
Should we actually?
Yeah.
And then you can film it for me. Okay, I'm gonna. Well, can we do a nice session?
Yeah.
Nothing too big and burly.
We'll go do it now.
We can go do it now. Wait, can I just do a little OOTD? I've got on my baby tee supremacy. I've got on my Revive shorts. I've got on my heavily molting joggers and my Nike Vomeros. And of course, shall I go in my sunglasses and everyone's just going to think what an absolute bellend you are.
What? Swat? I think you look sexy.
So hopefully we'll be making real
Mac, I'm gonna piss everywhere.
Okay. God, such a drama queen. Okay, we followed Twinkle Toes' session this day. So for our first movement, we just did some lat pullovers. I find it much easier to do these properly and be able to push my arms properly back and really engage my lats using a longer rope attachment. When I use a short one, I find I just feel very tricep heavy, whereas using this long one has been a game changer for me, and I got that from Twinkle Toes. I just feel it in my lats a lot more. It feels much more of a lat focused movement. Before it just felt so tricep focused no matter what I tried. So if you do have a longer rope attachment, I'd highly recommend giving that a go. We then went into single arm pull downs for lats. These are amazing. Twinkle Toes did actually tweak these for me. So he had me doing them with more of an underhand grip, and I did actually notice a huge difference. I felt like I really felt this a lot more in my lats and like the muscles that sit more central and side in my back rather than my upper back, and this isn't meant to be an upper back movement, but the way I was doing it before with more of an overhand grip and a twist, I was feeling it in my lats, yes, but I definitely did get some upper back recruitment as well. So doing it just underhand was honestly game changing for me, because I really did just feel this in my lats, and I love doing this movement. It's such a good movement for back day. It's probably in my top 3 favourites. Love doing it. Then moving on, we did some barbell rows. He does a lot of like intense back movements in one session, so I went quite light on these because I'd already done 2 movements and my back felt like it was just getting weaker by the second, because obviously the movements that you put first you're going to be stronger on. By this point I'm tiring out my back a little bit, things are going to be harder. So we just did some bent over rows, hinging your hips back, rowing in. I'm doing these supinated, so an underhand grip, not overhand, because I want less upper back, and just rowing up and in towards my belly button, trying not to shrug the weight, trying to just stretch and pull in with my back muscles, not shrugging the weight, not engaging my traps and all that sort of stuff. Then finally we just did a seated cable row. We did do some arms after this, but I didn't film it, and then my back went, so we ended up just doing some stretching. But this is just a seated cable row, and again, not a wide grip here, it's a narrow grip attachment, which I much prefer. Again, just feels like less upper back and I much prefer it.
Okay, I am back from the gym, back from my session. I'm going to go for a walk today instead of doing sprints. I was going to do sprints after my workout, but my legs feel quite sore, and I have like an ongoing issue that flares up from time to time with my sciatic nerve or my sacroiliac joint. Connor's not actually looked at it properly, Connor that works at my gym, so he said it could be either, but he thinks it's more sciatic than anything. So I didn't want to do anything like too high impact, so we actually ended up doing some stretches afterwards, and it has made it feel a lot better. So I've been home for a while. I just made a chicken salad for lunch because I'm going out for tea tonight with Ebony and Alicia, which I'm really excited for because I've not seen them in ages. Like, when it comes to like seeing Twinkle Toes, just speaking completely honestly, like, he has a very similar job to mine in the sense that his time is sort of his own, so we can go to the gym together on a morning. It's much easier to see him, whereas with my friends it is trickier. But I do also need to get better at planning things in advance, which is what I'm trying to do this year, because if I plan things in advance, like we've had this date booked in for like 6 weeks, because if I plan more in advance I know when I'm seeing people, and that's like a set in stone plan then, and I am not one to bail on a plan. Like, if I make a plan I'm going to turn up. I think that's something that people really struggle with nowadays. I'm getting off on a tangent here, but I do genuinely think that's something that our generation genuinely really struggles with, and I think we're amazing with a lot of things when it comes to, like, you know, making sure you're looking after yourself and looking after your own mental health and all that sort of stuff. But sometimes I do worry that a lot of people are going to end up with no friends, because people take the whole, like, you don't owe anyone anything too far, because you do owe people things. Like, you can't, if you're really not up to a plan and you're poorly, or like you've just got so much going on and you're really not up to it, then I understand like a cancellation might happen. But I feel like people are so flaky nowadays. Like, they'll just cancel at any given opportunity, like the slightest thing, and that's not how you are going to maintain a friendship, especially when you get into your 20s and you don't see people frequently, you don't see people at school every day. So if you are cancelling something, especially if you and your friends are busy, that might then push back when you're going to see them by 2 to 3 weeks, and then something might come up for them, and then it's like a never-ending cycle. I do feel like in our generation the idea of, like, you might not be up to it, but like sometimes you need to be a little bit uncomfortable to foster and nurture your relationships is lost on people sometimes. But yeah, I'm terrible if I don't pre-plan things. Like, I can go weeks without seeing people, but that's just because I really do like enjoy my own company. Like, if I wasn't with Twinkle Toes, it wouldn't be like I'd be with my friends all the time. It's literally just a case of, like, I would be fine on my own. I've sort of always been this way, but that's not how you're going to maintain friendships. Yeah, I'm trying to be more forthcoming with planning things in that sense. But yeah, I've known Ebony and Alicia since school, so we've been friends for a really long time, which is the case with most of my friends. I've known them for a really long time. I don't really post too much of my friends on social media because it's not what they do for work. I don't know, I just like to keep my friendships private. But yeah, I made a chicken salad. I've gone off on a tangent there, but it's because I'm listening to Sophia and Chinsia on Two Broke Chicks podcast. Love Sophia and Chinsia. Also, I've been seeing a lot of dialogue about those two recently. People being like, oh, they're not relatable anymore, or all this sort of stuff. And I just think, again, I'm going off on a tangent here. Should we just yap? Let's just yap for a second. I feel like I'm going off on a tangent, but I feel like, I don't know if you guys feel the same, but for me personally, to enjoy someone's content, I don't need to be able to relate to them. I need to have something in relation to them, like a keen interest. Like Jackie Aina, for example, love her content. I can't relate to how much money she has. I can't relate to the lifestyle that she lives, but I can relate to how much she likes perfume, for example. I just find her content nice to watch. It's not even that I can relate to how aesthetic the content is. It's just really nice to watch. And with Sophia and Chinsia, obviously they've done so well for themselves and the podcast has done so well, and I feel like since they've started doing better, it feels like tall poppy syndrome. People are all of a sudden like, they're not relatable anymore. But if you take all like the material stuff away, they are probably two of the most relatable people that I watch, in my opinion. Their vlogs aren't like they're going on brand trips every other week. The vlogs aren't like they're going and doing all this like really lavish, crazy stuff all the time. Like they do some of that, and they do have some lavish, expensive items, but I'm pretty sure they're like millionaires, or like they've definitely made in the millions by now, so why wouldn't they? But in terms of personality, I find them really relatable. Chinsia in particular, I really relate to. I feel like we've got a similar sense of humour. I could sit and watch her just do her makeup, and I'm like perfectly content, and I love watching their vlogs. But yeah, on this podcast they're talking about like maintaining friendships in your 20s, so I think that's where that's come from. But yeah, I just wish people would ease off them a little bit sometimes, because I don't know, I'm not usually one to be like, you know, sticking up for the people that are like absolutely minted and smashing life, because you know they usually don't need it. But I don't know, it happens with every single influencer. People like, they're not relatable anymore. I don't need to relate to how much money someone has to enjoy the content. There are other things that I can relate to. Does that make sense? Do you guys feel the same? I'd understand if someone completely switches the content, like if you started watching someone for beauty content and they did loads of makeup tutorials, and now all they do is baby content and they've had a baby. You were following them for the beauty content and they're not doing that anymore. Yeah, you're gonna not want to follow them anymore. Like, I understand that, but the relatability thing, I'm not sure I understand it. But whilst I've been listening to that, I've just been putting together this feedback form, which I mentioned earlier, this week. So I'm going to Houston next week. This isn't actually part of the role, like I've not been asked to do this. I just don't want to go into meetings. If anything comes up about anything to do with like direction, gaps, anything like that, I want to make sure I've got your guys' feedback. I'll also link this in the description of the vlog. I want to make sure I've got your guys' feedback, because if we're on the same page with things, then I know like my opinions are on the right track, or if it's very different, I'll still give my opinion, but I will also be able to feedback your guys. And I would like to, basically with this, I'm going to try and spot patterns in things that are coming up. So age, people might say like it's not relevant, but like if I spot a pattern with like certain age ranges are wanting more of something, I think that's more helpful than not knowing age whatsoever, because the things that people want can be so vastly different, and I do feel like age does come into it quite a bit. Current favourite activewear brand and why, because if another brand is doing something really well, I want to know which brand it is and I want to know why. Favourite activewear piece in the last 12 months, any brand, because again I want to know. Buying frequency, has it decreased? If so, why? Generally, how do you find the sizing, colour palettes preference, and then just some pieces about Alpha Elite. So products you love from Alpha Elite and want to see more of, products we don't currently do that you would love to see. If you were to pick 3 areas where you feel Alpha Elite could improve in product, what would those be? If you could have Alpha Elite make one product that you think they need, what would that product be? Because I want to see if there's a pattern with what comes up here, because I have a prediction on what could come up, actually for younger age ranges, but I'm intrigued to see what comes up there. And then any other areas of improvement that don't fit in the boxes. So for example, like people might have notes on like the way they market products or models or things to do with that. So yeah, yeah, I've just put this out. Oh, we've already got one response. So we've got one response. I'm hoping to get a few more. I've put it in my Discord and my broadcast channel, and I will also leave it linked down below. I now need to reply to some client messages, and then I'm going to take myself for a little canal walk to get my steps in. I'm working in my bedroom today, which I don't really love doing because it's not the most comfortable, but downstairs I love working in my kitchen, but there's just too much noise. Like, if you work from home and you live with people, you'll understand, like, people coming in and out of the kitchen I can find it too distracting, and I've got quite a lot of like deep, not deep as in like really emotional, but like deep, like I need to focus client work to do. So I'm going to crack on with that now, and I'll catch you guys when I go get my steps in, probably. Guys, I've finished my client messages, but my Space NK restock parcel has come in of things that I needed to restock on, so I thought I would open it, because this has some of like my staple, I think I only got like 3 things, but it has like my staple, some of my staple products in here. So I picked up, this is my third or fourth one of these. It's the Naturium Multi-Oil Body Butter Glow Getter one. This is like the best. You guys know I will ride at dawn for my EOS body lotion, but it's not as moisturising as this. Like, why are you laughing at me? Guys, I will ride it on for my EOS body lotion, thank you very much. No, but I really love that body lotion. However, it's not as moisturising as this. The only thing I will say is if you use fake tan, yeah, it's got quite a lot of oil in it, and if you fake tan, you'll know oil breaks down tan. So I wouldn't, oh my god, I keep hitting things. I wouldn't recommend that you use it like every single day, but when my skin needs really like a good moisturising, especially towards the end, like when my tan is on its last legs, because tan is very drying for your skin, guys. Like, that's why it goes like tiger bread. It's literally drying your skin out. So when my tan's on its last legs, I love using this. And if I give myself a tan break, I love using this. So I don't use this every day, but I've still gone through like 3. I can't remember. This is either my 3rd or 4th tub of this stuff. It's unbelievable, and it leaves like the nicest glow. Scent wise, it's a very light scent. It doesn't really smell of anything. I wouldn't buy it for the scent, but the juice, as in like the body butter, is so good. It's so good. On the same line, I picked up the Naturium Glow Getter Multi-Oil Body Wash. Again, it's not really very scented, but I did notice a big difference in my like body skin when I was using this, especially when it comes to getting tan off. Like, I've been getting my skin's been quite stingy when I'm getting my tan off at the moment, and it wasn't stinging as much when I was using this as like my follow-up soap once I've scrubbed my tan off. So I've got this again. I really like it. It doesn't leave a glow like when you get out of the shower, but my skin does feel really, really nice and soft when I've used this. Again, scent I wouldn't say is phenomenal, but to be honest, other than like a couple of body washes, I really don't think the scent of a body wash lingers. Also, this whole thing about like body wash doesn't wash you properly and you need to use a soap and a body wash is body wash. It's just scented soap. So you don't need to. I feel like this is just hygiene on crack. It's hygiene gone mad. It's health and safety gone mad. And then the final thing is the Living Proof Perfect Hair Day. Yes, conditioner. I use this as like my go-to sort of conditioner. I really want to try another one because I'm not sure that my skin is, not my skin, I'm not sure that my hair is still like soaking this up as much. I feel like the novelty of it is worn off from my hair or something. I don't know, is that a thing? I don't know, but I don't feel like it's working as well. Still works really well, but then I'm scared to try a new one because conditioner I'm really fussy with. It's either too heavy and then my hair's greasy and weighs it down, or it doesn't feel like my hair's quenched enough, if that makes sense. Like, my hair doesn't feel as shiny or as soft. My hair always feels shiny and soft when I use this. I just do want to try a new one. So if anyone has any recommendations, let me know. But I do love it. I love the smell. It does the job, do you know what I mean? And it's like my standard, like, if I'm washing my hair, that's the conditioner I'll be using on any given day. And I get it all from Space NK because it's my favourite place to get my beauty bits from. There's a couple brands that I want them to start stocking that I can't get from there, but generally I do pick up most things from there, and the point system is really good there as well. So yeah, these are my restock items that I picked up. I might actually take myself for a little walk now and get some steps in whilst it's still sunny outside, and then I'm going for food with Alicia and Ebony tonight, so I should probably... I didn't really sweat in the gym today, so I don't feel like I need to redo my makeup. I might just retouch it up. I don't think it really needs redoing, and my hair's fine because I washed it yesterday, so it shouldn't take me too long to get ready. Good morning. I've not started my vlog this morning, but I've just finished at the gym. I didn't film my session today because I included that session in last week's vlog. Plus, I love filming my workouts for you guys, but sometimes I feel like when I've filmed a lot of workouts back to back, it's nice to just have a Kit Kat, take a break. Last night was nice with Ebony and Alicia. I didn't film because they're not really, well, I've not seen them in ages, so I thought let's just yap, and we had a lot of yaps to be had. We were the last people in the restaurant, to the point where I was like, they're definitely going to tell us to leave any minute, and we were doing that classic thing where you're having the most wildly inappropriate conversation in a restaurant full of people, so God bless anyone that yeah, it was really nice. And like I was saying yesterday, I was going to put it in the group, but Ebony actually beat me to it this morning. She put a message in just saying it's very hot. She put a message in saying let's get another date booked in. This is what I was talking about yesterday with friends, when you're not at school anymore and all that sort of stuff. You need to be proactive, and like I'm not saying that as like preaching, because I can be quite bad for it, but I'm doing the same with my other really close friends, just making sure every time we see each other we're booking in the next date there and then. It's in the diary, we're not changing, no one's cancelling, no one's double booking themselves, and sticking to it. Because like I said yesterday, once I make a plan, I'm not going to cancel on it unless I'm like really poorly. I'm not going to cancel on it, even if I think I can't be arsed, I won't cancel. So yeah, we're getting another date booked in the diary, and I feel like that is because it's not realistic. You're not going to be able to see your friends all the time as you get older, especially if you work different jobs. Like Alicia's literally trained to be a lawyer, Ebony's a nurse and has a really full-on job, and all my friends have quite like intense, proper, real world jobs. Like, we're not going to be able to see each other all the time, but I'm good with seeing, obviously I would love to see people more often, but if it's once a month, if it's once every 8 weeks, like as long as I'm seeing people, that's something I really do want to work on this year, because I feel like it's not a rude awakening, but like you have to keep in touch with people. And because I'm not part of like a massive friendship group, it's much easier if you're part of a massive friendship group and you're always all in a group chat and always all talking about stuff. It's much easier to make plans, and there'll always be plans because it's such a big group of you. But all my friendship groups are either quite small or it's a one-on-one friendship, so making sure that effort's being put in, that we're making plans, is something that's important. We're just at the petrol station, but yeah, it was really nice. And I know it sounds cliche, but honestly, every time we see each other, it's never awkward. You shouldn't leave it that long. I don't like saying we could see each other like once a year and it wouldn't be awkward. I don't like saying that because I don't want my friendships to be a thing where I only see people once a year. But no matter how long it's been or how short it's been, it's never awkward. It's always very comfortable with them. So yeah, I had a really nice night with Ebony and Alicia. Just finished at the gym. I'm having a little post-workout protein shake. I hate most protein shakes, I hate most protein supplements, but I will say the barbells and the lactose-free, the chocolate, the vanilla and the banana, I really like, and they sell these at the gym, so I picked up one of these. And me and Twinkle Toes are going to go for a little stroll, matcha date around town, just like a little day date. Because you should still go on dates, shouldn't you?
Yes.
You should still go on dates. That's not passive aggressive, by the way. Twinkle Toes is very good at planning dates. We're gonna go and get a little matcha. What?
I want to go around.
I don't know. Don't you think they have really nice baths in there? There's a bath shop next to the petrol station, which is quite random, but they've got some stunning looking baths.
No, seriously, yes.
Good standalone bath. Agree. Guys, Mercedes, is it called a CLA? Is that what it is? Is that a girl's car? Because to me, it screams girly pop.
It does in white, but I'm getting it in black.
It's a nice car, don't get me wrong. I just think, I don't know, it just...
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I can't say anything because I look like a premature toddler driving my car. I need to get my suitcase out of the loft. Anyway, I'm wasting precious memory card space. So, I will see you. I want to try that hehe tea place.
Where is it?
It's opposite Louis Vuitton.
Done. Ah! next to the Doc Martin place?
Yes.
Yeah.
Apparently the matches they do are really good, and I'm pretty sure it's like an actual Japanese place as well, so it should be good.
They sure do not make a good matcha.
But it just stresses me out because I don't think they have screens.
No.
And I don't.
Not
No,
the verbal
honestly.
communication.
No, because you don't understand, especially when it's somewhere new. Guys, do you understand? When I don't know what I want and I don't know what to order and it's somewhere new, I just. It really panics me. No, it panics me. And I feel like such an arsehole saying everywhere I go, have you got oat milk? You do oat milk? And they always do, but like, I'm not being fussy or I will just absolutely crap my pants. Hopefully we go there.
Yes.
But yeah.
Tired of going into Black Sheep and smelling cheese.
Yeah, I do love Black Sheep, they do great matches, but it stinks of burnt cheese.
Stinks of
Andrew, language.
It stinks of burnt cheddar. Like, you can taste it. It's in the air. I don't know what the burn
I can't sit in there. When I used to sit in there and do work, it used to give me a headache. Also, I can't have the coffee from there. Have you had a coffee from there yet?
Yeah, well, I got one in London. I thought it was a bit rubbish.
The caffeine is insane in those. Right, okay, I'm gonna go because I think I'm causing distress. Guys, they have an app, so we're downloading it. Get the app. Don't need to speak to anyone other than to say thank you, have a nice day. Hey guys, this is what we ordered. I didn't end up getting a matcha because they don't do oat milk, ironically. So you got a supreme brown sugar boba milk tea. That sounds nice actually. And I got a strawberry peach boom.
Oh shit, is it a tea?
I don't know actually. I'll be real, I don't know.
Hi.
Thank you. We're okay without a bag.
Okay, thank you.
You get again.
Boba brown sugar.
I got a peach. What did I get? A strawberry peach blue.
Oh wait, yeah.
They look so aesthetic.
Supreme brown sugar boba milk tea.
Show it to the camera. Camera eats first. Oh yeah. Cheers. It's actually really nice. It's really nice. It's not too sweet. Yeah.
It tastes like a tea syrup.
That's really nice. It's very refreshing. If you want something really sweet, you might not like it, but I like this. Let me try a bit. Let me try a bit. The whole point is it's got bubbles in. Did you not realise that?
But that ain't bubbles.
But that was quite nice, but I would definitely poo myself if I drank that. Yeah. Anyway, mine's nice, but I like mine. I'm happy with that. Okay, let's go. Okay, I've just got back from town and I've got 2 Alphalete parcels. These are things that I bought myself, so I'm going to see what's in the parcels because I do know what I've ordered, but I have already had one order come in. I ordered myself a white core bra. This was all during the sale because all my white bras are now grey or pink, so I needed a fresh white bra for like shoots or even just in the gym myself, but in particular shoots. If I need a white bra, all my other ones look really dirty and it's not a good look. I got the dusty blue strappy sports bra because it's the only colour. I didn't get any strappy sports bra and I love that bra. Oh, okay, so in this bag I've got all the not contour shorts, Revive shorts that I bought these during the sale just to give away to people because I'm really loving the Revive shorts. Basically I bought one in every size and then I picked people at random on Instagram to give those away too, just because I like, if I've raved about a product, I like being able to give it back. Like in the hampers that I do, I'll always put in some of my favourites. So like I put Vanilla Skin in the last one, I've put some Friday's lip balms in there. I don't know if I rave about something, I like to give that item back to people. I've done it with baby tees, I've done it with contour shorts, so yeah, that's what's in that bag. And then this bag, this should just be the rest of the things that I ordered. I do have to say thank you to Kieran for this one because I had to ask him about some of the men's stuff because I know about the unisex stuff, but like when it comes to like men's shorts, I don't know anything about those because I've never tried them because obviously I'm not a man. So for myself, I got more Revive. I picked up the Revive shorts. I got black. I'm interested to see how black these are. Sometimes the blacks are super solid and sometimes they're a bit mild. No, that's a super solid black. Because I don't actually have a seamless black short. Like, I don't have contouring black, I don't have a plain black seamless short, which, for example, like if I was shooting something where I want to wear alpha elite, but it's not about the outfit, it's about something else. This with like a full zip jacket is a really slick look, and it's just black, so that's why I bought those. And then I also picked up the black leggings just because I would rather wear these as my like seamless option for a black legging over standard amplify, over contour amplify. So I'm gonna basically go between these and my everyday core leggings as like my run around legging. And I don't know, I just feel like I'm gonna go on a walk this afternoon with Twinkle Toes when he's finished at a photo shoot, and I kind of want to wear them. So I got him 2 pairs of shorts. These are the Swift shorts. Kieran said that these are like the best ones that they do. I don't think these have a liner, but they're really nice and soft. Do they have a liner? Well, these don't have a liner, but it's a nice fabric. It's not stretchy, but it has, like, it's not completely stiff. I think he's going to really like those. So I got him these in the black in a medium. Picked him them up in the grey as well because this was a selfish decision. I really like him in grey. So I got him them in grey as well. Hello, Deborah. This is just my Twinkle Toes haul. Kieran said these are, it is a really nice fabric actually. Feel that? Kieran said these were really nice. It's not like a stringer tank, it's more of like a proper full square sleeve. It looks quite long actually. But I got him that, and then I just got him these joggers, just the grey varsity ones in a medium because he actually bought the compression tee in the same colour himself, so now he's got matching joggers to go with it. But that's everything that I bought, so that's what was in my packages. So I'm going to put all the packaging and stuff in the bin now. I've got my Coke Zero in hand. I thought I would give you guys a bit of a cut update because I started it on, I literally vlogged the week where I started it, which was the 9th. I uploaded that the 19th. So it's been about 5 or 6 weeks since I started my cut. I was 64.3 kilos and now I am 63.4. So I'm about a kilo down, which I'm wanting to do this slow and steady. So for me personally, I'm really happy with like the rate of loss that I've had. I'll pop it a side by side so that you guys can see. It's very slight changes, but I personally can see a difference. If I'm going crazy, like, let me know, but I personally feel like I can see a difference. It's very slight, but I'm very happy with how things are going. My cardiovascular health is so much higher than it used to be. Like you guys have seen, I did the stairs the other day for 45 minutes, and yes, pushing through that barrier helps, but it felt so much easier. Even the like, oh my god, please get me off here, didn't feel as intense as that would have done a while ago when I wasn't focusing so much on my cardiovascular health. I feel like, maybe this is TMI, but I feel like my digestion is a lot better since I've started moving around more, and I'm just being a bit more conscious with food choices and trying to eat a bit more whole foods. I've always tried to be like 80-20 with my diet, but before I started this and like locking in a little bit more with things, it was definitely probably more 60-40. Now I'm trying to do more of like an 80-20 approach. You guys have seen, like, I've gone out for meals. I went out for a meal last night. I don't want to go over that same topic again, but I hope that me doing this and documenting it somewhat can show you guys that you can work on a goal and still do things. It will just mean making smart choices elsewhere. So like I had a lighter lunch yesterday. If you are going to be going out frequently, because I do have quite a busy social life, I like going out for food. Like me and Twinkle Toes want to bake tonight. We're going to make cookies. I'm not restricting on things. It's just about, well, I am, like, I'm not gonna lie, obviously there is an element of restriction because I'm eating in a calorie deficit, like that is just the facts of it, but it's not extreme restriction, and I'm still allowing myself things, but in moderation, and it's definitely more moderation than it was before. I feel like my diet before was probably more 60-40. I'm feeling really good. My performance in the gym is going really good. I'm still progressively overloaded on my lifts, and I'm like 5 weeks into a deficit now, so I'm honestly really happy with how my training's going. My energy feels good, I feel more confident, I feel better, I feel more energized, I feel more like happier. I don't know, I just feel better. I feel like I'm giving myself more time and putting time and energy into myself again, and that's not to say that the only way to do that is to go on a diet. It's not about that, it's just I've set myself a goal and I'm sticking to it, and I'm proving to myself that I can stick to it, and that feels so good. Like, it's so fulfilling to do that, and yeah, I'm just really happy with how things are going. So that's just a little cut update for you all. And just on the back of that, just like with anything, and this I'm including myself in this, I'm not othering myself or making out like I'm so much better. I'm not. Please take anything you see online with a huge pinch of salt, especially when it comes to like people's physique changes, because I was having to have this conversation with a client the other day who basically came to me about 3 months ago, and she was like, I want to just take the pressure off any aesthetic goal, like I just want to not track my food for a bit, do my sessions, yes, but not be so like honed in on it. And I was so supportive of that. I was like, it's really good to take a break. I took a break from things last year, like let's do it, let's go for it. And we started doing that. As the weeks went on, she was saying that she was sad because she didn't feel like she looked leaner, like she didn't feel like she was looking leaner, she didn't feel like she was losing body fat. So the conversation came up because I basically said I thought we were taking the pressure off any aesthetic things, so you're not going to probably be leaning out because you might not be in a deficit, like you're not tracking at the moment, we don't know that. And then she was like, obviously there's this huge trend at the moment of influencers like stopping tracking, eating intuitively, and the weight's just falling off them, and the de-stressing, and the hormones are balancing and fixing. And there will be a small number of individuals where that is what's happened. I'm not saying everyone is lying. I do think things like hormonal issues for women are very overlooked. We need more studies on women, we need more studies on hormones, women's health. It's so important. With coaching, I always try to be as honest as possible with my clients because I want them to reach their goals. And I was like, look, if you want to lose fat, that's totally fine, but we're not going about it the right way if that's your main goal at the moment. I thought you just wanted to take pressure off. And she was like, well, no, I've seen people saying that like when you take the pressure off the aesthetic goals and you stop tracking your food, and then they've all lost weight. These people are like hard gainers, so people that have struggled to put on weight, so they've had to track and try and bulk and really push food and eat a lot of food and track to do so and go really hard in the gym and do all that sort of stuff. Obviously, if you are that way inclined where you have to kind of force food in order to gain weight because naturally it's just very difficult for you, when you stop tracking and stop forcing food, you're going to lose weight because you are probably actually ended up in a deficit. You're definitely not going to be in a surplus, and you probably will end up below maintenance when you are doing that, especially when you make the switch from tracking and forcing food down yourself to not tracking, taking a more relaxed approach. But it's not the more relaxed approach that has made them lose weight. They've ended up in a deficit because they're not tracking the food anymore, so they're not actively trying to bulk. That's why they've ended up losing weight. Like, you could not track and be in a calorie deficit. That is true. You could not track and be in a calorie surplus. You could not track and be at maintenance. But just because you've not tracked, it doesn't mean that it's the not tracking or the taking pressure off that's caused weight loss. It could actually just be that you have ended up in a calorie deficit, because that's kind of how science works. And there are other things to it. I don't want to oversimplify it. Some people have hormonal issues that make weight loss much harder and much more complicated than that, but it's not the vast majority of people. Yeah, if you are someone who's like trying to do this whole taking the pressure off, but in the back of your mind you do have a goal in mind and you're trying to achieve that goal, and you're getting frustrated with yourself because everyone else has managed to do it but you haven't, just be aware of who you are taking advice from. Does that make sense? I hope I've just made sense there. But if anyone is feeling that way, there's no shame in having a goal and having a structured way of getting to it, because whilst it's not impossible to reach a goal without trying, you are drastically reducing your chances when you are going into it thinking, well, if I just like don't try and take the pressure off, things will just naturally come to me. That doesn't work that way for everyone, and I would hate for anyone to feel disheartened or like bogged down with things. So yeah, I am following a structured deficit at the moment, structured cardio routine, structured training program, expenditure goals in terms of my steps. And now the weather has been beautiful again today. It was the same yesterday. So much easier to get those things in, so I'm very glad that spring is springing and it's making things a lot easier. So yeah, that's my little cut update. I made a TikTok about Hamilton and about how I really need the guy who plays Burr, he's called Billy Nevers, I found out his name now, to like somehow get them to let him record his versions of all the Burr songs, because I need them. Like, he is incredible. And I thought it was really niche. No, it's on like 13,000 likes, nearing 300 comments about how incredible he is, and he's only 23 years old, and he's found it as well. He commented as well. Phenomenal. But yeah, anyone else that goes and watches musicals, do you find that It's really, not with every musical, but with a lot, it's hard to then listen to the soundtrack. It's just not the same. And it's nothing against the original cast of things, because they will forever be iconic. But I just need those little extras that they add in, you know, when people put their own little spin on it. I much preferred like the Burr songs in particular. I much prefer what I've seen in Bradford 2 times as opposed to the original soundtrack. And I know that's blasphemous, but Billy Nevers is incredible. Yes, I'm gonna I might shower, get changed, and then I think me and Twinkle Toes are gonna go for a walk. We're gonna go get steaks. We're gonna make steak, potatoes, broccoli, and then we're gonna bake cookies and have like a nice wholesome night. So I'll bring you along a little bit, obviously not like fully, because it's, you know, it's a little bit of a date night, but I will bring you along for some wholesome vibes. But yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a cut update, and just some advice if you have a specific goal at the moment. Just be careful with the advice you've taken online. Like, take everything with a little bit of a pinch of salt. Just a little. Just a little. Just got changed, but I wanted to show you my outfit whilst I'm going for a walk, because someone actually messaged me earlier who bought the Elements zip up, and she said she usually buys Tala, but this turned out so much cheaper than Tala prices, and she said the quality feels even nicer. So, and Tala quality tends to be quite good, I believe. I've not really had like the sweats and stuff, but yeah, me and Twinkle Toes, I think we're going on a walk. I don't really know, because we're a bit behind schedule in terms of timing, but nice comfy outfit. I'm going to put my puffer coat over the top so then I have pockets. That's the only thing, these don't have pockets, that annoys me. But I've got on the Elements crop zip, it's like a turtleneck, and then the Revive leggings that I bought for myself. I just love these leggings so much. If you really want like super high compression on the waist, I don't think you'll love them, but these are definitely, as far as like seamless leggings from Alpha Elite go, these are my favourite seamless leggings that they've ever done. These and the Everyday Core are now like going to be my absolute go-to leggings from them. So yeah, it's my little LOTV.
Today's episode of gym manager, this conservative producer, liberalism. It's awesome. Change your mind's defense. Me, Dave
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 normal, and then I'll do 4 hazelnuts. So can you just pass me the hazelnut spread?
I'll get this.
The dollop in the middle.
Maybe more? Or no, I think that'll be. You don't want to overdo it, do you?
No. And then you fold it up in a parcel. Like, sorry, but how good does that look?
That was fun.
I'm actually so fucking good at baking, it blows my mind. I feel sorry for everyone else. Okay guys, so cookies are done. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We put the M&S hazelnut cream in. I wanted pistachio, but it's sold out. And then we've just got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 normal cookies. And the cookie dough tastes amazing, so hopefully these are going to be real good. Transformation in 3, 2, 1. Oh my fucking god. I remember the hazelnut ones are at the back. You gotta leave them for a bit. Oh my god. They look so good. Oh my god. I actually just can't get over how good these look. We're just letting them sit now because otherwise... Wait, which
that
one?
Motherfucker, we gonna help the Floridians out, motherfucker.
Those ones.
Oh, you're not? You're just there to suck Donald Trump's dick like the bitch that you are.
Okay, guys, this is what the hazelnut ones. Twinkle Toes do the honour. Where's the hazelnut cream? Oh my god, it's just in like the nicest, thinnest. I'm sorry,
Fuck yourself, Robert.
There. That is the nicest, thinnest layer. Oh my god. Shut up.
Emmy's first.
You can let it first, technically.
Fuck you!
And then me. It's like, look. It's so good. Oh my god. Shut up. Oh, it's so good. And it's like crispy on the outside and soft and doughy on the inside. 10 out of 10 recommend putting that hazelnut spread in. Shiver me timbers, that is delicious.
What the fuck?
Worth every second. Sensational. Now, on Saturday, it's the weekend. Those cookies that I made last night were so bloody good. I've been editing this week's vlog this morning. It's looking like it's like, by the way, I've got a spot on my nose and I popped it, which I definitely shouldn't have done. But yeah, I've just been editing this week's vlog this morning and I've realised that I haven't actually rounded off my vlog yet, and I want to make sure I'm back to my AM uploads tomorrow. Let me know if you do prefer an AM or a PM upload, or if you're happy with either. But I want to be back to my AM uploads tomorrow, so I want to get my video basically finished now so I can export it, make my thumbnail and get it up for you guys. I've just got out of the shower and part dried my hair, and I was watching Sophia and Jinsia's new vlog whilst I was waiting. I cannot believe that they got, Cody Simpson wasn't in this week's vlog. I cannot believe they got him. Well, I can, because honestly, like, a good, even like for Cody Simpson, it's a good opportunity. But I was so happy for him, and the TikToks of them where like they're trying to introduce him, and I think Sophia was the only one that could actually get her words out. Chinzy was like bent over like trying to say it and she couldn't get her words out, and I just think that is so, I've never been happier for two strangers, and I love watching their vlogs. So I'm gonna finish that whilst I finish drying my hair. The only other thing that I wanted to talk about was just give a little house update, because I've not given one in a while. There is no house update, so this is going to be very brief, but it's something I've been talking about with people on Instagram this week, because I did answer a question about how I'm finding house hunting, and it sparked a lot of like conversations in my DMs that I found so insanely helpful, and like it's so good to know that we all sort of feel the same and not on our own. But like I keep getting people telling me like I'm being too picky or I'm being too fussy, or like you just need to get your foot on the ladder, it's called a property ladder for a reason. And I'm just like, for some people a property ladder definitely does still exist. I don't want to sound all doom and gloom, but houses are so expensive now. Property ladder made more sense when like you were going to buy a house for like £70,000 and in 20 years time that same house is going to be worth 200,000. Houses now are not £70,000 anymore. They're a lot more expensive. I honestly feel, and I could be wrong, like the housing market could change, but if it carries on how it has, I honestly feel like my generation and the one below me will probably either like be lifetime renters, buy a property and pretty much live there their entire life. And I'm not saying it's weird to do that or it's not okay to do that, because I am aware that some people do that anyway. I've just got a lot of people around me that keep banging on about property ladders, and I'm just like, what property ladder? What property ladder? Because when a starting home is the price that it is in my local area, I can't see how I would ever be able to afford something higher than that. And I don't want to speak that into existence, but it's just so mind-boggling to me. And it's the most expensive purchase that I will ever make. It's not even probably. A home is the most expensive thing that you will ever purchase, and so I don't want to rush into getting something that I don't really want, or somewhere I don't really feel comfortable, or somewhere that I don't really like, just to get my foot on this non-existent property ladder, because I feel like I've been rushed into it. Because I know people who have done that and then they've got X amount coming out of the bank every month, and things keep going wrong with the house, and things go wrong with houses anyway, whether you love it or hate it. But that is such, like, I've seen how like much that affects people when it's a house that they didn't even want in the first place, because there's just so much resentment, and I don't want to put myself in that position. I don't have to put myself in that position, so I am being patient and I'm waiting to find somewhere that I'm like dead set on and that I really love. And I will be picky with it and I will be fussy with it. I'm not going to be unrealistic with it, but I am going to be particular. I am going to be fussy, because I'm not going to do the most expensive purchase of my lifetime and have it be something that I don't even want, and somewhere that I don't want to live in. Like a home, it's so important to feel comfortable in your home. Just a lot of outside noise at the moment about just get your foot on the property ladder, you know, it doesn't matter, like, yeah, if you're not happy, like, you can just sell it. And so many houses on Rightmove, I've been looking for like over a year now, they're still on there. And yeah, they might have things wrong with them, but also sometimes it's just, you can't just expect that if you want to sell your house, you'll just be able to sell it. Like, that's not how that's going to work. I just think it's kind of insane when you actually deep it how much pressure is put on people to move out and get the first home and do that and just get your foot on the property when it's the most expensive commitment you will ever make in your life in terms of buying a property. Like, it's the most expensive commitment you will ever take. So if you're in the same boat, please take your time with it. I appreciate some people can't do that, are in much more of like an emergency situation, but I'm not, so I don't want to be pressured into buying somewhere that I don't really want. And there's nothing coming up at the moment that I even like I'm interested in going and looking at. And I know everyone will say, well, you need to go and look in person, and I agree, you do. There's some houses that I've looked at before that I was interested in looking at but not that interested in them. When I looked, I really liked them a lot more than I thought I would, but when I tell you the houses being listed at the moment, I am not. I also appreciate I'm in a very unique position with what I'm doing. I don't want this to sound ungrateful, by the way, because I'm very lucky that I'm even in the position to be looking for a house on my own at 25. I know that that is really lucky, and I feel incredibly lucky, and I'm very grateful. So yeah, that's my little house update to round off this vlog. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I feel like this one's definitely been a bit more out and about, a bit more of a wholesome vlog. I'll leave the cookies recipe link down below. It's the Thankyou milk and white chocolate cookie recipe. I used to use it when I was little. It's pretty foolproof. It always produces pretty bloody good cookies. Just make sure that you take them out when they don't look quite done. That's when you want to take them out, otherwise they'll be overcooked. But yeah, I hope you guys have an amazing Sunday, whatever you're doing. Let me know what videos you guys want to see, and I'll see you guys in my next video. I'm going to finish editing this, get out for the morning. This spot on my nose is really quite something, isn't it? Anyway, goodbye.
Page. These photos are free for anyone to republish or reuse. Since she doesn't honor name changes either, Carrie Halperin is confirmed as the final boss Kathy at every drag brunch. And last but certainly least, the guy who's probably hiding out from the ATF right now, it's Steven Chowder. I know it's actually Crowder, but again, not on our names today. The guy who can't go grocery shopping by himself thinks that, quote, the left is obsessed with feminizing men, and yet he never misses an opportunity to dress in drag, like ever. Looks like he went to the Matt Walsh school and thinking he's slick by going undercover, by dressing as the enemy, but is always immediately reprimanded. All of a sudden, show like in a China shop.
Hello, welcome back to another vlog. This week's is going to be a little different because it's actually technically a travel vlog. I'm heading to Houston tomorrow. It's Monday today. Just finished up at the gym, and me and Twinkle Toes went on a little walk because I needed to buy some more creatine. So I just bought some from a supplement shop. Bye. Twinkle Toes is leaving, he's parked next to me. And then I also got a little coffee from Culture Coffee. If you're in Leeds, they do these like amazing looking like volcano cookies that are like really, they look like a volcano, they look like a little mountain. And they had a cherry bakewell one and a cinnamon bun one. I didn't pick up one of those, but I did just get an iced latte with oat milk. Today I need to get my suitcase out. I need to pack, I need to wash my hair, I need to tan. I'm not going out for photo shoots this week, which might sound weird, but I'm actually really excited about because it's more to do with my new role. I know that Ashley's going out as well, so it's going to be us two, and I believe we've got 3 days with the design team. I don't know what we're doing, I don't know what the meetings are about, I don't know what those meetings are going to entail, but I'm just so excited to like soak up knowledge, learn more, be able to give input, be able to give your guys feedback to them. I did check on the weather app and it's highs of 25 at the moment. It's better than the UK, and I'll take what I can get, quite frankly. So lots of prepping to do today, to pack and just get everything ready. I also want to download some stuff on Netflix because I always get stuck watching stuff I don't want to watch on the plane, so I'm going to download some. So yeah, welcome to a Houston vlog. Let's go home, get the suitcase out and start getting packed up. I've had some lunch, I've got my loft, I've got my suitcase down in the loft, and now I need to start the packing process. I know everyone packs differently, but I basically get my phone and I make a list. So I'll make like a beauty list, a clothes list, a gym clothes list, and I really don't need much because I'm flying Tuesday, I'm flying back on Saturday, so I've only really got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So it's literally 3 days. I really need to not overpack, but I am taking my big case just in case I need to bring anything back with me. I will put it into categories like that in my notes app, make a list, and then just tick things off as I go. And I find that much easier than just trying to pack and going through my wardrobe and packing that way. I find that really confusing, to be honest. The case that I use is, well, the luggage that I have is the base luggage. I will be so real, if you are an overpacker like me, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth, first of all, no luggage is worth that price. It's like £300. It's really not worth it. Second of all, not worth having, like, these weigh about 5 kilos. That's 5 kilos of your baggage allowance gone. Before I had these, I just used to use my mum and dad's, which are like ultra light, soft suitcases. And I know everyone says these are safer. I've never smashed anything in a soft suitcase. Like, ever. I get it, they're not as aesthetic, they don't look as cute, but if you are an overpacker like me, seriously think about it, because I cannot pack as much stuff as I used to when I go away. Like, if I was going away for 2 weeks, I struggle packing with these now because it takes up 5 kilos of my allowance, and when you've got makeup, hair stuff and all that sort of stuff, things add up really bloody quickly. But yeah, this is the biggest base case that there is. I've got it in the nude colour. As you can see, it's absolutely battered at this point. I've had it like 2 years. All for the aesthetic, but honestly, who cares? It's probably one of the dumbest things I've ever bought, and I do have regrets, but I will use it until it can't be used anymore, because I'm not about to waste my money. But honestly, I would save you money. I do have the little one as well, which I do love, but if you're in the UK, again, I wouldn't bother, because it's not actually within the hand luggage allowances. Every time I go anywhere in Europe, I've had to check it. When I'm going to America or somewhere further afield and it's a bigger plane, I can get away with it, but like Jet2 and stuff, absolutely not. It doesn't fit the hand, it won't fit in the bins, and they never ever let me take it as hand luggage, so I wouldn't bother with that. The weekender bag I would bother with. I can fit so much stuff in there, but again, I would only use that if you're not going to have to be carrying it around a lot. Because if you're carrying it around, it's very awkward, very uncomfortable on the shoulder, and very painful. But you can fit a lot of stuff in that. I'd say that's the best thing I've bought from base, bin space, however you want to say it. But yeah, I've got my suitcase down, so I'm going to commence packing, and I'll catch you guys shortly. Slight time and country jump. I am now in America. I was so like a blue-arsed fly yesterday when it came to my packing. Like, needed to pack, needed to tan, needed to wash my hair, needed to air wrap my hair, which is now obviously totally gone to waste because my hair just goes so rubbish, and like, I don't know, my hair goes so weird on a plane. And then this morning I got to the airport on time, but the check-in process was so slow this morning, so I actually didn't have much time for dilly-dallying, fannying around and vlogging. So I'm now in America, 10-hour flight, and then like an hour and a half in the Uber because the traffic was that bad. But yeah, I will give you guys a quick little room tour of where I'm staying. I like the hotel that I'm in. I've stayed here before. It's one that's near a lake, and there's turtles in the lake sometimes, which I find really cute. I just love it. So I'm about to actually just go and get some fresh air, otherwise I feel like I'm about to fall asleep, because it's like 4:50, so like 10 to 5. To my brain, it's 10 to 11 at night, so I need to go and get some fresh air. I think I'm going to walk to Whole Foods and just grab some bits from there, and then come back, and I do have some work to do. But before I do that, I'll give you guys a room tour before I inevitably put my shit everywhere and ruin the room. It's so big in here. Like, look at how much like floor space there is. Like, that's an insane amount of floor space. So I've got a little sofa, a little chair, double bed bigger than a double bed, like a king size bed, and then there's like a fridge and stuff over here, which I'm going to utilise because I'm going to go and get some fruit and juices and all that sort of yummy stuff from Whole Foods now. And then the view, never anything crazy, it's nice, like clean space, super open. Big shower, loads of room. Could even kind of sit down if I wanted to. But yeah, that's my little room tour. So I'm going to go walk to Whole Foods. I'm going to take you guys with me. I might walk to Target as well, depending on how the crossing the road situation looks. I would have no qualms about walking there if it wasn't so hard to cross the road over here. Like, crossing the road at the road I need to cross can sometimes take me 20 minutes because the traffic just keeps coming in and it just doesn't stop. So do I want to fight with that tonight? I'm not so sure, but I think I will, because I do want to go and get some bits from Target. Plus I can show you guys the bits I like from Target. So let's go and do that now, otherwise I'm going to fall asleep. I think it's so pretty round here. I love staying in these hotels because they're right by this lake, and then you go across here and there's a Whole Foods over there. Oh my god, it's going to be so windy. But there's a Whole Foods over there, and then I have to cross another road to get to Target, and usually there's turtles in here, but I don't think there's any turtles today. Guys, they've got the best body lotion and they've got an oil butter as well, so I think I'm going to get both because I've never seen this before. We don't have this in England. We've got all these Olippops which are like healthier sodas which we don't have in the UK, so I've picked up a couple. Even for salad dressings, there's so many more options. Like we do have salad dressing in the UK, but not this many options. There's so many. There's all these cold foams and creamers as well. We don't have any of these. What's this? Oh, that's just milk, lactose free. But we don't have these, the creamers, the cold foams. We don't have them. Whole Foods now, but the fruit setup is kind of disappointing, not gonna lie. It usually looks a lot more colour coordinated than this, but I am gonna get some fruit. Last time I was here we got these, but we got the mint choc chip ones as well. I think we got chocolate crunch and mint choc chip, and they're really, really, really nice, but sadly I don't have a freezer, only a fridge. But if you're in America, these are good. Even down to stuff like this, like you guys just have so many more options. We don't have all this sort of stuff. We do have egg bites, but we don't have like 6 different kinds. Eggs from plants. To be dramatic or anything, but I feel close to death right now. Like, it is so... Don't mind my hands, by the way. I feel like I need to shower still. It is so hot and sticky outside. I just walked to Target. I did end up going to Target, and I went to Whole Foods, but I only nipped into Whole Foods, as you'll have seen. I only bought fruit and water because Ashley wants to go to Whole Foods tonight and get snacks and stuff, so she literally texted me that whilst I was entering Whole Foods, and I was like, right, I'll just get some fruit to snack on now, and then I'll go with her again. But I am that person where if you want to go somewhere and I've already been, I don't care. I could happily meander around shops for a very long time. I'm not really fussy about stuff like that, or like, I want to do this, I want to do that. Go with the flow, especially with like a trip to a supermarket. Who can deny themselves of that? So, got a smart water bottle of water because I am absolutely parched. Also, despite the fact I've been on a plane for 10 hours today, I have done so far 8,300 steps. Make it make sense. I can't make sense of that myself personally, but I'm gonna take it. Also, trying to cross the road here, so confusing. Like, the cars just not care because the equivalent to the green man is the white light up man that comes up on the thing, and it says if that's showing, still be careful, but you're safe to cross. Like, cars shouldn't be going, so why are there still cars turning right and going up that road at like God knows how many miles an hour, like 60 miles an hour? I was like, someone's gonna have to come peel me off this road because I find crossing the road here so confusing. I love how not walkable it is because everything's further, so I feel like I get a good walk in, if that makes sense. The only thing that I got from Whole Foods is just this pot of, I'm doing the influencer hands, just this pot of watermelon and the other 2 different types of melons, I can't remember the names. And then this is everything that I got from Target. So I got myself a EOS Vanilla Cashmere body lotion because these are like $8 here, so I'm stocking up. So I got myself one of those, and then I picked up 2 other Vanilla Cashmere products because we don't actually have these at home. So I got the Cashmere whipped oil butter in Vanilla Cashmere, which just sounds so yummy. Like, I'm so excited to sniff this. I'm going to shower because Ashley's going to be here in like an hour, and we're going to go grab dinner together, and I'm going to put this on after. Oh, it smells the exact same. That smells so yummy. But the texture of it is obviously more like a whipped butter sort of thing. Should we see? Oh, it's like hard. It's like hard and solid. I almost feel like that smells a little bit nicer than the lotion. It smells the exact same, but it smells a little bit sweeter. And then I also discovered they've got Vanilla Cashmere body wash, so best believe I stocked up, so I've got all my little vanilla cashmere products now. Real Technique sponges because mine have gone manky and I needed more and I completely forgot to buy some. Boots at home. Gum for when mine runs out because it will. Prefer Airwaves, but this was the only one I could find. And then I got 3 Olipop flavours. So I got a lemon lime, which should be like a Sprite. I got a crisp apple one, cherry cola one. I've had the cherry cola one before, so I'm going to save that and not try that one right now. I'm going to try the crisp apple one because I've never had this one before, so let's try it together. Give it a little bit of a taste test. Oh, that body lotion smells so nice. I know the whole thing with these is that they're meant to be like prebiotics, botanicals, like a more natural, like plant-powered whatever kind of soda, but this tastes like really artificial apple. Like, this doesn't taste like an actual apple at all. It's not bad, but I would choose an appetizer over this any day of the week. This tastes like apple-flavoured things rather than tasting like actual apple, if that makes sense. It's got nothing on a good old appetizer, I'll tell you that for free. Anyway, I'm going to shower now because I have been on a plane for 10 hours and I've just gone and sweated. I might not vlog tonight just because I really want to vlog as much as possible on this trip, but me and Ashley, I've met her before, but I actually don't have... I think I've met her once in person, like we've been on one trip together at the same time, so I just want to like bond with her. I don't want it to be about getting content, I don't want it to be about anything to do with that. Like, I really want quality time. Me and her have spoken about it before, but like one of our like love languages is quality time. Like, I love quality time and like a good genuine deep conversation. Like, I'm not saying every conversation has to be like world altering, but yeah, I feel like I'm probably not going to film that. I might film a bit more in Whole Foods and show you if I buy anything else. But yeah, I will see you when I see you. I'm going to shower and test out my new EOS products. Morning. I'm coming to you very live and direct this morning. Oh, this fan is giving Beyonce. Sorry guys, there's like an air vent here, but I just wanted to show you before I drink it and guzzle it all, like the little guzzler that I am. I need to show you the size of coffees over here is batshit mental. This coffee is a medium. UK girlies deep it. This is a medium. This is bigger than a large at home. There is more liquid in here. This is heavier than a large at home. There's also like, I think because it's such a bigger drink, this is so much more milky than a usual iced latte that I would get at home. I feel like my iced lattes at home are never this pale. It's very, very, very pale, but I did Uber Eats a coffee. There is a coffee thing in the hotel, but I don't like to get my coffee from there, so I ordered a Dunkin' for myself. I've been up on and off since 4 AM because my brain thinks it's like, well, now it's 7, so my brain was thinking it was like 6 AM to like 12 PM, so I've been up on and off since 6. I finished my OJ documentary this morning. Honestly, I was saying in my broadcast channel yesterday that it flabbergasted me how he got away with that. It's the documentary on Netflix. Having finished it, I'm not shocked that he got away with it because like the handling of the crime scene and the police that were involved were diabolical, but there is no doubt in that man did it. He did it. That is my opinion. I firmly believe that he did it. So yeah, that was an interesting watch. It's 7:20 now. I'm going to actually probably start doing my makeup and hair just so that I'm ready. I'm not doing like anything crazy. I'll probably actually do like a little get ready with me. I was going to train this morning, but I'm now thinking I will still probably go in when Ashley does, but I might go in, sit and do some work and then train after we've done our shoot because I want to get a really good session in, and I feel like I'm going to be so conscious of getting my hair sweaty if I'm training before. Plus, after we've done with the shoe, I will have like an hour and a half gap to training. I need to be in the design meeting, so I'm pretty sure that that's when I'm going to get my training session in. So yeah, I'm going to chill and drink my coffee for a little bit, but I just had to show you guys because the size of stuff over here boggles my brain. Like, everything is so big. I've just popped my hair in some pin curls and I thought I would show you a makeup routine because I've actually not done one in a vlog in a while. Not much has changed, but I thought we'd just do a little get ready with me. I don't want to make this vlog too long, so I will try to just talk about the products. So the moisturiser that I use is the Thankyou water cream. I did have the rich dewy cream and I loved it, like I was raving about it. Then I started getting all these breakouts, and It's ironic because I do still have some breakouts on my nose at the moment, but that's nothing to do with that. I don't know where these have come from. As much as I love the dewy cream, I think for my skin it's too thick because I started getting a lot of spots like around like the chin region. I started getting spots on my cheeks, on my forehead, and I'm not like a particularly, I don't like saying I'm not a spotty person because I just don't like saying it. I feel like I sound like a bit of a rat when I say that, but I don't really get spots, I don't really get breakouts, so I know when I am having that, it's something I've put on my skin 9 times out of 10. It's basically a lighter version of that. It's the water cream, so it's not as thick, it's a bit lighter, and still leaves my skin nice and moisturised, but it's more of a refreshing moisturiser than it is like a thick, heavy one. For my base today, I'm going to use the Charlotte Tilbury Unreal Skin Tint thing in the shade 5. I bought the shade 6 because this one isn't actually like quite dark enough, but shade 6 is a totally different undertone, and it's very, 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 like very pinky orange, and it just doesn't match properly at all, so I went back and bought 5 again. And obviously I'm matching to my neck, which is why this is darker. I do actually tan my face. I know that everyone says that they don't. I personally do, and I don't have an issue with it. I've always tanned my face along with fake tanning. But obviously I wash my face like double cleansing and all that sort of stuff. Obviously I wash my body, but it comes off a lot quicker on my face than it does anywhere else. And then my favourite foundation brush is a Sephora 64 one. Yeah, usually I would do like Armani Luminous Silk, like a proper foundation, but this is like my go-to everyday makeup, and we're not doing like a proper serious photo shoot, and I don't really like, it's not that Luminous Silk is heavy, but it's sunny, like I'm going to be outside all day, like I want like a lighter base. I don't want something that where the sun hits me directly, like if I'm bumping into people they're going to think like that looks like a lot. Like I don't need to do shoot makeup, but if I was doing shoot makeup I would swap this for Armani Luminous Silk, and I would also probably put a bit more of everything on, but I'm going very light, very dewy today. That's the vibe that I'm going for. There's something that I was talking about this morning on Instagram is like, obviously it's so different state to state, so I've only been to Houston, so that's all I can talk about. But I will say as well, obviously I've met people that are in different areas of America or from different areas of America through being here, and like one of the main differences that I've noted is the friendliness. And I don't want this to come off as though I'm saying it's a bad thing, but as someone that's British, like from the UK, I find it slightly jarring, and that's not me saying it's a bad thing, it's just kind of like a bit of a culture shock, because in the UK we're nice, like we're pleasant, we are polite, we will say hi to each other. Well, if you're in London you might not, but up north we'll say hi to each other and stuff, but we're not super like, I feel like we're nice but in a much more like steady sort of way. Over here it's nice but in a like, it's very, I don't want to say over the top, because if that's how people are, that's just how people are, but when you're British it's more perceived as being a little bit more over the top. I personally love it. I love how friendly people are over here. I think it's because of all the like American like high school and like American films in general that I've watched growing up, but I will say it sort of puts me on a back foot slightly, because I just feel like sometimes it's so OTT. I'm like, am I going to walk away and are you going to say something like hideous about me or something awful? Because it's not that people can't be that friendly and genuine, but it's when you like a complete stranger to someone and they're being so like, it's very, I don't know, I feel like my spidey senses are always just like, is this genuine? Is this real? And I have seen people say before that they feel like in the UK people are polite but they're not quite as like nicey nice, but generally they find people to be a bit kinder. Obviously nice is a bit more surface level, kind is a bit more genuine, and like, I don't know if that's true, but I find that difference is definitely the thing that I notice most. Obviously other than like accents and all that sort of stuff, that's definitely the difference I notice most, and I find it so interesting how like different people are. I would actually say from the Canadian people that I've met, I find Canadian like mannerisms and how people are much closer to British. A little bit more reserved, a little bit more laid back, a little bit more chill. Sometimes it makes me feel self-conscious because I'm not like super like, I'm nice, I'm pleasant, but I'm a bit more reserved, I'm a bit more on the quiet side, and it does make me quite self-conscious sometimes because I just think, or like I wish I could be like that, but that's just not in my nature. And also I have social anxiety, so like my first time meeting people, I can't give them like 100% of my personality because I just find it so difficult, and it does make me a little self-conscious sometimes, because sometimes I'll leave social interactions and I'll think, wow, like everyone is so like confident and so like overly, again I'm saying overly, so like, oh, I don't know how to describe it, everyone is so like overly, let's put it in bunny marks, overly nice. It makes me a bit self-conscious sometimes, because I'm just like, are people gonna think I'm like miserable by comparison? Because like I'm nice, but I'm a bit more on the quiet side. I'm definitely a bit more on the reserved side, and with my social anxiety I can really struggle with conversations and stuff. And it's super interesting. Anyway, the concealer that I just used is the Kosas one. I absolutely love this. Obviously it's very bright, but when I blend it with like my bronzer and stuff, everything just comes together gorgeously. Okay, bronzer, Hourglass like buffing sort of brush, and then the Nude Sticks Bondi Bell. I've gone through 2 of these now. I absolutely love this product. It's just very too orange, it's not too dark. I love it. Sometimes I will put this straight onto my skin, but I do find it works better if I go like this with the brush. You don't get like the harsh lines that you can sometimes get, and I find that it doesn't do the whole like taking off the foundation from underneath, because then you can just lightly press instead of having to really like swipe it into your skin. Go over my eyelid a little bit just to give that a bit of bronze, but you can see the difference that's made already. Super natural looking. I love this bronzer. Me and Ashley went and got a carver last night. I love Ashley. I knew, I felt like I'd met her more than once. I have met her more than once. I met her twice, and I think because the first time I met her trip was cut a little bit short, but I have actually met her twice. I was basically lumping 2 trips into one, but they actually happened at completely different times. So I have met her twice. She's so lovely. Like, Ashley is so lovely, and she's really easy to talk to. And like last night, bearing in mind we don't know each other that well, I feel like we had some really nice, genuine conversations. I was hearing all about her wedding plans, which obviously I won't say anything about because that's her stuff to tell. But like I said yesterday, I didn't film anything. We went to Whole Foods after. I do have some bits to show you from there that I tried based off her recommendations, influenced. She's just great at her job, guys, what can I say? But I didn't film anything last night because, like I said, we don't know each other super well, and I don't want to be like vlog when we don't really know each other that well, and we're just going for like a chill dinner, and we did actually want to like speak to each other and hear about things. Like, she was asking me about my boyfriend, she was asking me about holidays, we were talking about wedding, we were talking about work. And there's a time and place for vlogging, and last night was not it. That's what I do with my cream bronzer. I am gonna layer products today, which I wouldn't always normally do, but just because I probably will be like out at the gym all day, I am gonna layer my products a little. And then going in with liquid blush. Nicole like gave me this with some leggings that she sent me to help me out with a review, and it's literally, oh my god, there's a hair on it. It's my favourite blush ever. It's in the shade Chili, I think, and it's just beautiful. And I do get asked about what blush I wear. It's this, and then I put the Rare Beauty in Happy, I believe, over the top. But I never used to wear blush other than Milani Luminoso. One was a bit more peachy. I never used to think that, like, I would never pick that up, honestly. Like, in a shop I would never think to pick that up, and now when I'm looking for blushes, that's the sort of tone that I go for, because I just think it really suits me. Watch someone in the comments will be like, actually, that makes you look 5 years older than you are. And by the way, if you were wondering how long this takes, obviously I've been yapping, so it's taken me longer, but the footage on this camera from when I started this clip is 13 minutes, so it's super quick. I actually usually don't fill in my eyebrows at all, but just because of that little shoot today, I'm just gonna do a tiny little bit of filling in, but nothing crazy. I actually prefer my eyebrows with nothing on them. And I don't know if you've noticed as well, but when I have like breakouts and stuff, I actually pretty much just leave them. Like, however my foundation and stuff sits on top, that's how covered they're gonna be. So like this one on my nose is still very visible. I don't really like trying to cover up spots because I think I'm probably speaking from a very, well, no, I am. I'm speaking from a very privileged position in the sense that I don't get a ton of spots. I understand that everyone will be different, but for me, on my skin, it makes it look so much worse when I try to cover it up. So I don't put anything extra on top of spots. I just sort of leave it with however covered they get from me doing just like my usual makeup routine is however covered they get. Also, something that I've noticed, because I've been yapping a lot recently and editing my videos a lot with me doing the vlogs, is I need someone to knock the word like out of my vocabulary, and I actually, like, God bless my dad, because growing up my dad has always, that's his pet peeve, he cannot stand how much I say like, because I say it in a context where it's like a filler word for me, it's like an and I will say like instead when I don't need to say that word. And my dad, bless him, he's really tried to knock it out of me, get me to stop doing it when I've been growing up, but it didn't work, and I'm really starting to pick up on it, and it's driving me insane. Brow gel I use is just the Revolution brow gel. So I'm just going to set my skin a little bit now, so I'm going to use my Laura Mercier powder. I got this in my advent calendar and I actually love it, and I've never used it before, which I feel like is blasphemy, but I've never used it before. I find it lighter than the Huda powder, which I do also love, but I find this one a lot lighter, and I just really like how it sits on my skin. It doesn't look as, the Huda one doesn't really look cakey on me unless I put a lot of makeup on underneath. I just find that this one looks a bit, it has a bit more of a natural finish to it. It's not, it is matte, but I don't find it quite as matte as the Huda one. And then I'm just going to go in with my MAC Give Me Sun bronzer and just pop a little more on my eyelid, just where I put the cream bronzer over my eye. Okay, and then I'm just going to use the other end of my hourglass brush just to dust off any of that powder from my jaw. And then the final thing is I'm just going over the areas where I've bronzed with a little bit of powder bronzer. When I'm doing this, I do try not to drag, I do try to pat, but I do sometimes get a little bit drag happy with it. And then Rare Beauty blush, this one's in the shade Joy. This is such a beautiful colour, and yeah, with doing like the creams and then the powders on top, it just helps to give you a little bit more longevity without having to put too much of either on. Like, I've done quite light layers of powders and cream products, so it doesn't look as heavy, but it still gives you that extra security in your makeup, I guess. I'm just going to flip it and make sure the bronzer is properly blended in with that. Then it's going to be very hot. I actually prefer the Kryolan, but I've only got the massive bottle of that, and it's just, it takes up too much space in my suitcase when, as we've seen, there's precious EOS products that I want to mule back, so I've just got the one size spray. And then that's very mattifying, but like I said, I want to be glowy, so I do actually then go in with the Urban Decay All Nighter setting spray on top, because this is a bit more of a liquid format. I feel like it brings the skin effect back to my skin, so I like doing both. And then final step, I will put like a lip balm on, or I will use, I'm not going to do it yet because I'm not going anywhere yet, the Fenty Beauty lip oil. I love this. This is, I'll just put a little bit on so you guys can see. This is unreal. It has like a little bit of shimmer in it, but I don't like colour really on my lips. I feel like all lip colours make me look a little bit weird and age me, so I always go for something either completely sheer or very like semi sheer, but heavy on the sheer, not so semi. And then I use the Hourglass mascara. This is the best mascara, and I used to be someone that wouldn't spend on mascara. I just sort of saw it as pointless. I've always had quite good lashes, and I can get my lashes to look good with any mascara, but this one performs so much better in the heat. I don't get like the transferring on my eyelid like I do with other mascaras, and it's a tubing mascara, so when I take this off, it comes off in clumps rather than giving me like panda eyes, but the difference it makes, it's just really pretty. I usually leave my bottom lashes completely bare, but I am just going to put like a tiny small little amount. So yeah, that is my everyday makeup. I hope that that was fun, helpful. I hope you enjoyed this little segment of the vlog. This morning we are gonna go to the gym. I'm ready really early. Well, I'm not ready, I was only not going like this. I'm ready an hour early, so I've got an hour now. I'm probably gonna do some work, chill, I'll take my pin curls out, in a bit. I'm just going to let them dry. Not dry, my hair wasn't wet, but let them cool down a little bit more. Then this morning, Ashley's got product shots. We've then at 10. We've then got a shoot together at 12 till 1. Then Ashley's got a community meeting at 1:30 till 2:30. So during that time, from 1 till 2:30, I'm going to go and train legs. When I get to the gym, I was going to train this morning, but the thing is, every time I come, when I'm there, like on the first day, I bump into people and then I end up talking and I don't want to be rude, so I'd rather just say I'm going to train in the afternoon. 2:30 we've got a design meeting with the design team, so that's our day today. Ashley's actually leaving tomorrow, so we've literally got today and tomorrow, so I think we probably will go get like dinner somewhere tonight. There are like local athletes that live here as well, so they might want to get dinner as well, so we will see. We're going to play it by ear, but yeah, that is our day today. So I'm going to go and do a little bit of work. I will finish getting ready and I'll catch you guys up in a bit.
Okay, so obviously I didn't have my usual setup, so I stuck to a similar program this week, but I did tweak things slightly. So I'm starting off this session with doing some hip thrusts. This was my glutes and hamstrings day. Like I said, I did switch things up a tiny little bit, starting off with hip thrusts. I usually am someone who doesn't train when I'm away because I'm not away that often. However, with this new role that I'm taking on, I don't know if it means I'm going to be away more often, in the US more often, and therefore if I am going to be away more often, it's something where I am going to continue to train whilst I'm away, and I'm going to make that conscious effort, because if I'm spending a lot of my time away, then it's not a once in a blue moon thing sort of thing. So I've never actually trained so consistently whilst I've been here until this trip, and I loved it. I'm then doing RDLs, but I'm using this, I don't know what you call this, like machine piece of apparatus, but every time I come to Alphaland, I use this because I love it. I would actually not narrow, widen my stance a little bit. My stance is a little bit too narrow here, but I love doing RDLs with this. I find it so comfortable. I find I get a really, really, really good connection with my glutes when I do them like this. So every single time I'm in this gym, I will always opt to do my RDLs with this rather than using a barbell. If I could do this at home, if my gym had this, I would, because I much prefer it. I don't know what it is, I just way prefer doing them like this. Then I actually opted to do a single leg press. Obviously I don't have a leg press like this at my gym at home, so when I am away I will like to, you know, experiment a little bit and do some different things that I can't do at home. And this gym has so much equipment that I just do not, like, the options are really endless. So I just did some single leg presses here. On this day at home I would usually do a deficit reverse lunge. So whilst this isn't the exact same thing, it's still a single leg movement. It's still a sort of lunging / pressing movement, so it's a good substitute, and that's why I decided to swap it out for that. And then finally I was actually in a little bit of a rush because I needed to go do my shoot and I had like 15 minutes left, so I just did a couple sets on the back extension. And again, this is a machine version, so it's pin loaded. I way prefer this to trying to do it with a plate, and with it being pin loaded and a like cable attachment, you've got a constant resistance and tension in the movement. I find these amazing. I much prefer it to trying to do it with a why is my brain just completely, I've just completely brain farted. Oh, just doing it with a plate or a dumbbell. I much prefer doing them like this. So this was actually the last movement that I ended up doing on this day. I only did 4 movements. I couldn't do hamstring curls because there was someone on the hamstring curl machine, so I finished up my workout with these, and then I went off to go and do my shoot. But that was my leg day.
Like over exaggerated. Yeah, right there.
And you can even just lift your arm up like that, like you're fixing your hair. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Does it look like it's TikTok?
Colin Hoover.
Oh yeah, I'm reading her book. Oh my gosh, you know, I love that.
Wait, your tats are so sick.
Thank you so much. I'm a tattoo artist. If y'all are interested. I don't know if y'all ever want to tattoo.
They look so good.
You're doing amazing, sweetie. She's still going.
I was like, oh, I'm okay if I have to post it on TikTok, but I really... Morning guys, I feel like I'm in the same spot again. I've been up since 10 to 5 today. Yesterday was fun, obviously, as you've seen. We did the shoe, we got some... I worked out, then did a shoot, with the velour stuff, which is already on the website, so we weren't shooting anything new, but they wanted to do like a Paris Hilton sort of vibe. Then we got some Alpha Eats. If you ever come to Alpha Land, please don't skip out on getting food from Alpha Eats, because it's so good. Like, I've never had anything from there that I haven't liked. Like, it's so yummy. I love it there, so I would 10 out of 10 recommend going there if you are in the area or if you come to the gym. And then we were meant to have a design meeting, but we actually switched things around, so we went and did like an inspiration trip, which I didn't film because I just didn't think it would be that interesting. We were basically shopping, and oh my god, why does the aircon thing do that every time I switch on a camera? We were basically shopping and looking for inspiration, and like whether it's like a fabric or the way that something fits. And I met Chris properly yesterday, who I believe is the president of Alpha Elite now, or the COO, or maybe both, and he is so nice. Like, he's so nice. So that was really nice. It was me, Ashley, the design ladies, Christian and Chris, so that was fun. And then me, Melissa and Ashley just caught dinner afterwards, but obviously we were talking work stuff, so I couldn't really film. But we went to something Flower Child, I think that's what it's called, and it's so nice. I went with Melissa last year when I was here last summer, and it's just so nice. They do a really nice vegan pudding and it's delicious. And I think Ashley was saying they do have one in LA, I think. But today is a very exciting day, and I'm going to be able to vlog a bit more today. Won't be able to vlog much of the meeting because we're going to be trying new stuff on today, which I'm so excited about. Like, that's like my favourite thing. For that I can vlog because we're going to get our colour analysis done, so I can't wear makeup, that's why I don't have makeup on, but I'm going to take some makeup with me to put some on after. But I am so excited to have this done. Kind of scared that they're going to tell me all the colours that I really love don't suit me. It kind of scares me ever so slightly, so I'm a little apprehensive. But you can't wear makeup. Sad because Ashley's leaving today. Like, it was such a short amount of time that we got together, but we had a really nice time yesterday and a really nice chat. She's just so sunshiny and genuine. Like, not sunshiny in a like sickly, sweet, fake kind of way, like sunshiny in like a genuine way. I don't know, she gives off very, very, very good vibes, so I'm a big fan. So anyway, I feel like my hair might smell a little bit from yesterday. We were sat in the restaurant for quite a while and they cook everything fresh, and I felt like I could smell steak on my hair like when we were leaving. So a little bit of Byredo Mojave Ghost hair perfume. Obviously they look very like ringlety right now, but they're not going to look like that once I've shaken them out, which I actually probably won't do now. I'll probably get dressed and then shake them out. I made a TikTok about this yesterday and it's not gone viral, but it's done quite well. Just talking about how when you have healthier hair, your hair doesn't hold styles as well. Like, I did pin curl my hair when I was blonde, but I didn't have to. Like, I could curl it and it would stay curled for like 5 days. Now I feel like I really have to do a lot to my hair to get it to hold a style, and yes, it's longer, but I think it's just too soft. Like, it's almost like it's too healthy. Sometimes I'm like, do I bleach it just a little bit just to get a little bit more texture going on? It's frustrating how like poorly it holds a style. I don't miss how dead my hair was when it was blonde, but I do miss how well it would hold a style. Okay, the bangs didn't really work that well. That looked kind of insane. I feel like it does look quite greasy. I might have to half up, half down it. Yeah, I'm gonna go get dressed. I'm ready to go get the colour analysis done. I'm just gonna give you a little thing. So I've just put on my black Skims Fits Everybody t-shirt, and then I've got the Revive leggings on. I love these. I prefer them to Amplify. I just find them way more flattering. I much prefer them. They're comfier on the waist. I feel like it's much more flattering on me. So yeah, and then I'm going to pop my Vomeros on. So this is my little OOTD for my colour analysis. I've also packed a like tank top just in case I need to have like my chest out. I've packed a tank top in my bag, but yeah, let's go.
Amy almost lost, that was her. She had one arm left.
Just to clarify, she doesn't hate Aura anymore.
Yeah, I used to hate Aura. I used to love it, but now I love it. So we had to add in like a JK so that they knew. Just because they got that. What, so you don't fight us?
What do you mean hate our best selling line?
Okay, bye.
Guys, we're going to La La Land. Say hi to the vlog. This is my mini camera.
I love it. I'm so glad I'm on camera without makeup. This is like gold.
No, me too.
My dream control. Here, put this on my feet. Thank you. Okay. I'm so sorry. I was like, it literally kept being like, you're here, and I'm like, where am I here?
Uber did that.
Really?
Yeah. But like, understandably so. Why? He couldn't figure out where we were going. He's like, what's the name? We're like, we don't know. Have y'all been to La La Land?
I love that you guys are like ecstatic.
I love La La Land.
I don't understand, but
I'm gorgeous. But you're going along to the ride. Is what you're saying.
Oh yeah. See, so I'm
cute little smiley faces everywhere.
Would you like me to drive? Huh? Would you like me to drive? You want to drive my car? So one thing we were talking about yesterday was if I want to be tested, like I feel like this is joy in other people's joy. So like being in an experience is the best thing for me.
Yeah.
I don't ever need to lead it. I just want to
be a part of it.
People. Yeah, and I'm like, see
their eyes light up and
I'm like, oh, you're excited? I think I'm excited too.
I didn't even order coffee.
January. Hey, first time in La La Land. What do you think?
I love it.
He loves it. They've got really cute merch. Be fucking kind. Yeah, preach. Preach. You should get it.
That's why I literally move around.
Guys, how cute is this candle? It's got like whipped cream on it, and they've got all the mugs. They've got a matcha one. It's so cute. Guys, we've secured the La La Land. I was gonna do a first. I gave Ariel the exclusive first sip content. Cheers. I didn't get it in my vlog. Oh, that means I get Ariel's. What did you get?
I got just a ice vanilla latte. I'm a basic bitch.
But it's simple. He knows what he likes.
Classic. It's not basic. It's classic.
That's what I do. Yes. I also call it sometimes like you like it. Like simplicity is not a bad thing.
It's. I think basic bitches are ones that like don't have their own style and just copy everybody else.
Usually I like mine sweeter, but like this is a very good like more coffee balanced side. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's good. I like
this is a cute area because there's like a
7.5.
way.
I got a La La latte which has got cold foam and vanilla in it, and I don't usually get flavourings in my coffee, but this is nice. It tastes like ice cream on top.
it tastes vanilla. I just don't have the sweetness in it.
How far
Maybe I
do you
need the
live?
cold foam. Is cold foam too?
Like from Outland.
I think that's
From
what's got the
Outland
vanilla in it.
20 minutes, 25. It'll be faster.
But yeah, we're gonna go get our colours done.
They're literally building.
Colour analysis.
Hair colors too. Okay, I know. No. You look for the first like 15 minutes and then we'll take it off. Okay. Your hair, feel free to put your.
I have had hair dye, but this is like dye back to my natural. Back to my hair.
Okay, we experimented. Yes, all right, there you go.
And the silver. And gold.
Begin with gold and silver, okay? It's super important to see which accessories and jewelry look best on you, okay? It's important to analyze your face, your skin. Yeah. I always like it on your eye area, okay? That's where we can sometimes see some little shadows on there. You don't want to try it. So my friends would be mix and match too, right? I do mix and match. Yeah, I feel like mix and match are super trendy now, right? Like they are back. And they are, super. See, I know it's okay if we don't see it right away. It's also, totally okay. That's what you're doing. Okay. And or like silver. Like it looks a little washed out in a way that kind of drains your glow from your skin, right? Like this one, I go more gold. Eyebrows, eyes, your skin, right? Ours is the one that is lighter. Still really good. Now you notice me. Darker eyes together. Harsh and light like the first one that we had. Yeah. Do you think it looks better than the first one? Yeah, it's nice, right? See? You don't have to go yet. Too pastel or anything like that. Polished out as we were discussing already. baby. Let's check the neutral baby. Let's see. We will start with those. I will ask you to hold it against your face like that. I know it's a little funny looking, but again, trust me, it's super helpful. And as you can see, we can kind of imagine some like neutral square outfits for your makeup too, right?
Yeah.
Any thoughts here? I think
I do wear a lot of brown and
brown kind of those are related to the gold I showed you a second ago.
Oh, okay.
Room temperature, right? This is a good one. Let's try the other side. Let's flip it.
Ethereal.
So see here we have a little lighting, right? Like it's a little bit more on the pastel kind of lighter side of the palette. And you see, I like the medium colors on this board. Like if they're a little bit darker, I think they will be better. I have a super light and pastel, or maybe we could layer brown with this tan to kind of create additional contrast, right?
That's so much better.
Works, right? Everything else. Because you see, there are some deeper colors that could also work as long as they have the depth, right? And the intensity, like we tried with the gunmetal silver, you see, I would keep that one in mind as well. It's definitely better than the lighter grays and those light colors, right? But you see, if we go warmer on top, it's going to be even better. And it's so those colors, or do you tend to not really go for pinks and light colors?
Like if I'm wearing a light colour, even it's a little bit more like saturated, these are a bit
on the dull kind of softer side, right? And you see on top of that they're also very pink, right? We decided that we like something warmer, and look what happens if you even add light color with the one that is warm, right? How warmer and golden it is. Really love here versus the one that is super pink. So it kind of feels washed out, and it doesn't really highlight your features. Everything that you see on your face is a little more intense than the colors. So we know what to do. We go warmer, okay? Here it's again the cool temperature, but we're using some brighter colors, right? So they are a little intense, right? Like again, very cool, very purple, very blue. I think we are missing the golden glow again. Like I think we have to go a little warmer than that. Let's turn it around. Those are shades from summer, spring and autumn.
Yeah, I see that.
Better. I think we could do something a little darker, more earthy, and then we like browns and warmer colors. The ones will be there. But your skin tone definitely looks better when it comes to red. To worry about those is the pinks and the cool colors. You see, I want to check what kind of depth or lightness you need for you. Okay, because you see summer palette and the spring one. Those are a little bit lighter, also warmer and they're super light and pastel. See, we're already checking that darker tones, right? How they brighten you in a way the depth is super saturated against your skin. I really love this dark browns, rusty reds, and army greens, and autumn colors in general. I think those will be your palette, okay? Some of the jewels from winter, like you see over here, are pretty good. As long as they're deep, I think they will be super even, but I think the warmth on top of that is even more flatter. Actually, from this charcoal gray, I think that's the only color that I would keep from this set. Because this will look cool altogether, right? If we add more warmth, it's so much more golden and right? I really love, as I said, these two are I think the best from this set, okay? Gold and warm temperature, I think it really adds to your look. Autumn, I think you were guessing, speculating about autumn, right? Autumn is the one that is deep, earthy, and muted, right? See, in comparison to spring, that is also warm, but bright. The spring might feel a little too washed out, right? In a way, it's too much going on. Tone it down and go darker, your color nicely complements your skin tone and your features, right? So, autumn will be yours, I think, but let's try the neutrals. Yeah, you see, you put it on and it's like all the colors, they're like one color on this board. Like I think you can use all of them as Autumn is our number one. We will still check winter just to make sure that we didn't miss anything. Because you see, winter is also deep. The issue might be the brightness and the temperature. Because look at this, like very light pink. I feel like it's a little, like it stands out too much and it feels a little washed up almost, right? Like we notice the color. I'm sure you have some stories about this pink, right? Maybe a coral or like those rusty reds will be a better choice, right? Maybe even an orange is better than the fuchsia pink because it has the brightness and brightness. A couple of colors that I would consider like a very dark green from a winter palette, or maybe like a plum, maroon color that I think would look super nice on you. You see, neutrals from winter are, of course, those classic like black and white combinations are here. They're super contrasting and deep, right? See, for you as you like the depth, right? So maybe a black or a dark navy would be a good idea. But I think the majority of your palette should be warm. Look how it's so tender, right? It's so much better. So autumn again is the winner, but let's see which autumn we have. Autumn, the most soft one, okay? And you see there are a couple of colors that you might see in this work that they overlap, and we see them in each palette, right? Like browns or something like this. But you see the whole look, how do you feel about it? Is it like, it's okay, right? Like, yeah, for sure, right? Like, we can make it work, and you see everywhere it look okay. But you see, I don't feel hesitant. I feel excited. It's a little blush. Let's try the deep one then. Because this one, as I said, will go darker. And you see, you put it on and it's like everything works. And you see, it's never like too deep or dark looking. Because depth is something that really enhances your features. Look how paler or washed out you might feel with this one, right? It's almost too silk or something. That might be almost like it's a makeup. Autumn, warm autumn, okay? Which might be also pretty good, right? Because it's a little bit less pastel than the previous one, right? It's wearing a little tax. This one's the soft one, and this one has more intensity, and I think we like it a little bit better. I think the one that we is you see it's so much more bright and deep too. Yeah, I see deep reds, deep kind of like browns, also burgundy and darker. Even the way you dyed your hair, you said you went like beige platinum blonde or something. Right now you came back to this like either brown warmer tone, right? Yeah. It feels right because again, that is something that really enhances your look, right? I felt that it was maybe a little bit too bright or something, and I felt a little bit yellow with it too because it has, you see, more lightness and more yellow undertones here and there. So I like the deepest tones from this palette, right? But then if we can maybe stick to all darker tones instead, it's so much better, right? It's less yellow too. See? This is the winner, right? And this side especially, like if we add a little bit more grayness or something, but in like a soft, dusty way, it's a little too washed out again, right? See, when we go back to our, look how intense and defined it is with those deep colors. There you go. See, when we put it on now, of course, with your hair down and everything, it looks super nice because everything looks balanced and everything is deep and warm. You see?
I don't wear a ton of green. I more wear like black. Like if I'm going to go from a colour, it's normally like a dark red or like a dark pink.
Yep. Whispers in there. Tell me the secret.
Did you hear that?
We'll make sure that makes it in.
And you see, we don't have to worry about the ivories or those very like creamy colors. I don't know. Like oyster, white, white, creamy ones. So you have here, it looks super nice. Look how golden her skin looks, right? Those colors, but in a nice way, not like orangey, okay? The other side, see, it feels a little bit harsher if you look at it, right? Like you kind of have the heavy coolness. So again, peaks down, it's the warmth. So I would say the creamy one. Go back one more time. See, it right away turns more creamy. See, sometimes we don't realize the sweet shades of white, right? This is the white chocolate we're getting. But when we compare it, go for your creamy, a little bit more golden creamy instead of actually white, okay? And always add a little more softness and warmth to your look.
Guys, oh, I feel like that echoed then when I did that. Look what I picked up. I've got carver. I couldn't film any of the meeting from today because we were trying on loads of new stuff and going through like line plans for the year and stuff, so I couldn't film anything in that meeting because if I do film it, I can't post this vlog for like months. So I was like, oh, let's just leave it. But it was really nice. It was me, Ashley, the design team, Christian and Chelsea were in there as well. Chris, who I spoke about yesterday, I think, or maybe this morning, was in there as well, but he did leave early because Ashley actually left today, which is why I have my little dinner for one. This is kind of excessive. I did have carver for lunch, like we ordered carver to have during the meeting, but I did get something slightly different, so I'm going to run you through my order. Earlier I just got a steak harissa bowl. I still got one of these to try, so I thought we could do a little taste test together, and I've set you up on my tripod, so hopefully this is more of like a cozy vibe, because I was like, the vast majority of this vlog is otherwise going to be just me sat in front of the window, so I was like, let's give the girls a little different background. I don't know if you guys care about stuff like that, but I like seeing different backgrounds in a vlog. So like a cucumber and mint kind of drink. It just looked really refreshing, and I was like, I need something fresh. So cheers. Oh. Okay, it's kind of weird because it really does taste like cucumber. It kind of tastes like pickled cucumber, almost. I'm not sure I love this. I am going to drink it anyway, like it's drinkable, but not my favourite thing in the world. I probably wouldn't get this again. Actually came in, showered, took my makeup off, ordered food before so that it came by the time I'd got out, and I was like, you guys know I don't really give a shit about what I look like in these vlogs. I do look a little bit of a mess right now. Like, if you're thinking my hair looks bad, it's because it's wet and not combed through. So I got these in a little side, these pita chips. These are so good. Like, they're definitely absolutely drenched in oil, but they're so tasty and so, honestly, probably very high in salt too. These are very salty, but I love these. They're better if you get them to share. Like, I'm probably gonna have to lose some of these. I don't know if I'm going to eat every single one because carver salads are big. I love this because it has the literal order on top of the thing, so I will show you and you can screenshot it. This is everything that's in my carver bowl. I absolutely ram it full of stuff. Like, I just want it like as full as possible. I put so many toppings on, and I also did do half chicken, half grilled steak, because I had a steak one earlier, so I didn't want to do red meat on red meat, but I also didn't want entirely chicken. And then this is what it looks like on the inside. This is what it looks like on the inside, just to give you like a close-up. It's full and she's thick. I just love it. Carver supremacy. And then for dressing, I just do the lemon tahini dressing. That's my favourite one to get. So when you order it in, you can have it either on the side or put on top. Also, when you get it delivered, I think it's just probably safer for them to put it on the side. So we're gonna put it on. All good. I feel like that looks better already. Ashley left today and I'm super sad because we were having so much fun, and I feel like we were just getting into the swing of things. I'm really sad that she's gone now. I wish she was here till at least till tomorrow night. Like, it would have been nice to have been able to like train together or like do something. Like, obviously we did go and get La La Land earlier, which I know she really wanted to do, but I don't know, it would be nice to have have more time, but I'm sure we will see each other again soon, hopefully. I would honestly love to go and visit her because I really want to go to California. I do mix it all up, but it's really hard when it's like a full bowl. It's hard to mix it, so I do have to like eat it down a little bit and then I can mix it up. We did like a mini shoot yesterday, but this trip wasn't about that. It's more to do with the new role that were overtaking. I feel like I'm just feeling very emotional today. This evening in particular, very emotional. Like I feel like someone could say, "You okay?" And I'm just gonna cry. And it's not because I'm sad, like I'm not sad. I feel like it's a mixture of things, like gratitude 100%, like, but I just had a moment in the meeting earlier, and like I was listening to Christian talking about like the line plan and stuff, and then like he was asking me questions, and I was like, this is so crazy to me. Oh my god, I need to stop crying. I need to stop crying. I used to watch Christian's videos when I was at uni in particular. Like I really enjoyed his videos, and I always loved the behind the scenes of Alphalete, like when he'd do like the sizing videos with all the people in his office and like talking about new launches, talking about behind the scenes business stuff. Like those were like my favourite bits in his vlog, I'm not gonna lie. Like I wasn't really watching them for like workout content. I used to really love the behind the scenes stuff of the business. So now like 6-7 years on, to be like literally sat in a meeting looking at like the whole of 2025 and like being asked for my opinion, and I was just kind of like, this is kind of crazy. This is kind of crazy. So tears of gratitude, but then also like I feel like because I was thinking this is kind of crazy, I was like getting a little bit imposter syndrome-y. Just a little bit. By a little bit, I mean a lot. I don't know, it's like an overwhelming feeling, but in a good way. Not like an overwhelming, like I'm so stressed. Like today's been so stressful. It's been a really, really nice day. And I've had such a good time, especially getting my colour analysis, which I feel like I will probably talk to you more about tomorrow. I think it's just more of like an overwhelming feeling of like gratitude, yes, but then also like what? What am I doing? And why am I here? Weird, I have like the worst imposter syndrome. I had it during the meeting. I was like, oh, and since I came back, I've just been like, oh my god, like, I just overthink everything. I'm a big on the overthinking. I have had a really nice day. It's like happy tears and like overwhelmed tears. And again, like I said, not stress, just like imposter syndrome. It's crazy. I feel like I need to compose myself. So I'm gonna finish my salad and compose myself. And I will see you when I finish my salad and compose myself, because this is not it. We gotta get composed, okay? Morning, it's 7:45. It's the next day. I'm just about to walk to Whole Foods because I really want some like fresh fruit, and just gonna pick up some snacks for my room for today. Obviously I'm leaving tomorrow, so I just want to make sure that like when I get back today, because I'm gonna go to the gym today and train, I'll take you with me. Then I want to go and do a little bit of shopping, just a little bit, not a lot, because I don't want to be buying too much stuff and spending too much money. Yeah, when I come back, I think I just want to be able to like get into bed, maybe put a film on, watch something, maybe do a little bit of work, and be able to just chill, and I'll have snacks and stuff in my room. So I'm going to go and do that now. I also want to get a card before I leave for my manager, so I'm going to get that at the same time so I can drop that in his office today. Let's go to Whole Foods. Okay, I just got back from Whole Foods and I've got a little haul to share with the class. So 2 juices, because I really liked this one the other day, the electric pineapple one. So I got 2 of these, one for today, one for tomorrow morning, so I can have one before I go. Picked up another Olipop. I do have 2 in the fridge, so I might have 2 today, I might have 1 today, 1 tomorrow. I did get some Mush overnight oats, but I think I'm going to leave those for tomorrow morning, because then I actually picked up like a warm breakfast thing. So I got a bacon, egg and cheese breakfast taco, which I've never had before, but I'm hoping I'm gonna open it now actually. But that's what it looks like. That's actually pretty good. Like, it tastes good, but on my first bite into it, it's made me feel sick, so I think I might need some fruit or something. I'm gonna go out and train legs at the gym, and then probably go and do a little bit of shopping, because I don't have anything to do today. I've got a free day, so we can spend the day together. We can go on a little date. We'll catch you when I'm ready to go and train.
Started off a more sort of glutes quads overall sort of leg day with doing a glute drive. I usually hate these, but I believe this one is the Nautilus glute drive, and I actually don't mind this one. It's one of the only glute drive machines that I like. You will notice that form and stuff with these does have to be slightly different. It's very hard for me on these sort of machines to get a 90-degree angle with my shins, so I just go for whichever foot placement feels best on the glutes, because it's impossible for me to get a 90-degree angle when I've got that sort of diagonal platform to put my feet on. And again, I usually hate all glute drives, but this is the exception to that rule. I then moved on and did some Bulgarian split squats. Again, these are not in my program. I wanted to do dumbbell step-ups, but I couldn't find something that was suitable to hold on to whilst also being able to step up off it at the same time. So I decided to just switch those out for Bulgarian split squats. I hope this is helpful to see what sort of movements I would switch things out to when I don't have my usual equipment. So like single leg stuff, I will swap it for another single leg movement, typically in something that's sort of similar. So Bulgarian split squats and step ups are a very similar sort of movement pattern. Obviously they're not the exact same, but they're very, 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 very similar, especially in terms of how they're going to work the glutes. Obviously with split squats, you're just going to get a lot more quad in them, especially on that back leg, because you are still going to be stretching out your quad even though you're not directly working it. I then did leg extensions. I needed to shift the pad up, and I did try, but I couldn't get it to move up. So I just left it and accepted that these leg extensions would feel a little bit different, but I actually did really like it. I feel like this machine is less upright and almost not lying down, but much more laid back. And I felt like I was getting a really good stretch on my quads doing these. But yeah, I would like the pad to be a tiny little bit higher. And then I finished off doing some lying hamstring curls. The weight on these I found really difficult. Like one up was way too heavy, but this one was actually a little light. So as you can see on that first rep there, I've just like flung the weight up, and it wasn't very controlled at all. So I did try to slow down the rest of my reps just to make the most of that slightly lighter weight. But yeah, like the big jump, I mean, it's not a big jump. I think it was like a 10 kilo jump. I couldn't do it. It wasn't working for me. So yeah, I finished off this session with some hamstring curls, and that was my leg day done.
Guys, Ariel's stolen me from my workout.
Me and Amy agreed. Winner gets $1,000.
No, we don't.
Come on, me and you right now.
Okay, what are we doing?
Shooting around.
Okay. So I finished my workout and playing basketball with Ariel. I'm now going to write my card for my manager. I'm just leaving him a thank you card, and then I'm going to get changed and I'm going to go to the mall. Actually, I never showed you guys. I have my... So when we got our colour analysis yesterday, they gave us one of these after. So mine is a deep autumn, and it has all the colours on there. So I'm a gold girl, browns. I'll be honest, some of these I don't super resonate with. Like, they're not my favourite browns, but when we did it, as you'll have seen, like, all browns pretty much suit me, but they can't put every single brown in here. Something that did shock me was like oranges, because I don't really wear oranges, and this is honestly more of like a corally undertoned red, but then like darker reds, and I feel like some of these purpley shades kind of remind me of the last launch's like purple noir, so I feel like that kind of does make sense. The greens shocked me because I don't love green, however this one looks kind of like Grove, and Grove really suited me. Blues didn't shock me because I know I do suit blue, I just don't wear it that often. So this was my colour wheel. Also mustard yellow, I'm just going to ignore that one because I'm not wearing that. But yeah, I'm a gold girl. This is my little colour wheel of the sort of shades that suit me best. Obviously you can wear whatever you want, but I am a deep autumn palette. I'm gold. In terms of whites, I should go more creamy than cool tone, so less bright white, which is ironic because that's what I've got on today, and more like lace sort of shades, like creamy sort of whites. Got a little butterfly card, that's the one that I chose. There wasn't loads in Whole Foods to be fair, but the butterfly one I think is cute because it's like grow. Card is done. Also, I've just been drinking this. I bought this the other day with Ashley from Whole Foods. It's the Chobani 20 grams protein mixed berry vanilla yogurt protein thing. It's lactose free, zero added sugar, only natural ingredients, and it's really fucking good. Like, this doesn't taste, I feel like sometimes protein yogurt stuff tastes really off. This does not taste off at all. I actually really like this. If you're in America, don't take these for granted. Go and pick some up. I got this from Whole Foods. I'm sure you can get this other places, but that's where I got it from. I don't know why I'm telling you where to get it from, like you guys won't know. You will know where to get these from better than I will. So I don't know why I'm telling you that. But also, I bought these as well. I don't love these. These are the sweet treats. I get them every time I come in a different flavour, and every single time I'm disappointed because they're not gummy. They're very, like, your teeth basically sink straight through them and then they get really stuck in your teeth. And I've got a bonded retainer, just a little bit of a mess, so I don't love these. They taste okay, but I don't love them. I'd rather just have normal candy, to be honest. Finished getting changed. I thought I'd actually show you this little room because I don't think I've shown you it, but in the VIP room, which I've shown you in vlogs before, there's like a toilet in here, but it's like a huge toilet. So let me give you a little tour. So here you've obviously got mirror, my stuff's here, like a massive sink, toilet, obviously. Then you've got all these here. So it's very like thought of for women. You've got cotton swabs, you've got cotton pads, you've got bubbles, toothbrushes, you've got mini deodorants, mini little wipes, little brushes, combs, like first aid sort of stuff. You've got pads and stuff at the bottom. You've got clean towels all here. And then you do actually have a massive shower. Like, this is huge, absolutely huge. And it's so nice in here. I've not used the shower today because, to be honest, I did get a little bit sweaty. Like, would you believe I pin curled my hair this morning? Probably not, because it doesn't look like I did right now. I have used the shower before. It's such a nice shower. I used it last summer, I think, because I came here, trained, and then I went straight to the airport, so I showered before I left, and it was so nice, and it's just such a nice space. I'm just going to put my little camera on here because I'm trying to put my trainers on. I don't love that I've got trainers on with this outfit, but I've just done my Skims cotton bodysuit and then my Zara jeans that I wear to death because it's warm outside but it's quite cold in the mall. So I've developed like this aversion, I think because in the UK it's cold. I don't really love how jeans look with trainers anymore. I'm kind of toying with the idea of wearing heels more often, like a small heel. But I've been wearing up boots a lot, which I do have with me, but I didn't bring them to the gym because I would have looked a little bit of an idiot. What I'm wearing today, can you see that the dent I've put in this already, and I've had it like 3 weeks? I think I should have got the bigger one. Kind of done that, I didn't, but I didn't want Twinkle Toes bought it for me, and I didn't want them to spend £300 on a perfume because that's insane. Like, I'll spend that money on me and be an idiot. It's very uncomfortable when someone else does that. Is anyone else like that? I just don't. Never really loved when I get super expensive gifts. It makes me acutely uncomfortable. Yes, but I'm gonna go to the mall and I will vlog a little bit where I can. I want to pick up some hand sanitizers, not for me, okay? Not for me, they're for my giveaway boxes. I need to pick winners for that as well. And pick up some hand sanitizers to put in there. I want to go to Garage and get some tanks because we can't get that in England, they won't ship. I want to get maybe some more socks from Aritzia. I want to go into Aritzia anyway because I didn't look properly the other day. And I need to buy a hoodie because my hoodie has not turned up, unfortunately, so I don't have my worst behaviour hoodie. I believe I've lost it, so that's a real shame. I'm back. My time at the mall was so fun. Mall, who do I think I am? American, apparently. The shopping centre, that's what I would normally call it, was so much fun. I had such a nice time. It was like a nice little solo day. I did FaceTime my boyfriend whilst I was there. But yeah, I just went around and I was on FaceTime to him. I only went into a few shops. I was considering getting another piercing, but then I realised how much money I'd spent already and I was like, we're not getting another piercing, we're actually going to leave, and I forced myself to leave the shopping centre. So I'm going to give you guys a haul. I'm going to start with like clothes bits, some bits that I got from Sephora, just because I will try on the clothes, not all of them, but like some of them, because some of them are just the same thing in like multiple different colours. So for Touchland hand sanitizers, now I want to clarify, these are not for me. I repeat, these are not for me. These are to go in the giveaway boxes. And then I did pick up the Clean Reserve Discovery set. I love picking up a Discovery set from Sephora when I come, because we can get Clean Reserve in the UK, but it's not easy to get, and we don't have stuff like this, and I don't want to commit to a full bottle of it, so I just got a Discovery set. I've heard really good things about the skin one. I then picked up the Tower 28 translucent powder, translucent set powder, like setting powder, pressed powder even, and apparently it's really good. And when I watch people use this, it literally, like, it looks so smooth on them, so I'm really excited to give that a go. So I picked that up. I then picked up 2 House Labs blushes, because as you will have seen when I did my makeup the other day, my favourite size one is actually running out, and they didn't have chili in stock today. I was going to get that, and then I saw these, and I've heard really good things about these. These are like the glossy balm ones. They're like this. So this one looked really close to my, I don't have my liquid blush to hand, but this looks really close to the liquid blush that I currently have, that I use and love. And then I got Glassy Hibiscus, just as more of like a muted sort of colour. I feel like this could be quite nice, just day to day. And the final thing I picked up is just this I don't know how you say this, the Glowy Super Gel, because I've heard such good things about this, and I got it in Warm Glow and Star Glow, just in a mini, because I couldn't decide which one I wanted. I put them both on my hand. You can't really see because I did wipe it off partially, but I don't think I got it off fully. So this is what it pumps out like, and I'm just going to use this like under foundation, or like mixed in with blushes to make them like extra glowy. But it just gives like a really nice sheen, and I've heard really good things, and when I put it on my hand I was like, do you know what, actually I really like that. And it doesn't look glittery, which I love. It's just like dewy. The next place I went to is Aritzia. So the bits I got from here are kind of more like a necessity, as opposed to being something like I really wanted. First thing that I picked up is the Sweat Fleece Cozy Fleece. So they do them in different fits. I got the mega fit because this was the most like ballooned sort of fit. I got this in the Heather Cloud white. This is like my favourite shade of grey. I'll be honest, this was so expensive for what it is, but I've officially lost my worst behaviour hoodie, which means I don't have anything warm to travel home in tomorrow, and it's going to be freezing. And I did look in Garage for hoodies, but the fit of them was really off, and I didn't want to buy something that I didn't like just for the sake of it. If I wasn't in this position, I would not have paid the price that this was for this hoodie. Don't get me wrong, it's lovely and soft, but I know from having the Sweat Fleece, it really does shrink up. It's literally just a zip-through hoodie. It's not like heavyweight, but I find the Sweat Fleece to be really warm. I think they say this is like a medium weight, but I do find it to be quite warm just because of how brushed it is on the inside. So I picked that up to go with some joggers that I got from Garage. And again, I do like the hoodie. I don't dislike it. I just don't think it's worth the price. Like, please don't be like, Amy told me to go and get this. There are way, especially at that price point, I'm sure you can get a better hoodie. I then just picked up one of the like butter short sleeve t-shirts from there. So I love the butter fabric. I've literally got the white long sleeve here because I had it on this morning. So I just got the t-shirt version. It's a nice full length t-shirt, the butter fabric, and I wear an extra small in these. Highly recommend the butter fabric from Aritzia. It's really nice. It's matte, it's not shiny, super snatching as well without being uncomfortable. It's not double lined, so you don't need to worry about it like wrinkling up and looking dodgy. And then the final thing I got is just some more socks. I love the Aritzia socks. They are the best socks I've ever put on my little tootsies, and I am obsessed with them. And then finally, we have a rather large Garage haul. When we went on the inspiration trip the other day, I was like, I have to come back here before I leave. I've been in before and I've had like a tiny little cotton tank top, but there was so much stuff in there that I was like, oh my god, like that is so cute. So I did pick up a couple of tank tops that are basically, well, some of them are the same, some of them are different. Where's the white one? I took a ton of tank tops. I just want to preface this by saying the amount of tops I picked up is definitely overconsumption. I didn't need to pick all of these up, but we don't have Garage in the UK, and these are just going to be my camis that's it done, because I think I'm starting to realise the ones with a built-in shelf, I don't think they work for me. Just an observation that I've made this week, I'm not sure that they work the best for me. So it's literally just like a camisole cami, and the fabric on this, it's honestly kind of similar to the Aritzia butter fabric. It's not shiny, it's completely matte. I would say it's a little bit thinner than the Aritzia fabric, so like I will need to wear nipple covers with these, and the white is a little bit on the sheer side. It's literally just a completely plain cami top. The straps aren't adjustable or anything. I do feel like that's kind of reflected in the price. This was $24, so that's cost me about £19 a cami. I feel like that's pretty standard for something like this. So I got this in white. I also picked it up in black. I also picked it up in green based off my colour analysis from yesterday when I tried this on. I was on FaceTime to Twinkle Toes and he was like, yes, and I was like, yeah, I actually really like this. I was stuck between this and like a rich blue, but I just don't really wear blue, so I thought I'm going to give this a go, especially with like my joggers. I think it's going to look really nice. I then went against my colour palette because I got this really soft yellow like lemon colour, but I am obsessed with this colour at the moment. I've seen a knitted top that I really want, but it's always out of stock in this colour. Just this beautiful like lemony colour. But yeah, I think these are really well priced. The fit is really good, true to size. I did a size small. I'm sure you can size down, but I didn't want to, just because then you run into the risk of them like pinging up if they're a little bit too snug somewhere. This one's just like a deep V one with thicker. I tried this on a whim and then I was like, I actually really like this, and I feel like this one can be dressed up or down, so I can wear this with joggers, but I could also wear this with jeans for a meal. This one is really versatile. So yeah, these ones are more for like casual day-to-day where I'm just going to wear them around the house probably every single day. This one is more of like a, you know, a versatile piece, out or in. So yeah, I picked up these tops. I then picked up like a nice top. This top is so nice. I saw it on the mannequin and I was like, kind of love. Me and Ashley were talking about this the other day. I think she wanted it in the white, but after my colour analysis and finding out I suit more like rich tones, she did say to me in my colour analysis, you probably like notice that black looks really good, and I was like, yeah, I just prefer, if someone said black or white, I'll always prefer black on me. So it's just like completely backless, like it ties around the neck, ties around the back here. You've got these here and you can slide them to make the like boob portion wider for more coverage, narrower for less coverage, and then it's just like flowy at the bottom here, and this is so flattering when it's on body. Then obviously I'm obsessed with this shade of grey, and they've got these really nice, like they're super thin, but they fit like a fucking dream. Like they're so comfortable once they're on body. So I picked up just a crew neck long sleeve, super simple top, and then I also picked up the t-shirt version, and these are like a really good length. They're like a true full length. I did get an extra small in this, and I did get a small in the long sleeve, which I haven't tried on. I tried everything else on, I didn't try that on, so I'm not sure if I should have got an extra small, but they didn't have one, so I just picked up the small and thought it'll probably be fine. And then I did treat myself and I actually got 2 pairs of joggers. So I know Garage is super popular for their cargo sweats, and I did try them on, but I don't like them on me. I don't think I suit that many pockets, and they felt kind of, it just felt weird on me. It didn't feel very me. I'm much more of like a plain girl. I'm a basic bitch, okay? The cargos just don't suit me, and just because they're popular I'm not going to buy them when they like don't suit me and I don't feel comfortable in them. So I got the Ultra Fleece Slouchy Straight in a medium. So these are just a straight leg jogger. They have an adjustable drawstring. It's on the inside on these, and these are so nice and soft on the inside. Very similar to Aritzia's Sweat Fleece, a little bit thinner, but these are so long. Like my Sweat Fleece joggers from Aritzia, I'm kind of gutted about, because they've like really shrunk in the wash to the point where they were just about long enough when I got them. Now they're actually too short. I have to wear them super low down. These are just very long. These were longer than the cargos on me by quite a lot. And then I got the same thing again, the Ultra Fleece Boyfriend jogger. I got these in a medium, I got both in a medium. And these are the same thing, but they're just cuffed at the bottom. I love this shade of grey. I find it really fucking hard to find, like no one does it. And these were really reasonably priced. These were like $55, which is about £45. I would happily pay that for these. These feel like the Aritzia Sweat Fleece, and that was why I picked up the hoodie from Aritzia because it's going to match the joggers, but I didn't want to get the joggers from Aritzia again because I was like, they're double the price and they're just not worth it over time. Like, I loved them when I first got them and I think the fabric is nice, but they shrink way too much. Anyway, I'll try them on and I will show you. First thing I just want to show you really quickly is that like nicer like linen sort of going out beachy sort of top. I think this is so fucking cute. I love that it's adjustable here, so you can pull it and make it a little bit more narrow, or you can pull it wider and have much more coverage. But I just think this is so pretty. I think it's going to look so pretty on holiday. I just think it's a really cute top, and it was really sensibly priced as well. I got it in a size small. I've unbuttoned my jeans because I'm going to be taking these off in a second, but just to show you what it looks like, this is what it looks like. It's just very, I feel like it shows off a little bit of something without being too like uncomfortable to wear, because this is obviously like completely loose and very comfortable. And then from the back it's just so flattering because it's completely open, so yeah, I love it. Flicking between brands, but just to show you, this is the Aritzia Butter short sleeve t-shirt, super tight fit. I went down to an extra small because I do size down in the butter fabric. I find it really stretchy. It's a little tight on the arm here, but I feel like that will probably stretch with wear, so I'm not mad at it. But super nice. I don't have a bra or not anything like that, and you can see it's matte, it's not double lined, but it's giving enough thickness so that it's not sheer. And I just love these. I've got the long sleeve here, which I mentioned before, and I wear it a lot. I wanted the long sleeve in black, but they didn't have it. They did have the t-shirt though, so I thought summer's around the corner. I need short sleeves anyway. I'll pick it up. But that's what this looks like, and the fabric on this is so fucking nice. This is probably one of my favourite things I've bought today. This is one of the t-shirts from Garage. I have pulled my hair around the front just because these are thin, so they are sheer, so I will need to wear like nipple covers or a bra under it, but that doesn't bother me because it's just such a soft, like stretchy, comfortable cotton. This is an extra small. You can definitely size down in this because it's just got so much stretch to it, but it's such a good length. Like, this can be pulled really far down, so it's like over the top of the butt, which I absolutely love. To show you the long sleeve, sorry, I've got a really itchy nose. This obviously I got in a size small, and it is definitely loose down here. Very comfortable. I just love how thin and stretchy this cotton is. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think it's probably the highest quality thing in the world, but I actually really like how it makes it fit, and it just, I mean, it wasn't super expensive either. I'm a little bit concerned about how these are going to wash because I feel like it could bobble really easily, but it's very comfortable and very lightweight. So if you live in a hotter climate and you find cotton feeling tops too hot, you will probably really like these because they're very much on the thin side. So for the tanks, I won't show you the black and white because that's incredibly boring. You're already going to know what that's going to look like. So this is the like sherbety lemon colour on me. It's like a high, it's like a just slightly longer than a high hip on me. It's like honestly quite a nice length. It's not like a true full length, but it's not that annoying length where it's just gonna like ping up, or that weird length where it's like, high hip isn't necessarily a weird length. I'm just sick of everything being high hip. So I'm really happy with this length, like it is covering my hip bone. So yeah, I really like the length of this. I got it in a size small. You can probably size down. I just didn't want to because of my boobs, and the straps aren't adjustable, so I didn't want it to be uncomfortable. But yeah, this is the lemon colour. Colour wheel yesterday has potentially changed my life. This reminds me of like darkest pine sort of colour that Alpha used to have.
Hey, Lord ass, take care of American people, you little
anything like that. Maybe like
piece of shit,
blade. I feel like this could go really
no,
nicely
serious,
with
dog.
blade.
You know,
But I
green
really
ass
I love this type. It's
motherfucker, the
so
place that are
nice and soft. And the green
no,
one,
serious,
I have no issues with the sheen.
bitch ass,
Obviously,
bro.
it's single layered, so you can't still like see nip when you get a little bit on the chilly side. But I am very happy with this. I would need nipple covers on with this one, so I'm just pulling my hair around the front. But hopefully you can see the neckline is obviously different. You've got thicker straps, but this is much more of like a V. And I feel like with the thicker straps as well, it just looks a bit more. You could style this up or down. It's not. It is a casual top, but it's not super casual like the camis are, and I mean it's very flattering on the chest region. So again, I got this in a size small. You could definitely size down if you wanted to, but I don't think you have to. I really like how this looks, and yes, I'm very happy with it. On to the joggers. So these are the straight legs. As I said, these are very long. Like, I have inches, and they do kind of like gather, like they're not super wide on the leg, They definitely do gather at the bottom, but with a trainer these are going to be fine lengthwise on me, and I've got the length to allow them to shrink a little bit, but these are very long. But as you can see, they're like a straight fit, they're not like a wide leg, they're a straight fit, which I just feel like is very flattering. I did get these in a medium, so they are a size up for me. I think if you go more true to size, it will give you less of like a balloony look up here, but I really like how balloony this looks. Rise wise, obviously you can pull these right up, they have like a long crotch region, but equally if you wanna, you can just fold over the waistband like that and make it a little shorter in the waist. It's still a very long crotch, but I personally don't mind that on a jogger. I like my joggers to be very slouchy, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, this is them in a medium on me. I just much prefer these to the cargos. The cargos just had a little bit too much going on, and this shade of grey is like the perfect shade of grey for me. I just absolutely love it. And these are the other joggers that I got. So these are just, I think these are just the boyfriend fit ones. So these are cuffed at the bottom, and again they're plenty long enough. I've actually rolled them over once. I feel like these joggers are really good if you're on the tall side, like really good. These and the other ones are much longer than the cargos were for me, but these ones are just completely plain on the back, there's no pocket, and they're just a slouchy, very oversized fit jogger, which I love. I do wish that the fabric was a little thicker just so it would have like a bit more structure, but I honestly don't mind these at all. I think they're really nice as like a slightly lighter option. I just wish brands would come out with some more heavier joggers. And then finally, to match, I've obviously got the Aritzia zip up. So this is the Mega Fit sweat fleece in a size medium. I did try on a small, but the sleeves were a little short, and I know that these shrink, so I was like, I'm going to take a size up. This is definitely a little bit big, but I don't mind it being super oversized, and this is definitely what I'm wearing to the airport tomorrow. So I feel like even though this hoodie isn't super heavy, it's sitting with a nice amount of structure because of that. So yeah, this is totally going to be my airport outfit tomorrow. But yeah, this is what the zip up looks like. You've got drawstrings, just got a little zipper. The only thing is the pockets are like really out here, like the pockets are really out on the side. That's the only thing. And again, I do wish that Garage would use like a different waistband. I'm not sure I love how this looks. And I did take suggestions from people, so if you are someone who suggested any of the bits that I've picked up, thank you very much, because I'm very happy with the pieces that I've got. Like, pissed off with myself about the worst behaviour hoodie. I'm like, I don't even know if you deserve to treat yourself to rebuying that Amy, because what an idiot. I left it at the colour analysis place, and then I've left it again, and now this time it's actually lost. I'm really pissed off at myself. I'm really annoyed at myself. To be honest, I didn't deserve any treats from shopping today because I've been incredibly fucking careless. Like, that's so expensive. I'm really irritated with myself. I don't know if you can tell. I'm really annoyed at myself. But yeah, I'm gonna probably record some TikToks. I might do like a little TikTok haul of this stuff, and I will catch you guys in a bit. I'll probably catch you guys when I'm ordering food later, because I do need to order food. I'm thinking I might get torchies because I had that last time. Like, I want to have something different to carver. I'll probably have a carver for my lunch tomorrow, I'll be honest, but tonight, let's have something different for tea girls. Let's have something different. So yeah, I'm probably going to make some TikToks now, and I'll catch you guys in a bit. But I hope you enjoyed the haul, because that was a pretty big one. I definitely overindulged, but hopefully it was fun to watch. Okay guys, my food is here. I ended up ordering from Torchy's, so we're gonna do a little taste test. I got a brush fire, a Crossroads, a Baja shrimp, steak fajita, all these dips. I did get some guac and chips. It's meant to be like a half portion. This is a half portion. I don't think I'm gonna be able to eat all of these, but I'm gonna tuck in because I'm very, very, very hungry. Let's sit here together. Lighting is kind of completely and utterly diabolical here, but I feel like this is the best. I like giving you guys different backgrounds so that it's not the same background throughout the entire vlog, because I know I've done a lot of hotel vlogging. I want to start with the Baja shrimp because I've made like shrimp tacos at home, but I've never done them like all out. And this is obviously going to be very much an all-out one. There's a little quarter of lime in there, but I'm not sure I want it on there. I prefer flour to corn for my tacos as well. I don't know if that's an unpopular opinion. Corn ones just taste a bit weird to me. I don't know if it's just because I'm not used to it. So that's what it looks like. We've got shrimp, pickled onion. Oh, this looks so good. Fuck off, that is so nice. That is honestly so good. Like, it's so like nice and light and fresh. This is so yummy. Oh my god, this was such a good idea. I almost don't want to eat this all in one go because what if this is the best one? Okay, Baja shrimp done. Rating 10 out of 10. It is really expensive though for tacos. Like, it's like $5 or $6 a taco. I think some of these were like $7. I'm gonna do the Crossroads one next. This one I think is quite a bit more full on. So this one's more like beefy, cheesy. So that's what that one looks like on the inside. This one isn't bad, but it's a little on the heavy side. This one's got like mango and Jamaican chicken in, so this one should be a little bit fresher. I don't love that one. I don't really like that. It's a very basic one. I just got a normal steak fajita one. This one's just got cheese, steak, peppers, onions, steak fajita. That one's really good. I kind of wish I'd got one steak fajita and 2 Baja shrimp ones and not bothered with the other ones. I don't really like those as much. One thing I will say right now is I'm feeling very grateful to Amy this morning that went and got some like fresh like juices and fruit and stuff, because I've eaten like one full taco and then like half of the steak one, like a quarter of the other 2, and I feel so full and like right now, and it's crazy because I've not really eaten much today. The guac is really good. Like, it doesn't taste weird or gone off like a lot of guacamole that's like made in bulk in the UK tastes like gone off avocado. And how do I know what that tastes like? Because I've made many a mistake with an avocado thinking it was fine and then I've eaten it and it wasn't. And it tastes like sour. Probably gonna pack some of my stuff up. But yeah, Torchy's rating, Baja shrimp 10 out of 10. I would just go and get that and the chips and guac, and then I'd be done. I know I didn't use the dips, by the way, but I just don't know what they are, and I didn't want it to, like, you know, sometimes when you put it all over something and it just ruins it. I didn't want that to happen, so I'm pretty sure some of these are meant to go with the tacos. So maybe that's why some of them weren't as good as I thought they'd be. I don't know. Anyway, I will see you guys in the morning. Good morning, guys. It's home day. I feel like, don't mind me, I've spilt water on myself. I feel like today is going to be the longest day ever. I always get the same, because it's like Singapore Airlines and they only do like, the time flights are always the same. And it's always the longest day ever, because I have to check out by 12. My flight isn't till 10 to 7 at night. But with traffic and stuff, especially because the rodeo's on and stuff in Houston at the moment, traffic's always bad here, but I feel like it's been a lot worse. I'm gonna leave at like 2 to get to the airport, but I just went to Whole Foods. I did actually buy an almond milk creamer to take home with me. We don't have these in England. I don't even know if this one's gonna be nice. I wanted the Khalifa Farms one, but it was so big, I was like, I feel like that's a little bit too big for my case. Like, it was quite heavy, so I went with this one. I would have preferred to have been able to get an oat one. That's what I really wanted, but they were just huge. I was like, I don't think I'll ever have them in my bag. And then I got these for my mum. I think these are like, I don't know if these are for kids. Kids' favourites are all we do. Oh, so they are like for kids, I think. These little bunny biscuits. I feel like my mum's gonna love these because fudge. And then I did treat myself. I've been getting Dunkin' most mornings, but I really wanted a La La Land today.
No,
so I did actually order myself a La La Land. I didn't get exactly what I got the other day because I did like it. I got the La La latte last time and I did like it, but it just felt like I felt really sick afterwards. So today I got an iced latte, large, standard ice, classic cloud, espresso, 2 shots, and oat milk. What does it say today? Because there's always a different message on it. Oh, I just got the little angel one today. There's no message. But yeah, I don't know what the cloud thing is. It was on the one the other day, but that was vanilla, and it was like vanilla ice cream. I think because I got a regular the other day in the La La latte, it was so like condensed down that the coffee ended up being really thick. Because like the vanilla cloud stuff would like really, I felt like I was drinking a coffee ice cream, which delicious, but maybe not so early in the morning on like a pretty empty stomach. You go and meander around, but it's so muggy outside and I basically want to shower as close to 12 PM as possible. Like that's what time I have to check out by, so that I'm not feeling sticky, and I don't really want to go outside and get sticky again once I've showered. And nothing is really opening until like 10:30, 11. so then I'd be cutting it fine because it's quite a long way, well not a long way away, but it's like 20 minutes. I think I'm going to order myself an Aura ring. I tried to buy one the other day. I was talking to Ashley about it because she has one and she loves it. I was talking to her about it. I tried to order one and I think it's charged my Amex, but the order didn't go through. So I need to see what happened there. Hopefully like the Amex thing was just a mistake and they've like reimbursed me, because if they haven't I'm gonna have to email them. So I'm gonna check what's going on with that, drink my latte and get showered, packed up. I'm kind of contemplating washing my hair because my hair just feels so gross right now, but if I'm gonna wash my hair I kind of probably need to wash it now. So I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know what to do. Guys, I'm ready to leave. I think I'm going to round off this vlog here because I'm going to be checking out, but I never went through the perfumes that I brought away with me, so I'm just going to show you those really quick. But you know, I got my La La Land this morning. I've actually decided, I've washed the cup up and I'm going to keep it because it's so cute and the straw is so well made and it's a little love heart. Can you see that? I just think that's so cute, so I'm actually waiting for this to dry and then I need to check out, but I am going to keep it. I have also decided to wash my hair because I don't know what it is here, but the air is like sticky and dirty. I washed my hair, not yesterday, the night before, so my hair's been washed for like 30-ish hours, 32 hours, whatever, and it's so dirty again already, and I would just feel so gross on the plane with such like sticky, dirty hair, so I'm just going to let it air dry naturally. But I'm going to round off the vlog by showing you the perfumes that I brought with me. So first of all, this is the perfume that I've worn today. This is my Jo Malone Wood Sage and Sea Salt. It's actually a body mist, but
yeah, okay, JD, then why should I give a fuck about your wife and
it's
Donald
like a
Trump's
mist, and you can see it's like milky. It's got hyaluronic
Both
acid
are
in it, leaves a nice glow,
No,
and it smells
upstairs is
amazing.
Madonna,
So I sprayed it on all my clothes and on my skin. It's not
and then
like beast mode or anything like that.
how
But it's
about
perfect
those
if you want a clean
white
scent that's not going
Southern
to give you a
Africans
headache in
that
the heat. And I've just been
rescued
super
from
hot here.
Africa?
I wore this
What about
yesterday
them
with my
They're a
Valaya
bunch of
exclusive, and I got
immigrants.
3
I'm
compliments
just saying,
yesterday
it's
on my
like,
scent, so
it's like
I would
bullshit if you think about
highly
it,
recommend.
JD.
And one of them, I
As
was
long
like
as
walking
you're
down a
a
corridor,
white,
so I wasn't even like right
a
by
white
that
dude
person.
and
I clearly
blend
just left a
into it,
scent trail. They were like, Amy, is that you? I was like, yes. And it was Mercy. She was like, you smell so good. So following along with the clean scents, I've also got my Little Me Valaya exclusive. As we can see, I'm already denting this. I love this scent.
Like,
I would wear it home today. I think I'll spray it when I get off the plane, but this is too
looking good,
strong
Amy.
to wear on a plane. Like, this will give me a headache. This could give other people a headache, so I'm just being mindful. I don't wear strong scents on a plane if I'm going to be totally real. I think you can smell nice without smelling super strong. I think you're a little bit inconsiderate if you wear a super strong perfume on an airplane, especially when I'm on there for like 9 hours. It just feels inconsiderate. I've got a little sample of it in my bag, so I will spray that when I land. But yeah, that layered with the Jo Malone Wood Sage and Sea Salt is incredible. I then brought with me the Mojave Ghost by Rado hairspray. This is so good, and Byredo is so overpriced for how poor the lasting power is. So I would highly recommend, if there's a scent you like, just get the hair perfume. It's obviously not super strong, it's not like beast mode or anything like that, but I love the Mojave Ghost scent. I have been eyeing up the Absolute version, which is meant to be stronger and more long lasting, so I might end up picking that up at some point, but I love this. It's like a clean, musky skin scent. Another clean scent I brought with me was DS and Durga I Don't Know What. This smells like a herby gin and tonic. It's really hard to describe. I think the name I Don't Know What is honestly perfect, but this is very strong. I would say this is one of the stronger clean scents. It reminds me of the Molecules 01 perfume, if you've ever tried that, but stronger. Really good, clean, but like slightly stronger scent, more like alcoholic leaning. Then I have my Fleur Vanilla Skin body and hairspray. Obviously I put a massive dent in this. This is just like amazing if you want vanilla but you don't want super sweet or cupcakey. It's peppery, it's spicy. If you don't like a pepper note, you won't like it. It'll make you sneeze and you won't like it. I've had some people who don't love it, but the vast majority of people that I've put onto this love it. If you're wanting cupcakey vanilla, this is not it. You won't like it, but if you want something a bit more interesting, it's incredible. Longevity for a body mist I find to be pretty good, but it is a body mist. I do get people messaging me saying it doesn't last like a perfume would. No, because it's a body mist, but if you spray it on clothes, the longevity is really good, and it's the only body spray I've ever had a compliment on. And finally, this is like, I think this is going to be my scent of the summer. I mean, I've already put such a dent in it, but the Louis Vuitton Attrape Reeves, I don't know how you say that, but this is incredible. This is like fresh, juicy, fruity, floral, and it just smells incredible. It's so feminine without being like juvenile in scent. It's really long lasting, it's really strong. I wore this on Wednesday and I got pretty much non-stop compliments on it all day. Pretty much every single person I bumped into was like, you smell so good, what is it? It's this. Absolutely worth it. Longevity is good on me, projects really well, gets a lot of compliments, and it's so feminine and very like sweet and juicy and like ripe. Just smells really good. So yeah, those are the perfumes that I brought away with me. I thought I would just round off this vlog with that, but I hope you guys have enjoyed watching it. I just want to say a huge thank you for all your support and everything over the past few years, because that's why I still get to come out here on these trips. I've had so much fun this week and I hope this vlog has been good. It's kind of frustrating because like I want to document my new role, but I can't, because most of it involves stuff that I can't show you guys, but I hope it's still been interesting anyway. I'm not trying to be like hush hush or keep secrets from you, like I just can't show you stuff that's coming because I'm not allowed to do that. So yeah, I hope you have enjoyed spending the week with me. I feel like it's been giving British person in America sort of vibes, so I hope you've enjoyed it. And again, just a massive thank you. I'm so grateful to Alphalete for bringing me out here, and I'm so especially grateful to you guys for your support. That is the only reason why I'm on this trip, and I feel like we've seen in this vlog a lot of gratitude. We know how much this means to me, so I'm just very, very, very grateful and very ready to go home, back to Twinkle Toes, back to my mum, back to Bradford. I will see you guys in my next vlog. Goodbye.
I like a song, some on my tongue. I wanna hit your ass on my tongue. Sugar on my tongue.
Significantly, and I want to show
On my tongue. Yo, baby.
Good morning, welcome back to another vlog. Today I'm doing, well this week, this will be this week's vlog. I'm just going to do a one day vlog. I did get a comment on my last one saying that they don't get time to watch my vlogs anymore with them being so long, so I'm going to try and sprinkle in some shorter one day vlogs. So today it's going to be a very like productive reset, spend the day with me. I got back from America on Sunday morning, so I've got washing I need to put away, I've got some things I need to reset.
Country sucks. I don't think
a lot of work to do, so I thought I would take you along on a productive sort my life out sort of day. So it's currently, I think it's about 9:30. I'm about to go to the gym and train legs. I have been up, I've been picking giveaway winners, so all my giveaway winners from February, from like my birthday sale giveaway, have now been selected. So they've all been emailed, which means, can anyone else literally never get their hydro jugs off? I find them so difficult to get off. They've all been emailed now, which should mean by the end of today I should be able to start ordering things for like the gym goodie boxes so that I can start getting those sorted out. It always takes me a while to sort giveaways out because I do everything by myself, and honestly it's quite time consuming doing that on top of like the free stuff that I give away, but I love doing it and I will always make the time to do it. It just can take me a little while to get round to it, so I do apologise if I'm not as speedy as some people with it, but I do everything by myself, so hopefully those people should email me back by the end of the day. I also need to help Christian with some Alphalete stuff today, so there's some pieces that I have that I need to take pictures of and send them over to him and basically like sort of explain what the girlies are wanting in terms of lengths of tops. That's a little hint for you, because that's something that I did point out when I went away last week. They're still majorly lacking this year, so yes, I'm going to be like as clear as possible. I might even measure the top, so he's got the measurements, and attach pictures of sort of what these lengths look like on me. What does a full length top look like on someone that has a slightly longer torso that's not 5'2". I love my 5'2" queens, I love my short queens, but we're not all that short. It's honestly crazy because some of the tops I was putting on, they thought were full length. They're high hip. I'm just sorting my pre-workout out. I'm using the Ghost Pump Passion Fruit. Someone messaged me about this and said like they didn't feel it doing anything. It has no caffeine in it and it has no tingles. It's just a pumped product. I think there might be some focus stuff in here. I'm not entirely sure. I never noticed too much of a difference with the focus product anyway. But this is just a pump product, so it's going to help with getting blood flow to your muscle. It's going to increase your pump. It can help with mind muscle connection as a like byproduct of that. But with a pump product, you need to make sure you've got plenty of water with it so that you can make the most out of the pump effects. And I'm just going to lump my creatine in with that as well. But creatine's gotten really expensive. I swear, I used to be able to get it for like £8 a bag. Unheard of now. It's gotten so expensive. I'm gonna go and hit legs. I need to do a food shop as well, so I'll be doing that after, which reminds me I need to take a bag. And for the amount of money that M&S have made out of me on bags is insane. And then this evening I have a very, very, very chill evening of a movie night with my friends, which I probably won't vlog. Maybe I'll vlog this over 2 days then. Hopefully the length of this will be more digestible for Sylvia. So yeah, let's spend the day together. I feel like I've not done a 1-day vlog in like a year. But I would just give you a quick little OOT. I won't be keeping my sunglasses on to train. I've just got the Aritzia Butter fabric t-shirt on.
I'm sorry, you like yellow bag of thing. Oh, you're gonna own a motherfucker.
And then I've just got on my sand contour shorts, which I now know from my colour.
What's up, girl? White girl, white girl.
Why I like brown and nude tones so much, because they suit me, and that's also why I prefer sand to mocha.
Yeah, they gotta make everybody, they gotta make your kids and everyone retarded.
Okay, so this leg day is one that I've not actually filmed in a while. This is like my overall leg day, but it's very quad focused, but it's mainly quads and hamstrings. There's a little bit of glutes, but it's mainly quads and hamstrings that I'm focusing on. So I'm starting off with pendulum squat, lever squat. This is called a lever squat. If you Google it, I use the two interchangeably. The main thing that I am focusing on with this was my last set, by the way, so I go higher rep and slightly lighter weight. So I've just got 60 on here. The main thing with this is just to make sure, the main mistake I see people making is when they come down, they basically take all the tension out of their glutes and quads, and they don't then use those to press back up. They bounce, they use momentum, they bash basically their hamstrings off their calves to get themselves back up, and you will see like butt winks and excessive curves in the lower spine when people completely let the tension go. Their glutes and quads in this movement. So it's really important to make sure that you stay pushing through those muscles throughout, and that you are basically not going to giving them a break. Don't relax them, keep everything nice and tight as possible. So you're going to need to brace for your reps, etc, etc. But that's the main thing that I focus on doing, them really slow and controlled. Slowing down your reps and controlling them will just mean that you are getting the most out of your legs. So I then move on to a leg press. This is a very heavy leg press. I think the leg press itself weighs 100 kilos, and due to the angle it just feels a lot tougher than other leg presses that I've used. But to switch up the stance, I do quite a narrow stance with my feet higher up, whereas obviously when I've just done the squats I've gone for a more kind of neutral stance, shoulder width apart, normal, like a normal squat stance basically. This narrow, feet higher. Main thing that I do here is just make sure I'm really pulling myself down into the seat, so that my lower back isn't peeling, because I don't want my lower back to start peeling off that seat, because when it does you are then going to be pressing through that region and you are going to end up really hurting your lower back, especially if you are doing it under heavy load. So I really pull myself down into the seat. Moving on, I then did some back extensions. My number one tip for these, I was just practicing them without weight there, is you don't have to round your back, you can if it helps you, but you don't have to. My number one tip for these, just to make sure that you are using your glutes, is to really push your hips into the pad, and then imagine someone's got you in your asshole by a string, like a puppet, and they are pulling you up with that string. Rather than thinking, I need to get my arms up, I need to get my back up, I want you to think about someone pulling you from your glutes all the way up, like they put a little bit of string in your booty hole basically, and they are pulling you up by that. You want to tense your glutes and use those to lift you up rather than just swinging back and forth. You will feel this in your hamstrings as well. It's going to work both of them, but that is my number one cue and form tip that I use for feeling these in the glutes and making sure you're actually using your glutes in the movement. Moving on, leg extension. Main thing with these is, my main thing with any movement is just slow and controlled, making sure I'm actually tensing my quads to lift up the weight and not just flinging the weight back and forth. If anything, ideally I would actually slow these reps down a little bit. I feel like on reflection it looks like I'm not quite extending my quads fully on these. So if I was to nitpick, that would be the thing I would nitpick on with these, is just slowing them down a little bit and making sure I'm really fully extending to get the most out of them. And then I finished off this day with some hamstring curls. So I did lying on this day. Main thing here is to drive your hips down into the pad. You don't want your ass to be coming right up into the air. Mine is a little bit, but in my defence, this was my last set and my form was starting to break down ever so slightly. But making sure you're driving your hips down into that pad so that you're not going to be using your glutes. You want to be using your hamstrings to lift this weight up. You don't want to be flinging it around. You don't want your ass to be up in the air. So making sure that you are doing these nice, slow and controlled, actually using your hamstrings to curl the weight up, not flinging, using momentum, using other body part. Workout for the day. Okay, I'm back from the gym and I've done a food shop, so I thought I would show you what I've got. So there's a couple of things that I've got which are not for like my weekly food shop, these are for tonight, but I do get these from time to time. So the smoky barbecue pop chips, I prefer them to like the own brand pop chips. These are so much better. This is part of my food shop, which is some sourdough bread. That's my favourite bread to have for breakfast. Big bag of salad leaves because easy micronutrients, don't have to think about it, don't have to chop it, don't have to prep it, don't have to do anything with it. I have salads quite a lot at the moment. I just find it a really easy meal to have whilst I'm in a deficit, and to be honest, I just love a salad, but not like a shit salad, one that's got like some different stuff in it. Then I picked up a cucumber. I then got just a normal broccoli. So what I'm going to do with this is actually chop it up and prep some like roasted broccoli for salad bowls. I then picked up some mini tortillas because I want to have some like prawn kind of taco things for my lunch today. Feta cheese also for my tacos. Then they've stopped doing, or mine has anyway, I can't find the big pack of raspberries and blueberries anymore, so I got 2 packs. I got this for tonight, the fully loaded Mexican dip. I tried the Indian one and I absolutely hated it. This one is much nicer in my opinion. I guess it just depends what you prefer. I do really love Indian food, but that dip was not nice at all to me, so the Mexican one is much better. You've got guac, salsa,
like sour cream and chive, and then a little bit of cheese on top, and it's got some jalapenos in there. Tzatziki, which is for my salad, stewed red onions, which is also for my salads, and the taco bowls, corn, which I'm also going to do like with the broccoli and like roast it, air fry it, and then it's prepped and I can just add it to salads to make it more interesting. Cajun seasoning, I'm going to use this on my prawns. Yogurt, Alpro Plain, my favourite yogurt. For breakfast, some bacon medallions. These are my absolute favourite. King prawns, I'm going to have some of these for my lunch today because I don't know, I'm just feeling switching my protein source up a little bit, and I've not had prawns in a while. Well, I had them in America, but I've not bought them in a while. Some diced chicken breast, I didn't get a huge pack because I've already got some in the fridge, and then some rainbow fruit kebabs, but these are to take to Kennedy's tonight, just as a little snack, like a little lighter option for anyone who wants them. I'm not going to force it on people, but I think, you know, mango, pineapple, watermelon, kiwi, not a huge fan of kiwi, but I feel like you can't go wrong generally, but unless you don't like kiwi, which I don't really, but luckily the kiwi's right on the end, so I can just nab that off. So I'm going to make some lunch. I think I'm going to do some cheese. Prawns in the Cajun seasoning. I want some pickled onions in there. I'm probably going to put them in 2 little wraps like so. I might put a little bit of tzatziki on there as like a little bit of a base, and then maybe some salad leaves. I feel like I need another micronutrient, and hopefully they're yummy because I've really like G'd this idea up inside my head, so hopefully it actually tastes good.
Use those ones that you donated to Ladder House. A rhubarb scent compared to the new Prada rhubarb scent. This is less.
I just finished my lunch, but as I was finishing my lunch, my corn and broccoli finished. So this is how it comes out. It's still very warm, so I leave it with a lid off until it goes cold, then cover it, and then I pop it in the fridge. So this is the corn, literally just oil and Cajun seasoning. So that's the corn. So much, and if you think you don't like vegetables, try stuff like this because it's so much more interesting. And something like a salad, for example, I've got that bag of salad leaves. Now I can make a carver style salad in the time span of like 5 minutes. Well, I'll have to cook the protein sauce, but other than that, putting the actual salad itself together will take me less than 5 minutes because I've chopped everything, I've cooked everything. This is what the broccoli came out like. It's Cajun again, oil, and I did put some salt and pepper on the broccoli as well, but it just looks so good and it's not boring, so I'm very, 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 very happy. I don't really, I've spoken about this so many times, I don't like meat. I don't like, unless it's a beef meal, like a chili, like pasta thing, I don't love meal prep. I do, however, pre-season my chicken at the start of the week, so that's all done. The seasoning is already done, and then it literally just gets better as the days go on, and then I cook it on the day, but I don't have to faff around with cutting it up or putting seasoning on. It's already done. And then with veggies and salad stuff, I will prep it. I will also probably at some point today chop up the cucumber. They ended up being more like mini wraps because the wraps were actually probably a bit big for being a taco. Were delicious. They were so fresh, and they literally took me 4 or 5 minutes to put together. Like 10 out of 10 lunch. I'm so happy with it. So now I might make myself another little coffee, and I'm going to crack on with my client check-ins. I have a few left to finish off. That should probably take me an hour and a half, and then I really need to get to work on this stuff for Christian to help him with the tops. He also wants me to help him out with the colour palette, but I don't know if I'm going to have time to do that today because I don't want to rush it. So I think I might just get the tops sorted, spoken about, diagrammed, drawn on, all that sort of stuff, and sent over to him. So let's do some client check-ins. In classic me fashion, I made a coffee, started working, didn't touch my coffee once. I now have a full cup of pretty cold tepid coffee. It's cold, it's not even tepid, it's fucking cold. But I just finished my client check-in. So I do get asked about this sometimes, so I thought I would just explain. But my client check-ins, I do them through, well, the app that my clients use is True Coach. That's the app I use to coach them on. That's where their program is. That's where their habit tracker is, so they can track calories, protein, carbs, fats, weight, sleep, steps, energy, hunger, stress, so that I've got all of these to look at. I can see where they're at. Yes, in terms of where they've been with the nutrition, but also how's sleep been, how's energy been, how's step count been. I can see all that in here, and then I do all my communication via WhatsApp. So there is questions that they fill out every single week, send them over, and then we go through them together. But I just finished up with my final client check-in. Those were actually took me a much quicker amount of time today, because with check-ins I will always try and give my clients like as much as possible in them. But obviously when a client is giving me less information or not like fleshing out their check-in as much, there's only so much I can do in terms of the length of my responses, if that makes sense. So if you do have a coach, every coach will be different, but for me personally, I love it when my girls if you think it's TMI, tell me. Do you know what I mean? Like, I love having as much information as possible. It means I can give them, like, I feel like I'm giving them the best check-in possible. So if you do have a coach, just make sure that you are. Obviously, you don't have to tell them everything if you're not feeling comfortable, but me personally, like, the way I coach people, I find it so much easier the more I know. And I'm not saying I need to know, like, your maiden name and your dad's maiden name and your mum's maiden and all that. I just mean, the most I know about your week, the better. Like, you might not think the fact that your dog has been waking you up because you've just got a puppy at 4 AM, 5 AM, 6 AM every morning is helpful. I actually find that really helpful. If I'm looking at like how you're feeling in your sessions and you're saying your energy feels rubbish, that is a really helpful piece of information. To some people they might be like, why
that's true.
Like that? To me,
It does. It's a lot better.
So every coach is kind of different with the sort of information that they want, but for me, I always say the more information the better, and I'll get clients like apologising sometimes for the length of check-ins, and I'm like, don't apologise. The more information, the better. Now I have to do the funnest part of the month, which I can't show you because I would then be showing you my income for the month, but I've actually just realised it's the 11th of March. I've not paid myself for February. I've also not checked that I've been paid for February by my clients, by Alphalete, my AdSense. I need to check that I've actually been paid, and then I need to put away. Basically, the way that I do it is I will spend X amount. I do put most of my spends on my Amex account. I'm going into financial territory here, but I'm just going to talk about it. I spend most things on my Amex card. I have a gold Amex card. I got it and it was free for the first year, and then to be honest, the amount of like points I'm racking up, I'm keeping it. And there is a yearly fee, but for me, the amount of like benefits I get from it, it is worth it. And I've even considered changing to another one which is slightly more expensive, but with travel and stuff, that is such a good card to have. Obviously it's not going to be worth it for everyone, and I'm telling you now, if you are not going to pay this off, do not get an Amex. It has one of the highest percentage APRs. It is a nightmare waiting to happen if you are not going to pay it off. You must pay off your balance in full at the end of every single month. As Martin Lewis says, a British icon, you must pay off that every single month at the end of each month. If you don't, the APR on any credit card can be bad, but on an Amex it's particularly bad. So if you are someone who's likely to get a little happy with things and a little spend happy, please don't get one. Just don't get one. I would never encourage a credit card for anyone who has issues with spending, because it's really, you can get yourself in a real mess with it. But for me personally, I've never lived beyond my means or done anything like that. So basically this is what I'm going to do. I will need to, I've already paid off my Amex for the end of the month. I paid that off without even checking I'd been paid, but the check cleared, so I'm guessing there was money in my Santander account. So I've already paid that off, so that doesn't need doing. I basically just need to go through my Santander and PayPal, because some of my clients do pay me on PayPal. Make sure I'm ticking it off in a spreadsheet. I have a spreadsheet, that's what I use, and I will just put like the client's name, the date of the renewal, how much it's owed, and then I just tick it off when it's been paid. Obviously, I've not done this through the month this month, which to be honest, I never do it through the month. I always do it at the end of the month. And then obviously I have a couple other payments, so like Alphalete, I get a monthly salary from them. I just need to check that that's come through. I need to check that my commission for that month came through. So I get paid in arrears. So the money that I got in February is from January. The money that I'm getting in March, which I actually might already have if they've paid me early, is from February, if that makes sense. So that's how it works for the influencing side of things. And it's the same with YouTube, that gets paid in arrears as well. So everything's been taken off, my Amex, all like my outgoings taken into consideration. I take the rest of it and I put it in my savings account, which is a high yield savings account. I get like 3 or 4% on it. When like interest rates were going super high, I was getting like 5% on it. Wow, we're really getting into financial territory, but you know what, I never talk about this, so I'm just going to talk about it. I don't need to transfer money into my investment account. I have a Vanguard ISA that is a direct debit, so I am someone who is very like risk averse, very scared, and like if money's not in my bank account, I don't see it as being mine, and I've always really struggled with it. So the only way I could get myself to start investing was I put a lump sum in, and then I set up a direct debit for the first of every month, so I don't even notice really that it's come out. I don't, well I do when I go back and look, but generally I don't notice it's come out. I don't know it's come out, and it doesn't require anything on my end to input money into that investment, and that is, I've been doing it since August 2023, and I have consistently invested now since August 2023 every single month, and I'm so proud of myself. I've not pulled any money out, I've not panicked at any point, I've left it all in there. It is taking a bit of a hit at the moment. I'm gonna keep going, I'm gonna keep persevering. Obviously if it gets really bad I might have to rethink, but again, with that, not financial advice. Any money that you are putting into an investment like that, on paper you can lose it, so make sure that you are picking wise investments that are less risky where possible, but also nothing is completely free of risk. You could on paper lose your money, so don't ever put anything in there that you can't afford to lose. And I don't really love saying that, because for most people they can't afford to lose anything, so then it kind of like shuts them out from investing. But just go for something that's a little bit lower risk, a little bit, it has a better track record through history, and my plan with that is I don't touch it. I'm not going to touch it. I won't be touching it for years. I did like the calculations. There's calculations you can use online which will tell you how much you need to put in every single month for how many years to get X amount of money, because it's all about compounding interest. So I'm leaving it in there, and that's basically like, all goes to plan, that's going to be my retirement / pension kind of fund basically. We'll see how that pans out, but yeah, I've been investing consistently since August 2023, and I'm really happy with how things are going. So I need to stop yapping and do my account, so I'm going to do that now. Fun times. I hate doing this. Anything to do with money, it just stresses me out, but it has to be done. Okay, I finished doing my accounts, and now I have just put on a little bra so that I can try on these tops. People always ask me like, how does it work, like working with one brand, and like how do you know what's actually worth it? Guys, I spend a lot of money on other brands. First of all, if you guys are only shopped with one brand before and you say I'm this size in this brand, what size am I now for? Like, I will have a better idea, because I've actually tried it and I've worn the stuff. I buy things for colours to see if the colours are nice. I buy things for fabrics, for fits, for silhouette ideas. Like, I spend so much of my own money still on activewear. I obviously don't promote that activewear because I am exclusive to Alphalete, but especially with my new role, I feel like this is really coming in handy, because I have so many reference points for other products. And yes, sometimes there is something where Alphalete will drop it and I will think, I know we can do it better than this, because there's another brand that maybe has something that's a little bit better, but it's still not perfect, and I know that Alphalete are the people that can perfect that thing. So then I will take it to them and not say, rip this off. I'll say, this is what I love about it, this is what I love about ours, let's make a baby together, basically. So that's what I'm doing now, because basically when I went last week, it was really, I was under the impression that this year there would be multiple lengths of tops options for people. That transpired last week. That's not the case, and everything this year was high hit. That was the longest length that we had, and that was a really big complaint from people in my community with the last drop. And I feel like a complaint from me as well was there was like 7 tops and none of them were truly full length, and I don't know if it's because they fit on shorter people, so they think it's full length and it's not a lot. But I feel like the best way to not get right is to show them some of their products and compared to like true full length stuff. So that's what I'm going to do now. It shouldn't take me long to try this stuff on, but then I need to draw it up, diagram it up. Like, Christian's literally just texted me saying I'm looking forward to seeing the wish list, and I'm like, sir, I'm just working on the diagrams now. So I just use my phone on a tripod, and then I'll do like front, I don't think I'll need to do back, front and side probably for all the tops, just to show the length, and then I will be able to like put them side by side with other stuff and all that good stuff. That's what I'm going to be doing. I love how we're seeing that I'm getting slightly more
feeling more dishevelled, but I was actually going to take myself for a walk, but that thing that I've just done there took me so much longer than I expected, because I started writing and I was just like, oh, I'm gonna keep going, and I did all these like side-by-side pictures that I wanted to send him, so I've just been sending these over just as examples to show what I mean, because I feel like sometimes when you just word something, things can get misconstrued, so I want to show exactly what I mean, especially when it comes to lengths of tops, because everyone has a different, I feel like people have a different meaning, so I feel like if I attach it with what I think that means, you can't get your wires crossed on that. Do you know what I mean? I feel like, you know what I mean? I feel like people are going to ask me about like, what about like rises for leggings? That's already been sorted this year. I've not actually like seen it, but I think they're going to start dropping. Seamless in particular, I'm pretty sure, is always, it's from some point this year, it's going to be coming in 2 rise options. So you'll have a mid option and then a high rise option for people that want it. That way you're not constantly tweaking things, you've just got 2 rise options, which I'm so happy about. But now I've still not finished with colour palettes, so because I wanted to go for a walk, but now it actually looks like it's about to start raining, so I'm going to do my steps on the walking pad, committed to the goals, committed. I'm going to do my steps on the walking pad whilst I go on my phone for a bit and look at colour palettes. Colour palettes are, like guys, for example, Pantone, red colours. There are so many different shades within each colour. Like, I've been looking at reds, for example, because I've been thinking of like fall stuff, and I'm just like, oh, I like that one, and then I look at the one next to it and I'm like, I kind of love that one, and then I look at and I'm like, oh, but what about that one? And then it just ends up a mess, because I'm like all of them, to be honest, but obviously you wouldn't do that many reds, and there's like a subtle difference, but it's at the same time it makes all the difference. Like, one might be a little bit more like it's just a minefield, but I need to pick some colours. I don't think I'm going to be able to get it down to like the number I've been asked for, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make like a neutrals category of neutral colours that I like, colours category more like pinks, blues, greens that I like, and then like a colours but neutral colours category, so like dark burgundies, that sort of stuff, colours that I like, because otherwise I'm never gonna get this done. So I'm gonna turn my walking pad on. I won't talk whilst I'm doing it because this is actually really noisy, I've come to realise. So I'm gonna do this. I've got an apple, got a little bit of water, and I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna shower, because I don't know if you've noticed, I've not showered since the gym, but my day has just been stacked, and sometimes it's just not, I didn't have time to really need to shower when I've done this before I go to movie night. Okay, I'm showered, I'm clean. Oh, I managed to do about 5,000 steps, so it does bring my total up to, I think it was like 7,600 for the day. So my steps are now done. I've showered, which is why we've got no makeup on. Honestly, my outfit is got the exact same shade of grey all over my body. I've got a grey t-shirt on, I've got a grey hoodie on, I've got grey joggers on, and I've even got a matching flipping headband. My colour palette stuff, not quite finished yet. I feel like I don't want to rush it and send it over, so I've sent over everything else. I've sent over my pictures that I was doing that you saw earlier, and my like wish list sort of thing, which is based off my feedback and your guys. But with the colour palettes, I've given like a rough idea, but I've not given a visual, and I don't want to rush it. Like, one thing about me is I really can't stand doing rushed work, as in like, not that I don't mind being rushed, but I don't like handing something over that I'm not 100% happy with, and I really want to have like enough time to properly look through the colours and then basically do what I said earlier, because I feel like it's going to be very hard for me to pick, so just send like favourite neutrals, favourite colours, favourite neutral colours, if that makes sense, like going from like light to dark. But I'm going to do that probably tomorrow, because now it's 6 PM, so my chicken is in the air fryer. I'm going to whip up a quick salad. We've pushed movie night back to 6:30, so Vicky's going to come over. I think she's coming over literally, she's just texted me. She'll just be a moment, she's quickly drying off. Sounds like she's showered as well. She's going to come over, I'm going to eat my salad, and then we're going to go there for 6:30, which means even though I said I'm going to upload this as like a productive day in my life, I will. I want to show you guys the colour work that I do, so I might tag this on to tomorrow, because I also do want to have a chat with you guys about how I structure a busier day and how I basically make sure that I have enough time in the day to get everything that I need to get done, because I do have a brain that just kind of like, I'll be focused on one thing, and then if I have an idea to do something else, I can't not do it then, and then I need to do it then, and then I break away from other
things, and I find it really hard to just do one task. Like, I can get into a deep work state, but if something nudges me out of it, I really struggle to get back into it. So I would love to chat about that in this vlog. Like I just said about the work, I don't want to give you guys a rush chat about it. I want to talk about it properly. So let's go and whip up my salad bowl, go to movie night, and we will round off this vlog probably tomorrow. I also hope that this is somewhat interesting for you guys. I know that my job is very unconventional and very weird, and I don't have set hours, and I do kind of like a little bit of everything, and my day is very kind of like, it might not look how your guys' work day looks, but obviously everyone's work and everyone's job is different. I'm very lucky to do what I do. I love what I do. I'm so excited with how, honestly, like CG has been really enthusiastic since the trip, like since I got back. He's been really enthusiastic with getting my feedback more, so I'm really just excited about this new role. And this is what I mean, like I want to put my all into it. I don't want to be giving him like half-baked answers to stuff. Like I want to be able to say, here's my answer, and also here are my examples of my answer. Do you know what I mean? I just want to be as helpful as possible. So yeah, anyway, let's go make this salad bowl and shut the hell up. Okay, my homemade carver is done. I've got leaves, the broccoli from earlier, corn from earlier, tzatziki, some feta cheese, chicken, and pickled red onions. So I'm going to eat this up now. Plenty of fibre, plenty of micronutrients, and high protein. Can't go wrong. And I've done this before, I know it tastes just as good as carver. To be honest, I prefer the way I do my chicken. I do lemon and herb. It's really good. Okay, so movie night was not a success. We actually didn't end up watching a film. It was my turn to pick. We did not end up watching a film at all. We ended up just yapping and catching up. So I think this monthly movie night thing that we're trying to do, which by the way I highly recommend, like I'm going to see my friend Alicia tonight. We're booking things in advance, we're getting things in the diary, and we don't even leave movie night before we've committed to the next time we're seeing each other, because we're all so busy. But this year is the year of making, well, I mean every year should be the year, but making sure that yes, we're all busy, but let's make sure that we're making time and bonding. And you know, you want to get to a, you know, you don't always want to be having to like catch up on like months worth of stuff every time you see your friends. You want to be able to just experience things, make memories. It shouldn't always be having to catch up, if that makes sense. So that was really nice. It's now obviously not the same day, but I went to movie night, and then when I came back I started working on the colour palettes, and then yesterday I did finish it off, and I found 2 apps that I need to share with you guys, because if you work in merchandising or you have your own brand or anything like that, or even just from an interior decor point of view, like you struggle to pick like colour palettes for a room, or you struggle to pick colour palettes for paint and stuff through a house, I need to show you 2 apps. So the first app I'm going to show you, I'm going to pop it on the screen here, is Colour Picker. So on this app you can basically go into the app, do pick colour from a photo, and you can then load any picture from your camera roll. So if I do this one of the donuts, because I really like how pink this box is, I've not paid for the premium version, so I do get ads, and then you can basically move the picker and it picks up exactly what that colour is, and then you can save it into your colours. So you might want to pick up a nice coffee colour, you might like the blue that's on the cup, you might like the pink that's on the box, and you can basically just drag and drop and it picks up the different colours from within the picture. So if there is, say, you are out shopping and you see a plate that you really like and you think, oh, I'd actually really like that colour on my living room wall, you can work out what colour it is, and then obviously you can take that to paint shops, and like the code, like it gives you like the hex code and everything. Genius. And it's so helpful, because sometimes I see girls wearing other brands or other products and I think, oh my god, like I need that colour, but it's very hard to then match that up to like a Pantone colour sometimes. So this has honestly been game changing. By the way, all the colours that you are going to see in like my save, that's not the only thing that I have done on this, and not all these colours are suggestions. These are some of that people have requested from me, and just some colours that I wanted to look at, because I really like these bottom 4 here, like the rich purple but not bright, like a rich blackberry sort of shade, the dark red, but again it's not muted, it's not dull, it's rich in tone, it's like a jewel tone kind of dark red, and then some more like neutral shades. This is honestly quite close to Alphalite's Mocha, and then this one's showing up really warm on the screen, but it's not, it's kind of like a kind of like a Grand Central kind of colour, but honestly a bit more cool tone, but I just really like that palette together. So I did end up picking a load of colours out from going through photos that I've seen on Instagram, going through TikToks, like I was literally going through TikTok and looking at activewear hauls and all that sort of stuff, screenshotting and then colour picking it. So I did that, but then there's another app that I want to show you which is called Coolers, which basically brings up a palette. This is probably more helpful for if you might not do it for work, but if you have a house and you want to decorate it, but you want to make sure like the sofa and like the walls and the cushions that you get all sort of work together, it brings up a colour palette like this. So then you can obviously switch them and you just generate a new one, and it just keeps bringing up colour palettes. And say you get to one and you think, for example, I don't know, I'm trying to wait until I see a colour that I really like. This one, and you really like this purple, for example, you can then lock that in and then you keep generating and it generates other colours around it, and then you might be like, oh, I like that one, and then you keep going and you can just generate different colour palettes. I did a few the other day, but for like a neutrals palette with like a little pop of colour and then something really light for people that want really light shades. I really like this. It's showing up warmer on camera, but I love this app so much. I think, like I said, even if you do not do this for work, this app is gold dust for coming up with colour palette, especially if you are someone who, you know what colours you like but you don't know how they're going to work together. Those two apps, especially Coolers, are really good. Even something like if you're starting a business and you want to make a logo and you don't know what colour palette to use for it, that is such a good app. So Coolers and Colour Picker are the apps that I was using, and I spent like hours looking at colours yesterday. I was like, this red compared to this red compared to this red. I spent a long time doing that yesterday and the day before and when I got back from movie night, but that's all done now. So that's basically my productive day kind of spilled over into multiple days, but I'm finishing off this vlog now, and I just wanted to talk about how I organise my days when I am busier or when I have more on, or how I organise my life in general when I'm busier. And I always kind of stray away, honestly, from talking about productivity tips, because I live a life where I am very much on my own schedule, and I don't want to come across as tone deaf. I don't want to come across as the girl that literally lives on her own timeline, and technically I could work at like 11 PM at night. I don't have a 9-5. I'm not constricted by time so heavily, telling you how to be more productive. Like, girl, be so fucking for real. It's very easy to be productive when you love what you do and you're working on your own timeline and you can go to the gym when you want, and then yeah, you have things to do, but you can technically do them when you want. I don't want this to come across as tone deaf, but at the same time I do have days like this vlog's day-ish where things are busier and I do have more to do, and the way that my brain works, if I don't write things down, I'm not going to get them done. So what I will always try and do now, especially if I know I have a busier week coming up, I will either use this planner. I'll be honest, I don't use it every single week. I really struggle with planners. I feel like I buy them and I like the idea, and then I still continue to like flick between this and using my phone. So I will either use a planner or I will use my phone, or you can honestly, when I was at uni and I had my degree, my PT qualification and my social media, like I'd started doing YouTube, I'd started posting reviews, I'd started posting workouts, I needed to be super strict with my time. I just bought these things from Amazon and they were like £4, and it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. On a Sunday I now will plan out my week. So what am I doing on Monday? Things that I absolutely have to do. I'll just write down a to-do list for every single day. That's how I plan out my week. And then either the night before every day or the morning of. So the other day you'll have seen I did it morning of. I write a to-do list and I will put everything on there. So that's the reason I don't share them, because there might be really dumb stuff like there's this load of washing that I need to do. But if I don't write it down, I will forget to do it. That's just how my brain works. I have to have everything written down, and I will very often add to that list through the day. If I don't write it down at all, I really struggle to stick to things or to utilize my time best in the day. Like I could spend a full day being busy and still not finishing everything I need to finish because I've not actually used my time productively, if that makes sense. It's really important to make sure that you're being productive with your time, not just busy, which is a huge mistake I used to make. I used to think there's not enough hours in the day, I don't have enough time. No, bitch, you do have time. You are busying yourself. You're not actually using your time for what it needs to be used for. Get the shit that needs to get done. So I write out a to-do list either the night before or the morning planning of, and I have to do it first thing, because if I don't, my brain gets very busy and I feel like I can't make sense of my day. I have to get everything out either on paper or I will do it on my phone. If I'm using this, I'll show you what the daily planner section is like. So you have a time blocking thing here, which I don't like to use that much, I'll be completely honest, just because I struggle with time blocking. My brain doesn't really work for it, and then if something gets thrown off, I struggle to stick to the rest of the day. But I do use this bit. So you've got quick ticks, tasks and projects. So for example, the other day, some quick ticks that I had to do were putting some wash loads on. There was some wash loads that I had to do. There was my accounts, isn't really like a quick tick, but just like starting to look at my accounts, checking my investment account for the month. These are all like quick tick things that I needed to do. My tasks and my projects for the day are obviously things that take longer. So I put my accounting stuff down as a task because it was like 5 to 30 minutes. It's not any longer. It's not going to take me any longer. Projects, client check-ins, projects, getting that stuff over to Christian, taking the pictures, doing the diagrams, writing out the detailed like wish list, laying everyone's feedback, making it concise, making it make sense. Those were like the projects that I had to do for the day, and seeing what's going to take me 5 minutes versus what's up to 30 minutes versus what's going to take me longer helps me to decide, even without the time blocking, when to do things. Because for example, a quick tick task, I could do that whilst my lunch is cooking in the air fryer, but I wouldn't want to start my client check-ins whilst my lunch is cooking in the air fryer, because that makes no sense. And I feel like I get so much more done when I split it like that, because I can see what's going to take me like 5 minutes to do, and I can just do it whilst I'm doing other things. I can do it whilst I'm putting a wash load on. I can do it whilst my lunch is cooking, whereas I wouldn't want to start a client check-in feedback and then the air fryer's beeping and I'm trying to make my lunch and I'm trying to eat whilst I'm doing, like, that's not very professional, and I'm not going to be doing that. That's the way that I like to plan out my days. And if I'm not writing it down in here physically, I use my phone. But just getting everything out, I write down everything I need to do, and then I assort it by the quick ticks, the tasks and the projects. And I do find that method genuinely very helpful. And I can also then see what things, so for example at the moment I'm trying to do my step goal, I can see what things I could do whilst I'm on the walking pad, for example. So if it's something where I just need my phone, like when I was looking at colours the other day, do that on the walking pad, and I ended up being on there for an hour just looking at colours and starting to sort of like pad out that process. Yeah, those are my sort of tips for when you are getting kind of overwhelmed or you have a bit of a busier day than what you are used to, and that's going to be different for everyone, how I plan things out to make sure that I still get everything done. So my main tip would be doing it into the 5-minute tasks, the 15 to 30 and the 30-minute plus, and that is obviously Grace's daily planner, the productivity method. I don't find the time blocking helpful, and I don't always use this. Sometimes I use this, but I always use that method because it just helps me see. I can slot things into my day a lot easier and I get so much more done. I usually end up finishing my work way before I thought I would when I do things in that way. Obviously I'm very lucky and very privileged that I get to decide exactly when I'm going to do things because I work completely for myself, but hope that that has been helpful and not all tone deaf. Obviously if you don't want to take advice from someone who works for themselves, then please don't. But I feel like anyone who works for themselves will understand me when I say it's scarily easy to not be good with your time and end up, I used to tell myself like, oh my god, like I'm working until like 11 p.m. Bitch, you did not need to be working until 11 p.m. You weren't being productive with your time. And I'm not saying that in a hustle culture kind of way. I'm saying it in a, when you're saying, oh, I've done like hours and hours and hours and hours of work, especially when you're self-employed, were you actually doing that, or did you keep taking breaks? Did you keep breaking off? Because like I mentioned earlier in the vlog, when I do that, I really struggle to get back into it. So having everything written down that I need to do and just getting stuck in helps me out endlessly. Like I said, especially as a self-employed person or someone who just sets their own hours or you work for yourself, make sure that you are not like expanding how long tasks take to fill your time. Make sure that when you are doing a task, like you are 100% in it and you're not here, there and everywhere. Try and separate things throughout the day and it will help you out a lot. Because I honestly, especially when I came out of uni and I had more time, I felt like I was just expanding things and I was working crazy hours, but I was doing, my days were just so like unorganised, and honestly it's caused me a lot of stress. And even though I've got more going on now, I don't feel anywhere near as stressed because I'm more organised with it, and I struggle being organised. So this is how to be an organised bitch. So yeah, I hope that was helpful. I'm always scared about talking about productivity. Like I said, I just don't want to come off as tone deaf, so I hope that that was helpful. I hope this has been a nice little shorter vlog for you guys. Do let me know what your preference is for vlog length. Some people like the longer ones, some people like the slightly shorter ones. Any videos you want to see, do let me know and I will be more than happy to get to work on it. Yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this. I think I'll have edited this a bit different, like with a lot more montagey stuff in the start. Like, let me know if that's something you guys like, or if you're just not fussed for it and you don't really care to see me. I never know. I've kind of stopped doing that so much, but if you guys like that and it makes it a more enjoyable watch, let me know and I will happily oblige and start including more of that stuff again. But yeah, thank you for spending the day-ish with me, and I will see you guys in my next video. Goodbye.
So we're getting closer and closer to seeing bat.
Over the past few years, I have been able to grow my glutes significantly, and I want to share with you guys how I have been able to do that. Hello, welcome back to another video. This week we've got more of an educational video, and I basically want to tell you guys in depth, go through a glute workout with you, how to structure a glute workout and how to actually train your glutes in order to grow them. And if you are new here, you might not know, but I have built a significant amount of muscle mass over the past few years. My background in the gym is going from really having nothing to building the body, building the muscle, adding the muscle mass. That is my background with my training, and it's also something that I've helped hundreds of other girls be able to do over the past 5 years through coaching others as well. First things first, a quick disclaimer. I will have probably titled this video in a slightly jarring way, not gonna lie. Probably something like how to actually grow your glutes, best glute workout. There is no such thing as a best glute workout. There is no such thing as one best glute workout, and that's why in this video I'm going to be giving you guys options and explaining why I'm training my glutes in the way I'm training them, so that if a certain movement doesn't work for you or a certain thing that I mentioned doesn't work for you, you know why I'm doing it, so then you can make an educated guess or an educated take on what to swap those things out for, something that works better for you, because we are all different. And whilst yes, to an extent, science plays a huge role in what is actually going to grow your glutes, you're not going to defy the laws of science. You're not going to build your glutes doing bicep curls, for example. Within the science, there is definitely room for individual differences, individual preferences, and I want to make that really clear. The reason this video has been titled in the way that it has is just because I want as many people as possible to see this looking for help with growing their glutes. But just to be clear, there is no one single glute workout that is going to grow your glutes. It's about finding a workout and a workout program and a training program and a regime that works for you, that you can rinse and repeat week in, week out and progressively overload with. That's how you're going to grow your glutes, not chopping and changing because an influencer has uploaded the new best workout every other week. You do not need to be chopping and changing all the time. So there's 3 things that I want to cover before we get into the workout that are going to be absolutely fundamental in terms of growing your glutes. The first one is training intensity. You cannot, especially if you are clicking on this video because you've been in the gym for a while and you're noticing your gains have slowed down, you're not building muscle as quick anymore, you cannot wimp out of your sets, you cannot pussy out of your sets. You have training hard. And that is not me saying you have to be going balls to the wall every single set to failure, but the truth is, if you have never done any set to true failure, you have no idea what actual failure feels like when it comes to that level of training intensity, which is what most of us are going to be needing. If you are brand new to the gym, just worry about getting form down first, but if you've been training for a while, that's all sort of done and you're not making progress and you don't know why. A lot of the issues that I see with clients that come to me that are struggling, it's their training intensity. So what do we mean by this? How hard are your sets? When you are getting towards the end of a set, you are going to feel a burning sensation. It's going to feel uncomfortable and you are going to want to stop. When you get to that point, I want you to tell yourself 5 more reps. And this is something that any coach will tell you. This is something personal trainers will tell you. And it's not about you're definitely going to be able to get 5 more reps, but you will be shocked if you tell yourself just 5 more reps, 5 more reps. When things start to hurt, how many more reps you can do. You might get 3, you might get 5, you might get 7, you might actually realise you were nowhere near failure, you might be getting 8 or 9. But the point of telling yourself this is to get your brain to not get you to stop that set before you have reached at least close to failure. You don't have to take every single set to failure, and I wouldn't recommend that you do that. You will absolutely batter your body. However, if you are watching this video and you've never taken any lift to failure ever, I want you to pick 3 lifts. Please pick safer things. A hip thrust is going to be much safer to take to absolute failure than a barbell back squat, for example. But try to take it to absolute failure. You cannot physically get another rep out so that you know where that point is, because I promise you 99% of the time you will be shocked how far away that is from the point of, oh, this is starting to burn a little bit and feel uncomfortable. You have to push through that. Just training close to failure. You don't have to go all the way, but I would say 2 to 3 reps shy of failure is where you want to be sitting for most of your working sets, where you are pushing really, really, really hard, because those reps are going to be the most meaningful ones. The second thing which ties into that is progressive overload. Progressive overload is absolutely key. We all know this. If you are new to the gym, you might not know this, so I will just explain it very, very, very quickly. It's basically just the idea that you are going to be progressing on your lifts. Maybe not week to week, but you would try week to week or every 2 weeks. The longer you've been training, the harder it gets to progressively overload, because you are reaching your like maximum capacity of what you are going to be able to do naturally. You're kind of reaching that top point. But especially when you're newer to the gym, you definitely can progress week to week in terms of your weights. It's basically the art of either adding more reps, lifting with better form. Even if your form isn't great, I would recommend you use that as your first form of progressive overload, and then you go on to add in the weights, because what you don't want to do with progressive overload is start lifting with really shitty form. For example, with your hip thrust not locking out your reps properly, you're not going to be getting the most out of your lift. So whilst you are progressing, your form is completely broken down and you are no longer using the muscles that you are trying to utilise. But progressive overload is something that does actually tie in really nicely with training intensity, in my opinion, because that needs to be going up over time. Progressive overload means to be progressing over time. However, something that I see a lot is people are progressively overloading, yes, and they are adding more weight, but your body doesn't know kilos, your body doesn't know pounds, your body knows the tension you are putting on it and how hard that is. So if you are convincing yourself you can only lift to 60 kilos, and I'm not saying only as in that's not a lot, I'm just saying it as an example, telling yourself you can only do 50 to 60 kilos on your hip thrusts for 8 reps, and then the next week you go up 2, and then the next week 57.5, and then the next week 60, but every single set you are probably 8, 9, 10 reps shy of failure, because actually you should probably, for your capability, be lifting closer to 100, and that's sort of what you need for that rep range to be actually difficult. Then whilst you are progressively overloading, your training intensity isn't quite there, and especially if you've been in the gym a long time, that becomes even more important. So I feel like it's important to tie those two together, because it's something that I see people making the mistake of is, yes, you are progressively overloading, but still, how hard are those sets? Are you actually not realising what you are capable of in terms of your lifts? Because they both go hand in hand and they're both equally important. Remember, on the flip side of that, your body does not know kilos, your body knows tension, your body knows how hard something is. So if you are convincing yourself that your training is rubbish because you're not lifting as heavy as other people, but they've been in the gym for 6 years and you've been in the gym for 1 year, just remember, your body knows tension, your body knows how hard something is. It doesn't know kilos and it doesn't know pounds. So if it's hard for you, it's hard for you. Try not to compare yourself to other people. And just to give you an example of how you might progressively overload a lift, let's say you've got got a leg press 2 sets of 8 to 10, and that's your working sets, and that's what you're going to be doing, you might be able to do 150 kilos for 8 reps on week 1. Okay, perfect. You are then going to try for 9 reps on week 3. You are then going to try for 10 reps on week 5. Then when it gets to week 6, you can then go up to 160 kilos, for example, or 155. You might want to not want to jump it up 10. Just saying 10 because I find that with leg press people can add more weight quicker. But let's say you're going to go up to 155, 160, and you might only get 8 reps again, but then you build it back up again. So you might get 8 reps that week, 9 reps the other week, 10 reps the following week, and then again you go up to 160, you start it again. So I would highly recommend, if you're not already, you train with rep ranges, because it's going to give you the ability to progressively overload with that weight before you then hit out the max capacity of reps with that weight, and then you are able to add more weight, go back to the lower range, build it back up again. A very easy and clear way of doing progressive overload, because otherwise it can become a little bit confusing. So if you don't do that already, highly recommend using that as your sort of scheme for progression. And then the third thing, which is incredibly boring and no one wants to think about it, is your recovery. It's what you're doing outside the gym, your nutrition, your diet. If you want to grow, you need to be eating enough protein, 0.8 to 1.1 grams per pound of body weight. If you are someone who has a lot more non-lean body mass, you won't need it per pound of body weight. A lot of people do it per pound of goal weight, and they find that that works completely fine for them. But especially if you are on the leaner side, you don't have that much non-lean mass, I would highly recommend you do it per your body weight and try to go for the higher end where possible, just to try and squeeze out the best of it. Calories wise, this is a very controversial one. You can build muscle at maintenance and you can build muscle in a deficit, but if your primary goal, and it's all you are focused on and it's your main goal and you really want to see the best results possible, slight calorie surplus, about 10% above maintenance, and see how you get on with that. You don't have to be in a surplus to build muscle, I feel like I have to say that, but if it is your primary goal, it's all you are focused on, it's your main number one thing, and you're wanting to add as much muscle mass as possible, calorie surplus is going to help you out a lot. Doesn't need to be crazy. There's no point going into a huge surplus. It's not more food you eat, the more muscle mass you gain. There is a point where that kind of levels off and you are just going to be gaining unnecessary body fat. That's going to put you in the best spot for building lean muscle mass. And then in terms of your recovery, making sure you're not doing glutes 2 days in a row, you're leaving at least 48 hours between recovery, making sure that there's not too much volume in your weekly program. You don't need to be doing 30 sets of glutes per week. I think the recommendation is about 10 to 20 sets per week. However, there are going to be outliers to that. Some people might respond better to even higher than 20 sets per week. Some people might fall within that range, and obviously that's still quite a big range. So adapt, trial and error, see if your body responds better to higher volume or lower volume, but just be aware, going back to point 1 with training intensity, if you have a shit ton of volume in your program, your intensity is going to be crap. There is no way that you can do 4 sets of 8 to 12 on 6 movements in a session 3 times a week and be getting the most out of your training intensity. I would always, where possible, opt for slightly lower volume, higher training intensity, and it will also mean you can push harder in your workouts. Workouts won't feel as daunting because they're not as high volume, and also your recovery is probably going to be a lot better. Sleep is going to be really important, and again, the amount of sleep does vary person to person, but anywhere between like 7-8 hours of sleep is going to be really important for your recovery, for building muscle mass. But again, everyone is different. Some people require a little less, some people require a little more. There is some research suggesting that women might require a bit more sleep than men, so that's something to be aware of as well. And yeah, just making sure that you are not doing glutes back to back, you're giving yourself adequate time to recover, hitting your protein intake, because that's going to be key for rebuilding your muscle mass once it's all been broken down during your workouts. And if you are serious about growing, a slight calorie surplus will help you out a ton. So those are the 3 main things. Now let's get into the workout. In back, I'm just going to minimize myself, so I will be in a little corner down here somewhere whilst we go through this workout. I'm going to talk you through form tips and everything that you need to know for this glute workout. So let's get into it. Okay, so first things first, we're going to do a hip thrust. I am just freezing this frame here because I just want to explain to you guys about your setup. You want to make sure that whatever bench you are using is not too high and not too low. If it's too low, you are not going to be able to lock out properly. Your pelvis is basically going to be like this is your like ribs and chest, and this will be your legs. You won't be able to get that lockout properly if the bench you are using is too low. If it's too high, you're going to find that you're having to really pull yourself up onto it with your upper body, which when you are, you know, starting to push 100, 150, 200 kilos of weight, that's going to be really, really, really dangerous for your back. So making sure it's just a nice, happy medium, not too low, not too high. You want it about where your sports bra kind of hits around the back of your body. A good general rule of thumb to follow. And I'm starting off my workout with a shortened position movement. So what do I mean by this? I mean my glutes are going to be worked in their shortened position, in their contracted position. In a hip thrust and a bridge, your glutes are working most in that top portion of the movement, that lockout, which is why, as I'm going to bang on about, that lockout is so crucial and so important for this movement. That is where your glutes are working the most in this movement, so they are being challenged the most in their shortest position because it's where they are contracting right at the top. That's where they are being challenged the most. If you don't want to do a barbell hip thrust here, you could do a class glute bridge, you could do a floor glute bridge, so one from the floor without using a bench. I really want to work on my hip thrusts and my bridges at the moment, so for me it makes sense to put those first rather than, for example, doing my RDLs first. Then when I would go to do my hip thrust, I wouldn't be able to lift quite as much on them. With this being a lift I'm really wanting to focus on and progressively overload at the moment, I'm making sure that I am getting that out of the way at the start of my session so that I can progressively overload the most on it, and I've got the most energy going into my sets to have high quality sets, yes, but also to be able to lift heavier and progressively overload more. So yeah, move number one, hip thrusts, or you could do a glute bridge, or you could do a bridge from the floor, but working your glutes in the shortened position. And then I'm just going to show you guys with no weight, because when the plates are on it does kind of hide form. So you are going to get yourself up against the bench nice and comfortable, I mean up to the top here, and then when you come down you want to keep your chest and ribs stacked, so you don't need to be duck arsing on the way down. Can you see how I'm kind of keeping everything nice and tight and locked? My chin isn't tucked, but I am remaining like looking forward throughout. I come up to the top, fully locking out. Can you see how straight my pelvis is here, fully locking out at the top? You would be able to eat a meal off that pelvis if you wanted to in the least weird way possible. You have to make sure you are locking out properly at the top. The main reasons that I see people not doing this is they've got the wrong setup, i.e. the bench that they are using is way too low for them, or in some cases they have put on way too much weight and they are not able to lock it out properly at the top. If you cannot get a proper lockout at the top, you are not going to be getting the most out of your glutes. Please drop the weight for your hip thrust and bridges. That is how a good rep of a hip thrust would look, just to show you guys. Nice full clean lockout at the top, keeping chest and ribs kind of stacked, 90-degree angle with the shins, feet about shoulder width apart. So now I'm just going into a warm-up set. Warm-up sets I do for the first 1 to 2 movements of the day, especially the lifts I'm going to be going heavier on. I just did 60 to start with, and then here I'm doing about 100, I think just over 100. And you don't do a full set, you just do 4, 5 reps, nowhere near close to failure. It's just to get a feeler for the weight, because if my warm-up sets leading up to it feel heavier than usual, then I won't lift as heavy for my working set that day. Then we are going into my first working set. So as you can see here, the setup is nice and strong, and then pushing through the glutes. You want to make sure that when you are trying to push up in this movement, try and push through your heels in your feet, because that's going to really give you a good glute engagement. But also making sure that when you are lifting that weight, you're not thinking about swinging it with momentum. You're thinking about contracting your glutes all the way up to get that nice, strong lockout at the top. So it's fully your glutes that are lifting that weight. You're not using momentum. Tempo is nice and slow. I'd always recommend a 1 to 2 second pause at the top. And this is what I mean about training intensity. This final rep doesn't even count. I wasn't able to lock it out properly. So I'm not counting that in my rep count, but that is what I mean about training intensity. This is how intense your set should look. You want to be looking for your reps to be slowing down towards the end of a set, and you also want to be looking for just even visual indicators, facial expressions, but really pay attention more so to the mechanics of the movements you are doing. Does it look like you are able to actually perform the reps properly? I don't want to say you want to be looking for form to be breaking down, but it should definitely be slowing down. It should be looking like it's getting harder. For example, that last rep I wasn't able to complete it, so I'm not going to count that. So yeah, that was one of my working sets. And then in this workout I do for my third set go for a slightly lighter weight and just higher rep after doing 2 sets of a heavier weight. So again, form nice and tight, and again tempo, making sure you are doing things nice and controlled. If you feel like you are just swinging the weight around, try and implement a 1 to 2 second pause at the top of your hip thrusts and bridges. It will help you out so much in terms of getting that good glute contraction and making sure that you are actually using your glutes to lift the weight, not just using momentum. And again, even though I am going lighter weight, higher rep here, intensity still applies. You can see that my reps are slowing down and I'm not quite able to get this weight all the way up and lock it out. So again, that final rep doesn't count. So that's the first movement in this day. The second movement, we're moving on to RDLs. So just walking that back in just to show you. When I go to grab the bar, really engaging my lats, squeezing my lats back, walking it back a couple steps from the rack. You don't want to walk back too far. If you are walking back ages, especially when you've racked the weight up, you are just using up energy. So just do a couple of steps back. You don't need to move super far back with these. And then from the start of the movement, you want to make sure you've braced your core. So what does bracing your core mean? It means imagine someone's gone to punch you in the stomach, that you would do in order to get your core nice and tight. That's what you want to be doing. And in terms of your breathing for your lifting, I personally like to brace at the top, hold, 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 and then on the way up I breathe out, and then at the top I will re-brace again. I have seen people doing it differently, but I find when I'm not paying attention to my breathing and when I'm not performing my RDLs like this and doing the breathing like this, I feel like my sets stop sooner and I'm not able to go for as long, and I'm also not able to get as many reps, and I'm not able to lift as much. So that's the setup. And then from the top down, you want to keep your chest stacked over your ribs. So when you are pushing your hips back, you do not need to duck ass. Just imagine sending your hips back. Now your spine does have a natural curve to it, but it doesn't need to be excessive. Now if you do have an excessive curve in your spine naturally, then you will have more of an excessive curve when you do your RDLs, but you don't need to be thinking to pop your glutes back and then come back. Just think about keeping your chest stacked over your ribs and your hips. Everything is nice and aligned, core is nice and tight, you're braced, and then you are hinging your hips back. Especially if you are someone who gets back pain from doing RDLs, I can guarantee you are probably not bracing properly, or you are coming down too low in the movement, or you are doing that thing of popping your hips back, popping your glutes back before you start coming down, which is just going to put a lot of stress through your lower back. So I highly recommend you avoid doing that. So hinging your hips back and then coming back up. You don't need to overextend at the top, you don't need to shoot your hips forward. Just imagine you are using your glutes and hamstrings to pull you forward in the move. Here's your RDL form, again keeping everything nice and tight, hinging hips back, slow and controlled. And in terms of depth, the bar only needs to come just below knee height. It doesn't need to come all the way to the floor, doesn't need to come all the way down. As soon as you cannot push your hips any further back, you are going to come back up. Slight bend in the knee, shoot back up, all good to go. And hopefully seeing this side on with no plates on so you can just see how my body's moving has been really, really helpful with that. Okay, so RDLs, working the glutes in the stretch position through a hip hinge motion. Other options I am going to pop on the screen for you so that you've got other options for what you could do if you don't like doing RDLs or you don't like getting on well with RDLs. But I would always recommend, we've got a shortened position movement, and then we are going to include also a hip hinge movement where your glutes are going to be nice and strong and they're going to get worked in that stretch position. There's a lot of research suggesting that glute growth is actually greater and muscle growth in general is greater through stretch mediated hypertrophy. However, it is very iffy and people aren't actually quite sure on it, so it makes sense to be doing a mixture, shortened position and lengthened position. RDL is one of my favourites for working the glutes in a lengthened position. So as we can see, hinging my hips back, coming just below knee high and then back up again. Not overextending at the top, not shooting my hips through and really pushing them too far forward. You're going to again be putting a lot of stress on your lower back. And you will see as well, again, getting towards the end of this working set, the reps are slowing down, things are looking difficult, and I am really struggling to get my glutes to really pull me all the way back up. So that is the end of my first working set, and then I do take a good rest between sets when I'm working out. You do not need to be resting for 1 minute, 1 minute 30. Rest for as long as you feel like you need. I usually honestly end up doing, especially for RDLs, I end up doing about 2 to 3 minutes between my working sets. Just wait until you feel fresh and recovered to go again. So again, another working set. One giveaway sign that you might not be training as hard as you think you are is if your reps are not dropping off. So here I'm obviously doing 2 sets of 6 to 8 reps. If I was able to get 2 sets of 8 reps on both sets, it might be a sign that I'm not actually training as hard as I think I am. And I know that might sound confusing because it seems you want 2 sets of 6 to 8 and you're getting 2 sets of 8, so you're getting 2 sets of the max amount of reps in that rep range. But really, you should kind of be seeing in that second set your reps dropping off, because if you are pushing that hard, you shouldn't really be able to replicate that again. So that's another thing with training intensity to look out for. Are your reps dropping off on your subsequent sets? If you're able to do more reps, it might just be that the first set was a dud, you were going really hard but you weren't going as hard as you thought you were. But I would highly recommend taking a look at that, because if you are able to do more, that's something that we need to be looking at in terms of intensity. And again, with these, for my third set, just like with my hip thrust, I do like to drop the weight a little bit and go for a slightly higher rep set. Reason I like to do this is, again, the research on hypertrophy suggests that you can grow anywhere from 6 to 30 reps. I don't like to restrict my sessions to just working in one rep range. I like to mix it up because we don't know what rep range grows it best. So I personally prefer to sprinkle in a real mixture of rep ranges in my glute workout. I'm getting a little bit of everything, because the truth is we don't actually know, and anyone who tells you they know for certain is a goddamn liar. So the best port of call, in my opinion, is to have a mixture going on in your workouts in terms of rep ranges. So you will see that throughout this workout I do have a mixture of rep ranges. Okay, so moving on, I would also recommend in your glute workout as a fundamental you have more of a squat lunge pattern movement in your sessions. This could be a squat, it could be a leg press, it could be a lunge, it could be a split squat, it could be a step up, just something that is going to work your glutes. Again, they're working in the stretch position, but it's slightly different. It's a bit more knee dominant, it's not quite as hip dominant, even though there are switches that I make to these movements to make them more hip dominant, to get more glutes out of them. It's more of a squat lunge pattern than a hip hinge pattern. One of my favorites at the moment is deficit reverse lunges, and I am just doing 2 sets here. That's something I want to talk about. You do not need to have 3 to 4 sets of absolutely every single movement in your workout for your workout to be effective. I find that once I've done my hip thrusts and RDLs on this day, I just need 2 sets of other things, because otherwise it feels too daunting. And I find if I have more, I cannot physically give my all to those sets, because I just know I've got too much volume to get through the rest of my session. And I do hit lower body 3 times a week, albeit the sessions are different. I personally love having movements towards the end of my session that I'm only going to give 2 sets to, because I just find it allows my brain and my body to be able to push harder, and my training intensity, going back to point 1 from the beginning of the video, is a lot better. So yeah, my squat lunge pattern movement of choice on this day is a deficit reverse lunge. So I'm using a tiny little box here. Also your glute medius is going to be helping to stabilize you in the movement, and that's the same for any single leg movement that you are going to be doing. And if you are keen on building that shelf appearance, I would highly recommend, there's another movement I'm going to show you, but single leg work will help build that a lot, as well as working on your glute max at the same time. Deficit here, I'm using the pull to sort of help me with balance. I'm using a small deficit here, but what I'm doing is bringing that knee back, and as you can see, tapping the floor, not bouncing off the floor, but tapping the floor, because if you're going to use a deficit, you have to make the most of it. If you are going to lunge down and your back knee is going to be above where that deficit is, you're not using the deficit. It's pointless, just get rid of it. If you want to include a deficit, you need to use the deficit, so make sure your back knee is coming lower than the top of the box, the plate, whatever it is that you are using. I just find when I use a deficit, I get a really good stretch on my glutes and it just feels so good, and I've noticed a lot of progress since I've started incorporating more movements like this. And again, you will have noted through the set, tempo is nice and slow, I'm not rushing through anything. And in terms of like cues and all that sort of stuff, I'm thinking about sending my back leg back and sitting back into it. I'm not thinking about pushing my knee really far forward over my toes. I'm thinking about sitting back into the lunge and almost twisting onto one side of my body, the side of my body that I am working, almost thinking about twisting into that and sending that leg back, not sending my knee forward. Of course you can send your knee forward, but you are going to find that you get a bit more quad with that, and I'm really trying to utilize my glutes here. So trying to keep my knee and my shin a little more like this and focus on sinking back. Think about an elevator, not a lift. Elevator, not a lift. And again, intensity wise, reps are going to be slowing down, things are going to be getting harder. I do rest between legs. If you put single leg work in your workouts, which I believe we all should, single leg movements are going to help you a lot with imbalances and also with building up that glute medius with that stabilization element. Rest between legs. You can rest between legs like you would rest between sets. I rest like 1.5 to 2 minutes between legs. If you try and go into the other leg, you will find that your body's already fatigued and you probably won't be able to get the same amount of rep. And I always start on my weaker side and then I move on to my stronger side, and I will kind of try and match the reps on that side. So again, just the same form tips here, I'm just doing it on the other side so you can see a slightly different angle. I feel like here you can see that my knee isn't shooting far forward with these, and I'm kind of focusing on sitting back, not pushing forward, to make it more hip dominant, to make it more glute dominant. And again, look at the pump. I just feel like the pump I get from these is unreal. I am so happy with this movement. I love having it in my program. Okay, moving on, something you want to make sure you have, and this is something I've kind of gone over there because that is a single leg movement, but if for your squat lunge pattern you opt for a leg press, for example, making sure you do have a single leg movement in your workout. And if you've already done a leg press or a squat, it might be a good idea to do something like a kickback, because again, this is going to work your glutes in that shortened position and it's not going to tear your glutes up quite as much. So you are going to be able to manage your recovery a lot better. And with shortened position movements, you can get away with more volume of these as opposed to lunges, squats, RDLs. You will know when you put those in your program, the soreness is unreal because you are really stretching your muscles out, and you get a lot more DOMs from that. You get a lot more soreness, a lot more muscle tears. It's a lot harder to recover from. Hip thrusts, your bridges, your back extensions, your kickback variations, your abductions, get that same level of fatigue from it. So if you are wanting to add a little bit more glute volumes into your week but you are feeling really battered, make sure that you're not just working your glutes in that stretch position 24/7. Try and accommodate some volume to these shortened position movements, because it's going to mean you can get more glute volume in the week without absolutely hampering your recovery, which, like I said, is crucial for growth. You've gone with a bilateral movement like a squat or a leg press for your squat lunge variation in the workout, making sure that you include something single leg. And I would recommend, if you have gone with a squat or a leg press, because that's going to be very tiring, you go with a kickback. So here I'm doing glute medius kickbacks, taking a couple steps
is the very thing that she is
back from the cable. You want to turn your foot
now, understanding the situation, understanding what was happening around
inwards, so your foot isn't going to be facing direct towards the cable.
This up with Sarah. Now, for all intents and purposes, Sarah's a real person.
You want to turn it so this sort of side of your foot is facing the cable and kick diagonally back. Pizza cutter example, people find this so helpful, so I'm just going to explain it again. Essentially, think about when you order a pizza from Domino's, Papa John's, wherever, not straight down the middle. If you get a pizza that's cut into 4, that's going to be your cable kickback, and the side cut would be your cable abduction, where you're just going to be coming straight out to the side. A glute medius kickback, you want to think about that pizza that's not being cut into 4, it's being cut into 8. So So there's also the slice that goes diagonally, and that is the line that you want to be following with your leg when you're doing your glute medius kickbacks. A lot of people say that they find that really helpful in terms of cueing. So yeah, making sure that that foot is sort of turned in towards the cable tower. You're not sort of facing directly towards it, turned in a little bit, and then diagonally out to the side. Now, working on your glute medius, like I've just gone over slightly with the single leg work, is going to be crucial in building that shelf appearance. If you want to have more of that projection from side on, that shelf appearance at the top, building out your entire glutes will help you a lot, but your glute medius is going to form a huge chunk of that area. It's still relatively small in comparison to your glute max, for example, but it's much bigger than, for example, your glute minimus, which is very small, and it actually sits under your glute medius. So making sure you are working on your glute medius through kickbacks, through single leg movements, if that is an area that you are keen on developing. So yeah, here I am just doing my other leg for my glute medius kickbacks, and again, not swinging the weight, not using momentum. You want to make sure you are doing things nice, slow and controlled. I would actually say I'm doing these reps a little quick. I would add in a 1 second pause at the top just to make sure that I'm kicking back with my glutes, not flinging the weight back. I'm pressing the weight back with my glutes, not going from A to B. You want to make sure you're lifting with intention, not swinging with momentum. That is going to be the most key thing in making sure that you are getting the most out of your glute movements. And it's one of the biggest mistakes that I see people making, is just not giving the right amount of intention to their lifting, and they just end up sort of swinging the weight, especially when it comes to abduction work or cable kickback work or anything that's a bit lighter, fluffier, easier. People don't give it the same intention that they would a squat or a leg press. Make sure you are still lifting slowly with control, slight little pause at the top. And if you were curious about posture for these, honestly, the longer I've been coaching, the longer I feel like this really comes down to individual preference. Some people prefer to be much more bent over than I am. Some people prefer to be bolt upright. I found that slightly leaning forward, but again, making sure that I'm not flinging the weight back and then moving my lower back, keeping everything nice and tight, keeping braced, keeping steady in the movement. But this sort of posture actually works really well for me. I find it gives me a good stretch on my glutes when my leg comes forward, and I also get a really good contraction when I kick backwards as well. So this is my personal go-to posture for a kickback, but some people do prefer to do it more bent over. Some people prefer to be much more upright. The only thing I would say is, regardless of what you are doing, make sure that you are not moving your lower back too much. Like if you kick back and with every kick you're really using your upper body and lower back, make sure you're staying really stoic and steady in the movement. But yeah, this movement kind of covers two, because it's a single leg movement, which I would also recommend having in your glute workout program, but it's also a isolation movement, and that's also something I would recommend having in your glute workout. This is a movement that's primarily going to target your glutes. It will assist other muscles, but it's more of a smaller movement. It's not something like a squat or a lunge or an RDL. So for things like this, kickbacks are really good, abductions are really good. Obviously you've got different kickback variations. Normal, glute medius, abduction, seated abduction, back extensions, probably the ones that spring to mind most when it comes to an isolation movement, but this will help you get your weekly glute volume up without battering you too much in terms of your recovery. And it's also a single leg movement, which I would recommend also having in your weekly glute workouts, just because first of all, if you have any imbalances, it is going to help with that, but second of all, it's going to really recruit more of your glute medius and glute minimus for that sort of shelf appearance, because it's going to require a lot more balance. Things like step ups, Bulgarians, lunges, it requires a lot more balance. So it does, yes, work your glute max amazingly, but it also recruits some more of your glute medius and glute minimus, which you might not get as much, for example, out of an RDL, which is going to be primarily your glute max. Okay, and then finishing off, this isn't really glutes, but I do like to sprinkle a little bit of hamstrings in with this session just to get my hamstring volume up for the week. So I'm just finishing off here with a lying hamstring curl. So my main thing with this is just making sure that once you are lying down, when you are doing the lame ones, in particular hips are driven into the pad. You do not want to be duck assing. You do not want your lower back to be just like peeling off the pad and just again using momentum to lift the weight. You're not using your hamstrings then, you're using momentum because you are swinging. My hips are lifting ever so slightly during this movement, but it's not in an uncontrolled manner and it's not anything that I'm too concerned about. But if my hips were to be coming right off the pad, that's a huge problem. It means I'm not using my hamstrings, probably going to end up really hurting my lower back, to be completely honest, and I'm not going to be getting the most out of the movement because I'm using momentum, not muscles. If you take anything away from these form tips, use muscles, not momentum. Please take that as a main form tip from me. But yeah, I just finished off this glute day with a little bit of hamstring curls, but if you don't want to do that, you can just cut it after the glute kickbacks and it's going to be a fire workout. That is it for my glute workout, and I really hope that that explanation has been helpful. I wanted to make sure that when, you know, I'm saying best glute workout, like this is how to actually grow your glutes, that I'm explaining to you guys this is about finding a workout that works for you. You want to basically follow that structure for your glute workouts and it will help you a lot, but you might find that you prefer another movement over some of the ones that I've included, and that's totally fine. It's about knowing where to put those and how to sort of structure a workout. I hope that through me showing you guys mine and how I've structured it and what you can sub things out for, you can hopefully see how you can structure your best glute workout, because ultimately some people just don't get along with certain movements. You know, I've included a glute medius kickback as my isolation movement, but you might not get on with that at all. You might think I'd rather do a cable abduction or a back extension, and it's fine because that's still a good glute workout. There is no one workout that is going to grow your glutes. It's about finding the one that works for you and feels best for you, and then from there applying a really good fucking level of training intensity. Do not wimp out of your set. Being able to progressively overload over time, being able to stay consistent to it, because if you don't enjoy your workout, you're not going to stay consistent to it. So you need to find one that really works for you, and then managing your recovery between sessions. Those are the three overriding themes you are going to need to be looking after. But in terms of the workout itself, play around with it, but that is a general structure that is going to give you a really, really, really good glute workout. And if I may say so myself, specific workout, those specific movements, it's a really, really, really solid glute workout. You'll get a really, really, really good pump. You'll feel really good afterwards. And if you apply the right level of intensity and progressive overload over time, hitting glutes 2 to 3 times a week, you are going to see progress. Trust me, I would know. I have literally built this shit from the ground up, brick by brick. Okay, and I've done the same for many, 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 many women. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. It's been so nice to do a little bit more of a sit-down educational video. I feel like I've not done one in a very long time. If you guys like this video, please let me know. Please give the video a thumbs up. It helps me out so, so, so much. You've got no idea. And please do leave a comment if you did enjoy it, or you've got any suggestions for future videos with this similar format that you would like to see, maybe for other body parts. So if you enjoy this sort of more educational content in general. But yeah, if you are new here and you haven't subscribed already, then please do so. No pressure, of course, but it would mean a lot if you did. And yeah, I will see you guys in next week's video. Thank you for watching, and goodbye. Have an amazing Sunday. If you try this workout out, how you get on with it, because it's a bloody good one, not gonna lie.
Oblivion says that a very explosive. I've known the Phoenix better than most. But I would speak to Jean Grey now, because I believe that Jean Grey changed the Phoenix for the better. He does believe that Jean Grey is the Phoenix. But even Oblivion must pass his judgment as he goes to slay the Phoenix. This is where Jean Grey stops him. She stays his hand. She tells all the cosmic beings that you're all passion, and without compassion, the universe is going to fail. Because in judging them, all stand yourselves. It is true that Phoenix Forces right, but Oblivion said it himself, that their goal is that humanity is not simply corrupting the Phoenix, and that this will give it its purpose. Jean Grey may not be the God, but she is must see. Now eternity, they take these roads and they really ponder and they really think of it. Even if this
Good morning from a girl with a donut on her head. Welcome to another weekly vlog. We're starting it off very real. I was actually hoping to start off this week's weekly vlog with the collagen mask on. I bought it from a skincare shop in Manchester at the weekend and I was hoping to start with that, but it got to like 5 AM. It wasn't awful, but I was waking up like every 20-30 minutes and it was ruining my night of sleep. So about 5 AM I did end up ripping that off. Skin looked really glowy at first, but now it's sort of dried down. I feel like that whole like glass skin thing that you see online is feeling like it's a tiny little bit of a fad. Maybe it has like better long-term results, but I feel like it's a little bit of a fad because yeah, it looks like that at first. Give it an hour and your skin looks normal again. I wanted to try heatless curls. Now I have bought heatless curlers so many times. The silky ones, even though they clip, my hair literally just slides right out of them. These ones are from the Bouncy Blow company or something. I think they were literally like £10. They actually did not have any clips on them whatsoever, so I was like, brilliant, that's not going to work. These look like picture perfect and I've slept in them since last night. I bought a silk bonnet and I don't know where it's gone, so I've completely lost that, but I did tie a silk pillowcase around my head. Like I just like put it over my head and then tied it in a bobble at like the nape of my neck. But I feel like what better way to start off this vlog than seeing my first ever attempt at an overnight blowout and how this pans out. I am actually going to film a little TikTok of this as well. I'm actually really nervous, guys, not going to lie. I've got a little bit of a curl going on. I just have very, very, very long hair. I did have to do like a skinnier row for the middle one because it comes with 2 thicker ones and then 1 skinnier one. No, this is really exciting me because this was so quick as well. Okay, this one makes me the most nervous. Oh my god, I feel like this is the real moment of truth. Okay, I'm scared. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I feel like I look like an actual cheap, like, bar bitch. I'm honestly really impressed, especially with the bottom bit. I just need to work out how to get that top bit to look better. What a way to start the vlog. I am just getting ready for the day. So today, Tuesday, I always start my vlogs on a Tuesday. I feel like Monday, yesterday I just had a massive sort my life out day. So if you can see like piles of stuff behind me, that's because I'm giving away some Alpha Leak bits after every single launch now. Wait a couple weeks, I will give bits away that I'm not going to need or that I don't like or that I'm not going to use. Obviously I still keep an insane amount of stuff that I shouldn't, but it's because of what I do for work. If I was a normal person I would probably get rid of even more stuff, but I do need it as a reference point for reviews or for colour comparisons. So I did that yesterday. I did a massive tidy up. I finally put my launch stuff away, which I know sounds really, really, really gross, but it was basically just sat in a massive box here from the birthday launch, and if I needed something from the box I would just grab it out. It's really weird because my brain does get clouded by mess. It's not that I'm not affected by it. It does irritate me and it does annoy me and I don't feel at peace. I do feel kind of restless, but at the same time I'm not the personality type where it needs fixing ASAP. It's like I'll put it off even though it is impacting my brain and my space and my mind. I still put it off and I don't really understand that about myself. It's like I've got a mixture of the 2 personalities. It's like the thought processes of one but then the actions of the other, and they're kind of contradictory. Very hard to stay tidy with the amount of stuff that I have, and I don't want to harp on about it because I've spoken about it so much with you guys, but seriously, do not glorify these like stacked full wardrobes of activewear and all that sort of stuff, because it's so hard to stay tidy when you own that much stuff. Like, you think you've fitted everything in perfectly. No babe, you've got 3 wash loads, and when you start putting those away you'll realise you actually don't have room, and then you get lazy with things, you don't put things back where they go properly, and the cycle just kind of continues. I do need to have a massive clear out. I am holding off on that honestly until I move out now, because I just feel like I can feel it in my water. It's coming. So I do actually have a house viewing tomorrow, which I will obviously vlog a little bit where I can. I'm really excited. I feel like house viewings is one of those things where it's sort of like you need to get back on the horse if you've fallen off it, and I'd definitely fallen off. Not looking, I was still on Rightmove all the time, but I'd definitely fallen off with my in-person viewings. But there are some tiny bit above budget, just because if I do go a bit like a tiny bit over, I can find properties that I don't need to touch. And with the ones that are in budget, most of them, it's still pushing the top end of my budget and it'd still need work. So that's basically my thought process now. Plus the price on Rightmove is not the price you have to pay. You can always put an offer in. Obviously, I'm not going to be like super disrespectful with it, but also some people's pricing of their homes is delusional, quite frankly. Anyway, I have a new makeup technique which I spoke about on Instagram, and I've not done it fully because I've used my stick, and I feel like with my stick I'm not rubbing that into my hand and then rubbing that into a brush. But with concealer and stuff, putting it into the palm of my hand where it's all warm, and then basically dabbing my brush in it, like priming the brush, I think they call it. I saw a TikTok, a makeup artist who does like celebrity makeup, but also she doesn't do, style isn't like the big like bold glamour sort of stuff. It's very much like your skin but better, and how to make it look flawless while still looking natural. I tried to find it yesterday to link for Instagram, but I couldn't find it. And yeah, this is how she does basically all her base products, is warming them up in a hand and then priming them into the brush and then applying to the face. And I did it on Sunday when we went to Manchester, and my base looked unbelievable. Like, I was so happy with it. So that is what I am now doing. And I did the same with my foundation. I used my Armani Luminous Silk the weekend, like a proper foundation, and I just pumped it into my hand, primed it into the brush, and then applied. I do feel like I used more product, but I do feel like my skin looked a lot more natural, and I definitely didn't feel like I'd over applied anywhere, like it didn't look cakey or anything. I wanted to also just have a quick yap about the vlogs in general. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for, there isn't that many comments on my last vlog, but the comments that were saying how much you guys love the longer vlogs were getting like a lot of thumbs up. Like, I looked this morning and they had like 10, 9, 8 thumbs up, all saying that they love the longer vlogs. I think my issue is, and I find this with all my platforms, is if one person tells me they don't like something, I then try to do something so that I can please everyone. And I don't really love talking about stuff like this because I'm grateful for anyone that views my content, but the vlog I posted last weekend is my worst performing vlog in a very long time, and it's also my shortest vlog in a very long time. And I feel like that to me is kind of proof that even though some people don't love, feel like that's what my audience wants. They want longer vlogs, and if you're watching this and you can't do longer vlogs and you don't like them and they're too long and you don't have time for them, I don't want you to feel like I don't see you as my audience. I still very much do, and I want to sprinkle things in, but I don't know, last week's upload has just made it abundantly clear that like long form content and long videos are what my audience wants. And yes, I should take everyone's feedback on board, but I do need to remember that as much as I can sprinkle in some different stuff and shorter stuff and requests, I need to go with what the majority of my audience wants. And it was just a little bit of a learning curve, because I was really panicking. I was like, oh my god, like, people don't talk about stuff like that, but honestly, when you upload a video to YouTube and when you go on the analytics, it tells you where it sits in your recent uploads, and that video, ever since I posted it, has been 10 out of 10, which means it's the worst performing video out of my last 10 uploads. So I feel like I need to just kind of get over the fact that I can't please everyone, because in trying to please everyone, I feel like, I don't know, you guys tell me, I'm not sure that you guys loved last week's vlog. I feel like a lot of you didn't actually even watch it, and that's fine. It's probably not for the people that come to me for like a 1 hour plus video. I am obsessed with this blush. This is the Glassy Rosette House Labs blush. Guys, this is so beautiful. Like, so beautiful. I always put too much of it on, but this is just unreal. Like, the finish is unreal, the colour is unreal. I feel like it's pretty close to my Sai Chili one. Shut up, like, that is so pretty. It's like the most gorgeous, like, pinched pink blush. Again, I've probably put a little bit too much on there, but I just love it. I just think it's so pretty. But yeah, I feel like I'm almost too receptive to feedback sometimes. I did a poll on Instagram yesterday asking if people wanted like an in-depth workout video or a weekly vlog, so I've decided I'm doing both, because I did get a lot of people saying that they really miss like the in-depth workout content, so I still love doing that, so I will sprinkle that in. But it was 70% for the weekly vlog, and I never thought I would see a time where people are requesting more like everything content from me, like a vlog, over like an educational video, over like a workout video. That's kind of crazy to me, because I think I've convinced myself that the only reason people watch me is for fitness stuff and athlete reviews, and that's it. But clearly that's not true, because, and to be honest, it's been like that for a while. Every time I ask, people kind of want more vlogs, and it's crazy because I would have never thought a couple of years ago that would be the content people are requesting from me. But I just feel like there's a huge shift in general. I feel like it's not that there isn't a market for just fitness content anymore, but I feel like the market for just fitness content alone is not really there anymore. Like yesterday I got railroaded, and thank you so much, because you guys are just the best, by the way. I got railroaded into posting a like perfume shopping vlog on my Instagram. I'd put it up on TikTok, then I put it up on stories, and people were blowing up my messages being like, this needs to go on your main feed. Like, I love this, it's so different but still so you at the same time. But I just had a complex about putting it on my main feed, because I was like, it's not a life dump, it's not a pretty picture, and it's not a workout, so therefore I probably shouldn't post it. Realistically, if I keep doing that, I'm never going to post on Instagram, because I love the gym and I love fitness, but it's not everything to me. Like, it's not my entire life, it's not the only thing I'm interested in. And I feel like YouTube, I feel like that's why I love YouTube so much, because I come on here and I yap about perfume, I yap about makeup, I yap about life, I yap about therapy, and you guys are so receptive to it and you seem to love it. But I've somehow convinced myself that it's criminal to do that on Instagram. When it comes to my main feed, I really do restrict myself, and it just makes me not want to post. I'll be completely honest. So let me know what kind of content you love to see the most on here, but in particular Instagram, if you do have it and you do follow me over there. What are your favourite kind of posts? Either to see from me that I've done in the past, or things that I post maybe on TikTok that you've seen that you really like and you wish I'd share it on Instagram, or bits from my vlogs that you think you'd like to see on Instagram. Basically, let me know. Guys, I've just taken the clips out. I've just been carrying on doing my makeup. I feel like now that I've taken the clips out after taming it a little bit, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm still not sure it's, I don't know, I feel like actually, I'm saying I'm not sure, I feel like this kind of does look exactly like a blowout. So, because sometimes when I do my fringe I think, whoa, we've put a bit too much volume in there. I don't know, I feel like it kind of has worked. I feel like we're definitely, well, it's definitely giving volume. It's now 9:20, so I really need to get a wiggle on, because I need to get dressed, get to the gym, film my workout. I think my workout's going to take a bit longer to film today, because I'm going to be doing a proper like in-depth voiceover for it. I do get requests to do mic'd up in the gym. I'll be honest, here's the issue. My gym plays like non-copyright music, and I can try to isolate my voice as much as possible, but you can still hear the music in the background. And 9 times out of 10, when I was using my mics for YouTube videos, I got them all demonetized. Or like they'd still run ads, but I wouldn't get any of the money because I got a copyright for it. And I'm trying to avoid having that happen again. So that's the reason why I don't do mic'd up. Otherwise, I actually much prefer it, because I can literally talk you through it as I'm doing it. Twinkle Toes is FaceTiming. But I did that like half an hour ago. I've like tamed it now.
I love it.
Do you? Do you think it looks good? Apologies guys, Twinkle Toes was on the phone, so I've just finished getting dressed. I did buy some perfume samples, which I've been doing some perfume content on TikTok. If you have TikTok and you're into perfume content, go and check it out. I feel like that's where I feel most comfortable sharing, and here obviously. Oh my god, I feel like the hair was giving, and now it's stressing me out with how much volume is in there. Dark Oasis is like sugary, pineapple, tropical fruit vibes. Guava Sorbet is like a super sweet, fresh, clean, fruity kind of scent. The Loewe one is basically like Herba Pura, just not quite as musky. So like think tropical, mango, pineapple, fruity kind of scent, but not quite as musky. I'm gonna go with Narco Oasis, that's what I'm feeling today. So yeah, let's go make a pre-workout and get on our merry little way to the gym. I don't know what I didn't really think this through. I don't know what I'm going to do with my hair when I'm in the gym, because I'm not sure what I can do with my hair when it's like this in the gym, but we'll work it out, guys. We'll work it out. Really quickly, before I get in my car, pre-workout of choice is, again, if you've been keeping up with the vlogs, you'll know this is one of my favourite pre-workouts. The Ghost Pump in the passion fruit flavour, ideal for like as we're heading into summer. It's like the perfect mix of sweet and tiny bit sour, but not too sour. I feel like passion fruit is either really sickly or really sour when it's a flavouring. This is like spot on. And then I just pop my creatine in with it. I was saying in last week's vlog, bring back cheap creatine, because why has it gotten so expensive? When I first started taking it, I was at uni and I could get a bag of it for like £8. Just do a quick little gym OOTD. So the top I've got on is the Aritzia Butter Fabric Essentials tee. I just love these, and as you can see, it's single layered because I hate double layered stuff. It's so uncomfortable. So I would take a slightly sheer top over a thick double layered one 9 times out of 10. I love a single layered, but as you can see, it's still nice and plenty thick. And then for bottoms, I've just got my Grand Central contour shorts on, and then I've just got my Garage grey cuffed joggers. I'm gonna shove my Uggs are upstairs, so I guess I'm putting my Uggs on, but let's go. Okay, this is my glutes and hamstrings day, which you guys are probably sick to death of seeing, but I keep my programs the same and I rinse and repeat, because that's how we grow. We progressively overload and we train with intensity. All jokes aside, if you want this if you want this workout in depth, last week's video. So I'm starting off with barbell hip thrust. This is one of my 2 heavier sets where I'm pushing for sort of 6 to 8 reps here, and I can happily report I've done this session again this week and I've added 5 kilos to the lift. So we're progressing, we're getting stronger, we're training hard. So this is one of my heavier sets for my barbell hip thrust. Like I said, if you want it super in depth, like everything down to the T, like intensity, form, progressive overload, everything you want to really know how to grow up under, last week's video. Next, we're moving on to some RDLs. So again, this was one of my heavier sets. Aiming to try and get sort of 2 sets of 6 to 8. I think this was my 2nd heavier set. So again, engaging your lats as you walk the bar back. I've had a lot of questions about getting wrist straps on, so I will include that in a vlog soon or in a workout. Somehow I will explain to you guys how wrist straps work, because I'd already pre-filmed this, so I couldn't add to it because I'd already filmed it. But again, you already know the drill with RDLs by now. Hinging your hips back until your hips can't move any further back, slight bend in the knee, not trying to like pop your arse out at the top, not putting a massive curve through your lower back, keeping your chest stacked over your ribs, stacked over your hips, keeping everything nice and tight, nice tight core, bracing, etc, etc, etc. Then we are moving on to some deficit reverse lunges. So I'm just practicing body weight only, just to make sure I've got the right range of motion, so that I'm using the deficit, tapping at the floor and then picking up my dumbbell. I have found actually that these are starting to feel like, with this movement, I'm starting to feel like I need to definitely go up in terms of dumbbell weight, because I'm finding it's more like my breathing and like just feeling exhausted by doing the movement that's bringing me to failure, not my muscles. So I'm actually going to, for next week, I'm going to be picking up a 25 kilo dumbbell, I think, just to try and bring my reps down a little bit and try and make sure that it's my glutes and quads that are bringing me to failure, not the fact that I'm like, Jesus Christ, I can't breathe properly, which I find breathing and stuff and getting gassed out by a movement and finding it harder in that way much more common with a single leg exercise, and I know a lot of other people feel the same way. Please know that is completely normal. It's incredibly taxing, and you've also got 2 legs to do, so you're basically doing double the work. But again, like I've said before, do rest in between legs. You don't have to go from your right leg to your left leg straight away. You can do a rest. I will rest for like 30 seconds to 1 minute between legs for this reason, because it is technically a separate set. So then I am just doing some glute medius kickbacks. You guys already know by now, pizza cutter analogy. You're not going straight back, you're not going straight to the side. It's a dominoes that's been cut into, let's say, 8, and you're going for that diagonal sort of path with your foot, like the inside of your foot turned towards the cable machine, so it's not your toes aren't facing it, it's the inside of your foot, so there's a slight angle to it as well. So yeah, just doing my glute medius kickbacks here. If you are wanting to build like a shelf appearance, working on your glute medius is going to help you out a lot. I'm not saying doing this is going to grow you the biggest glutes in the world, because movements like your RDLs, your lunges, your leg presses, your hip thrusts are going to build a lot more glute max muscle, but doing things like this can help to build up your glute medius, which does sit
where the shelf portion of your glutes is, and I have got quite a strong glute medius. Like when I tense it, you can really see that there is a shelf going on there, and I do think it's because I do a lot of single leg work, yes, but I also love doing some glute medius kickbacks. Finishing off with some hamstring curls. You already know the drill. How many times I take a shot every time I say you already know the drill. You already know the drill. But seriously, keep your hips, try and like keep them pushed into the pad as much as possible so that your bum isn't flying in the air, again, so that you are not using momentum to lift the weight, muscles to move weight, not momentum. Always remind yourself of that when you're in the gym. Slow things down, make sure you're fully contracting your muscles and actually using them to lift the weight, not just flinging your legs around. I feel like it's really easy to do that on kickbacks, ham curls and leg extension, so making sure that you are really actually using the muscles, not the momentum. And yeah, that was my training session.
I just finished my workout and Twinkle Toes was like, I'm just going on a side quest BRB, and he's gone and got me an iced latte, and look what I've just done with some of it. I was such an idiot. I was coming in my car to grab my camera. Oh my god, there's hair stuck in it as well. Gross. I was coming in to grab my camera, put my coffee down, didn't think, and it just completely tipped over. But these are our iced lattes. Look. Where are they from? Doughboy Donuts.
Yep.
We got the donut last week and it was really good, wasn't it?
It
Which
was.
one's mine?
Yours, I was going to say has more in it, but you just spilled half of it, so I don't know which is which. Let me...
Yeah, but it's not gonna be the real.
No, I'll do that. I spilled it. You don't need to do it. Fixed it.
Don't worry, me.
Haven't we?
Yes.
We fixed it and now we've
So
got
you
our
gotta cover the
coffees.
flesh. The car president fucked up.
And surprisingly too, we have a lotus.
Fuck
Yeah,
off.
that's the
You didn't
bullshit.
tell me about that.
I was keeping it surprised.
That
Oh
was
my
the bullshit
god.
right there. This is, you gotta. So it's not really
Is it good?
the safe way you can do it.
Do you know what that tastes exactly like?
What?
The cookies you used to get at primary school.
The
Like the shit
presents,
primary school
yeah.
cookies, but I
Yeah.
miss them. You know, like the shit
Yeah.
sponge cake with custard.
Yeah.
That's what it tastes like.
California Apple.
Yep. Back from the gym, I thought I'd just give you an update on my heatless blowout. Obviously I've gone and trained, so my hair has dropped out much more significantly than it would have done if I hadn't, but I still feel like it looks good, and obviously the top of it has calmed down a lot now, so I feel like the top of it looks a lot better. And honestly, like with the length of my hair, love my air wrap, but this is kind of how my air wrap styles hold now, with the length of my hair. So to say that I've used no heat on it, it feels really good. And also, I usually, when I've tried heatless styles before, it looks good when I take it out and then my hair just goes so frizzy. I feel like my hair has maintained its like silkiness, softness with this. I'm really happy with it, but I'm just clipping in the front back because I'm about to crack on with some work. I've just come home and made myself a quick lunch. So this is my salad bowl today. We've got leaves, I've got corn, I've got Brussels sprouts roasted in like Cajun, I've got feta cheese, I've got chicken, and then I've just got some chipotle hot and smoky dressing. And yeah, I'm gonna eat this. I feel like it looks so weird having a massive salad bowl in my bedroom with me, but this is where I will be doing my work for the day. So I'm just mixing that in. It doesn't look as good when you mix it in, but it tastes 10 times better. I just wish I had some tzatziki. I forgot to get that in my weekly shop yesterday. But the sprouts are so good. I picked up on that when I went to America. Like a lot of salad places, they'll have like roasted sprouts, or they'll do sprouts in like miso glaze, roasted sprouts, blah 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 sprouts. We don't do sprouts other than on a Christmas dinner over here. And these are so much nicer. If you don't like sprouts, you won't like them. But I do like sprouts. I'm one of the people that likes them. I've always liked them. When I was little, I used to pretend I didn't like those. And I used to pretend I didn't like tomatoes because none of my friends liked them. And mushrooms as well. I felt like I was going to get teased if I said that I liked them. But I've always loved tomatoes, mushrooms and sprouts and olives. Love olives as well. But I'm going to eat this, crack on with some work, and I'll catch up with you guys in a bit. I just wanted to show you how the heatless blowout goes throughout the day. It's been like a solid, it's 20 to 2 now, so it's been a solid few hours, and I've trained. I don't know, I feel like, yeah, it's not held amazingly, but on my hair it doesn't hold that well anymore because my hair's too long and too soft, so I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest. Just before I go, how cute are these? I love hydrangeas, we've always had them in the garden, but I've never seen them being sold in a flower shop before. But there was a flower shop, it's in Manchester, just outside the Arndale Centre, and he had sunflowers, tulips, hydrangeas, and he had these beautiful like baby pink ones, which I just thought was so pretty, so Twinkle Toes did buy me these. But yeah, they're in my room, in my little girly section. My check-ins are done for the day. I've just made a little reel for my coaching page. I don't know what's come over me. I've posted a perfume reel on Instagram this week. I've posted my first, it's really bad, I've posted my first post of the year, not even the month, the year, on my coaching page. Right, let's fix those. There are a couple of reasons. And then it's focusing on tempo, so I've done like a green screen of some client videos showing people how to better do the hip thrusts. The idea came to me during check-ins and I was like, I'm going to do that right now, because if I don't do it right now, I'm literally not going to do it. So that's that. Update on Nike Oasis. Love the smell, but I feel like it's kind of disintegrated into nothing on my skin. It's still there a little bit, but it's kind of not. But I also have been to the gym and sweated, so I feel like it's maybe not the most fair test. I would want to wear that on holiday in the summer, so if it doesn't do well in the heat and it just kind of dissipates, I don't know if I would want to own it. I have just been finally I have like most of my bits in for my giveaways, so I obviously do the cash giveaways, the voucher giveaways, and then for February I did the gym hampers as well, which this is honestly probably my favourite giveaway that I run. I just love it so much. Everyone gets to pick a gym fit, a supplement, and then of their choice, like they can have whatever they want as long as it's in stock. I'm not a genius, I can't work magic. Buy it for them and then I ship it out with some of my favourite bits. So I'm just going to show you an example one. This girl wanted the ESN, this honestly sounds really good, white chocolate pistachio flavour protein, so she's got that. And then for her outfit she went with an Anchor Aura jacket and with the Revive leggings. And in terms of my little bits, I just like putting in things that I love and that I rave about, so it's like a good mix of things that people actually want and then things that I really love that might be a little like out of budget for some people, or something that they've not tried before, or something they've wanted to try but not been able to for whatever reason, because there's nothing more irritating than someone banging on about something and you just being like, bitch, I can't try that. I would love to try it, but I can't. So I'm putting in each of them an EOS vanilla body lotion, I'm putting in a Fleur vanilla skin, an Ole Henriksen lip balm. I wanted to get the plain creme brulee one, but they were out of stock, so I've done still creme brulee, but it's got shimmer in it. I've not actually tried this one, but I'm sure it's lovely. It'll just have a little bit of glow to it. Of course, a Touchland hand sanitizer has to go in there. That's one for the gym bag immediately. Everyone's getting a peach iced tea. I wanted to get mango peach iced tea because that is my like favourite from ESN. However, I have the mini samples, so everyone's getting a peach iced tea sachet in their box. Everyone's getting some eye patches from Space NK just for like a little self-care moment, and then everyone's getting a different perfume sample because the sample place I order from wouldn't let me buy multiple of one, different one for each. So I went with, this girl is going to be getting Mancera Amore Cafe, which is like vanilla ice cream boozy sort of scent. Someone's getting Delina exclusive, which is obviously rosy jammy goodness. Someone is getting Valaya exclusive, which is like clean girl scent, and it's so yummy, it's my favourite at the moment. And then someone is getting Xerjoff Herba Pura, which is like musky tropical goodness. So yeah, I just wanted to show you guys what goes in those, and it's my favourite type of giveaway that I do. Like, shopping for these makes me more excited than shopping for myself. Trust me, I like shopping for myself. I do have the other three all ready to go, they're just in little boxes, but I'd rather just take them all to the post office at the same time, so I need to work out how I'm going to package this one up. Me and Twinkle Toes are going to go for a little canal walk, so I'll take you along for that, because I think I've done like 1,300 steps today, so I need to work on that. Okay, I fear I'm now going to sound like a big fat hypocrite, because I've just said to you guys, what on earth is my dad watching and why is it on so loud? Anyway, I've just obviously, I love mango peach iced tea, however, I'm nearing the end of my tub of that, and I feel like with any protein product, You should try and switch up the flavours where possible, otherwise you will get sick of it. And I'm not sick of it yet, but I feel like if I get another tub, like a quarter of the way through it, I could be. Especially because I'm actually reaching for that like once a day most days at the moment. So I got a sample of the strawberry lime one last week. Do you remember Calippo shots? Yes, that's exactly what this tastes like. Exactly what this tastes like, and it's delicious. I'm going to try and make it into ice lollies. I'll probably include that in this vlog, but right now I don't have the patience for that. I'm going to make it into just a nice refreshing beverage. This is unreal. And guys, you know, I've spoken, there's a few, I feel like I speak about protein products a lot, but it's the same couple over and over and over again, because most protein products I cannot stand. This, oh, guys, honestly, it's like it tastes like Calippo shots. It's unreal. I'm gonna put it in this special little glass. I'm so excited to try and make this into ice lollies. We used to have ice lolly molds, but I don't think we have them anymore. I do feel like there is a knack to making a good clear whey, because I basically then put a tiny bit of water in and whisk it. I find that when I do it this way, I get less clumps. Because the thing is with clear whey, I genuinely don't think you can just put that in a shaker. It will give baby sick in texture.
Where's your mother?
I'm assuming Sunday.
Oh, I'm assuming she's sitting outside. She'll end up like a wrinkled prune like that lady next door to your granny.
So I put a tiny bit of water in, whisk it, and then I add the rest of the water, and then you just need to leave it for like 1-2 minutes, because it'll go all frothy, but then it settles down, and look at that. There are zero clumps, no lumps, no bumps, no nothing. It's just smooth. And I feel like you can tell even by the colour, this is just fucking good, you know? This is just bloody good stuff. You can tell that there's something different about it. It's not just a straight up juice. They all have that distinct taste, but it's very subtle in these. I don't find it to be too strong. I really like this. It just tastes like Calippo shots and it's delicious. But yeah, that's how I do it, because if you put this or any clear whey just in a shaker and do it like your other proteins, I feel like you'll end up with bits and it'll be giving baby sick. So don't do that. Maybe don't do that. But yeah, I'm gonna drink this, go for a walk.
You look really posh and famous, and I look stupid. And I love it. Wait, can we see the background? Can we see this? Oh no, there's no sun.
There is no sun.
It's just,
you dumb bitch.
It's just fucking freezing.
It's really cold, guys.
Should we run?
No.
To keep warm?
No.
You're wearing the right outfit. Mewy Mewies are meant to be running.
Mewy Mewies. Meow meow.
Whose horse is that? Whose horse is that?
Morning, we're now on Wednesday. I am just charging my car. I feel like this is the story of my life. I feel like I'm constantly charging my car, but I'm just charging my car because it's 9:30 and at 10:15 we have a house viewing booked in. So I'm just going to charge my car up a little bit. I have enough charge to get to the viewing and back, but I want to go to the gym afterwards and I don't really want to have to charge it after the viewing. I kind of just want to get straight off so then I can get back. I've not had a house viewing in so long. I don't know if anyone else feels like this if you're going through the house buying process or even just viewing, but I feel like when I'm in like the swing of viewing houses, I'm really in the swing of it and I want to look at loads, but as soon as I stop, so I kind of stopped looking at them in person after I got gazumped because that just irritated me, and I've just found it really hard to get. I've still been looking on Rightmove, but in terms of booking viewings, it sounds so dramatic, but it's like I can't be bothered to go and look at a house in person, really like it, and then miss out on it again. But I know that that is just the nature of buying a house. Like, it's a really annoying, irritating process, and if I can't get over that fact, I am not going to get a house. So I'm trying to basically just get over myself a little bit. And what isn't, sorry I've taken you off that thing because I couldn't tell if the lighting was good or bad. I never know what's appropriate to share and what isn't, but I will share the house buying searching process as much as possible, like I promised to you guys. But it is really, really frustrating. I try now to not get my hopes up too much. The house I'm looking at today, quite different in the sense that the houses I've looked at already are either not fresh new builds but newer build, like they've been built within the past 10 years. so they don't really naturally need anything doing to them, or older properties that really need a lot doing to them. The one I'm looking at today is an older house, but it looks like they've redone it, so it doesn't look like there would be anything that needs doing to it, which is kind of the happy medium, because the issue that I'm finding with newer builds is, yeah, they look great, and you know, on paper you don't need to do anything to them. However, the size of the bedrooms is just so odd. I swear you couldn't even fit a bed in there. Like, it's so small. I mean, you must be able to, otherwise I'm sure they couldn't class it as a bedroom. But I don't know who decides on that, like, spacing for the sizes. Odd. And a lot of them take up like precious room space by putting an ensuite in some of the bathrooms, which it's nice, don't get me wrong, that would be really nice, but I feel like I don't need an ensuite and a bathroom, especially when they're both kind of technically next to each other. I get it, it's nice when you've got guests over, but I don't know, it just feels like a waste of space. The one I'm looking at today looks like I would not need to do anything to it, and it looks like the bedrooms are much more sensibly sized. However, the estate agents can be very shifty. They could have taken those pictures on like 0.5. You can really make things look a lot bigger than they are when you do that. I am excited. I have a good feeling about this house, so I am really excited to go and look at it. I'm just trying not to get my hopes up too much. I don't want you guys to think, what a miserable bitch, like she's so lucky she's able to go and even be thinking about buying a house on her own at her age. Like, what miserable little rat. I don't want to come off that way. I'm just trying not to get my hopes up too much, because I really got my hopes up last time and I was really sad afterwards. I've not put any perfume on yet today, so I brought my perfume with me so I can apply it in the car. I am not joking. Like, I know that everyone's gonna say, Kat, like, you're lying, like it's not true. You can ask Twinkle Toes, like literally ask Twinkle Toes. When I went to Marks and Spencer's at the weekend, I walked out and a woman literally wound down her car window in the car park, and she said, "Excuse me," and I was like, oh my god, like I've dropped something, like what have I done? And she was like, when you walked past me in there, I thought, oh, she smells lovely, I'll have to ask her what she's got on. So now that I've just seen you, I'm asking. So I was like, oh, it's Valaya exclusive, this is what I had on, and this is one of my favourite perfumes at the moment. I'm really regretting not getting the full-size bottle, because I feel like this is going to run out very quickly for me. And I do get compliments on scent a lot, but for like a stranger, like someone that doesn't even know me, to literally wind down her window in the car park and stop me and say, you smell great, like she could smell me just walking around Marks and Spencer's, I feel like that's pretty impressive. So this is that perfume, really pretty. The original gives me a headache. This is the exclusive version. It's just not as like screechy. It's a really clean, grown up, fresh kind of scent. I feel like it's perfect for a house viewing, for mature activities. Oh, it just smells so good. The longevity and projection, well, the projection is clearly good, because the woman was like, you smell amazing. Not the best to spray in an enclosed space, I will say that, it's getting in the back of my throat, but I love that perfume so much. So yeah, I'm gonna sit here, do a little bit of work on my phone, and then it's house viewing time. Back from doing my cardio. I have a lot to fill you in on Ari, the house viewing, which I'll get into later because I'm now in a massive rush. I need to eat my lunch, and then I'm actually going to the golf course. Twinkle Toes plays golf. It's a granddad sport, but I want to get my steps in, and it's a really nice day out, and I've not done my steps yet, so I have time, I can go, so that's what we're going to go and do. But I just wanted to show you, because I never got round to talking about it yesterday, my corn. I've done this to death, but I will explain again. I just put on olive oil and Cajun seasoning, that's it. I put it in the air fryer on roast for 15 minutes, and it's nice like roasted corn, and then it's done for the week. This week, instead of doing broccoli, I did sprouts. I really respect, I don't know if it's like an America-wide thing, but in Houston anyway, they really like sprouts, but they don't do them normal, they do them like roasted and all that sort of stuff, and I feel like we just, unless it's a Christmas dinner, we don't do sprouts over here. So again, olive oil, salt and pepper, Cajun seasoning, in the air fryer on roast for 15 minutes, and that's how they came out, and they are so good. So I'm going to bang this in a bowl together with some salad again and my chicken for my lunch. But yeah, I'm in a rush, so I will have to fill you guys in on the house stuff later, but it didn't go well.
To the flag?
You're okay with this?
So a big swing back?
Of course I'm okay with this. This is what you do. But you said you have a plan. What?
Well done.
Well done.
For being good at everything.
Guys, what a day. I have been doing work. It's now 9:15. I've just finished up doing work for the day, so everything that I needed to get done is done. I know that I'm going to get questions about this heatless blowout if I don't show you guys how I've actually done it. So I'm going to show you how I did it when I did it the other day. I'm going to try and do it the exact same again in 3 sections. So I'm going to do it in 3 sections again. Rods are from the Bouncy Blow Dry Company. I'll link them below. This is not an ad or sponsored. I paid for these. Please be aware these do not have clips on, but they're these microfiber towels. I've tried ones with clips, like I literally have them behind my mirror, but they're silky and they completely fell out of my hair. Like they just completely fell out. You're gonna roll. I like to roll like this bit. I like to do this. Bitch, you've done it like twice. Shut up. Stop being so irritating. And this is how I like to do it. I'm such a pro. And then once I've tucked that bottom bit under, you can then basically just roll your hair up it. And then once you get to the top, and I do mine to the side, just so that then I have one side I can comfortably sleep on. So I had to take a break because I had to redo that bottom section. I'd actually done it too thin and then the middle layer was too thick, and I'm using a thinner rod on this one. No particular reason other than the fact that my pack came with thick rods and a thin rod just in case you've got more hair. I feel like I could have done with 3 thick rods, to be honest. Maybe I've just got too much hair. I'm now doing the second section, and again I'm just repeating the process. Then for this section, as you've seen, I've obviously just brush it all forward, and then you're going to repeat the process. So you're going to put the roller under, and you're going to basically bring all your hair towards your face. That's a tedious process. Okay, so then it's going to look like this, and those end bits back at the top. So we've got a lovely looking donut there, and that's how we look, and that's how we're going to sleep. Absolutely stunning. And then the final touch, you're going to put a bag on your head. No, if you've got a satin bonnet, use it. I do have one. I don't know where I've put it though. I've lost it, which is really annoying because I don't feel like I got my cost per use out of that. Unless my sister's stolen it. But I do have a silk pillowcase at the back, like so. And then this way, my hair is covered because I feel like otherwise it could go quite frizzy. Honestly, now that I've got this on my head and you guys have seen how I'm going to sleep for the night, I'm probably going to update you on the house buying process tomorrow because it'll be nice, but I feel like you probably won't be able to take me seriously if I do a serious segment when I look like this. So I will catch you tomorrow. Morning, guys. Let's take this hair out and see how it's worked. I do feel like, even though, you know, I was saying like, oh, just put things to one side of your head, I feel like my neck's hurt when I wake up after I've slept in these. Bottom bit's looking good. She's looking nice. Now it's time for the moment of truth. I'll be honest, I didn't actually change anything since I did this originally the other day when it didn't go quite right. Oh, I don't think my hair's dry. Okay, my scalp feels a little bit damp, so I don't know if this is going to have gone as well as the other days. Okay, no, it is just as crazy as the other days, but this is how it looks when I take it out. She is a curly girly. I just can't get over how, like, actually, no way, I feel like this looks better than the other day. Honestly, I feel like I would genuinely happily leave my house with my hair like this. I know it's very, like, 90s vibe, but I do feel like I can kiss goodbye to this because I am actually getting my hair done today, and I want to get my bangs a bit shorter, so I don't know if I'm even going to be able to still do this after today, but I just feel like every time I get my bangs, my hair grows, and I know that I'm very grateful for how quick my hair grows, but my hair grows so quick that very, very, very quickly it's kind of gone. Like my bangs only last me like 2 weeks and then they start looking, I don't think bangs look good when they've grown out too much, which is weird because I feel like I used to think leaving the 2 front bits out regardless of the length looked so good, but I'll be honest, I look back on some YouTube videos where I did that, or even some pictures, and I just think, yeah, no, that doesn't look quite right, queen. Work hair gym. I need to start sorting out this week's YouTube video. I I think it's going to be a workout video and not this vlog, so you'll be seeing this vlog next week. Anyway, the house viewing. Yeah, I left in tears from the house viewing yesterday. I think I just, you know, yesterday how I was saying I don't want to get too excited, but like I am really excited about looking at this house. So it was definitely a catfish situation. Like the kitchen was like beautiful, like gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous kitchen, but the bedrooms upstairs were still so small. It's by far the nicest kitchen I've seen in a house out of what I've looked at so far. Like it was just so light and bright. It's hard because when you're looking around houses with other people, obviously they're going to give you their 2 cents because they care, like they want you to make the right decision. But I think I just felt really overwhelmed yesterday because I was looking around it, I was like, yeah, there's probably not enough room, but like no one even asked me what I thought. It was just kind of this isn't worth X amount, they'll never get X amount for this, blah 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 blah, you shouldn't buy it. And these are all like thoughts, I don't know if anyone else gets like this, these are all thoughts I was having in my own head, but I feel like I just got very overwhelmed because I was like, okay, like I agree, but no one's asked me what I thought and it's me who's going to be forking out for a house anyway, so why has no one asked? Like I love having an opinion on things because I don't know what I'm doing. Like I have never bought a house before, so I feel like I do want that guidance and opinion, but maybe just toned down like 20-30%, you know. That house was another dud. The house that I put the offer on in Christmas time is actually still up for sale. It's now listed with like, they've dropped the asking price by 5 and it's now listed with like 6 different estate agents, so I'm clearly really trying to sell it. And my mum and dad are saying I should go and look at that one again for a 3rd time, but I feel like the issue is, since I obviously put that offer in and then got excited, they accepted it and then they pulled basically the rug from underneath me. In that time I've looked at other houses around the same price point, and from a space point of view, and I've obviously had more time to think about it, from a space point of view I don't know if there is enough space. Then I'm like, am I ever going to be 100% yes about any house? Everyone says that when you know, you know. Like, and I feel like people say that about relationships and they say it about houses as well. Well, I don't know. So we're back to square one, son. Hey, we're ready. I'm ready. I feel like I look so OTT to go to the gym, but hey, the world is my oyster. Perfume today, I'm gonna do another sample. I want to try the Loewe on my skin. So I'm doing Paula's I Beat the Cosmic. This is like tropical fruity yumminess. It's like Herba Pura. It is still musky, not quite as musky. Like it's slightly less musky, but it's super fruity, super tropical, super summer vibes. This would be an amazing holiday scent. Oh, it's fucking good. It smells so fucking good. So top, I've actually got a crop top on, which is not like me. But I've just got my LDB crop top on. These are super sheer. These are the OT crop tees, but my gym was honestly really warm the other day, so I want something super thin on because it looks like it's going to be quite warm again today. So yeah, these are super sheer, especially in white, but I honestly don't mind how it looks. I've got the Aura Strappy Bright in Tea Rose on underneath. Then I've just got on my steel contour shorts, which I feel like goes so nicely with the tea rose colour. I just feel like this is such a cute, outfit colour combination. And then I've just got my garage joggers on. These are the Ultra Fleece cuffed boyfriend jogger. Love. Probably one of my favourite pairs of joggers that I own, and I've washed them and they've not shrank too much yet, so they're definitely holding up better than my Aritzia so far, and they were cheaper, so I highly recommend these. I prefer these to the cargos. I've got the straight leg version as well. I also prefer those to the cargos, and if you're taller, the length on these is phenomenal. So yes, let's go to the gym. Guys, I'm actually on such a High School Musical kick at the moment. Ever since I went to the golf course yesterday with Twinkle Toes, and we were obviously doing the whole, well, we were and I was. In my mind, I was just thinking, oh, I could do my bet on it. Music video remake, there, and there. And I was planning it out in my brain, and then I couldn't stop listening to it, and then in the gym, it's all I've listened to for my workout. I'm in town now. I've just parked 12:30, 20 to 1, so I'm going to go and grab a poke bowl from my favourite place. I'm going to get a matcha and get some steps in. and meander around. My hair appointment isn't until 2. I am parked at like the opposite end to where I get my Pokeballs, but I will take you guys with me for a little meander. I didn't film my training session today just because it's literally in the very last vlog that I uploaded, and I did it quite in depth. Yeah, I decided to leave that one today in terms of filming, but yeah, I'm on such a High School Musical kick. I feel like there's 3 songs, and I feel like they are all from different High School Musicals, but they all fit the same vibe, and it's Get Your Head in the Game, Scream, and Bet on It. And I feel like they all give off the same vibe. And if you could only pick one, I am curious, you can only keep one. Which one would you keep? I'm honestly really loving these heatless blowouts, by the way. Like, obviously it doesn't last as much as it, like as intense as it looked this morning, but even when it drops out, it's not going frizzy. I feel like it still looks really nice. But for my hair today, I think I'm literally just toning it down just because it has gone really light where I had highlights before, and then I do want slightly shorter bangs, so basically just to freshen up. I'm not doing anything crazy, but I do want my bangs kind of shorter because I just really like having them. I just find that I used to love slicking all my hair back, and I love that for a half up half down now, but I don't really love slicking all my hair up like all of it anymore. So that was the only thing that put me off bangs before. That used to be my requirement. It used to be like be able to put it back all in one go with the rest of my hair lengthwise. Now I'm like, no, it's doing a bit shorter. I feel like it's like being blonde. You want to go blonder and blonder and blonder, or going brunette. You want to go darker and darker and darker. When you get bangs, you want them shorter and shorter and shorter. But yeah, let's go get some lunch, get a matcha, get this hair done. It does need doing. Okay guys, the hair is done. I'm so happy with it. Jason just does my hair the best. If you're in the local area, it's Jason. He works at Ollerton's, which is in Victoria Gray. He's been doing my hair for years, and he is my favourite person to do my hair. And he's someone where if it's not right, you can tell him and he will be like, he's very open to feedback. He also always asks for your feedback, and like with my bangs, like they were looking a little choppy, so I was like, can we just feather them a bit more? And he's honestly smashed it. Like they look so good. I'm so happy with it, and I've gone a little bit shorter with my bangs. Just dragged a little bit of ashiness through like the length of my hair, like you'd highlight it, but not, I think it's called a low light. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Just dragged it through like the lengths and like the back bits, but probably only like 6 little portions, 6 or 8 little portions, just to break up how the bits that are lighter have been going. And then in my bangs, we did actually do like 3 little baby lights, just because my hair has grown so much since I last had it highlighted in the summer that my natural root is actually down to about here. So it's like if we chop the bangs shorter, you're still going to have all this lightness through here, but you're going to have nothing through your bangs, and it might look a little off because it's going to be a very different colour. So he did actually do some little like 1, 2, 3 little baby lights just right underneath my fringe to give it a little bit of dimension, and then obviously toned it back down again. And I'm just so happy with it. I love having bangs. When I first got them I was like, these are so annoying. I feel like it just makes my hair look so much more expensive, and I absolutely love it. So yeah, let's drive home. I have my ESN ice lollies in the freezer, which I need to see if they worked. I made them last night. I'll talk to you about how I made them when I get home. But yeah, I feel so much better. I'm so happy with my hair. Jason, we bloody love you. Guys, okay, we're home. I'm very excited because we're about to see if my ice lolly creations worked or not. Is the clear way that I've used. I used 1.5 scoops of this, so in total there's about 37 grams of protein in all these, divided by 6. What is that? So these have got about 6 grams of protein in each, which obviously isn't loads, but it's not bad for a little snack, and it's probably like 30 calories or so. I filled it up with water and then emptied that water into a jug to see how many mils it was and how many mils I would need, because I didn't want to make 500 ml of water with the protein and then some of it go to waste because it won't fit in. And then it was about 350 ml. You're meant to do 1 scoop per 500 ml, so the texture might be a little thicker, but it went in fine. It went in like water. But yeah, my inspiration for these was the fact that when I tried the strawberry and lime the other day, by the way, this is not an ad, like I fully pay for these products myself and I don't work with ESN. They have sent me stuff before, but this is not part of that. Yeah, when I had the strawberry and lime for the first time the other day, it really reminded me of the Calippo shots. I'm trying to like peel the silicone. My mum said to put them in hot water so they come out, but I don't want 6 ice lollies. So I'm kind of stuck. I'm kind of at a loss. Okay, it's coming. It is frozen. Oh my god, guys, it's such a pretty colour. How good is that? Shut up. How did this turn into this? I really hope this is nice. Oh my god, my fingers are absolutely freezing. Okay, cheers, guys. It's looking pretty good. It looks like a watermelon slice. It looks so refreshing. Shut up. That is so good. It tastes like the Calippo shots, but in an ice lolly format. That is delicious. This is the best creation I've ever made. This is my contribution to society. Put this on my grave. This is my contribution to society. I know I'm not the first person to do this, but I might be the first person to do it with this flavour. And I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that. This is my best contribution to society. You are very, very welcome. I think you guys are going to love these if you try them. If you have another clear whey, you don't have to get this one. If you've got a clear whey and you think, that'd be nice. Do you know what this would be really nice as well? If I just whacked all these in a blender and made like a slushy. I have a little bit of work that I need to catch up on, so I'm gonna love you and leave you guys and get on with that whilst I've got my little snack lolly. But I love my hair so much. I'm so happy with it. In terms of cut, we just trimmed the bottom and then retrimmed my face frame in layers. And then obviously, like I've explained, like my bangs are actually a lot shorter this time round. Like that's how short they are. I've never had my bangs this short. I normally go for like here. They're significantly shorter, but I loved them last time. I love them when they're a bit longer as well, but I just feel like I'm a bangs girl now and I want to lean into that a little bit more. Do I get them shorter? I don't know. But yeah, 10 out of 10 recommend trying this. Unreal.
Cardio with hybrid disc. It's like abs.
I might do a little bit of abs, but then you have totally snaked me out by not coming to the gym. Hello. Okay, I've just got to the gym. We're on Friday. Guys, I'm loving the bangs. Like, they are significantly shorter than last time.
Yep.
And definitely a little bit harder to style, but I'm very, very, very much happy with them. I just feel like it adds a little extra something to, like, I just love how sleepy it is. But yeah, I just got to the gym. I'm not really feeling a massive session today, so I'm undecided. I'm either going to do upper and cardio or just cardio. I'm kind of swaying towards just cardio right now, and then if I'm feeling good after I've done cardio, I will do upper body as well. So we're going to go and get that done, and then today I really need to sort this week's YouTube video out. I'll show you guys what I use to edit and stuff, because I do get questions about that sometimes. It's going to be a workout. That's what I'm gonna film, like an in-depth workout. Well, I've already filmed the workout, but I need to film the rest of it and edit that down. So I'll probably edit that down before I film that, because I think I'm gonna do it where I like minimize me into like the bottom corner of the screen so that I can talk you through the workout properly, rather than just voice over in it, because I feel like sometimes I'm a hand talker and I explain things with my hands, so I want you guys to be able to see trying to say. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do sprints. I'm really in the mood for some sprints, not gonna lie. So voluminous. Okay, let's go.
So this was my final bit of cardio for the week. As you'll have seen, I did do 40 minutes on the stairs earlier in the week, so I just chose to do 20 minutes of some interval sprints. So I did some dynamic stretching for a warm-up, and then I just go into a like fast-paced walk, and then I build up my speed for my intervals. So I'll just do some like jogging warm-ups, slowly working the speed up, so that I can get up to 18 comfortably and it doesn't feel like a shock to the system, because I've done almost like doing warm-up sets, warm-up sprints basically. So I've worked my way up in terms of the speed, so it's going to feel a lot more comfortable. And then I got a little bit too warm. Those are the garage joggers, by the way, but the straight leg ones. I just love them so much. So in terms of my intervals, I'll do walking into sprinting, and then I will either go back into walking or I will just rest on the sides of the treadmill. If you want my number one tip, as someone who used to be absolutely terrified of jumping on and off the treadmill, you just have to, I know it's going to sound really stupid, but you just have to do it. And if you practice doing it at a slower speed, you will feel much more comfortable, and you will actually find it's almost like a knee-jerk reaction. As you go faster and faster, it gets easier, because that is way easier. Like jumping off the belt, holding onto the sides and then lifting yourself up off is a much easier option than trying to press the stop button. You're not going to be able to do it because you're going to be zooming, you're going to be going too fast, you can't catch you. In terms of timings for these, I will do about 30 to 40 seconds off, a minute to 2 minutes, no, on, a minute to 2 minutes off. So that's the kind of intervals that I'm working with at the moment. I do want to get my rest times down, but I'm really enjoying just going kind of all out for my sprints at the moment. And the more all out you're going, the more rest you're going to need. So when I was done with those, I decided to do my core workout. So this is my favourite core workout to do. So I use the assisted machine. So you can do like pull-ups, chin-ups, or you can do core work on this. So first of all, I'm just doing 10 to 15 crunches. So this is where obviously I'm bending my knees and bringing them up. And then after I've done this, I go into leg raises. The main thing when you're doing your core work is to make sure that you are actually engaging your core, which is going to sound really, really, really dumb, but just bringing your knees up to your chest won't engage your core. If you are finding that your stomach is almost like doming, try and make sure that just like when you're going to lift, you get that kind of like as if someone was going to punch you in the stomach. You're doing that. And obviously if you're doing this or you're doing floor work, trying to keep your back as flat to the floor as possible. You don't want a huge arch in your back. And then I'm just doing some leg raises, trying not to use the momentum from my legs, trying to use my core to pick my legs up. And I'll do 2 to 3 sets of that.
I'm out of the gym, but I just met the nicest girl in the changing rooms. Honestly, it is my favourite thing ever when I bump into people that watch these videos or follow me on Instagram. It's literally my favourite thing ever. The weirdest thing is I'm always very conscious of being awkward with people because I am shy and I do have social anxiety and I can really struggle. This is going to sound so like, oh my god, Amy, shut up, but I'm dead serious. There is something so nice about when I bump into any of you guys. I never feel awkward. Like, for some reason, it's never awkward, and I feel like that's because we're all on the same wavelength. And like, if you're watching my videos, you probably have something in common with me, or like a similar to me in personality, maybe, I don't know. There must be something that brings us all together, because it's happened a few times now. Obviously not that often, I am a small person, but it's always either the gym, Zara, or Blank Street. It's happened a few times when I've been outside of Blank Street in London, and it's honestly my favourite thing ever. I used to get really, really, really awkward with it, but now it's my favourite thing ever. She was called Georgie, and she was so nice. Like, she was just so friendly and like lovely. So big, big, big fan. This is her Instagram. I feel like we should all go and support. Oh, that's my Audi thing, 1 second. This is her Instagram. I feel like we should all go and support another fellow Northern Queen. She is a PT and a coach. From what I can see, it looks like she does like a good mix of content as well. She's got lifting, she's got running, she's got life. So if you like following someone that does a little bit of everything, go follow Georgie. She was so sweet, like so sweet. She had really, really, really nice skin as well. Anyway, that's honestly made my day. Like, that is just so, I don't know, I just love it. If you ever do bump into me, because sometimes I get messages from people saying that they've seen me but they were too scared to say hi, please say hi. I love it. It's my favourite thing ever, and not in a like, oh my god, so famous way. Just in a, I really like yapping to you guys. I have a nice time. So yes, cardio done. I need to just do cardio and core. I'm gonna treat myself to an iced latte on the way home, and then let's crack on with some work. There's also 20% off at Space NK until Monday, so I'm gonna order my sister-in-law's birthday presents, and I'm gonna let the girls on Instagram know that it's by the time this vlog goes goes up, it won't be on anymore, but I feel like it's my civic duty to let people know that they can get vanilla skin for 20% off. Do you know what I mean?
Hi, can I just get a small iced latte with oat milk, please?
Small iced oat latte. Yeah, of course. Did you want any flavoured chips or anything for that?
No, thank you.
Is that everything?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So guys, I don't know if anyone listens to Sisters in the City, but I do actually have the Patreon because I find that sometimes the episodes on Patreon are a lot more interesting than the ones that they put out on the real one, and it's super cheap. I do the same with the girls' bathroom, but I am so glad that Anna is free from the shackles of this man, because I hope this is permanent this time.
Like, he just sounds awful. He sounds like an awful person, and I know that even in that podcast she's like, please don't say anything bad about him, like, I know he, and I'm like, she's like, I know he loves me, I know he cares. I'm like, no, I really don't feel like he does. People that love and care don't act that way, and I know that people say, well, everyone shows it differently, but I just feel like, no. Also, we don't need to be like rehabilitation centres and like learning how to show love properly training centres for men, you know? Anyway, I picked up my little small iced latte. Let's go make lunch, crack on with some work, hair thing to edit, and I've got my workout to edit because I really probably want to plan out what I actually want to say in that video as well, so that I'm not just rambling. I want it to be like really helpful and in-depth. By the time this goes up, that video will already be live, so you can let me know if you thought it was helpful or not. If it wasn't, well, I don't know. Been yapping my mum and dad's ear off about Jamie Lang and how amazing I think he is for his ultramarathons. Like, it's just, I honestly feel like it's so impressive, but I've just realised my lunch is just cooked, but I never showed you my gym outfit today, and I really like it. So I've got on my DIY Alphalete tank. So this is the men's vintage muscle tank, but I cut it and I took it into a strappy bra, and then I just tied it in a bobble at the back. Poise contour shorts, like the prettiest, like bloomy kind of pink colour. And then the Garage, I've got the straight legs on today. These are super tall girl friendly. I honestly feel like the Garage joggers are becoming probably one of my favourite joggers that I own. They're not heavyweight or anything like that, but I love the colour and I love the way they fit. Like, I've pretty much cycled between these and the cuffed version since I got them. So if you were in the US or Canada, go and check them out, try them on, see what you think. But I really like them, and I'm just obsessed with Shade of Grey. So yeah, I'm very, very, very really happy with my gym outfit today. They do have a pocket on the back, which I unpicked, but I need to lay out because otherwise it's a little funky. Yeah, my stuff should be done. Got my sweet potatoes, just roasted those for 18 minutes. And then I've got my lemon and herb chicken, and I'll probably just shove a little bit of salad on the side. I've really been yapping for a long time. It's now 2 PM. Shout out to Taylor, because the EOS lotion in the tub, it's hit TikTok shop, guys. It's 30 Great British pounds. That is insane. Like, absolutely insane, and I am not paying £30 for it. So I messaged Taylor. She could get me 3 of them and ship them over to me, so she is. So thank you, Taylor. I need to send her the money. I'm going to do that whilst I eat my lunch, because I'm just not paying £30 a tub. No way. It's like to $14 in the US depending on the state, so quite frankly, ain't no way I'm paying £30 a tub. This is why I love the Americans. I love my Americans. I love having the Americans. Okay, I'm just about to start working on this week's YouTube video. Well, I'm saying I'm about to start working. I'll start working on the editing. I do get asked sometimes about my other camera, so I'm just going to show you now that I can properly show you it, because I'm not filming on it. It's the Sony A7C, and it's just a lens that it comes with, which is a 28 to 60. It's a very normal lens. It's got no sort of like fisheye effect. If anything, it's just quite nipped in. I do find that I have to put my camera quite far back in order for the shots not to be like ass, you know? I don't mean like ass as in bad, I just mean like if I'm filming a leg day, if I put it too close, it's like whoa, 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 whoa. It doesn't look quite right. But yeah, this is the camera that I don't really use it for vlogging anymore. I am trying to use this one because it's just so much easier, but when I was in Houston for that weekly vlog, I did use the camera I'm holding now, which is my Digi. It's my much smaller one for my workouts, and I just don't like how the footage comes out. I think it looks I think it's good for vlogging, but I do not like it for filming my workouts. I will stick to my camera. So this is the camera that I used to film this workout earlier this week, which will also be in this vlog, but if you want it more in depth, it's the video from last week, because I'm pretty sure this is the video I'm going to do on Sunday. So this is what I use for editing. I use Final Cut Pro. You definitely don't need to use Final Cut Pro, but this is what I use. I did use iMovie for years because that's free. You get it free with your phone or with a laptop. You don't need Final Cut Pro. I just got it because it does limit your editing style, but if you're not doing anything where you need to be doing loads of side-by-sides and stuff, you really don't need Final Cut Pro or to be paying for it. It's a one-off payment. I think it was about, I want to say about £300, but you pay it once and then you have it forever. You get all the updates, like you just have it forever. And it is worth it for me, but if you're just starting out, do not pay for it. Use CapCut. I think CapCut has a desktop version. Use iMovie if you have Apple products. I don't know if you can get iMovie on Android. Maybe you can. Basically, I just drag and drop the clips. I do get asked sometimes as well how I learnt to edit. I'm just self-taught. I just learned from, I watched a couple YouTube videos, and then once I got the hang of it, I just kind of experimented from there. So I'll drag and drop things, and then the only other thing I will do is, for example, so in this clip, obviously there is someone in the background, and I know that they probably won't want to be in it. So you go into effects, not transitions, and then you go to blur, and then it's this one called Gaussian, and then you take it and you drag it, and I just hold it over this area, and then it identifies object, and then you can sort of drag the parameters. So I can make this bigger, so it's going to cover this whole section so that this lovely PT and her client are not in the background. You click, so in order to do that, you click tracker at the top, and then you click create new tracker, and you drag it over the objects that you want it to track, and then click done, and then it should track their movement. I'm not sure if I've done that quite right, but to be honest, they stayed in the same spot throughout, so it just keeps them blurred in the background. That's the only other editing that I do with my workouts, and I will basically just make sure that I've got good angles, edit the sets down a little bit, obviously not a crazy amount because it is going to be just a standalone workout video, but I will edit the sets down a tiny bit, so that it's not too long. You know, you don't need to see me doing 4 sets of something. I do get asked about that as well when it comes to filming workouts, which is how many sets to film. I would honestly recommend that you try and just film all the sets and just keep changing the angle, because you might realise there's one angle that you prefer to the others, or there might be, you know, like you're in a public gym, someone might walk in front of the frame, which is completely normal and not a problem whatsoever because we're in a public gym. If you want to like minimise the chances of you not having, what's the right word? If you want to minimise the chances of your clip having that in, if you film all your sets, it's probably much more likely you will get at least one set where it's completely undisturbed and you can just post the full thing if that's what you want to do. But honestly, it doesn't really matter if someone walks in front of your camera, because a lot of people now, their editing style is very choppy and changey, so you can just cut that frame out. That's what I will do if someone walks in front of it. Honestly, I really don't care. When someone is walking past my camera in the gym, if they like walk past it and then they go, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I am the first person to be like, don't be silly. Like, my camera is in the way, don't you worry your precious little corn socks. So I'm going to edit this down and make some notes on what I want to talk about in this video. I want it to be really educational, so I think for the intro I'm going to give tips on working out and how to grow in general, and then we're going to go into the workout, and I kind of want to give options for the workout. So use this structure, but you can do this movement, or you might want to do this if you prefer it, and give people options. I think that will be a really nice way of doing it, and I've not really done that before, so that's how I want to edit it. I finished editing my hair vlog. I got so much nice feedback on the Come Sniff With Me vlog that I did that it's just making me want to post more vlogs. I use CapCut to edit. But yeah, I finished doing this whilst I was eating my lunch. But yeah, I'm going to crack on with this, stop yapping, and I'll catch you guys when I'm done.
Okay, my editing is now done. I had like 22 minutes of footage for the workout, so that's now down to 12. What I will have to do to get that video ready is film the intro, which I'm going to make some notes for now, and then I will need to not film a voiceover. Like I said, I'm going to do the thing where I'm in like the bottom corner, so I'm basically I'll do all that probably tomorrow now, all in one. Film the intro and then sit and watch the workout and voice over it, but give like visuals and all that sort of stuff. I'm just really keen to put out like a really good educational bit of content because I really like doing it. I'll be honest, it doesn't perform that well for me anymore, but I still really like doing it, and it is what I started with. So I do still like to put that content out from time to time because I do still genuinely love it. If it was what I'd started with but I didn't love it anymore, then I wouldn't bother. But anyway, I've just got another isolate out of the freezer. Twinkle Toes actually tried one of these last night and he said it's really good. So it's good. I would highly recommend trying. I'm going to make these notes now and then probably catch you guys in a bit because then I'm probably going to need to shower. Well, no, I am going to need to shower, it's not probably. I'm going to shower then because then I need to get ready because we're going to watch my niece in something tonight, so I will catch you guys when I've done my nose. But I wanted to show you that I'm having another ice lolly because I don't want you to think I'm blowing smoke up my own arse and not actually eating them. I've only got 3 left because I had 2 yesterday and then another one today, and I might even have another one afterwards. Okay, I've finished doing my editing for my workout video that I'm going to be posting this week. You're going to see this vlog next week, so like a week ahead, which is kind of crazy because I'm going to be 1 video pre-ready, which I literally never am. I'm usually editing like a mad woman on a Friday and Saturday for a Sunday upload, but I'm just showered and I'm just getting ready. I thought I would show you first of all how I style my bangs, which I will show you when I get to that, but I feel like a fraud because I spoke about this blush literally on like Monday, which is Glassy Rosette. So this is the Pinker House Labs blush, but I bought this one at the same time. If you watch my Houston vlog, you'll know. But I feel like this one and this camera definitely doesn't show the true colours of things properly. But if you are someone who likes like a blushy bronze, it's not brown, but I feel like because it's not quite as pink, it's a bit more mauvey. This, for my skin tone anyway, so if you're a similar skin tone to me, it's honestly the perfect like pinky, bronzy, blushy sort of shade. Like I feel like it just looks really natural. Don't get me wrong, I still love my other one. I basically rotate between the two, but I've been using this one the past couple of days and I just love how natural it is. Like it gives me a really natural flush and I feel like it's really good for those days where I want something that just looks a little bit more natural and not quite as pinched. Like it's just such a nice bronzy pink sort of shade. Yeah, that is Glassy Hibiscus by House Labs, and the finish on these is really nice. It's like a glossy sort of balm sort of finish, and I do want a little bit more of a glow, so I'm just gonna pump some of my this, I don't know what the glow product's called, but it's the glow thing that comes in the tube. I'm just going to put it in the brush I've just used for my blusher. Just put it on the brush and then I'm going to lightly tap it because I want even more glow on my cheeks. And it just makes me look really dewy and I really like it. I did it this morning for my makeup before I went to the gym and I loved it. I just think it looks really pretty and glowy and natural. So yeah, I will be back when I'm doing my bangs to show you my bangs, but I just wanted to show you that really quickly. Bang time, I've finished my makeup. I'm not doing anything crazy for my makeup because it's not really like I don't need to be ready. I've just done basically what I did for the gym today, which if you don't know what that is, I think I did it in my Houston vlog. There's a full like in-depth sort of get ready with me for my everyday makeup. So this is how I've been styling my bangs. This is also how I styled them when they were longer. So grab them, separate them, I wrap, and I wrap it this way first, curl it underneath first like this, I go this way, and once I've done that a few times, obviously, I mean, you could leave it like that
if that was the way that you wanted your bangs to look, but as you can see, that actually looks kind of weird and they don't look quite right like that. So then grab them. I feel like if I don't do that though, if I don't do them this way first, I don't get the lift that I want. So then you're going to pull them up and go this way, drag it to the top, pull it down, fold that round. Whoa! Again. And then I cool shot it towards the end just to get it a little cooler. I turn it off and then I twist it out like this. Basically I will just leave it in the roller till I need to go out. But obviously I don't want to forget to show you guys, so I'm going to pop it in the roller for like a few minutes and then I'll show you what it looks like after a few minutes when it's gone like cold. But I will be putting this back in after and then just taking it out before I need to leave the house. But that's how I do it. So I do it, I feel like I've still left some out at the side there, but it's not the end of the world. That's how I do it. So I do it under and towards my face to get that lift there, and then I do it away from my face. And then I put it in a roller. I always do this. I feel like you can tell here, you know where I was talking about the baby lights yesterday? I feel like now you can tell where they are. And for tone, I always go for a warm tone in my hair. Obviously I know from my colour analysis why now, because warm tones suit me better than cool tones. I just feel like warm tones look so much richer than cool tones. I just feel like it... Maybe it's just my skin tone that it looks richer on, but to me, it looks richer. Like yesterday, I actually was like kind of thinking maybe let's go a bit more neutral. And Jason was like, absolutely not. He was like, this is such a nice rich colour on you. Let's just break it up a little bit. If you are feeling like it's too light, but it still has so much like nice dimension. And it's so, I don't know, I just love this colour on me. I feel like it's taken me years to find my hair colour, but I feel like I've kind of found it now. Okay, I'm going to take this out now and just show you what this looks like. So again, I do the same thing, especially if you have longer bangs, make sure you twist it as you take it out. Not sure it's really that necessary with my bangs being so short at the moment. And then this is then how they look. So they look very voluminous and sort of towards my face, but that's how I get that lift. I feel like this is the lift that people complain that they can never get. You want to go that way and then flip it and go the other way, and it does look a little crazy now, but I feel like I have to have the crazy stage in order for it to fall nicely. If when I take it out it looks perfect straight away, I know within like a couple of hours that is not going to be a look, that's not going to look cute. So yeah, this is how they look, and then just run my fingers through them to get them a little bit more swooped down, make sure my parting's right, and yeah, that's how they look. That's how I do it. I got a lot of questions about this on Instagram today, so I'm hoping this has been able to answer those questions for people. I've just remembered that I did actually talk about this on Instagram and TikTok, but I've not showed YouTube, and I feel like I raved on and on about vanilla skin. They've actually got a new one now, which is vanilla smoke, and I've had it for a few days now, so I do actually have more thoughts on it now. If you bought vanilla skin and you felt like it's not vanilla-y enough, it's not sweet enough, you are going to absolutely hate vanilla smoke, because in comparison this makes vanilla skin smell really sweet, and that is not a sweet vanilla in my opinion. It's more peppery and woody and a little bit spicier. This is way more woody, so this is a woody gourmand. I'm pretty sure vanilla skin is down as just a gourmand scent, which I would honestly say that's woody as well, but this is very, 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 very woody. It smells very, very, very similar, not the exact same, but very close to By the Fireplace by Replica. Literally like burning wood with vanilla in the background. That is what this smells like. So if you like By the Fireplace, I honestly think you will really like this one. But if you are looking for a vanilla that is very light and very sweet, you will absolutely hate this. And if you didn't like vanilla skin because it wasn't sweet enough, do not get vanilla smoke, because you're not going to like it. If you are curious on which I prefer vanilla skin. I don't hate this because I do actually like a deeper scent, but I honestly can't. I feel like this is an interesting time to release it because we're going into spring, Personally, I'll probably be saving this until winter time. I can't think of many scenarios in which I would want to be wearing this. I might layer it with some sweeter scents to give them a bit more depth. But yeah, I feel like these are my more updated thoughts on it now that I've actually had it for like a week. I do like it, I don't hate it, but I will be rinsing and repeating my vanilla skin personally. This is just a bit, it's not ideal for this time of year for me. But yeah, I thought I would just give you a little vanilla smoke review there. I'm probably going to go and make my tea actually, because
no, it's like you're
it's 5:10, so I'm going to go make my tea so that I don't end up skipping tea and then having to eat it at like 9:30, 10 p.m. and then I get a stomachache before bed. Morning guys, it's Saturday. My niece was so good last night. I'm so proud of her. Like, she's only like 11, but she's so confident, like so confident. Like she said something and I was like, Mia, like, let's be humble, girl. And she was like, I don't want to be humble because I'm not humble. I was like, why are we not humble? She was like, because I like showing myself off. I'm not humble. I was like, do you know what? Fair enough, girl. Fair enough. I feel like you've probably got the right attitude towards it. Anyway, it's Saturday morning. I need to sort that video out today, so that is my main task. But I just need to clip my fringe back. I'm making a matcha. I've not had one in so long. So let's do the matcha pour together. Put in the Hollander white chocolate sauce. So it's a white chocolate little matcha. And then the matcha I use is just from Jenki. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Give it a little bit of a stir. I've not made a matcha at home in so long. It's just so good. This is the chocolate sauce that I use. It's the same one that Blank Street used. It's very hard to find and very expensive, but you do get a lot of it, and mine's pretty much still full. It's only down to like the bottom of white, so it's gonna last a very, 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 very long time. Because it's like a thick syrup, and it's much stronger than, like, you know, the liquid bottle ones that you get. It's way, 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 way stronger than those. So I feel like you're gonna don't use as much of it, if that makes sense. I just realised there was some matcha left in the bowl. Where's not one? No. Add that into the drink. Cheers. I'm also just watching Sophia and Shinsia. I love Mia, Sophia and Shinsia vlog. On a week where they don't upload, it genuinely irritates me, because I'm like, no, this is part of my Friday/Saturday routine. I need the vlog. So I'm going to watch this and drink my matcha. Good evening. We are now in the PM. It's nearly 6. I've just showered. I did just keep my makeup on from earlier from filming. I got ready after I last spoke to you, filmed my video, and then I was editing pretty much until 5. So from like 10 till 5 pretty much. I was filming and editing, getting my YouTube video ready for tomorrow, which by the time this goes up, that will already be up. So I hope that it has been a well-received video and that it was helpful. It was a much more like sat down, chatty, sort of educational style video. I'm talking you guys through one of my current favourite glute workouts, but also how to structure a glute workout, how you can swap those things out. I love doing my educational stuff still, but obviously it's not my most requested content anymore, so I am trying to be conscious of that, but I still want to mix it in. I honestly feel like my vlogs are kind of a good mixture of the two, because I will give educational tips when I'm like going day to day, like I talk about nutrition, I talk about fitness, but I know that some people don't watch the vlogs or they don't like watching vlogs, so would rather me just make an educational video. Because I genuinely do enjoy making that sort of content, I don't mind doing it. Like, it doesn't feel like I'm doing something I don't want to do, or oh my god, my bangs are so, I've had them in that roller for like hours, so they've gone very, 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 very fluffy. Like, I feel like it's giving serious fringe. Yeah, me and Twinkle Toes are having a date night tonight. We're having a very chill date night. We're just going to go to the cinema and watch Black Bag, I think it is, and then we're going to go to Nando's. And tomorrow I have a full day of editing ahead of me and client programming, basically editing this vlog for next week and sorting clients out for next week as well. So I probably am going to leave this vlog here. I hope you guys have enjoyed spending the week with me. I have very much much enjoyed spending the week with you. I just want to say as well, like, a massive thank you for how, I don't know, just how receptive you guys are to the content that I put out. I think I mentioned at the start of this vlog about sometimes feeling like I can be a bit too receptive to feedback, and it can kind of confuse me in terms of what I want to or should be posting. But I've had some really nice messages this week about how much people missed last week not having this long of a vlog to sit down and watch, how much people just prefer the much longer vlogs, and I feel like it's really just made me sort of realise that is what most people want. It's really hard because with YouTube I don't really ever get disheartened because I just love editing and I love putting out that video. I think it's when I listen to feedback and I think I'm going to be on the right path with something, and then it kind of feels like no one likes it. I'm like, oh, I don't know, I feel like sometimes there's a gap between what I think people want and what people actually want, or I feel like people who are more critical or more negative, I don't want to say negative because, but more like, no, I don't like this, and much more vocal with their opinions sometimes than people who are like, oh my god, like I love this, I'm obsessed, like I love the long vlogs. I feel like sometimes those people can be a bit more vocal or a bit more strong with their opinions, which then makes me think that's what everyone thinks when clearly it's not. Yeah, I've been honestly quite in my head this week, like all week whilst I've been filming. At the start of this vlog I was getting quite self-conscious about how long my clips were, and then obviously as I've got more messages this week, as I've spoken about things on Instagram, and I did a question box the other day and someone said, not a question, I just need more like movie length style videos from you, like I absolutely love them. It's just kind of made me realise I'm being a bit silly, like I just want to put out what I want to put out and what I enjoy putting out, whilst also I will always make sure it's helpful and useful in some way. Like I would never want to post anything that's not got any value to it whatsoever. So yeah, I hope this has been a good welcome back to the much longer vlogs. Perfume, just before I go, I'll share. I'm putting on my Valaya exclusive. I think you guys are seeing that this is definitely a favourite for me at the moment. Honestly, it's to the point where I'm thinking it might be time for me to do another favourites video. You know, the one I did a couple months back where I mentioned perfumes, clothes, scents, body stuff, makeup stuff that I've been loving recently. I kind of wanted to do that quarterly, so we are coming up to like another end of a quarter. So if you guys would like me to do that, and I will film it and get it up for you, because I feel like I've got some favourite scents in rotation at the moment, some favourite clothing bits I've found in rotation at the minute. I feel like I've got a lot of products I'm really loving at the moment, or have been loving for a while, and I'd love to compile them in one video if you guys would be interested in that, of course. But yeah, thank you so much for spending the week with me. I've really enjoyed filming this vlog, so I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Give it a thumbs up if you want to. You don't have to, but it does help me out a lot. And also do leave a comment if you have enjoyed it. Let me know what sort of videos you enjoy. Any comments on the video whatsoever, leave them below. Comments do also massively help me out video wise. I do get questions sometimes about people wanting to know how they can support me if they're not shopping Alpha Elite, like maybe they don't like the clothes or they like me but they don't like the brand. Watching my content, commenting on my content, liking my content, engaging with my content is a really nice way of helping me out, especially on YouTube, as this platform and TikTok is the only one where I can actually like make money just from the platform by not having ads. And hopefully you guys have seen I've made a conscious effort to not fill my vlogs full of ads. I don't really take sponsorships for vlogs, and that is something that I am consciously not doing. Obviously if like an amazing opportunity that was a really good fit, like perfect fit came up, I would consider taking it, but I don't want to start filling my vlogs with ads. So yeah, that's another really good way to support me. But anyway, I'm gonna leave you guys to it. Hope you have a beautiful Sunday, and I'll see you guys next week. Thank you for spending the week with me.
You're upset and that has happened, and that is not justified, but it is the truth. And a good therapist will help you sort of come to this and try to help you understand your parent, because understanding your parent, where they're coming from, helps you understand your own.
Hello, welcome back to another video. Since I did my last favourites video last year, you guys requested like more of like a quarterly one, or if I could do them more often. So this is my Q1 favourite. Honestly, as much as I know that you guys love
If my parent is hurting,
when I don't like something and when I talk about things I don't like. Nothing makes me happier than recommending a really fucking good product to you guys, or talking about the things that I genuinely really love, and I feel like I don't always get to do enough of that. So I really enjoyed doing this video last time, and I hope you guys are going to enjoy this one. I've got a huge mixture of shit in this video, by the way. Like, there is a big variety, so there's a lot of things to go over. Some of things I have to hand, some of things I don't, sadly, which we will get onto in the video. Okay, so first things first, I want to start off with some clothing bits. By the way, when I'm going through this video, I don't want you guys to think if I'm not mentioning something again in this video, you think that's whole your last favourite. I don't want to be that person that has new holy grails for every single category, every single quarter when I'm going through these videos, but I also don't want to make you guys watch the same video over and over and over again. So the favourites in my last favourites video, still stand by every single one of them. Some of these might cross over, some of them might not. I can't exactly remember every single item I put in that video, but I know that some of these items I have loved for a long time, so there might be a slight crossover. But yeah, if I'm not mentioning them again, it's just because otherwise you guys are just watching the same video again. And I do have some new favourites to put into my pile. My Aritzia TNA socks. These are the best fucking socks I've ever known in my entire life. Like, every single time I go to the US, best believe I am bringing back another pair of Aritzia TNA socks. I get the grey ones. I think this is like the Heather Cloud grey or something, but it's that super light, like creamy, vintagey looking grey, and I just think it's the prettiest grey shade. Like, it just looks so vintage and so expensive. But my favourite thing about these is obviously they come in different heights. So I do own the crew socks, and then these are the best ever ankle socks, and the clothes and the name, guys, they're really on the best ever fucking socks. But I like both heights. It's not really to do with that, more so the quality of these socks. I started buying these last summer, I want to say, when I went to America, and I always used to think, because I'm a shoeless bandit in the gym, right, I was getting holes in my socks because, Amy, you're wearing no shoes to the gym. Like, obviously your socks are rubbing up against that gym floor, which is like rough in texture, it's not smooth, obviously you're going to get holes in your socks. So I just thought it's my own fault why I'm getting holes in socks. It was the socks, it was not me, because I have worn Aritzia TNA socks pretty much exclusively. I've worn my Alphalete socks a couple times since, but I honestly have realised I much prefer these, and I feel like these stand up better over time as well, being a shoeless bandit in the gym. But I have pretty much worn these exclusively since I started buying them last summer, and I have not put a single hole in my Aritzia TNA socks yet, which is unheard of for me being a shoeless bandit in the gym. So I think I've come to the realisation that actually, even though I did love the height of the Alphalete socks, I actually don't think they were necessarily the best, but I just thought it was my own fault because I wasn't wearing shoes in the gym, so it felt unfair to judge them on that. But these, if you are a shoeless bandit in the gym and you are sick of putting holes in your socks, the Aritzia TNA socks are the socks that you need in your life, quite frankly. Like, these socks are really fucking good. So we're starting off strong with a good old pair of socks. Moving on, this is more of like a much more recent, I don't know if discovery is the right word, but it's garage clothing, and it's two very basic items. First item, which is definitely in constant rotation for me, and I think I've got 4 of these. I've got the lemon colour, the white, the black, and a dark green as well. It's just the garage basic camisole tank. It's super basic, I'm not gonna lie. There's no built-in shelf liner, there's no padding, they're not double lined, there's no adjustable strap, and if I was to pick holes in it, I would say I would like it a tiny bit longer. I'd say you can stretch it to full length, but it does do that thing where it pings up on the hips. Quality and like fabric and how well these are washing for price is insane. I feel like in the UK it's really hard to find stuff like this, which sounds dumb because it's just a cami top. We do have camisole tops, it's not that we don't sell them, but they're usually not made out of these kinds of fabrics. This is like a buttery brushed fabric. I feel like over here our tank tops tend to be cotton, they tend to be ribbed, and therefore you get much worse sheerness. Like, this lemon colour is still sheer, but it's nowhere near as bad as it would be if it was in a cotton fabric, and the fit's never as good, and they sort of bag out through the day with a cotton top, whereas these don't. They are definitely figure hugging. In terms of sizing for these, I wear a size small. You can size down if you want to, but you definitely don't have to. But these are so easy to throw on, great value for money. Like, these were not pricey at all in comparison to other brands that are basically doing the exact same thing. Even though they don't have adjustable straps, I recently bought a tank, which shall not be named, from a brand which didn't have adjustable straps, and it did have the whole shelf built in liner and it was very expensive. I believe it was over £40. Those straps are so uncomfortable and they have like this really ugly like big chunky bit where the strap meets the top, but these ones don't have that. They're nice and flat, so if you want to layer them then you can. Garage camisole tanks are definitely a current favourite of mine. I've been wearing them pretty much every day, day to day. I'm just rotating between colours, but I do think my favourite colour out of all of them is this like butter lemon yellow, which is very trendy at the moment. Very on trend, it's very spring, very Easter. Okay, my other favourite that I picked up in Garage, these are the straight legs, but I actually would say if I had to pick one, I would go with the cuff ultra fleece slouchy boyfriend jogger. So I have the cuffed ones and I also have the straight leg version. First of all, if you are tall, these are the joggers that you will need, especially the straight legs. Like the straight legs are so long and they don't shrink with wash. Like I've washed these 3 to 4 times now and they've not shrank at all. Now in my last favourites video I think I did mention my Aritzia sweat fleece joggers, and at the time I was really loving them, but I've washed them a lot more now and they have not held up anywhere near as well as they should have done for the price. They've started pilling, they've started bobbling, and those were like way more expensive than these were. I think they were almost double the price, and they've also shrank significantly, and with them being a straight leg they were just about long enough in the long to start with, and then because they've shrank up now I kind of have to wear them really low on the hip, low enough, otherwise they are way too short on me. These are honestly a very similar vibe. I wouldn't say they're quite as thick, they are definitely a little bit thinner, but it's a very similar vibe to Aritzia sweat fleece joggers, but these don't shrink as much and I feel like they're washing better. So far so good. And also it's the grey shade as well. This is like that perfect like vintagey looking sort of grey shade, which I just absolutely love. Like for a tracksuit I just think it's the nicest colour. So I do love the straight legs, but I would say the cuffed are my favourite. The shaping on them is honestly really nice. They're quite like puffy around the hips, and then obviously they just cuff at the bottom, and even the cuffed ones are plenty long enough. And they have a drawstring and it's on the inside so you can tuck it away. They've got pockets and I wear a medium in them. I would say to recommend if you want a really oversized look that you do go up one size. I've got a medium in the cuffed and the straight legs, but the medium I love the size on me, love the length on me, love how they fit, love how they've washed. The inside of them, if you were curious, is just like the typical fleecy brushed lining. Now it is a little bit of a curveball for me because everyone knows I like notoriously love a heavyweight sweat, but I would say this is probably the first lighter jogger that I've really loved. It's not lightweight, but it's also not heavyweight either, but they sit really nicely for not being heavyweight, and especially the cuffed ones, they don't look crinkly. The shaping on them is just really nice, and I honestly really like them. I wish we had Garage in the UK, but I know that a lot of people that watch these videos are in America or Canada, so for once I have something that you guys can easily get your hands on. So yeah, the Garage joggers and the Garage camis have been in constant rotation for me. They are so comfortable. The fit of them is really nice, and they just come in like the perfect colours. Like the green is so nice in the camisole, butter lemon's so nice. The joggers come in like the nicest kind of like light vintagey creamy almost grey mild shade, which I just think is so feminine in comparison to like the prison greys or like standard greys that brands tend to go for. Like I just don't understand why they use those greys. They're not feminine at all. They're just not. Only thing I will say is the crotch area on the joggers is quite long. Personally it doesn't bother me because I like a big oversized jogger, but if that's going to bother you, might not want to size up, you might want to stay true to size. The other thing that I'm now going to go over, which will annoy the American people because you can't get it in America, is my Worst Behaviour Diego zip up hoodie. Now I bought this in this colour, I'm going to put it on the screen because I can't remember the name of it, and I've had the black one for like over a year now in a medium, but that's actually a bit too big, so when they launched new colours I bought a small and it was the perfect size. So do not size up in Worst Behaviour hoodies, especially the Hakko and the Diego. You really don't need to size up in them. They come oversized, they come huge. Unless you want them massively oversized, I would not recommend that you size up in them. They come plenty oversized, as is true to size. However, I don't actually have it to show you because I actually left it in America and it's lost. So I've lost that hoodie and I'm so annoyed with myself. But if you've been watching my vlogs, you will have seen since I got that hoodie, it very rarely came off my back. Like the fact fact, I took it to Texas, which it's a very heavy hoodie, like it's the heaviest, highest quality hoodie that I own. It's volumes, because I didn't really need it there, and I'm kind of gutted that I took it because I really shouldn't have, because I've left it and now I don't know where it is and now I've lost it. But I am going to rebuy that hoodie, which speaks volumes about how good it is, because first of all, it's very expensive. Like, I'm so annoyed at myself for leaving it. I feel like with hoodies and stuff, they're usually quite interchangeable, and if I lost any of my other hoodies other than my worst behaviour ones, I probably wouldn't replace them, because there's nothing special about them. There's nothing like out of the ordinary. I can just get another hoodie from somewhere else and it'll be very similar. I am not joking when I say the worst behaviour Hako and Diego hoodies. I cannot find quality like that anywhere else, which makes sense because they are definitely on the pricey side for sweats, but I cannot rave about those enough. They wash well, they don't peel, they don't start going funky in the wash, the cuffs don't start pilling, they don't shrink up a ton. I think they shrink slightly over time, but it's nothing major. The zip on the zip ups is so well done and it's so smooth, and they just sit so nicely. Like, it's structured, it's heavy, it's got weight to it, but it's also soft and brushed on the inside, so it doesn't feel uncomfortable to wear. It's still a very cozy hoodie to wear. Honestly, whenever anyone messages me, which it's actually shocking the amount of people that have bought those because they are so expensive. Like, being able to influence someone to buy something that's £20 is very different to being able to influence someone to buy something that's over £100 that they can't feel before they buy. The amount of you who have bought those hoodies off my recommendations, and I've not actually had a bad review from anyone who's bought them. So if someone has bought it and not liked it, they've just not told me, but the feedback I've had on them has been incredible. I've had people putting them on like birthday lists, Christmas lists, and always messaging me afterwards and being like, oh my god, like, these hoodies are unreal. They are unlike anything else on the market, and that's why I will always spend that money. And also, with them being on the pricier side, you don't need that hoodie in every single colour. It's a sort of hoodie where you might have one, you might not even have two. I have two because I'm a hoodie fanatic, but you might not even have two, you might just get one and done. And I'm not joking, that hoodie, if you wanted to pass it on to your children and your grandchildren, I'm pretty sure you could. Like, they are incredibly durable and incredible quality. So yeah, the worst behaviour Diego zip up, and I need to rebuy it because I lost mine in America. I'm so annoyed at myself. Okay, I'm gonna move on to more like normal clothes, like out and about sort of clothes, not just chill stuff. The one thing that I want to mention, which I'm not going to show you because I feel like it's just pointless, I'll do a try on clip, is my mango wool, manteco wool trench coat. Not trench coat, just long coat. It's not a trench, I don't know what they call it, but my long mango coat basically. I bought this coat at the back end of last year. I got it in December, and it is without a doubt one of the best outerwear pieces I have ever bought. I still love my Tala bomber that I got last year. I would also highly recommend that. I've got the reversible puffer slash bomber style jacket, and I also still love my Frankie shop jacket, but I feel like now I've really got my outerwear stuff covered. I've got my puffer for my casual stuff, but it looks good. It's not shiny, it's matte, it keeps me really warm, it's a nice shape. It's sort of like cocoon sort of looking. I've got my Frankie shop bomber for when I want like a casual jacket that's not a puffer, but I don't want something long, but I want something that has a little bit of something to it, which I spoke about in my last favourites video, so I won't bore you with it again. And then I've got my long coat covered now. That coat is so nice, such good quality. The fabric on it is really nice. The fit of it is really nice. I feel like with those long like duster style coats, I feel like they either look way too structured to the point where it looks like you've just clocked off from work or you go into a meeting, which I don't love that look, or they were so relaxed and so slouchy that they looked like a dressing gown and they just didn't look quite right. Mango one, in my opinion, just straddles between the two perfectly. It has a good amount of structure without being too like broad and boxy, and it also has like a good amount of relaxedness to it without looking flimsy and like you've gone out in a dressing gown basically. And I have had every single time I've posted in that. We're going into spring now, so I feel like I need to mention it now. I might not get a chance to use it throughout the summer, but I am not joking, every single time I post in that coat I get messages saying, where is this coat from? It's so stunning. I love wearing it over tracksuits to like, I just feel like it gives model off duty vibes, and I also just love wearing it with my baggy jeans, trainers, baggy jeans and Uggs with like a simple top underneath. And it's one of those coats like my Frankie shop coat where you don't really need much of an outfit underneath it, the coat kind of is the outfit, and that with like a cap. I loved wearing my pepper mayo burgundy cap with it. I just feel like it gives chic, and I fucking love that coat, so that's definitely another favourite. I definitely mentioned these in my last video, but I feel like I can't not mention them again. It's the Zara mid-rise wide leg jeans, and I've now had these 2 years, maybe a little bit longer than 2 years, and they've lasted really well. Obviously I do have damage to the bottom, which is fraying, but that's just my fault because they are actually a bit too long for me and I never got them hemmed, so if I'm not wearing a chunky enough shoe then they do drag on the floor, so that's my own fault. But in terms of everywhere else, like buttons haven't come up, zips haven't bust, I've not ripped them anywhere. They've genuinely stood up so well over the past 2 years, which I don't always feel is the case with stuff from Zara. So I do size up in these. This is like a black vintagey sort of colour, and I have the blue and the grey as well. So I get these as in an EU 38, so I do go up 1 or 2 sizes, and I would highly recommend doing that because these don't have stretch. They are a stiff denim. I feel like people always ask me with jeans, like, how do I find ones that are flattering on the bum and all that sort of stuff. For me personally, I feel like when I was so obsessed with finding jeans that were really flattering on the bum, having me buying jeans that were honestly quite ugly, they were a bit of an eyesore. Like, I feel like jeans that have stretch to them are sometimes just not, I feel like something about them just looks off sometimes. I much prefer a rigid denim where I'm having to size up, and it might not be the most flattering fit on the glutes, but I just feel like it looks so much better. And again, every time I post in these jeans, loads of people messaging me on Instagram saying, where are the jeans from? Every time I post in them, where are the jeans from? It's the Zara mid-rise wide leg. Only thing I would say is these are incredibly long, so if you're shorter, they might be too long for you. I wish Zara would do different lengths. I feel like they don't. I feel like they do in some stuff, and then in other stuff they don't, or like some colours are longer than others. So it's definitely worth trying these on in person if you can to get the sizing right. But best jeans I own, and I'm obsessed with them. I get compliments on them and I love wearing them. Final thing, which is a little bit random, but it's these heels, which I have in this like winey kind of red colour, and I also have them in black. They are from Simi London, and I got them at the back end of last year. I got them just before I went to London on my girls' trip. I love, 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 love these shoes. I would say they're like a little bit more than a kitten heel. They're not super small, but they're also not super tall. They're a mule, so you just kind of slip them on. They're super easy to get on and off, and you're not going to have any like blood circulation cutting off around your ankle. A little bit of cushioning. They're not super comfortable, but they're also not uncomfortable to the point where I want to like rip my feet off. They look so nice when they're on your foot, and they're so easy to put on, and I kind of love how they're squared off at the bottom here. And the main thing with these, honestly, is they were just so cheap. The only thing I will say about Simi shoes or like Ego or any of those sort of online brands for heels, I always have to size up in them. Like, these are a 5, I'm a 4 in all my other shoes. My shoes, I feel like I'm a 3 in. But in heels from all these brands, I have to get a 5. I feel like they come up incredibly small. So that's the only thing I would say to size up. But I just love these. Like, you can dress these up with a dress and it looks really nice, but also if you're wanting to wear a more casual outfit, and I did this at the weekend, I literally wore these, a really casual top and then these heels. It just adds, first of all, a little bit of a pop of colour, but it's also just elevates the outfit slightly without being uncomfortable. They're not too tall, they're easy to walk in. Yeah, obviously after a few hours they do hurt your feet, but it's nothing crazy, it's nothing super uncomfortable, and I just bloody love these shoes. I just think so easy and so simple, and also, more importantly, very, very, very affordable. So yeah, I will try and find the style and link them, but in general, I would say out of all those brands for shoes, I have the best experience with Simi. I always have a pretty bad experience with Ego shoes, to be honest. I don't know if they're still even going anymore, but Ego and Public Desire I had some pretty bad experiences with. First, like, going out heels were a brown pair of lace-up shoes from Simi London. Comfiest heels I've ever owned, and they lasted me like 4 years before they went like completely broken, like the sole came away. But that was 4 years of like heavy going out as well, because it was when I was at uni, before I went away to uni, when I was going out in Leeds all the time and in Newcastle, and I would pretty much always have those shoes on. So yeah, they do definitely last a good amount of time for like a £20, £30 pair of shoes as well. So yeah, these. Cute. Okay, moving on, just very, very, very quickly, I want to just go over some activewear pieces. I've picked two only. You guys know, like, contour shorts, always love. Strappy bra, core bra, love. But these are the two things that I have been most impressed with recently. So the first thing for, like, my gym wear is the Revive shorts from Alphalete. Honestly, the colour palette is not my favourite, but I did end up buying the black myself, and I forgot how good an all black gym fit looks, and this is just such a sleek outfit together. But the Revive shorts, in my opinion, are perfect for people who want less compressive waistband. Like, if you're familiar with Alphalete and Amplify, it's very compressive, it's like gut-wrenchingly tight, and it's very sort of squishes you up. And for me, I'm petite in my midsection, but I'm definitely not shredded, and I do have body fat in that area, so sometimes contour, I love it on the glutes. I don't always necessarily find it the most flattering when I'm moving around, when I'm walking, when I'm sitting down. Looks great stood still for a picture. Not moving around, I do find that I can find it quite self-conscious in those, and you will very rarely catch me, like if you watch any of my workouts, anything like that, it's very rare that you will catch me wearing contour shorts and just a sports bra, and it's honestly, I feel like it's kind of because of that. Still love my contour shorts, and I still think they are insanely flattering on the glutes. With Revive, they are stiffer, like the waistband is stiffer and it doesn't stretch out this way as much, but once on, they are nowhere near, in my experience, nowhere near as compressive as contour, as regular Amplify is, and I just find it so much more comfortable. It's not digging in as much. I can sit down without like it completely spilling my guts sort of feeling when I sit down, and I just find them incredibly flattering. The leg on them is on the tighter side, so there's a little bit of a mini butt push up in them. I won't go too into it because this isn't an Alphalete video, I'm just mentioning them. There's a mini butt lift in them, which I don't think does that much, but the leg area in general, especially around the thigh on the shorts, fits a lot tighter, so it's like it's giving you that lift up to the glutes, and then the waist is a much more comfortable fit, which I almost feel like is more flattering. It's just not squeezing me to the point where it's making me look like I have things that I don't have, and just not that flattering. I honestly feel like if you have more of a soft stomach, even if you have a smaller waist but more of a soft stomach and you feel self-conscious in Amplify sometimes, I would strongly recommend trying Revive. The colour palette isn't my favourite, I would much prefer some more neutral shades in it, but I bought the black myself and I'm really impressed with them. Also, the material on these holds up so much better, and they tend to fare better for sheerness as well. They're not quite as like stretchy, soft, slinky. It will depend on what colour and batch you get, but in general, much more comfortable on the waist and a little bit tighter in the leg, so it gives a little bit more of a lift. Second thing is the Aritzia butter tops. So I've got the long sleeve in white, which I've definitely mentioned a million times on here. The way for Revive, I wear a size small, I go true to size, and in these I go down a size, I wear an extra small in them. But this fabric, it's like buttery soft, obviously the clue's in the name, so you can get pilling over time and it can bobble, but mine honestly haven't been too bad. They've washed quite well. But what I love about these is they're single layered, so they're not double lined, so you're not getting that added bulkiness. I just don't find flat as you figure, like it's literally adding width to you from that double layering, and I don't find it that flattering, and I can never get it to fit properly to my waist when it's double layered. These are single lined, but because it's that buttery fabric, they're not sheer at all. Like the black, I could honestly wear this without a bra very, very, very comfortably. It's not see-through at all, and it just looks so slick and so sleek. This is definitely a full length. It's not a long full length, like it doesn't cover like half of my bum, but it does go like to the bottom of my hip bone, and I have a longer torso, so it's definitely for most people going to be like a true full length top. Wear them in the gym, out the gym, day to day. I absolutely love them. So those are like my two activewear faves, and then obviously still loving contour, still loving strappy bras, still loving the basic scoop neck tops, and still loving my core bras as well. Okay, whilst we're on gym, watching my vlogs, you already know, Ghost pre-workout. I love their pump pre-workouts. It's my favourite pre-workout. I just think flavours that they do are the best when it comes to flavours. Like, no one can convince me otherwise, and I've tried most brands at this point. These, they know how to do a flavour, and they know how to do a flavour well. The pink lemonade is amazing, the sour strips is amazing, and then this one is definitely catching up as a favourite for me. It's the passion fruit one. So with me, I love passion fruit, like I love the fruit, but I find a lot of passion fruit flavoured things that are either way too tangy and sour, and it's like, oh, it's really bitter, or they're way too sickly sweet, creamy, like porn star martini sort of vibe, which I honestly don't find even that realistic to passion fruit. It's so refreshing. It's like the perfect mix of tangy and sweet, and it's so refreshing. Like, this is my go-to pre-workout at the moment. I've pretty much used it for every single leg day. Like you can see, I've put a really good dent in this tub. I've got about half of it left. There's no caffeine in them, there's no beta-alanine in them, so you're not going to get an energy rush, and you're also not going to get a itchy feeling or a tingling anywhere. What you are going to get is an increase in blood flow to your muscles. That's what it helps with, and the more water you drink this with, the better it will work. So it will give you a better pump, and with it having that increased blood flow, it can help with your mind-muscle connection, which can in turn just make you enjoy your session a little bit more. And these are my favourite kind of pre-workouts. So the Ghost Pump pre-workout in passion fruit has been a staple for me, and it's perfect for summer. Like, this is such a good fucking flavour. And again, if you've been keeping up with the vlogs, this will not come as a surprise. The ESN Clear Whey. Top 2 flavours for me that I've tried so far are the mango peach iced tea, and then I recently switched to the strawberry lime one. Not because I don't like mango peach iced tea anymore, but I feel like if you have anything too much, you get sick of it. So it's not that it's a bad flavour, you just get sick of it. I ordered a sample of strawberry lime, and oh my god, this tastes exactly like Calippo shots. You know, those little like ice lolly ball things. It tastes the exact fucking same. So I've been loving this in just like a cold glass with ice, but I've also been making ice lollies. I do 1.5 scoop, 400 ml of water, and it makes me 6 ice lollies. There's like 30 calories in each, and about 6 or 7 grams of protein in each. They are absolutely banging, and with those being frozen, it tastes exactly like Calippo shots. And I can imagine if you made like an ice slushy with this, it would be delicious. I just think in terms of like flavours for clear ways, ESN definitely by far the best on the market. Like, they just dropped a blue raspberry one, which apparently tastes exactly like a slushy. So I'm thinking, hear me out, we do blue raspberry slush, 25 grams of protein, strawberry lime slush, 25 grams of protein, put them together, giant slush, 250 calories, 50 grams of protein. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? That would be such a delicious summer snack, and I just think these are yummy. And also they are lactose free, which is another thing that I love because I am lactose intolerant. So these are lactose free, doesn't hurt my stomach, doesn't give me issues, doesn't give me headaches, doesn't make me feel sick, doesn't make me feel bloated. I just think these are delicious, and they've got so many flavours. This is another favourite, which is quite random, but I feel like I can't not talk about it. This is the Hollander Chocolate Company white chocolate sauce. I got this as a present for Christmas because, fun fact, now by the way, when I say this, obviously if you make a white chocolate matcha and you think it tastes like Blank Street, that's fine, but they do not use the 18-something white chocolate syrup. That's not what they use. This is what they use in their white chocolate matchas. And I found this out literally a year ago with Nicole. She asked the guy in Blank Street, she was like, what do you use in that? And I love the white chocolate matcha. It's one of my favourites from Blank Street. And he literally just said it's this. It's the Hollander white chocolate sauce. Very difficult to find and very expensive, but like, you're not going to burn through this, because I don't know how many pumps they use, but for me personally, I only use 1 pump when I'm making it at home, and that's plenty. I use this, I use the Genki matcha, and I use oat milk, and it tastes the exact same as a Blank Street to me. This, I would probably also put Genki matcha in the favourites as well, but it's downstairs. But that matcha, this, oat milk, ice, literally Blank Street dupe, tastes the exact same. And yes, this is expensive, but if you think about it, like cost per use, it's a lot cheaper than going to Blank Street every day. Not that I could anyway, because I don't live close enough to one. I mean, it's ridiculous, don't get me wrong, it was very expensive and it's very hard to get your hands on. Like I said, especially because this is a thick syrup, this does not come out like water like other syrups do. You are not going to burn through this. Like, it's probably going to take me a very, very, very long time to use this up. My white chocolate matchas, Blank Streets at home. I'm absolutely loving this. That's just stuck to my hair, and now I've probably got white chocolate sauce on my hair. Brilliant. Okay, speaking of hair, before I forget, this is how I've done my hair today. These are the Bouncy Blow Dry Company rods. I've only had these like 2.5 weeks, but I'm not joking, this may just be changing how I do my hair forever, because I'm sorry, no heat was used on this. No heat. I did tame my bangs ever so slightly with my air wrap, but other than that, absolutely zero heat used on my hair for a very similar outcome. These are from the Bouncy Blow Dry company, and I just do the typical heatless rod style, so it looks like 2 or 3, because it does come with 3 rods, donuts on your head. It comes in like a microfiber towel sort of fabric, and these don't have clips, which I thought they did. So then when I ordered them and they came, I was like, oh, like these obviously won't work because they don't have clips. But I've bought probably 3 different sets of heatless rods before, and these are the only ones I've found that work. The other ones had clips, but they were silky. Because they were silky, my hair, even though it was clipped, like you'd roll it over and then there was a clip here, it just fell out during the night and it just was not working for me at all. But yeah, the Bouncy Blow Dry company, there's no clip, but they grip just fine. The only thing I will say is if you do them too tight, it will really hurt your head. You feel it pulling on your head. Literally just loosen the end a little bit and it will feel so much more comfortable. But I have no issues sleeping in these. I find it really, really comfortable. I just put like a silk pillowcase on my head after and tie it in a bobble, and my hair comes out like this. 10 out of 10. Highly, highly recommend, and it's the only ones I found that work. And I have very long hair as well and very thick hair, and they stay in. I've not had a single incident of these falling out overnight yet. Okay, my mum asked me the other day, she was like, Amy, this is empty, why can't I put it in the bin? I said, Deborah, we're filming a favourites video, we can't put it in the bin yet because I need to have something to show them. It's the Living Proof Perfect Hair Day High Shine Gloss. Now, some of you, if you are eagle-eyed and may remember when I bought this, and I said, I don't think it's worth the money, I don't think it's doing anything. I've changed my mind, it does work. Use this on my hair when I just want it to look extra glossy. Like, you know when you go to the hairdressers and you get a gloss put on, or they just wash your hair in a way that just makes your hair super shiny? It gives me that. The only gripe I have with it, and as you can see it's empty, and I have gone through 2 bottles of this now, is I feel like to get the true shine you do have to use a lot and really coat your hair in it. But when you do that, the shine on your hair, unbelievable. And I get so many compliments when I've used this. If I'm on Instagram talking, or if I post a picture, like I posted a 0.5 the other day, and like 4 or 5 people were like, oh my god, the shine on your hair is because of this. It's very like watery and thin, and it doesn't weigh your hair down or anything like that. It just gives it a beautiful, beautiful shine. I just wouldn't bother with it if you're not going to style your hair after you've used it. Like if you're going to use it and then just let your hair dry naturally, I don't feel like you get that same shine out of it. I feel like it works best when it's styled after. It doesn't have to be with heat. You could do heatless curlers, but with some form of styling, I feel like that's how it works best. 2 bottles through, 10 out of 10 recommend. And now, Deborah, we can put this in the bin. I feel like we're kind of on shower right now, so I'm going to stick with that theme. The Inculus Salicylic Acid Cleanser. My skin was acting the hell up at the start of this year. I had fungal acne and I had some form of dermatitis eczema, so I ended up taking limecillin. They put me on a course of that, which that was rough, not gonna lie. And they also gave me a like ointment to put around my mouth, and it cleared it up so quickly. But I genuinely feel like it was somewhat, he said it can't be anything that you've put on your skin, but I feel like last year I was fannying around so much, trying so much different skincare, and because I've never had skin issues, I feel like I thought my skin was invincible, so I just thought I could keep trying all these different things and it would never come back to bite me in the ass. But it really did. Like, my skin was getting really, really bad and it just kept spreading. Since then, I've stripped everything back, so I'll show you the bits that I'm using that are my favourites. But this cleanser has been my favourite cleanser, honestly, for like 2 or 3 years now. I just feel like it works. It never breaks me out. It never causes me issues. I don't feel like it's drying my skin out. I don't feel like it's doing anything bad. It's just like a bog standard cleanser, which sounds like why the fuck is it in the favourites, but every time I'm having issues with my skin, I come back to this and it just causes me no headaches. It's fuss free, it works really well, and I also feel like I don't get as much texture and stuff when I'm using this. When I go to other cleansers, I feel like that's when I start getting like little bumps under my skin. So this is my ride or die cleanser and I absolutely love it. Also very, very, very affordable. On to something less affordable. My favourite moisturiser at the moment is the Tatcha Dewy Water Cream. Now, if you were watching my vlogs last year, you will see I bought the Rich Cream. That ended up breaking me out. I loved it and I loved how it made my skin look, but guys, I could not deny it in the end. It was too thick for my skin and it was causing me to have breakouts. This was before the fungal acne gate, but I was getting like really big pimples all around my chin region, which I never ever ever got, and they only started coming up when I was using that. So I stopped using it and I switched to the water cream because I did some googling and a lot of people had that issue, and then switched to this and they got on much better with it. I don't know why I didn't put 2 and 2 together, because my favourite moisturiser is Glow Recipes Plum One, which is very similar. It's more of like a jelly base. It's not heavy, it's not thick, it's a water cream basically, and it's very light while still being very hydrating, and they just seem to work so much better for me. So this is now my absolute favourite moisturiser. I've gone through probably 3 of these now. I just get the refill pot and I absolutely love it. It's very expensive, but in my opinion worth it. It causes me no issues. It feels really nice on my skin. It has like a nice sort of like essential oil sort of smell to it, and I just really, really, really like this moisturiser. So yeah, this has replaced the Dewy Skin Cream for me. She was just a little too heavy for my skin, I guess. What can I do? And I also feel like going into summer, this is just really nice because it's really nice and light. It doesn't make me feel greasy and sweaty and stuff. Moving on to shower, I have 2 favourite body washes. One is the Naturium Glow Getter Multi-Oil Body Wash. I've gone through 2 of these now. Well, I'm saying 2. This is my 2nd bottle and I've used this much. My skin, when I use this with like an exfoliating glove or a brush, this makes my skin feel phenomenal. Like, I feel like smoother than a baby's butt when I've used this. It's like a very minimal scent. It doesn't really smell of anything, so don't buy it for that. But this just leaves me feeling so clean, but in a moisturised way. And I also find when it comes to taking my fake tan off, I feel like because it's multi-oil, I feel like this helps me to get my tan off easier. And I just love it. I wouldn't say it's the most lathering body wash in the world. Like, if you want one that goes really bubbly, I wouldn't say it's necessarily the best for that. It's quite thin and runny, but my skin just feels so resurfaced, healthy, smooth, not stripped when I've used this, and I absolutely love it. Like I said, I've gone through 1.5 bottles and I honestly feel like these are huge. They're such good value for money. They're not too much of an eyesore either, and I feel like because they're not so wide, they're just taller. They don't take up as much space in the bathroom either, which I absolutely love. But you want something that's going to leave your skin feeling soft, clean but not stripped, and just very smooth. Great body wash. If you are wanting a similar effect but you're wanting something with more of a scent, I bought this in America, and as you can see, I've used like half of it, and I've only been back from America like a month, so I'm definitely really enjoying this. It's the EOS Cashmere Body Wash, Vanilla Cashmere. I find this very similar to this. It's just thicker, and obviously it has a scent, and also I feel like this one does lather a little bit better, but it's very similar in the sense that it's not stripping at all. It feels very gentle on my skin. I don't feel like I'm drying my skin out when I use it. The only thing I will say, I like this scent, but this does not smell like the rest of the Vanilla Cashmere range, okay? It smells more like shea butterish and cocoa-ish than it does vanilla, so keep that in mind. It does not smell the same as the rest of the range, and it is a bit of a throw off because that's what you're expecting when you open it, but once you move past that, it's honestly a really nice like cocoa shea soapy sort of scent, and I really like it. I like how it lathers. It feels really smooth on the skin. It's not drying, it's not stripping, and I do find that this does leave a little bit of a lingering scent, so it's pretty decent for scent layering. But honestly, in general, scent layering I would say starts after the shower. I don't think body washes linger that long. So if you're in the UK, you probably won't be able to get your hands on this, but if you're in the US, I really, really, really like this. And if you are someone who finds a lot of body washes very stripping, I honestly feel like either of these you will get on with so well. You don't need both. I've just ended up with both, and I wanted to mention both because they are definitely my favourites. I honestly use them both in the same shower. Excessive? Yes. Literally Actually, following on same theme, I'd not realised I'd even done this. I have two favourite body care items. So first things first is, again, it's the Glow Getter range. This is the multi-oil body butter. I don't love this for scent, not my favourite thing about it. I would say it has like a very light, kind of fruity scent, but I wouldn't buy it for scent. It doesn't really linger, and it can smell a little bit like skincare-y, if that makes sense. It doesn't have a strong, really yummy scent to it. This body butter is the most, I've gone through like 4 of these now, this is the most moisturising, gorgeously whipped. It's not thick, but it's not runny. It's just like a gorgeously whipped body butter, and it leaves the most insane glow on your skin. When I put this on a night time, I feel still moisturised the next day. I feel like I've still almost got a sheen to my legs when I use this. Absolutely love it. Especially, my favourite time to use this is I will take all my tan off, and then I'll usually give my skin 1 day's break. I lather myself in this after I've taken my tan off, because obviously with it being multi-oil, it can break down your tan a little bit, so I wouldn't recommend using it if you fake tan every single day. When I do that, I'm not joking, my skin feels like the smoothest, butteriest, babyest butter skin, and it also has a really nice sheen and glow to it, and I absolutely love it. I just think it's very, very, very good value for money, and an excellent, excellent product. This shits all over. Sol de Janeiro body butters are awful on my skin. They are drying, they are not moisturising, and the texture is so hard to rub in. It's like trying to rub a lump of butter into your skin. It just doesn't work for me. This craps all over them. Yes, it doesn't have all the scent profiles that they do, but in terms of like the actual quality and like the ingredients and how it makes your skin feel, this in my opinion is what that should have been for like the hype that it gets, if that makes sense. So yeah, I absolutely love this. When I was in America, you guys know I've got a long-standing love with my EOS Vanilla Cashmere Lotion. I've put so many people onto it and I just love it. When I was in America, I found out that they now have a whipped oil butter. But I actually had my American friend Taylor send me over 3 tubs, obviously I paid her. She sent me over 3 tubs of this because on TikTok Shop, they are charging £30 a tub for this. This is $10 in America, okay? So I had her send me over 3 tubs. This is obviously a sealed one. So that is a testament to how much I enjoy it. This, to me, and I will always love my Vanilla Cashmere Lotion, and I will probably go back to it when these run out because I'm not going to be shipping this over all the time. It's a bit of a farce. If you do not find that moisturising enough, which I personally do, but if you want something a bit heavier, I feel like this is like the Naturium multi-oil body butter. The Vanilla Cashmere Lotion had a baby. I feel like it has a similar moisturising ability to this, but the scent obviously of the Vanilla Cashmere, which is, some people say it smells like yogurt. I think it's like a personal thing, you either love it or you don't. I personally just think it smells like vanilla. This is what it looks like on the inside. It's very, very whipped and very thick. But I just feel like this gives me... Vanilla Cashmere Lotion does give me a sheen, but the sheen that this one gives me is just so much more like long lasting, and I just feel like this does feel more intensely moisturising, which makes sense with it being a butter, and I just absolutely love it. Like, I just feel like it gives me a really nice glow, and it gives me the scent, and it gives me a bit of extra moisturisation. So I honestly can't pick between the two because I don't always want to smell like vanilla, but these two are my absolute top favourite like body products in terms of like lotions and moisturisers. And I fake tan a lot, which dries your skin out, so I need moisturiser, so I know what's good and what isn't. Like, my skin does tend to lean a little bit drier just because of the amount of fake tan I put on it. Love these. Speaking of tan, favourite fake tan, because I always get asked about this. This is the Loving Tan 2-Hour Express Ultra Dark, and this is the tan that I've been using recently. It says olive undertone. I don't think it is. It's more of like a red brown undertone than green. So if you really like your Bondi Sands, you probably won't like this, but the colour I go in the sun, I always say with fake tan, pick one that is most close to the colour you go in the sun. That's probably going to look the best on you. I go like an orangey brown sort of shade. That's more the colour I go in the sun. This replicates that bang on. Like, this looks like me in like the height of summer if I've been on like multiple holidays. This is the colour that I go in the sun. So the Loving Tan 2-Hour Express Ultra Dark. I was loving the platinum, but with its, obviously we're getting into warmer weather now, so I might go back to it again, but in the colder months it's just such a strong tan and it's very, very, very drying on the skin, and I was finding it was only lasting like 3 days before it was starting to crack and look a little bit funky, so I actually stopped using that one just because I felt like for the season it was just too dry, and I went back to the ultra dark 2 Hour Express, which I love. I do sleep in this, which you're not meant to do, but if you leave it on like 4 to 6 hours it gives you a really nice colour. 2 hours you're not going to get much of an ultra dark effect, but if you leave it on 4 to 6 you'll get a really nice effect. I slept in it for probably about 8 hours, 8-9 hours, which is probably a little bit too long, so it has like overdeveloped and gone quite dark. But 4 to 6 hours and you are going to be golden with this. It's pricey, but it works. Lasts me like 7 to 10 days. When it's ready to come off, it's easy to get off. I would just say if you're trying to get it off before it's ready, is quite a painful experience. But when it's ready to come off, it comes off pretty easily, no issues, no like insane scrubbing needed. But yeah, favourite fake tan, hands down. I've been using this for years now and I love it. Okay, moving on, let's go on to scent. My favourite thing, my favourite thing. This is definitely, I feel like this is a different vibe to my other scents that I've shared before. Just to preface this, all my previous scents, my Louis V Attrape Breeze, which was in my last one, still love. Delina Exclusive, still love. Herba Pura, still love. My Baccarat, still love. All those scents I still love. These are just some new favourites and things that I think are worth a mention. So I'm just going to mention it first, okay? I'm mentioning it again because this has stayed stocked in my scent wardrobe, if you will. I've gone through about 3 or 4 bottles of this now. It's Fleur Vanilla Skin. It's a body mist. It's a very peppery, woody vanilla. It's not a cupcakey vanilla. It's not a super sweet vanilla. It's something with a little bit more depth and like pepper and spice to it, but it is just so nice. It almost has like an SPF kind of beachy hint to it as well, but it is by far probably one of my favourite vanilla scents I've ever smelled. Don't bother with the perfume, it's no longer lasting and it's just more expensive. The body spray, if you spray it on clothes and hair, lasts quite well for me. It honestly lasts like 4 or 5 hours. It is a body mist, it's not a perfume, so it's not meant to be like beast mode, but what I will say is it's the only body spray I've ever had a compliment on, and I've probably had more compliments on scent when I've got this on than I have with like 50% of the perfumes that I own. So it definitely does project, but do keep in mind, like I don't want to set people up for failure with this and be like it's beast mode. It's a body mist, okay? It is a lighter scent, but it's definitely a heavier scent profile for a body mist, if that makes sense. So if you really like your super sweet light body mists, I don't think you will like this. It is a little bit more intense and peppery, but it's just so good, and I feel like every time I spray it I get a serotonin boost. It smells so good. I still get plenty compliments on it and I just love it. It's my, yeah. I'm not going to go on about it too much because it was in my last favourites video, but I'm still very much loving it. Next thing, which is also a body mist, but this one's a bit of a different one. This is the Jo Malone Wood Sage and Sea Salt Body Mist. So you can see it's got like a cloudy consistency. That's because this actually has like hyaluronic acid and some kind of like skincare ingredients in it. So it's a body mist, but you wouldn't want to spray it willy-nilly. You'd want to spray it directly onto your skin. And this gives, first of all, the nicest scent, but also the nicest glow. So you sort of spray it on like that and then you rub it in slightly. I will say, if you are someone who is subject to hating feeling like you've got something on your skin or feeling a little bit oily, you probably won't like it because it does definitely have a bit of an oily feeling. Like where I've just rubbed that in with my hand, I'm like, let me just rub my hand on this blanket because it does feel a bit oily, but it gives you like the most gorgeous shine and it smells incredible. And this I used the hell out of when I went to Italy last year and through summer, which is how I've got half a bottle of it. It's just the most gorgeous, like fresh, crisp, bright, clean scent. It's not cloying, it's not going to give you a headache. Wrong, but not to the point where it's going to make you feel sick in the heat. And if you are looking for a clean girl scent for summer, I think this is amazing, and especially because it has that glow to it as well and it's a bit of a body treatment. it's just such good value for money, and it's way, way, way better in terms of scent longevity than the perfume version is. So I highly, highly recommend this. I think it just smells like a clean, being by the sea, salty, rich woman scent. I don't know, I love the smell of it. I love the finish that it leaves on your skin, and I also just think it's quite a unique product, just in terms of like the scent profile and it being a body mist, and then it also adding a bit of a glow, and it's got some skincare in there. Really, 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 really nice for summer, and it's not going to make you feel sick in the heat. Then we have my little teeny tiny little mist. This is Valaya exclusive. So this is the exclusive version. I like the idea of the original. I like the theory. I like the scent profile, but oh my god, that gives me the worst headache and nausea I've ever had. Like, and I don't really get like that with many scents, but I think, I don't know if it's like the orange blossom in it or like the aldehydes, there's something in it that just gives me the worst headache and nausea, and it's such a shame because I don't think it smells bad. I actually think it smells really nice and I like it, but I cannot do that scent. So when they dropped the exclusive version, this is basically a little bit more vanilla, a little bit more powdery. Into perfume and you smelt both of them, you'd think it's the same thing. So I'm getting that nice scent profile of the original without the headache and nausea. It's a little bit more toned down and a little bit like sexier, I would say. It's definitely a bit powderier, but not to the point I feel like when you say powdery you think grandma. It's not a grandma scent. This smells, in my opinion, just like the ultimate clean girl scent without the headache, if that makes sense. Every time I smell this, I just think, wow, yum. And I've seen a lot of people complaining about the exclusive version, saying it doesn't last or project well. That's not been my experience. I actually went to Marks and Spencer's the other week, and when we came out of the car park, I was with my boyfriend. We were walking back to our car and a woman literally wound down her car window. She was like, oh my god, I walked past you in the shop and you smell amazing. And I said to myself, I must ask her what she's got on, and obviously I've just bumped into you, so what have you got on? And I told her, and that's just someone walking past me in the supermarket. So it's definitely, for me, got great projection. I've had a lot of compliments on this. I would say it's one of my most complimented scents at the moment, and the longevity is really good as well. Like, if I spray this on myself, I can smell it hours later. If you spray it on clothes, you're looking at like days and days and days of scent on it. So I personally find the projection and longevity on mine to be really good. It's definitely a compliment getter, and when I was in Texas I was actually wearing both these at the same time. So I was putting this on as like a mist and glow, and then this on top. These two, honestly, I feel like they shouldn't, because they're both quite strong, clean scents. They work so nicely together. This is like the ultimate clean girly combo for summer. So yeah, I really, 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 really love this, and I love, love, love this. This has definitely climbed into like one of my favourite perfumes of all time. I just think it's such a stunning scent, and it's just got a little bit more interestingness to it to my nose. It's a little bit less straight up clean laundry scent and a little bit muskier, I would say personally. But yeah, try them both, see which one you prefer. This one is my favourite. And how cute is the Diddy little bottle? It's so cute. Also, I know that Perfumes de Marly, and I've recommended that one and Delina exclusive. Now, I know they're incredibly expensive. I would never suggest that you go out and blind buy a perfume based off my scent. Please, based off my scent, based off my recommendation, never do that. It's a terrible idea, and you can end up wasting hundreds of pounds. Order from a sample website. I use Small Aromas, scented samples. Those are the two that come to mind. Order a sample, see how you like it on your skin, because things smell different on people's skin. Things smell different to different people's noses. Things last differently on different people. Things project differently on different people. Always sample first. Plus, you can get like a £300 scent for like £5 for a little sample of it, and you get to experience it that way and actually wear it, rather than spraying it on a piece of paper, which isn't that reliable in terms of how it's gonna smell, last, etc. on you. Final body thing, I've been stepping outside a little bit more, so my Patrick Ta body balm has to get a mention, and I honestly feel like this is lasting me so well. When I got this I was like, that's barely any product, like there's literally nothing in there, but it's lasted me so well because I feel like you don't need to use loads of it. I've got the She's on Vacation one, but yeah, this gives me the most gorgeous glow. I use it with the Patrick Ta big like fat round brush that I think is designed to work with it. I'm pretty sure they sold them next to each other. It just gives the most gorgeous glow. It's like that sort of look to the skin. Like if I rub my finger in it, it's like a glossy balm sort of look. And then when you put it on your skin, it just gives like the gorgeousest, like, it's not glittery, it gives you like a wet look to your skin, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like my camera never picks this up as good as it looks in real life. It just gives you like a really nice wet look to the skin. Any meal out, anywhere I'm going where I've got skin exposed and it's like an evening thing, I use it. Only thing that drives me insane is obviously it is oily, so your hair can get very greasy, especially if you put it on your chest. Your hair can get very greasy, and it does have colour to it, like it does have bronze to it, so it does transfer as well. So I tend to use it when I'm wearing black, and I need to pick up the lighter one for when I'm wearing lighter outfits, but I love it. It's lasted me really well, and honestly for that reason, pretty good value for money. Love, love, love. I feel like an outfit is not complete without a body glow, and this is a good one. Okay, I do have some makeup favourites. First thing is a makeup brush. This is the Sephora Pro Foundation 64 brush. This is unbelievable. Before using this, I was using more of like a flat top, almost like kabuki brush style brush. This is very different because it's very, I mean, it's dirty, so I need to clean it. But this one's very different because it's very like light and fluffy. It's not got that same like, I mean, it's densely packed, but it's not like a flat top brush. And I find the finish I'm getting on foundations with this is so much nicer. It gives me a much more natural finish, regardless of whether I'm using full coverage, minimal coverage. It just gives me a much more natural finish because it's obviously not so densely packed, and it's not going to densely pack the foundation on anywhere near as much. It gives me a much more natural finish. I feel like it really warms the product into my skin really nicely, and I just love how my foundation has been coming out since using this brush. And I wasn't sure I would love it, but I don't think I will ever go back to like more of a flat top brush for my foundation ever again. This brush has been game changing for me, and I've washed it a few times now and I've had no shedding, no issues. It's got like a really weighty handle and it's just perfect. I absolutely love it. Works well with stick foundations, works well with liquids, works well with creams. It's an all-round great brush and I love it. Yeah, Sephora 64 Pro Foundation brush. Next we've got Haus Labs blushes. I've got two, but I'm shouting out the Glassy Hibiscus one, which is what I've got on today, because on my skin tone, this looks so boring in here, like it looks so mauvey, but on my skin tone, especially when I've got my fake tan on, this is like the perfect pinky bronze blush for me. Like I've got it on today and I just feel like it's so natural looking. It still has that pinkness to it without being too pink, and it blends in with my bronzer really nicely. On my skin tone, this is like a bronzer and I love it. The finish of these as well is, it's so fucking good. It's, yeah, I mean, they call it Glassy Hibiscus. It's like a glassy, glossy finish to the skin, which again, I prefer more of like a natural, glowy, dewy sort of look, and this gives me that. It is just sensational, and I feel like, honestly, this is going to last me a really, really, really long time, because it just feels like, I could never use all of this up. So I will keep you posted on how long it takes me to use this up. But yeah, Haus Labs Glassy Hibiscus balm blush, I think, Colour Fuse Glassy Blush Balm, unreal, 10 out of 10, love it. Final makeup thing is this Tower 28 setting powder, which is just, I got the translucent one. It's just a translucent setting powder, and I wasn't like blown away by this at first, but the more I'm using it, the more I'm realising this gives me a nice natural finish. I know that everyone loves the Charlotte Tilbury setting powder, but every time I use that, I feel like it makes me look cakey. And I love a loose setting powder, but I feel like I always like to have a pressed one because, first of all, it's easier to carry around with me for like touching up during the day. But second of all, I like using both. But for like gym days and stuff, I've just been using this on its own, and it's like the perfect level of mattifying without making me look dry. I don't look chalky, it doesn't look cakey. Even though it's pressed, it feels very finely milled. I don't know if that's even correct, but that's the only way I can describe it. It just feels very finely milled, gives a really nice natural finish. I feel like it mattifies me and blurs while still allowing me to look natural, if that makes sense. So yeah, if you again like more of like a natural finish to your makeup and you don't want to be caking loads of powders on, I think this is a really nice powder. I personally much prefer this to the Charlotte Tilbury one. I don't know if they do a translucent one, but I just find, does anyone else find that it just makes me look really cakey and I don't love it. This I love. Okay, final thing, which is a favourite, is my Daily Stoic book. Don't talk about religion and stuff much because I'm not religious. I don't subscribe to any particular religious beliefs, but I've always loved philosophy. I've always loved philosophy and ethics. I studied at school, like I chose to study it because I've always loved it. I find it fascinating. I just find it so interesting. And religion, I used to go to Sunday school, but I've just, maybe I will change my mind in the future and I'll come back round to it, but it's just something I've always kind of struggled to connect with. Philosophies and teachings in that sort of way where it's not religious, I find resonates with me a lot more. And the Daily Stoic, like, I'm not into reading. Like, I wish I could be, but I'm just not. It's not my thing. I can't concentrate for that long. This is so nice. Basically, you'll probably already all know about it, but it has a little message for each day. So it's literally just a page that you read each morning. So what date are we on today? We're on the 4th of April. So it just has a different teaching, and each month is categorised in a different way. So April's is all about unbiased thought, and then you've got a different teaching in each day. So today's is don't let this go to your head. We'll give you like a quote and then it explains it. So today's, it says, make sure you're not made emperor. Avoid that imperial stain. It can happen to you, so keep yourself simple, good, pure, saintly, plain, a friend of justice, God-fearing, gracious, affectionate, and strong for your proper work. Fight to remain the person that philosophy wished to make you. Revere the gods and look after each other. Life is short. The fruit of this life is a good character and acts for the common good. Okay, and then the explanation is, it's difficult even to conceive of what life must have been like for Marcus Aurelius, which is like one of the main people for Stoicism. He wasn't born emperor, nor did he obtain the position deliberately. It was simply thrust upon him. Nevertheless, he was suddenly the richest man in the world, head of the most powerful army on earth, ruling over the largest empire in history, considered a god among men. It's no wonder he wrote little messages like this to remind himself not to spin off the planet. Without them, he might have lost his sense of what was important, falling prey to the lies from all the people who needed things from him. And here we are, whatever we happen to be doing, at risk of spinning off ourselves. When we experience success, we must make sure that it doesn't change us, that we continue to maintain our character despite the temptation not to. Reason must lead the way no matter what good fortune comes along. So that one's basically just about, the clue's in the title, don't let things go to your head, and about remaining humble, and just because you might have certain things in life, it doesn't mean you're any better than anyone else. But like anytime I feel like I'm going off at the deep end, or just like finding myself getting more irritated by people, finding myself, being a bit more judgmental of people, I feel like it just brings me back to base, if that makes sense, in a way that for me personally religion never has been able to. It just brings me back to base, and having those daily reminders just keeps me, I don't want to say grounded, my dad does enough of that, like my dad could humble Kanye West, it's nothing to do with that, but it just honestly keeps me sane, having those reminders that, a lot of the teachings are to do with you are in control of how you deal with things and your situation and your life. Like, you shouldn't judge others. Like, if others, the whole thing of Stoicism isn't like, oh my god, I'm so calm and so zen and everyone else is so erratic and I'm so much better than everyone. It's not about that. It's actually very much about not being judgmental of others, and I just love it. So yeah, you've got 366 meditations on wisdom, perseverance, and the art of living. And if you are someone who resonates with anything I've just said, I would recommend picking it up, especially if you're someone who is not a big reader. It's just nice to have that little daily reminder every day, and it's definitely my favourite, like, philosophy school line of teachings. Stoicism is definitely my favourite. So yeah, just wanted to put you guys onto that in case you weren't already aware of it, but I'm sure you all are, because it's a very popular niche book. Final thing to mention before I go, M&S Green Herby Feta Dip. I'll pop it on the screen because I don't have one to hand. Go and get it. It's like the Green Goddess dip and Tzatziki had a baby. It is absolutely delicious. It's the best dip that they do, and it's a 10 out of 10. I feel like sometimes the dips from Marks and Spencer's can be doing too much. I didn't love the Indian loaded one. I don't always love the ones that have got a lot going on. That gorgeous, gorgeous dip. My mum loves it, my dad loves it, I love it. Go and get it. It is just, oh, it's so good, and I absolutely love it. Oh my god, another random thing which I've not mentioned. I got a walking pad a few months ago, maybe like 2 months ago now. That has to go in my favourites. It's the Deer Run Q1 Mini, and it's very small. So I would say if you're tall, it might be a bit too small if you've got really long strides. I'm 5'6", and honestly, I think if I was any taller, it might be a bit too small. You might want to go for the full size, but relatively quiet for a walking pad, which I thought it was noisy, but I was voice noting one of my friends, and she was like, oh my god, if I was on a walking pad, it would sound so much worse than yours does right now. So it's relatively quiet. It's not foldable, but it's quite small and compact, so you can easily store it up against a wall. It's easy to use, and I have found, if you've not been watching my vlogs, you won't know, I'm on like a cutting like body recomp journey at the moment, and that has drastically, and I mean drastically, improved my step count, especially in the UK. We've got good weather at the moment, but usually we don't have the best weather, and it can be very hard to get yourself out and about when it's literally teeing it down, or when it's cold, or when it's super windy. Just not the most appealing thing in the world. That treadmill walking pad shindig has got my steps through the roof. It has single-handedly been helping me to reach my step goal, and I can't believe honestly that I didn't get one sooner. I love it. It's definitely an investment, but it's one of the best things I have bought in recent times. So yeah, the Deer Run Q1 Mini walking pad definitely makes it into my Q1 faves. So yeah, that is all my Q1 favourites. Let me know if there's any categories that I'm kind of missing in these that you would like me to talk about my favourites on. Then do let me know, and I will happily include those in future ones. Let me know if you want me to do these quarterly, or you think like we're good for like just 2 a year, that's fine, or you want them more frequently. Let me know what your favourite perfumes are at the moment. Is there anything from the last one that I recommended that you've gone and picked up and loved? Because I would love to hear. I always sweat profusely when someone tells me they bought something based off my recommendation, because I'm just like, the only thing I can ever promise you is I'll never recommend something to you that I don't love, but I can't promise you that you're gonna love it, because we are different people, especially with scent. You might like something that I might not. I might like something that you might not. My deal and my promise is I'll never recommend something that I don't love, but I cannot promise you that you will love it. You must go out there and try things and form your own opinions. So yeah, let me know if you guys enjoyed the video. Give it a thumbs up if you did. It massively helps me out. Leave a comment, subscribe if you want to and you haven't already, and I will see you guys in my next video. Goodbye.
Game up. Game up.
Started my last weekly vlog with my heatless rollers in, and I'm starting this week's vlog with another heatless curling, but this time I've only done it in 2 sections, so I've done it slightly differently, so I'll take it out and show you. But it's Wednesday today. I'm starting a kind of weekly vlog. I might run it into the start of next week because this week's video is going to be a favourites video, so I've got time to film this into next week. It doesn't have to be done by Saturday, which is why I'm starting it a bit later. It's just going to be a bit of a different week than the week together, so I'm going to take these out. Like I said, when I've been doing them before, I've done 3, so if you watched the last weekly vlog I did, you'll have seen I did 1, a skinny one, and then a thicker one. This time I've done 2 because I feel like my hair was very curly and I did love it, but I'm not doing anything crazy today, so I kind of just want more of a relaxed kind of blowout. Also, I did the collagen mask last night, but like the gel one, so the one where you squeeze it on your face and you then peel it off. It's very satisfying, but I'm not gonna lie guys, I'll use it up because I've got a full bottle. I really don't feel like it does anything. My skin looks shiny when I've just done it, then it feels dry, then like 10 minutes later my skin looks back to normal, if not a little drier than usual, so I don't really feel like it actually does anything. And also I have literally seen online that you can only get the benefits from collagen from ingesting it. I'm pretty sure it can't make its way through your actual skin barrier. If you're a dermatologist, please tell me if I'm wrong on that. Obviously I've only done it in 2 sections this time, so this is how the bottom of it looks. It's just a lot more kind of blowout sort of appearance. I feel like I'm playing with fire here because I've also got my shorter bangs at the moment, which I've not done this with yet. I'm very scared. Okay. I mean, someone commented on my last vlog saying something like, come on Farrah Fawcett, and I didn't know who that was, and then I googled it and I was like, oh my god, the hair really is giving Farrah Fawcett. So this is how it goes. Oh my god, no, I actually do kind of like it. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely very voluminous with the shorter bangs and it's very like out there, but you can't tell me that this doesn't look like it's being styled with heat. I'm such a big fan of heatless curlers. Yeah, today's agenda is gym, work, and then I'm meeting Alicia for a walk and a coffee later because the weather, the clocks went forward, so we're getting lighter, longer days, and the weather is so nice, so we're gonna go for a coffee and yap this evening because I've not seen her in a couple of weeks, and like I've been speaking about in recent vlogs, I'm really trying to stay on top of making sure I'm not going like weeks and weeks and weeks without seeing friends, which I feel like, by the way, if you are not part of like a big group where there's like a massive group chat and you're always organising things, I feel like it's a lot harder to maintain and keep up with people when it's like individual friendships and it's a lot more organising. I feel like it would be easier if it was a massive group, but I don't really like big groups, so I don't want to say trauma from childhood because that sounds really dramatic, but just bad experiences from being at school in big friend groups. I do not like a big friend group anymore. If you watch the last vlog, which looks better, when I do 3 or when I do 2? Let me know, but I'm honestly quite impressed by how like non-weird the bangs have gone with them being shorter. Like they went into it quite well. So anyway, I will see you when I'm dressed. I've just finished getting ready for the gym, but before I show you guys my little OOTD, I just wanted to show you I did get my Glossier You Fleur in. I do actually really like it. I saw a lot of people on TikTok saying it's the closest to the original one, and for context, that is my sister's like, not signature scent, but when I smell that I think of my sister. My sister must have got it close to when it first came out and it just reminds me of her. I've tried the Rev one, did not like that at all. It smelled like Play-Doh to me. I own Do, which I do like. Ironically, my sister likes Rev. I actually ended up giving that to her. Fleur is the new one, but even though it's called Fleur, I personally don't find this floral at all. On me, it smells like salty beaches, and like if you got an ice cold glass and put in like some fizzy lemonade or soda water with some peach juice, or I know it's apricot, it's not peach, but I feel like that's what my nose goes to because that's what I know the smell of more. Fizzy, fruity scent, and it's really, really, really nice. I actually really like it. It gives a very beachy vibe to me. I don't get the original You comparisons. Personally, I just don't feel like it has that like scent profile to it on me, but I know that perfumes smell different on everyone. I'm getting like a good 4 to 5 hours out of it, which I feel like with Do, it disappears after like an hour, so I actually really like it. And even though I just said I'm learning from my mistakes, guys, I'm getting the smaller bottles, kind of feel like I'm gonna burn through this and wish I'd got the bigger bottle, but It might be one of those things where I burn through it and then I don't really think about it again, and I don't decide to repurchase a full bottle, because I feel like sometimes I really like a scent but I don't miss it when I don't have it. You can like something and not need to own it. I feel like that's something I have to remind myself when I go perfume shopping. I actually scrubbed off all of my fake tan last night, so to have gone for such like a summery outfit I feel like is, I don't know, I know it's like a whole thing about fake tan at the moment and everyone's quitting it. I'm not, okay? I'm not gonna be quitting fake tan. That's not in my destiny, that's not in my life path. But I feel like when I wear colour, I feel like I need a tan. I don't know why, I just feel like it looks better. I actually quite like this with no fake tan on, so I've just got on a like lemon coloured sports bra. I've got on my cotton candy Amplify shorts. I feel like I never wear normal Amplify shorts anymore, but these ones are probably one of my favourites. These are a medium though. I found that these ones run really tight, so I do actually prefer my medium of these. And then I've just got my Garage straight leg sweats on, and yeah, let's go get a pre-workout, get in the car and go to the gym. I got Botox last week and just slowly watching it re-kick in really makes me laugh. I always maintain a level of movement, but I get it here. I know that some people are going to think that's ridiculous, you're only 25. Spoiler, the gag is I've been doing this for like 2 years. It's nothing to do with age in my experience, it's just to do with how many faces you pull. Like, it's not aging lines, it's from pulling the same face over and over. And I feel like I just get into a habit of, because I look at screens all day or when I'm out in the sun, I really screw up my face to the point where I actually, if you go back and watch my Grease vlog, you will see I had a tan line between my eyebrows. That's how bad it is. So that's why I get it done. It's not fully kicked in yet, but it's pretty much almost there. But I maintain movement and I don't go for my top-up appointments either, because I don't want to be fully frozen. I like to maintain a level of movement, so yeah. But it's crazy, I just feel like every day I'm just getting a little bit stiffer. Okay, starting out this session with some CAS glute bridges. Obviously you guys have seen me do these workouts many a time, but this week I was trying to focus on actually increasing weight, so I did go up in weight for these. So with a CAS glute bridge, you just want to make sure that you're not coming basically down as far as you would with a hip thrust. I do think on some of my reps I was forgetting we're doing CAS bridges, girl, not a full range hip thrust. I don't think any of them are quite full range, but I don't need to be coming quite as low. You literally only need to come a couple of inches, like that's way too low to be coming down. Just a couple inches down and then straight back up to the top. This is why I love filming my workouts, because it gets me a fresh pair of eyes on my own session, so I can see what I'm doing right and what I need to tweak. And now I know with my CAS bridges, just remind yourself you don't need to be coming down so far. So moving on, we are going into some dumbbell step ups. You guys know the drill by now. Box, I like to use something that is about knee height. I will then plant my foot, I hold my dumbbell in on the same side as the leg that I am currently working, and then instead of thinking about coming up and down and doing it really fast, I think slowly down and then try and be as explosive as possible on the way up. Obviously towards your sets, towards the end of your sets, that gets a bit harder as reps are slowing down, things are getting a bit more difficult, but ideally you want to be coming up as explosively as possible, and slower on the way down, and also making sure, like I said, you're not just thinking up down, you're more thinking diagonal and back, like sitting back into the movement, making it a bit more hip focused, not thinking about pushing that knee forward. You can see here my knee doesn't really move far forward, it's not coming over my toes. I'm trying to take as much quad out of the movement as possible and really shift a lot of my weight and a lot of my focus into my hip. I do also, when I do these, just a little tweak, I do also almost like really sit onto the side of my body that I'm working when I come down. I just find that I feel like I get a huge stretch in my glutes when I do this. It's not like a twist, it's just more of like I'm really sitting my weight on that side a little bit more, like I'm kind of leaning to, when I'm doing my left leg, leaning to the left a little bit, right leg leaning to the right a little bit. Then I moved on to doing some dumbbell walking lunges, just because of the way that my gym was this day. I couldn't do things in my usual format, so I did end up switching the day around a little bit. Ideally I would actually want to do these after I've done leg extensions, just to give my legs a little bit of a break from doing like a lunging sort of motion, but I do these more quad bias, so I take
take shorter strides and I really focus on pushing my knee as far over my toe as I can get it to go, just to make it a bit more quad focused. If you're wanting more glute focus, take wider strides instead of shorter strides, and think about sitting back into your lunges rather than thinking about pushing that knee forward and trying to really stretch your quads. You're thinking about making it a bit more hip dominant and pushing back into your glutes a little bit more with those wider strides. And also, obviously, when you take a wider stride, it's actually much harder to push that knee over the toe anyway. Then finishing off with leg extensions. Like I said, in an ideal world, I would actually want to do these first and then lunges to finish with, but this day my gym was just, I don't know what's going on. I think maybe it's the school holidays. My gym's been a lot busier this past like week and a half whilst I've been trying to film a full week of workouts, which is kind of my own fault, but it's definitely been interesting. But I love seeing the gym busy. I actually love it. Like when everyone complains about the January rush and stuff, I'm like, there's nothing to complain about. Like, what is there to complain about with people being in the gym, moving their bodies, getting themselves healthier? Like, I personally love to see a busy gym. Does it make a session a little bit harder? Yes, it makes it. You might have to switch things around, but I think all in all, it's quite a positive sign when gyms are busy. So yeah, that is the end of my glute. I'm done at the gym. I feel like my hair has completely come out from just, I got so sweaty in the gym today. I feel like it's starting to warm up, like it's 15 whole ass degrees today. There is someone at my gym today with a G-Wagon Brabus. Can you see it in the background? Brabus. I don't know how you say it. All I know is, guys, I've never, this is a bit weird, I'm recording someone else's car, but it's just in the background, but can you see it? It's a G-Wagon Brabus, I don't know how you say it. All I know is, I know these are rare, and I think I've seen one in the wild in my life. That's my second one, and it's just in my warehouse, industrial, gym, car park, kind of blowing my balls, to be honest. I'm so baffled. That was a really good session. I have a song to share with the class, which I'm absolutely obsessed with at the moment. I can't stop listening to it. It's this one. If you follow me on Instagram, I used it for the photo dump. I absolutely love this song. It's in my Afrobeats playlist. I'm not sure if it comes under Afrobeats. Please, I am like happy to be educated on this. What category does this come under? Is it Afrobeats? Is it something else? Because whatever it is, the vibes are immaculate and I cannot stop listening to it. This is another brain scratcher. I've spoken about this before. Certain songs scratch my brain. This is one of them. This is one of them. I'm going to go home and make my favourite lunch at the moment with you guys, so let's go. We're back. I'm about to make my lunch. I've stuck you to, if I look like really weird, the camera's like tilted up, but I've stuck you to a disinfectant can. So my favourite lunch at the moment is a steak. I don't do it every single day because I don't know if you know, steaks are a lot more expensive. These are the nicest, more affordable steaks I've found. It's the sirloins from M&S, but the thin cut ones. They're like £4 cheaper than the standard sirloins, but they're not like thin. They're actually still, I would say this is just like a normal sirloin steak. So I'm loving having that. I just feel like my energy has been a little low at the moment, so trying to, like Twinkle Toes did say the other day, he was like, you might be a little bit low on iron. He said that I had something in my eye that was a sign of being low on iron. I can't remember what it was. That's my protein source, and then you guys already know I've got my sprouts and corn here. Love them. I prepped those on Monday. Was it Tuesday? No, Monday. I've got some beetroot, which I'm going to put in. I've got some tzatziki, which I'm going to put in, and probably some salad leaves as well. So, yeah, and it's so quick because the steak literally takes like 2 minutes. I'm going to like salt and pepper it, and then I like my steak medium rare, kind of. Sometimes I end up doing it rare by accident, but I like it medium rare, so it only takes me like 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes to cook. So, yeah, let's cook the steak, and I will show you how it looks. Also, as you can probably tell by how empty this is, this is the green herby feta dip from M&S from M&S. I bought this the other day. Guys, this is so good. If you like the green goddess dip and you like tzatziki, you will love this. It's like those two had a baby. It is officially my favourite dip that M&S do, and they do a lot of really good dips, so I would highly recommend highly recommend giving this one a whirl. Just saying, it's really fucking good.
Is an island in the middle of the Indian Ocean. It's not a river, it's not a lake, it's not a sea. It's just a...
Okay, so this is it, guys. This is my salad bowl. Got some salad leaves here, sprouts, roasted Cajun, some paprika, salt and pepper, roasted corn, tzatziki, sweet chili, pickled beetroot, and then this is steak. This is how I like my steak. I just This is yummy, and it's so quick because I've obviously prepped all of this, and the steak takes like 3 minutes, but I feel like you would look at this and think, I can't be asked to make that, but it's actually so quick, and it's one of my favourite meals at the moment. I just love it, and sometimes I swap out the steak for chicken. It's one of my go-to meals right now, and I love it.
Just finished my lunch. I just got the most exciting parcel in, which I have to show you before I crack on with work for the afternoon. I asked very kindly Taylor if she could pick me up some of the EOS butter lotions, because I tried this for the first time when I went to Texas like 2 months ago now, and I loved it. I actually find it better than the lotion version in terms of like how moisturised I feel, and I still love the lotion, but I just feel like this, and the fact it's also in a tub so I'm not wasting anything, I don't have to cut bottles open. I fell in love with this like straight away. However, this has made its way onto TikTok Shop in the UK for £30 a tub. For context, these are like $10 to $14 a tub, which is about £8 to £12 in the UK. So I'm not paying £30 for these when I know how much cheaper they are in the US. So I said to Taylor, please would you be able to send me some, and she did. So I've got 3 of them. I know that people will be like, overconsumption car, and trust me, I'm not the biggest fan of overconsumption. However, I'm not going to be asking her to send me one like, you know, every month, every 6 weeks. I just thought, let's just get this over and done with, and this should probably last me until like winter time. This should take me through the summer because I still have some left in my other one. So yeah, we have some of my favourite body butter. Also, she works at the sock department at Ralph Lauren, so she also sent me over some socks, and I just think these are so cute. They're very me as well. They're like cream and brown. We love a neutrals moment over here. So yeah, these ones are definitely the cutest. Like, I just think the bear is so sweet. I need to put a wash load on, but I also need to get on with work, so maybe I'll put a wash load on, and then I can use that as a timer. I love doing this. I can use that as a timer for how much I can get done in like an hour and 3 minutes. Just wanted to show you that package because it's a bloody exciting one. Morning, it's Thursday today. Is it Thursday today? Yes, Thursday. I have been working this morning, coaching inquiries. I'm trying to find, by the time this vlog goes up I might have sorted it, but just if I haven't, I'm trying to work out a way to automate my systems for inquiries a little bit more. I know that Typeform is definitely the most popular one, where people fill out the form and then it automatically sends them an email. Does anyone have any other suggestions, just because that's actually like quite expensive? If I have to do it, I'll do it, but if anyone has any other suggestions, let me know. Don't mind the pile of clothes in the back of my car. Some of it's Twinkle Toes' and some of it's mine from when we did a shoot earlier this week. But yeah, I am just about to go and see Harriet. I'm actually going to a new space today. She's sold her salon. Big girl moves. So she's completely sold her salon, so she doesn't work there anymore, and she's just got a room somewhere. So I'm going to get my nails done. They're really grown out. This, I get Builder Gel and I get like an almondy shape. I think I want tortoise shell, which is quite different, isn't it? It's a little bit different, but, well, I mean, it's not like out of this world different, but it's different for me. But I think because I got my Miu sunglasses, I just love the tortoise shell. And I feel like because I'm doing my like vintagey looking hair, I'm thinking a tortoise shell nail. What do we think? My nails look so gross when they grow out. I feel like, because when you get your nails done, they're not as sharp after a few weeks. I feel like they go like blunt, so they just look kind of bad. But yeah, I've had these for like 5 weeks. No damage, other than this one, but that was a protein tub, it fell on my nail. Yeah, I went and got a coffee this morning, so I'm still drinking that. I can't chug a coffee like I can chug a matcha. Like when I get a blank streak, blink and it's gone. You think you're trying some of this? No, pal. It's gonna literally be all gone. These... It took me like 2 hours to drink a Costa the other day. I don't really like Costa, but it's the nearest drive-through coffee to me. I think Cafe Nero is probably my favourite out of the chains. But yeah, should we do a fun little transformation? We'll go. Okay, nail time. Whoa, transformation. I know what you're thinking, Amy, those are not tortoiseshell. So I actually wasn't able to get my tortoiseshell, which I'm not gonna lie, I won't pretend I'm not sad about it. I am, but yeah, I actually went with olive green Frenchies, which I still did milky pink base. I went with this like olivey matcha green, and I actually really like it. Obviously when I got my colour analysis done, they told me that greens really suit me, and I feel like I've got a lot of gold jewellery, and I feel like gold and green goes really well. And my aura ring has come today, which I will talk to you more about in this vlog, because we're going to set that bitch up together. Gold, green, I just had to think but I'm happy with it. Yes, I'm gonna actually go and do a food shop. I've just pulled up to Marks and Spencer's because I don't have any food in, so I'm gonna go do a quick food top up because I've gone through all mine that I bought on Monday. So let's go and do a quick food shop and then need to go home. I feel like my nail appointments always take longer out of my day than I think that they're gonna, but I don't want to sound tone deaf. Also, where I'm very, very, very lucky that I'm able to go and get my nails done on a Thursday afternoon, lunchtime, because most people can't do that because guess what? They've got a real job. An airwave. M&S time. I have been looking for these for weeks. It's the speckled egg special cookies. Now this was the only pack left and I don't love that because I do like to usually pick a pack from the back of the pile in a shop. I don't know if anyone else does that, but I'll never get the first one. I always reach further back. I don't know why I do that. It's just like ingrained into me. However, these look really thick compared to the normal ones. And I feel like they seem like they could be a bit rocky. Picked up some sourdough, raspberries and blueberries. You can't go wrong. This is like my salad for today because I've run out of like my sprouts and my corn and stuff, and honestly it's nearly 4 PM so I don't have time to be doing all that today because I don't have it already prepped because I've run out of it. So I'm just going to use this salad. This is one of the best salads from Marks and Spencer's. It's got apple, cucumber, peas, and the dressing is like minty. It's just so yummy. Highly recommend. So I'm going to have that. I've got some broccoli just for later on today and tomorrow. Some more tzatziki, which I'm probably going to have a bit with my lunch because I'm going to put some chicken with that salad. The green goddess dip. I was looking for the green herby feta dip again, but they actually didn't have any. I will see you guys probably when I'm sorting out my ordering because it's been delivered, so I need to set it up. I don't know if I'll need to charge it. I don't know. Anyway, I'll see you when I'm sorting out my ordering. My chicken salad, not a chicken Caesar salad, it was just a chicken salad. I used the M&S salad box and that's been consumed. It's in my stomach. I replied to some client messages. I'm also speaking to the lady from ESN who I've spoken to before, but she's reached out to me again because I think she's seen that we're loving the ISO plate around here. We're now turning it into lollies, and I've just seen, call me crazy, okay? I've just seen that they've launched a blueberry one which tastes like a slushie. What I'm thinking is the strawberry and lime in a slush mixed with the blueberry in a slush, 50 grams of protein, and it's like a Tango Ice Blast. Now tell me if I'm crazy, but I think that sounds like a good idea. However, I'm honestly not sure how I feel about being exclusive to a supplement brand, just because with my activewear I'm already quite restricted with it because I am exclusive to Alpha Elite, which I love my Alpha Elite family, but I feel like because I've already got that, I'm not sure if I want to be exclusive to a supplement brand as well. I feel like it's really hard because I really like Ghost's pre-workouts, and I love ESN's protein products. To be honest, I really do like ESN's pre-workouts as well. I just think Ghost do more fun flavours, and now Ghost have launched their own like standalone creatine. So yeah, I'm just not sure how I feel about it, but I have said, I'm pretty sure that most supplement brands, and I wish they weren't like this because so many of us will mix and match brands. Like we might get creatine one place, pre-workout another place, protein powder one place, and I feel like just like activewear brands will allow people to be affiliated but not be exclusive. I wish supplement brands would do that because I personally would love to work with like ESN and Ghost. That would be like a really good combination for me because I don't shop anywhere else. Those are my two favourite supplement brands. I don't know, we'll see what she says, but my Aura ring is here. So I did like an ASMR unboxing for TikTok. I'm a 9 in the Aura ring, which kind of is crazy because I feel like I don't know anyone else that's a 9. Ashley's a 7. I do have to say Ashley massively inspired me with this. I've wanted an Aura ring and been looking into it for about 1.5 years, and then when I was in Texas, Ashley was telling me about hers and how much it's just like changed her life and she loves it, and I just thought, you've almost pushed me over the edge. Then I asked on Instagram, and again everyone was saying that they're very happy with theirs, so I decided to take the plunge. I know it's not the best for like your fitness tracking, but I do already own an Apple Watch, so this is going to be more of like a wellness tracker. Yeah, I think Ashley is a 7, and I tried to get hers on. I could not get it on my fingers. I just feel like I've got quite thick fingers, like I don't have super skinny fingers, so I'm actually a 9 because I've heard that you're meant to wear it on your pointer of your non-dominant hand. So I never did the sizing kit, but I did go into John Lewis and try them on. Now I know that you're meant to wear it for 24 hours, and I would recommend you guys do that. However, I couldn't even get the A on my finger. Like, it literally wouldn't go. The 9 fits on my finger comfortably, and I've heard that if you put it on, so this is what it looks like, you want to make a knuckle, there shouldn't be a gap, and there is no gap. Like, I'm skin to skin. It doesn't come off easily. I still have to pull it to come off. Like, it's not falling down my finger or anything like that. And plus this way, if I do ever need to wear it on my right hand pointer finger, this one is actually a little bit bigger. It fits slightly tighter on this hand. I'm not going to wear it on this hand because I don't think you're meant to. I think you're meant to wear it on your non-dominant hand. Don't buy this, because I was having this conversation with someone on Instagram who messaged me saying like it feels so cheap, it feels plasticky. Don't buy this viewing it as a piece of jewellery. Like, if you're going to get the gold, don't view it as like it's a piece of gold jewellery and expect it to feel like jewellery does. Like, honestly, this wedding band thing that I have, that's not a wedding band because I'm not married and I never have been, but this genuinely is heavier than my Aura ring. So I know it looks chunky, but it's incredibly light. I personally don't see that as an issue because I was actually worried about it being heavy, but it's very light. If you're getting it expecting it to feel like amazing, really heavy gold, like high quality jewellery, it's not going to feel that way because it's a wellness tracker. It's not a piece of jewellery. Just like I don't really begrudge paying the amount I paid for my Apple Watch because it's not about the silicone strap. It's not about it being like a jewellery watch. It's a fitness tracker. It's a wearable, if that makes sense. So that personally doesn't bother me. And then it comes with a little brochure, which is very aptly named Stuff You Should Know. I will say as well, just if you are like a jewellery person, this gold, if you're looking at the gold, it's very dark yellow gold. I don't own gold that's actually this colour at all, but I just personally didn't like any of the other colours, so I did decide to get the gold. I do think it's an absolute rip-off, especially considering it's not a piece of jewellery. I wouldn't honestly probably recommend that anyone go and do that, because yeah, if you look at this like gold, it's very, very, very like yellowy, honestly almost like a brassy kind of gold. Yeah, it looks like I actually can't do anything until I've charged it. It says it can be cleaned, etc, etc, etc. So yeah, let's go and plug it in. It does come with the cable, but you don't actually have to use that cable. Like, I've just plugged it into my Apple one and it seems to be working fine. Oh my god, it's literally, it says the size everywhere. I'm never escaping those size 9 allegations. So how does it? Oh, and then I'm guessing it lights up, and I'm pretty sure it goes green when it's finished. So I'm going to leave that to charge. I'm going to leave that there to charge, and yeah. I'm just going to record a phone video because I feel like it's going to probably be more helpful than me explaining it. So can you see at the moment? So you don't have to keep that upper back rounded. You can, because it can help you to stop yourself from shooting too far forward. You can still achieve that without being completely bent over with your upper body. It's almost like you're lifting off from your lower back and you're almost crunching up.
Not that there's anything inherently wrong with that, but I do find it funny that one of Spike's most popular shows was one that wasn't even theirs in the first place. Here's a fun one. This is DEA, a reality show about the narcs who made it nearly impossible for me to get my Vyvanse.
Like that, not rounding your upper back so much, so try it with more of like a straight back, or you can still round your upper back to try and help you.
And I'm not even kidding. I drove past a head
But
shop
instead of
that
thinking about like moving through here,
new flavors of Credo.
think about pulling through your glutes and lifting yourself up like that, so that you're moving in that sort of motion rather than sort of what you're doing at the moment, which is more like this. Okay, I'm going to make some more ice lollies, so I thought I'd show you in real time. So this is the clear way that I'm going to use. Got like 350 ml of water in here, 1 scoop, and a little extra half-ish kind of scoop, and then electric whisk to blend it all together. Clear ways always go really frothy, but you just have to wait for the froth to die down and dissipate, which is quite quick. It doesn't take ages. I've got my ice lolly mold from Amazon, which comes with the lolly sticks, which you put in the top. Okay, so all the froth is now gone, so I'm just going to start filling these up one by one. Okay, now they're all filled up, so I'm just going to go ahead and pop in my little lolly sticks in the top, and then these go in the freezer. So I'm going to carry them like very carefully because it's silicone, so it does have bend to it. So I'm going to carry them very carefully and place them on a flat surface in the freezer. Okay, we just got back from our evening steps and are now surprised Twinkle Features, our sweet little angel.
Why am I so pale? Oh,
You're a bit salty.
That was my eyeball.
Oh, that makes sense. You've been crying. I don't know how much you love me.
Yes.
I've microwaved one for 20 seconds because they are a lot thicker. M&S cookies are the best cookies, by the way, but they're a lot thicker than the normal ones, and I feel like they feel not quite as soft. Like, they're a lot thicker, so I've microwaved it for 20 seconds just to soften it a little. Oh, it is soft. And it's got the M&S speckled eggs in. I love a mini egg.
Cheers. It's a bit chewy.
It's really chewy. I'm really glad you said that. I don't know if I've just got a bad batch, but guys, these are really chewy. I feel like I'm chewing on granulated sugar.
I'll be real. I prefer the milk chocolate ones.
One of it's just really chewy. Honestly, I'd probably go for the normal ones, guys. Not gonna lie.
Chocolate. I sound like
the triple chocolate ones, like the
dark,
cookies, like dark brown.
And then it's got
It's
milk
got
chocolate.
white and milk in it.
See, I could double. I could double with that.
Why have we never? Oh my god, these are really chewy. The best ones are the milk chocolate ones. Still choose it over a crumble. I don't fuck with crumble. Crumble cookies are some of the most diabolical things I've ever put in my mouth. We've been for a walk and then we went to my sister's house to get a water, and now somehow it's 9:20. So we're gonna get ready for bed, and I'll see you guys in the morrow.
Hello, good morning. I fear I've never looked better. The reveal. Gorgeous. My Aura Ring night one, I slept in it. I've definitely got the right size. I feel like my fingers swell up slightly in the night, so it does leave like a small indent on my finger, but it's not to the point where like it's stuck and I can't get it off. This is definitely the perfect size for me, so I am a size 9. I got the right size. Because everyone's asking me for a review now, I'm not going to be able to review this for months. Like, I really want to give it a go. I've got my first readiness score, which is 80, so I'm pretty happy with that. And my sleep, 87, optimal. I feel like I'm going to get obsessive with this and I'm going to want 100, even though that's probably not possible. But yeah, when you've done sleep, obviously you tap in and it tells you about all the different stages of your sleep, how long you slept for, when you got up, and then in your readiness you've got all these different scores. Obviously I don't have some of them available yet because I've only worn it for one night. Yeah, that's another thing I didn't mention yesterday actually, which I should probably mention, is obviously with Aura, one of the things that puts people off is obviously you have to pay a subscription fee, and I do think that's a piss take. Like, I want to be so clear, I do think that's a joke, considering the ring itself is so expensive already. Like, I do think it's ridiculous. However, I just girl mathed it, and because I got my yearly subscription at the same time as buying the ring, in my brain the ring just cost the amount of the ring plus the subscription. So this will probably bother me more next year when I've got to renew it and pay for it again, but that's how I girl mathed that. But it is, in my opinion, quite ridiculous. I looked into the Ultra Human ring and they've actually offered to send me one before, but honestly, the only people, and if you guys have one, please, like, if you've had a positive experience, do share it because they are cheaper and there is no subscription. But the only videos I'm finding online that are giving a positive review are people that have been sent it or have codes or work with them. When I dig into it and I look at it, some people are on like their 4th replacement ring within a year, and it's great that they replace them, but it's still like £300, I believe, for an Ultra Human ring. Like, they're not cheap, they're still expensive, and to go through like 4 rings in a year, I just think that's kind of a little bit insane. So that's why I didn't go with the Ultra Human ring. We shall see how I get on with it, but if I don't get on with it, I'm not going to pretend that I am just because all the cool kids wear Aura rings. Like, if it's rubbish and it's not worth it, I will just let you know. So far so good, and it's pretty comfy. I did get questions about, like, I don't find it too thick, to be honest. Obviously it is a clunky ring, but you guys have seen the Panther one I wear on this middle finger. Like, I F with a chunky ring. Like, it doesn't bother me at all, and I'm kind of used to wearing one already. So I'm just getting ready for the day. This morning I am not going to the gym. I think I'm going to train in the afternoon today, because this morning I'm actually going to film my favourites video for this week's YouTube video. I spoke a bit about this in my last vlog, but I'm basically trying to get a little bit ahead with my content now. So this vlog that I'm filming will go up not this Sunday, next Sunday. The favourites video I'm going to film today, that will be a quick edit so I can get that turned around and up for Sunday. Next week, whilst I'm vlogging another weekly vlog, I'm going to film, God, this is confusing me, a full week of workout. My uploads are going to go favourites video, weekly vlog, full week of workouts, and then probably whilst I'm filming that full week of workouts next week, I'll film another weekly vlog at the same time. So then after the full week of workouts, we've got another weekly vlog. Are we following? Are we catching the drift? I'm just trying to stay on top of it. So with that being said, if you guys have any videos that you want to see, do let me know, because I'm being much more forward planning with my YouTube content. I'm also back to posting on Instagram again, but just once a week, because I just feel like I just feel like my following does not want to see like multiple posts a week from me. Maybe they do, but I just feel like they don't. I fear I have killed my account in not posting consistently. Like, I used to be able to get away with it, but now, like, it's completely killed my reach and all my analytics. I'm not mad because it is my own fault. Like, I think I was just very lucky before that it wasn't killing my account doing that. I think I was just getting very, very, very lucky with algorithms and stuff. Obviously we're kind of in the trenches with it, but I'm quite happy about it. I know that this is going to sound weird because views, likes, engagement, it all matters for what I do for work, but I feel like, honestly, it's kind of underrated when you're in a little bit of a, I don't want to say flop era because that's not true, but when you're in a little bit of like a social media flop moment, I feel like it's so underrated because it's such a good time to just like not care about what you post, but to try different things, because look, if only like a quarter of your audience is seeing that post anyway, you may as well try some different things. Like, I know that I want to share a little bit more of everything on Instagram, which I've always kind of done, to be honest. I've never really just been fitness on Instagram. And I also know that I want to do some like food stuff, like some swipe full days of eating, so I've got one of those ready to go next week. Yeah, I feel like it's a good time to just try stuff. But I'm leaving my lights turned on because I honestly feel like it's nice for people to see someone going through a bit of a dip or someone trying, especially if you're wanting to grow your social media. It can be quite hard if you see like everyone around you and you've got no idea what they're sort of doing, and it's not that you should compare, but if you're in a little bit of a flop moment on socials, I feel like it's nice to see someone else that's in a little bit of a flop moment with you. So I've made the executive decision that my likes are staying on my posts. Cannot get over how bad those M&S cookies were last night. It actually pissed me off. But I looked on TikTok and I found out they've actually got crunched up cornflakes in them. So I think that's where the chewiness at the bottom of the cookies is coming from, and like the granulated sort of effect. Probably one of TikTok's worst Marks and Spencer's recommendations. Spoke quite a bit on Instagram, but I've not mentioned it on here because I don't actually think I've been vlogging since. But I went to therapy last week and I wasn't vlogging last week, and you guys have literally left comments about this underneath my YouTube videos before, but I feel like I really minimise my issues or things that I'm struggling with. Like, at the moment I'm honestly finding, and it's major first, again I'm doing it again, but it is major first world problems, and I do want to acknowledge that. I think perspective is also important, so it's like, am I minimising or am I just giving perspective? I don't know, but I know that like if I worked a completely normal job like 9-5, I'd find this even more stressful. But I am honestly finding the fact that like I need to give my car back this year and sort out a new car, which is such a nice problem to have, but also really stressful because I actually don't know what I'm doing. I don't know, like I just feel like I'm at a bit of a crossroads with it. So I don't know what I'm doing with my car and I need to find a new one. Housing, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm still trying to find a house. I'm finding the process just quite stressful and not as enjoyable as I thought it would be, which I know that that's the case for pretty much everyone that's a buyer in the UK, because the way that things work over here is just absolutely diabolical. Solidarity to my other buyers in the UK, especially first-time buyers. In fact, even probably especially not first-time buyers, because I can't imagine being stuck in a chain in this country. which then makes me want to be even more picky about the house that I get, because I don't want to be stuck in a chain trying to move out of somewhere that I absolutely hate, or like dying to move in a few years' time. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like that's making me want to be even more fussy, because I'm like, okay, if I'm going to tie myself into a chain, the house better be bloody worth it. And then obviously I still have other things going on in my life. I have personal things, I have anxiety, I'm self-employed. I feel like that the whole house car thing is stirring up a lot of emotions about that as well, because I am so like cripplingly aware that everything I do could just go at any moment. Like it could literally, and I know that if you have a job you could get made redundant at any point, but I don't know, like being self-employed, like it does give me quite a bit of anxiety, and it's nothing to do with what I do, because I love what I do. It's just the, like, a mortgage is obviously a huge commitment, cars are a huge commitment and a huge expense. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, like I've done really good with my saving, but what if I'm then jobless and not able to replenish savings? But then my therapist was saying, well, the thing is, like, if something goes wrong, you'll just go and get another job. But then I know from friends how hard it is to get a job, a lot of stuff. And I feel like last week I was just feeling very emotional, and I cried the whole of the way through therapy. Again, whilst I was in my session, I was like minimizing everything. I was like, it's major first world problems, like it's not that deep. Like I know that people would like love to trade places with me. Like you put your problems down in a pile, you'll always pick up your own time and time again. You would not want someone else's problem. And I feel like because I know I'm very lucky with what I do, and I feel so grateful for what I do, and everyone around me works very difficult jobs, very difficult hours, nowhere near, like I've said before, most of my friends are nurses and they do not get paid anywhere near enough as they should be. I just feel like I don't ever want to complain, or if I am going to complain, I feel like I really need to preface it with like 9 different disclaimers and minimize it quite a lot, like minimize anything I'm going through, because I'm so aware that so many people have it so much worse. But in doing that, it's getting to a point where a lot of the time I just won't talk about how I feel about things, or when I'm going through a really stressed period, I just won't talk about it. And when I am talking about it, I'll massively minimize it. And then I feel like because I'm minimizing it, in return, people that I'm speaking to sometimes are also minimizing it. And it's one of the... It sounds really confusing, but basically we had a light bulb moment last week, because I was like, yes, other people would bite my hand off to trade places with me, but they would do that, and then if they were in my position, they would still have the same feelings that I'm feeling about being stressed about work, about being stressed about being self-employed, about being stressed about needing to sort a house and a car in the same year, needing to, not knowing really what I'm doing, being a first-time buyer, all that sort of stuff, not knowing anything about the housing process, a lot of uncertainty like financially and stuff. She was like, the feelings that you're feeling are normal. She was like, if anything, you deal with it quite well, because she was like, I feel like you just completely like push it down, or when you are talking about it, you minimise it. I got to the point last week where someone says, are you okay? And you just burst into tears because you're not getting it out, you're not talking about it, you're like a full water bottle, and if you just squeeze a very full water bottle slightly, it doesn't take much of a squeeze to get that to overflow. Whereas if you are slowly like pouring out and venting and getting things out properly, it's going to take like a much bigger life impact, a much bigger life force, a much bigger squeeze to cause like an overflow, and like not a breakdown, that's very dramatic, but a big like emotional display. And I just thought, you know what, yeah, maybe you've got a point. Well, I didn't know it because I just felt like you guys were being nice, but anytime I've ever discussed like work or anything I'm stressed about, I feel like I always give a million disclaimers. I remember when I was struggling with my skin at the start of the year, and loads of the comments under that video were like, you can be upset about things, like just because other people have worse skin or have struggled with their skin for longer than you have and you've never struggled with it before, it doesn't mean it's not hard. Like it's still going to affect you a bit. Or when I'm stressed about work things or anything else, you guys always are the first people to be like, Amy, like, you know, you can actually just complain sometimes, and like then, and you don't need to give like a million disclaimers. But I like having the space of therapy to vent properly, because I feel like sometimes I'm conscious I don't want to vent to my friends who are obviously in much different positions to me, and I don't want to end up rubbing anyone the wrong way or upsetting someone by saying the wrong thing. And I also don't always come on here and complain, because who wants to watch a video of someone complaining? I mean, clearly people do, because people love my Alpha Elite reviews, but who wants to watch a video of someone that is quote unquote in quite a privileged position in life coming online and whinging and complaining about everything? you know? I think I'm doing it again because I'm calling myself I'm calling it whinging and complaining when really it would just be venting. But the point is, it's nice to have that space in therapy. Perspective will always be something that's really important to me. I never want to become tone deaf. I never want to start thinking like my problems are genuinely like really big, like world-bending, mind-bending, awful problems, because perspective is important. I feel like I've kind of been using it as a stick to beat myself with and like just completely shutting down my emotions and never talking about things. And I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to make sure I'm using healthy outlets to actually vent about things so that I'm not getting to a point where I feel like a full up water bottle that's just about to explode and burst over whoever asks me if I'm okay next. I thought I would just share that because I feel like there's probably people, probably some of you guys that watch these videos that are the same way as me. Like you might be privileged in another way, or you might just in general struggle talking about your emotions, and it's just a reminder. It's very important to get things off your chest, guys, and properly and in a productive way, and you don't need permission or like 90 different disclaimers before you say, actually, I'm struggling a little bit at the moment. And I feel like that's something I've always struggled with in the past few years, because I just know I am a very, 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 very lucky girl. I've landed truly on my feet for 5 years now, and I just feel like it's a ticking time bomb. I've just always been very aware of the fact that this isn't forever, and I feel like because it's now been like 5-6 years, I'm starting to be like, okay, like what's gonna happen? Mind-blowing stuff. Who knew? Not me. I feel like some of you are going to have listened to that and have been like, what the fuck, that was such like a random rant. And some of you who have been here for a while and leaving those comments under my video will be like, finally, she's listening. She wouldn't listen to my comment, but she will listen to a therapist. I finished doing my makeup. Oh, it's getting really warm in this room. Like I'm literally sweating. Yeah, it just gives more of like a looser, like kind of blow dry look, as opposed to like a more curly look. I might have to re-air wrap my bangs because I didn't leave them out. I did in fact leave them in. Oh, it feels so good taking that out. I might need to re-air wrap this bit just to get that going a little bit smoother, because it's obviously got caught kinked in the rod, but love. Okay, I'm gonna go and sort that out and then film my favourites video, and then I'll catch you guys when I'm all done with that. I feel like a little poodle. In my little filming spot, I've now filmed and eaten some lunch. I always make such a mess, but I've tidied everything up other than these, which needs to go back downstairs. Today's heatless hair, maybe my best heatless hair today. I feel like maybe it's probably because I've not gone to the gym and ruined it yet, which I am about to do. I feel like maybe that's why it's probably not dropped so much, but I just literally life changing. I've put the heatless rods in my favourites video, and if you want to know what my current favourites are, then go and watch that video because it will already be up on my YouTube, so go and check that video out. But yeah, I'm gonna go and train. I don't think I'm gonna film my session just because I want to be in and out, because I actually really want to edit that video today so then it's done. So we're gonna go and hit quads, overall leg day, so quads and hamstrings. Gonna do lever squats, leg press, back extension, leg extension, hamstring curl. Quite quad heavy today, so I'm gonna go and hit that workout. I might put a little bit of this on. I'm really enjoying this, you know, guys. I feel like I've already mentioned it in this video, but it's the Glossier You Fleur. I've not had it long enough for it to make it into my favourites video, but I am genuinely really enjoying it. Kind of regretting not buying a full size, especially because it's sunny outside and it smells a little bit salty and beachy. Just really enjoying it. I've actually gone with an all black gym fit today, so I've just put on my Aritzia Butter TNA t-shirt. I've got my black Revive shorts on. I feel like I never wear black shorts to the gym, but I wore them the other week and I really liked how it looked. So I've got those on, and then I've just got my Garage straight leg joggers on. But yeah, I'm going to mix up a little ghost pre-workout. Let's go to the gym, guys. Go to the gym. Not just come out of the gym, I've actually just got home. I have got... oh god, I feel like I'm playing with fire here. You're on my steering wheel. I've just gone and got a little small post-workout iced latte. It's now 3:25. Honestly, I hate training at that kind of time, like 1 PM. I hate all the traffic on the way to Leeds, all the traffic on the way back. Obviously very lucky I can train whenever I want, I know that, but that is why I'm a morning training person, because I feel like, honestly, it's not even just the gym, it's like anything that you do slap bang in the middle of the day, even if it's a weekend, it feels like it just takes such a bigger chunk out of your day, even though it's still the same like couple of hours. It feels like because it's slap bang in the
middle of your day, it just throws your whole day off. I kept my Aura ring on whilst I was training, so I thought I would give you a little bit of an update. I didn't do anything like RDLs or anything where I'm going to be holding weights, which is why I kept it on. I do want to get a cover for it because I've heard this scratch like crazy, and I'm not bothered if it does get scratched, but I just wouldn't like to completely ruin it in the gym on like day one of wearing it properly. I've honestly not heard good things about Aura rings for tracking workouts. Aura ring is saying I've done no high intensity movement. I don't think my leg day was low intensity. Like, I did squats, I did leg press. It's honestly probably my hardest leg day. It's saying that I've burned 68 calories actively. I know that's not true because I know that that weight session would have probably burnt closer to the like 300 mark. I did know going into this purchase it's not good for fitness tracking, but I'm just letting you guys know in case you don't know that. I've not really heard many good things, if anything, about it being good at fitness tracking. I think it's massively underestimates from what I've seen, and from my experience today I don't think it's picked up that I was training at all, to be honest. For context, before I went to the gym I was on like a 48 calorie active burn, so in a like 1 hour heavy leg day I've burned 20 calories actively. Come on, Aura, you know that's not fucking right. I think if you are wanting something that can do everything, I'm pretty sure Whoop is probably going to be your best bet, because then you don't need to have a ring and a watch. I'm pretty sure Whoop is like best if you're wanting an all-in-one, but because I've already got an Apple Watch I didn't then want to buy a Whoop as well. So yeah, it's dog crap at picking up your activity, just saying. But I need to go inside, I'm going to drink my coffee, I'm going to make myself a post-workout juice, just my strawberry lime one. I won't bore you with it because I feel like I'm making them in every single vlog and it's starting to get a little bit repetitive, so I won't show you that. And then even though it's so sunny outside, I can't obviously look at screens properly and be walking outdoors. Like, that's just not appropriate. I've probably got like 2.5 weeks worth of Instagram messages to catch up on and client messages I need to catch up on. So I'm actually probably going to bust out the walking pad this afternoon, which feels criminal because it's such a nice sunny afternoon, but I can't do what I need to do walking outdoors. Like, that's just a terrible idea, and I can tell you now what's going to happen. I'll get distracted because I want to look at dogs and I want to look at grass and I want to embrace the sunshine, and I won't want to be staring down at my phone, not taking in nature, and then before you know it I've taken myself on a 1 hour walk and I've done no work when I need to get work done. So I'm gonna go and crack on with that. Aura ring update for the workout, not great, but I knew that going into it, so I'm not too irritated by it. I just honestly didn't expect it to be that diabolical at picking it up. Look at how peaceful he looks. Oh, well, not anymore. You coming over here? Come on. Oh, my beautiful bunny. Boop. Boop. Oh, look at his feet. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You see yourself? You going over? Are you coming? Oh my god! Wow! I feel like a child showing their mum their school project that they're really proud of right now, but it's now 10 to 8. I've just finished editing my YouTube video, looking at, like I mentioned the other day, redoing my how inquiries work for coaching basically, so it's more automated. It's not automated and it never has been, which to say, since I started my coaching, this is not how many people I've coached. I've had about 1,800 enquiries, all of which I have responded to manually, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. I want to automate it, if anything, just so people aren't having to wait for me to check my inquiries to get back to them, because that's really annoying. I'm doing some client work and then I made my thumbnail and I'm just really happy with it. So this is my thumbnail for this week's YouTube video. I literally feel like a child showing their mum the school project that they're really proud of right now. This is the thumbnail. I just think it's so cute. What do we think, guys? This video will already be up, so if you want to know what my current favourites are, last week's video, guys. All my thumbnails on Canva, and what I will do to make like myself stand out more is I actually duplicate the thumbnail of me, background cut out, the duplicated layer on top, and then I add a glow effect around me. So I still keep the main background, but I add a glow effect around the duplicated one that sits in front to make me stand out more. And then I put a sheer, like probably like 20% opacity white background between the cutout of me and the original background, so it brightens the whole thing up. And then I do the exact same thing. I background remove all the products that I put on the screen, and then I just stick a font on it. It takes me like
probably like half an hour to do a thumbnail. It's not A/B testing, it's more like ABC testing, because YouTube allows you to do 3 now. So I always make 3 thumbnails and I just see which one gets the most clicks. So if you're ever curious, you might not be, but if you ever see my vlogs and stuff or videos coming up and one day you see it and it's got one thumbnail and the next time you see it, it's got a different thumbnail, you're not going crazy. I have like 3 different variations of thumbnails for most videos, and then after like 2 weeks YouTube automatically picks whichever one had the highest click-through rate. So I'll probably catch you guys in the morning because I think I'm just gonna chill. Some of my clients have replied to my messages I sent earlier, so I'm gonna reply back to those, and I kind of want to watch Made in Chelsea, so I think I'm gonna make tea, get into bed, watch Made in Chelsea. Well, no, make tea, shower, re-put my hair in curlers, get into bed and watch Made in Chelsea because that started again and I love it. Love me some Made in Chelsea.
Guys, I'm in bed. This is my idea. Very nice evening in. I look crazy right now, but this is what we do for the heatless curls. This is how I've been going to bed recently. But yeah, we've got a lovely little setup going on. We've got Made in Chelsea loading up here. You cannot go wrong. Got a little bit of a snack going on. I've got a yogurt bowl with some raspberries, blueberries and honey. Got my hydro jug of water. Important to stay hydrated. Waiting for Made in Chelsea to start in 3, 2, 1. Woo! A bit of Made in Chelsea. Don't think you can go wrong. Whoa, we're really zoomed into my face. I'll see you guys in the morning. We're so zoomed in.
Good afternoon, we're now on Saturday and we're about to go and do something exciting, so I thought I'm going to try and take you along with me as much as I can. I have some more house viewings this afternoon, but they're a bit of a different one. So if you've been keeping up with my vlogs, you'll know I just found it quite stressful having so many different like opinions, and the people's opinions that I'm getting I do appreciate, but also we're very different people with very different mindsets and also very different tastes, which can make it really confusing. So today I'm actually going to look around, and I know that some people are going to wince when I say this, but I feel like from what I've heard and seen and my own research, it really depends on the developer. But I'm actually going to look around some new build houses, like they're basically you buy them new. It's not just a newer home, it's a new build house. So we're looking around a couple different show homes of like a couple different styles of homes. So yeah, that's what we're gonna go and do. I've had a really nice Saturday morning so far. I finished editing my YouTube video, I've got that uploaded, I've got my thumbnail sorted, so that's ready to go. I just need to do like my caption, tags, all that sort of stuff today. And then I've just been chilling with my sister and her husband at their house. We were, you know, he was cutting the grass, we were yapping. I stayed whilst they had lunch and just yapped their ear off basically. We were just catching up, chatting, and I've been sat in the garden with my mum and sister for a bit, which obviously I don't think you guys will be interested in me filming, so that's why I've not filmed that. Uncle Toes has been at golf since 7 AM and it's now nearly 3, but he's not going to be done in time, so I'm actually going to have to go and pick him up. So I'm going to go and set off to pick him up now, and he's going to come with me for these viewings this afternoon, so let's go. I've got a very basic outfit on. I've just got on my garage plunge tank camisole top. I'm leaving my hair down because it is a little bit sheer, so I'm just going to leave my hair down to give me some coverage around here because we need it. Okay, I kind of wish I had sized down in this because I feel like I have excess fabric. I probably should have done an extra small. And then my jeans are just my Zara wide leg jeans, which I wear all the time. I was talking about them again in my favourites video. They're my favourite jeans and I absolutely love them, so let's go. Guys, how cute does Twinkle Toes look? He's been golfing. So the big golf tournament today.
I did rubbish.
You did rubbish, but now you're going to come and help me, aren't you?
Yes, we're going to go find you a house. I'm here to ask tough questions. I don't know what else I'm here for.
Evening. It's now obviously much later in the day. We didn't get to see any show homes because they don't have any, because they're not built yet. Hello. Say hello.
Hello.
So we're just gonna go and have a nice chill evening meal and have a nice date night. But yeah, I'll fill you in on things tomorrow. Say hi.
Hello. We're gonna go for Turkish food.
We are.
We are.
You look nice.
You look gorgeous.
Okay, let's go. Good morning, guys. I feel like yesterday's vlog, part of the vlog anyway, was so erratic and so like not well explained at all. So went to go and look at new builds, and I think it's my fault. It's definitely my fault. I just got the wrong end of the stick. there was no show homes because they've not actually finished building any houses on that site yet. It was helpful because the woman was amazing and she was so helpful and she gave us so much information, but it's just one of those things where I know it's quite common for people to put money down for plots and to do that without even being able to see a show home, but my brain just doesn't work that way. So she did tell me of other sites where they have show homes of the specific builds, because you know how different developers have, they all have like a name, where I could go and see some of the ones that I was interested in. So I booked that in for tomorrow. However, they've rang me today saying actually they're not finished, so it's just like basically plastered, like there's nothing in there. It's not like a show home, it's still a building site basically. And I know that would give me an idea of dimensions and how much space there is, but I just feel like there's a big difference looking at an empty space compared to when there's furniture in there. And I don't want to be like, yeah, there's loads of space, reserve a plot for that style of house, and then it comes to it and when you've got furniture in there there's actually barely any room. So a little bit of a hiccup, a little bit of a mess up, but we had a nice time last night. We just went to a place called Ephesus in Rodley, which is near us. Been there like a few times. It's so weird because we obviously didn't know each other, but we've been to like so many of the same places because we live in the same area, and it's just really weird. Like the last time I went to Ephesus I had a cast on my nose. I went for my sister's birthday meal and it was after I'd had my nose done, so I had a cast on. But yeah, we had a lovely time. I've just been to Marks and Spencer's, so we've got a little food shop in the back. I'm gonna do some meal prep and stuff today, but yeah, I think that I need to ring the woman back. I tried to ring her earlier, but I think I am going to cancel going to look at that one tomorrow just because it's an hour's drive away anyway. I'm not driving an hour to look at a building site. I'm just not doing it. It's a 2-hour round trip, so park that one for now and I'll just ring the lady back and explain that they basically don't have any for me to see that have been built. For right now, it's just not an option. So I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna have lunch with my mum and dad, and then I just need to have a big sort my life out day to day, so that's what we're gonna do. I had lunch and I've just unpacked my food shop, which I'm not gonna show you in because it's incredibly boring. Fun fact, I'm just watching an Italian batch video, but if you go back a few weeks on his channel, this one here, we were watching it the other day, me and Twinkle Toes, we were just, what were we doing? Oh, we were cooking and I just had it on in the background, we were talking, and I literally went, and his brother did a prank on his dad like a while ago, like before I even knew him, and it went viral on TikTok and he's reacted to it and it's just so funny. So skip to the end of that video for that because it is actually really, really funny, and I just find that hilarious that he's reacted to it. And they had no idea. The main purpose of this is to show you that I just picked up 4 Bramley apple hot cross buns. Well, not really hot cross buns, are they? And I got the blueberry ones as well. They also now do a baked tray cinnamon bun thing. I can't remember the name of it, but because I already wanted to get both of these, I didn't pick that up as well. But I'm going to try these now. I'm going to cut one of each into 4, and we're going to try them together. Okay, open these babies up. They look good. Oh my god, the blueberry ones. They smell so good. I don't actually love hot cross buns, so I'm not sure why I did this, but I've heard about the apple ones. I had no idea they were doing blueberry ones. And I think they're also doing like egg ones, but like cream egg ones, where it's got like the cream egg filling in the middle. So that is one thing that I love about living with my mum and dad, or like just living with other people in general. I think it's something I probably won't love about living on my own, is the fact that you can buy shit to try and there's always other people to help you eat it, whether it's good or bad. You don't have to like, I wouldn't buy 4 hot cross buns if I was on my own, because I'm not going to eat 4 hot cross buns before they go up. Living with others has its benefits. Okay, so I'm going to do the apple one first. This is what the inside of the apple one looks like. It's got raisins in it, semi-candied British apples, sultanas, and a hint of cinnamon, so cheers. Nice. This may be my favourite kind of hot cross bun I've had. But the bar is quite low because I don't really love hot cross buns. Onto the blueberry one. Juicy blueberries, vestiza currants, and cardamom. I don't love these. They taste a bit like you're eating like a blueberry flavoured or a blueberry scented soap. If you like an apple and cinnamon, you'll like those ones. Oh, he's here! I have a taste test for you.
Alright, where's your man? Oh, she's right.
It's amazing. Here is your first quarter. That's a blueberry hot cross bun with Vestiza, currants and cardamom. This is semi-candied apples, sultanas and cinnamon.
It's more like the hot cross bun.
Yeah, I don't like the blueberry ones. They taste like salt.
And while I'm all in favour of experimentation in taste, I'd rather have a cross bun.
Said yes please if you can't quite hear that. Before I am trying to share what I can about a house buying process. So as I've just basically I've had a mortgage in principle, a decision in principle before, which if you don't know what that is, because I didn't know what that is, basically gives you an idea of what you can lend. So it's not an approved mortgage, it doesn't mean you're definitely going to be able to get that. You know what your deposit is, and then it will tell you how much realistically you are likely going to be able to lend. So I've had one before, but that's now actually expired, so it's not relevant anymore. So I just had a phone call earlier in the week about having another decision in principle done. So I had to do a credit check, so get my credit score, and he used, I think this is quite helpful actually, he used Check My File, which does all three of the big companies that do the credit scores. So then it pulls them from all three and gives you an average, and it checks them through all three, so you're not leaving any stone unturned. It is payable, but basically you sign up, do the 30-day free trial, and then once you've downloaded your report you can just cancel it. He wanted to see proof of a deposit, he wanted to see last 3 months wage slips, which I obviously don't have because I'm self-employed, so I just sent him over my last 3 years of accounts, end of year filings, passport and driver's license, and then last 3 months of bank statements. So that's everything that he needed, so I sent all that off yesterday. So I'm going to wait for him to come back to me. With me having had a mortgage in principle, a decision in principle before, I know roughly what it should be, but we'll have to see because things may have changed. I may be able to borrow more, I may be able to borrow less, but ideally I don't want to be going for like the top end of what I'm able to borrow anyway. Mortgage as low as possible, ideally, just because with interest rates and stuff at the moment, if it goes up a few percent in a few years time, I don't want to be in a position where I can't afford to pay it. More cautious with it than like go top end of the range. I kind of want to go somewhere in the middle in terms of my mortgage repayments. So yeah, I've sent all that over to him and he should come back to me when obviously I've sent it on a weekend, so I'm assuming he'll come back to me about that next week. But this is completely free. They don't charge you, they shouldn't charge you for doing a mortgage in principle decision in principle. I would actually do this earlier than I have. I've not had an issue yet, but I know that some estate agents and some new build places in particular, if you're interested in going down that route, they won't actually let you book unless you send them over. Like they won't let you book to look. It's not, I think it's quite rare because I've never been asked, but I have been told from friends it's happened to them until you've got one. Because obviously maybe it's if you're looking at like higher price points, obviously they're not going to want people that are just basically taking the piss and taking up the time, and they're not going to be able to get those houses anyway. It's a handy thing to have, and it also will massively help you in your house search, because then you know what your budget is then, because you know what you're realistically going to be able to borrow. But yeah, it should be free. They shouldn't charge you for it. Some mortgage brokers, mortgage advisors will charge you when you go and get a mortgage approved through them. Some won't. There's a lot of people who say like you should never need to pay someone, and then there's other people who say sometimes it is worth paying someone because they can get you a better deal. I honestly don't know what the truth is on that, but I'm just letting you know there are people who won't charge. So yeah, I'm just going to do a bit of client work, and then I need to start sorting my life out, and I think we will start with my car because it's bad. This is the situation in the back of my car. Oh hello, we've unlocked a new angle there, haven't we? Okay, I'm just going to shove those in the back of my car because I'm actually going to leave those in here. What's in here? Oh, those are all just shopping bags. Okay, these can go in the boot. The thing I don't understand about myself is I've had such a big boot for nearly 4 years now, and I feel like I've never utilised it properly. I've got shopping bags in the back. Okay, so where that was, oh my god, I've not been looking for that actually, that's the wrong thing. Okay, so I've got some papers and some rubbish. I've got my hydro jug, which I've literally been looking for, so that's the thing. Literally asked me the other day if I had this cap. I do. I've got your cap, sir. So I'm going to take this inside. This is Andrew's, this is his, this is also his, and then this is stuff from when I've done shoots the past couple of weeks. What are these? Oh, those are Andrew's as well. These are his elbow sleeves, sliders. This is rubbish, this is also rubbish, and then he has a habit of leaving all these in my car.
Don't know why. These are all going to go in the bin. I've decided I'm going to leave his stuff in the back of my car because there's just no point in me taking that in my house. I'm probably more likely to see him in the gym tomorrow. Pile of stuff I need to take inside. This, I have 2 coffee cups. I've got rubbish in the door. I've got rubbish in this door as well. I really need to sort this out, so it's bin time. I need to like hoover and stuff, but the inside is looking a lot better. Coffee cup's gone. I've left that there because it's just an empty water bottle for me to use. I've properly emptied this bit, so I've just left in Power 28 face spray for when I've finished the gym if I'm going somewhere afterwards and I just want my face to feel clean. This is my car scent. It smells like Santal 33. It's this one. I got it from Marks and Spencer's. I love it. I've got a Fenty lip balm and I've also got a rape alarm because you never know. I'll do my favourite thing, which is Morrison's jet wash. I'm not joking. Something about doing this reminds me of playing, I said this on Instagram and so many people were like, oh my god, you just unlocked a memory I'd totally forgotten about. Pippa's horse on Nintendo DS and getting all the crap out of the horse's hooves. That is what doing this reminds me of, and I love doing it so much. I actually prefer doing this than getting my car clean. I just don't always have the willpower to do it because it does take me quite a while. I think actually in total it probably takes me about 10 minutes and it's £2 for 3 minutes, so probably cost me similar to what it would for someone else to do it for me. It's about £6 at most drive-throughs to clean my car, but I just like doing it. It's really, really, really satisfying. So I'm going to set you up on my dashboard. Let's clean the car. Yay, she's clean, we're finished, we're done. I do need to actually clean the inside of my windscreen because from when it was really cold, my condensation and stuff, the dirt, I keep thinking my car needs cleaning from the outside. It actually needs cleaning from the inside on the glass, so I'm going to go home and do that now. If anyone was curious as to what I've been listening to whilst I've been doing this, it's been the Hamilton soundtrack. But I've used this to do all my inside of my glass, and I've also used it on this, and I feel like it's cleaned it a lot better than usual. Yeah, we're all done in here now. My hair does not look great, but I'm actually going to go for a walk now whilst it's really warm today. I feel like it might be the warmest day we've had so far this year. At least where I live, it's so warm. So I'm going to go for a walk, but I thought I would give you a little aura update. The one thing that I am so impressed by, and I don't think it's going to last the 8 days, I'll keep you posted, but the battery life on this thing, I know they say 8 days and I might not get 8 days out of it, but coming from someone who is an Apple Watch person, I have to charge that thing every single night. Like every single night I would have to charge it, or I would have to charge it during the day, which meant I'm either missing out on steps or like activity tracking through the day, or I'm not going to be able to track my sleep properly because it's on charge. So that's the one thing that I do like my Apple Watch, especially for my fitness tracking. Like I already spoke about, this is not good for fitness tracking, but it's just that the battery life on it, I don't know which one I've got. I got it about 2 years ago. Honestly, dog shit. The battery life on this thing, guys, I have not charged this since I charged it up on Thursday night, and I've had it on since. Not had to charge it once, and I've still got 35% battery left. Crazy stuff, unheard of. So the one thing I will say is I'm noticing that the steps on this thing is very inaccurate, or at least different to what shows up on my Apple. Like, they're definitely not the same, and I've seen a lot of people saying that the Aura Ring overestimates their steps. I find in so far is it's way under what my phone says by like 1,000 to 2,000 steps, and from what I know, phones don't even track steps well. Like when I wear my Apple Watch, I would say that's when I get my highest step count, then my iPhone, then my Aura Ring. So I don't think the step tracking is accurate, but it's not accurate on anything. But I would say from my experience so far, it's underestimating my step count compared to my phone. And I've not been wearing my watch at the same time. Maybe I'll start doing that, and then I've got 3 things to compare. Honestly, something that I am loving is the app. I do think that app is really, really, really good. I still do think that the activity goal thing is really inaccurate for tracking your like calories burn and activity, but that's not why I bought it. I bought this more for like my readiness, my sleep, my wellness. Like I explained, more of a wellness tracker for me. I feel like most people are going to want something that's going to do everything. People aren't going to want to wear like 2 to 3 different wearables. So I do think if you're wanting an all-in-one, I believe Whoop is the best because it's really good for sleep and recovery, but it's also like a proper fitness tracker as well. I think that's the best one if you're wanting something to do everything, which I would always recommend because that's going to be way more cost effective than having to have a ring and a watch. Like,
No. So today I got my highest score to date. I've got a 93 readiness and a 91 on my sleep. So I had a big fat sleep last night. And I will say, what I'm doing is I'm waking up in the morning, seeing how I feel, and then checking it. I'm not checking it straight away when I wake up, because in my brain, if I feel fine, but this is telling me, no, like your readiness is like 40, you actually feel terrible. I don't want that to then ruin my day, because the app has told me I feel like shit even though I felt fine, and then I convince myself I feel like shit. But what I will say is, so far it's not given me anything where I thought that's not accurate to how I'm feeling. Sunday is like the biggest rest period for me, so obviously I don't train on a Saturday and then I don't train on a Sunday either, so I have like the biggest block between training, so it makes sense that my readiness would be the highest it's been since I got it today, because I've had 2 rest days in a row now, if that makes sense. So really enjoying it so far, but I would say if you are wanting something that's going to do everything, Aura Ring is probably not going to be it. But these are just first impressions. I will give, maybe I'll do like a standalone video after a few months on my findings with it. Get some steps in, get a walk in and get some sun in. The sun is so nice today. Ever not amazed me how much better just like a little bit of movement can make you feel. I've actually started getting period pains, like they've started kicking in, so I did take some codeine. I know that's quite extreme, but guys, I have extreme periods, so I have to take extreme painkillers. But I wanted to go for a run today because the weather's so nice and my Aura Ring said I was optimal, so I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go for a run. My period pains kicked in this afternoon and they said, no, I can't think of anything worse also than on my first 2 to 3 days of bleeding trying to do a run. Oh girl, no, that will end in ruined clothes. That's a nice way of putting it. So instead, I didn't want to do nothing because I feel really good in myself and I wanted to get some sunshine, so just got some steps in. I've now hit my step count for the day. I'm going to go home. I'm going to do a little bit of dusting and cleaning in my room, do a little bit of work, and then it'll be bedtime. I think I'm going to have a relatively chill evening. I'm going to have a nice shower as well. I feel like I've really caught the sun today, weirdly. I mean, it's not weird because it's, but I feel like it didn't feel that warm on the canal because there's a breeze. I don't know. I feel like I've caught the sun. Freckles are coming out. Just going to do a little bit of meal prep. I've already showed you guys how I do this, but I'm still getting questions about it, so I'm just going to show you again. Full tin of corn, Cajun seasoning, air fryer, roast 15 minutes, sprouts, olive oil, salt and pepper, Cajun seasoning, again, roast 15 minutes in the air fryer. And I'll do the same with chickpeas after, but I've only got 2 drawers, so I'm going to do these first. Voila, the meal prep is done. I've got chickpeas, sweet corn, sprouts, and I've also pre-seasoned some chicken in some like Mediterranean, like herby sort of seasoning, so that is done. And I'm actually going to make a little chicken salad meal bowl now. My chicken is just in the air fryer. I had my little salad bowl, so this is how it looks. I just thought I'd show you it assembled. I've got some leaves, chicken, pickled pink onion. I love this. It's like one of my favourite things ever. Chickpeas, sweet corn, sprouts, tzatziki. Yum. Guys, happy Monday. I think today's going to probably be the final day in this week's vlog, just because today I'm starting, like I'm going to the gym now. It's 10 to 10. I'm going to the gym now to start filming a full week of workouts. So after today, I'm going to be mainly focusing on getting that video sorted, because that's going to be the video after this. So a week from now, I will have a full week of workouts up for you guys. Yeah, I feel like bang life has really changed me. My hair was quite greasy, but I didn't want to wash it again. I just couldn't be bothered, and I didn't really want like curly hair. But I also, like, if I don't style my hair, it won't be. I just don't really love how my hair looks when it's completely not styled at all. It goes a little on the frizzy side. So I've decided to put it half up to hide, like, the greasiness. And then I literally just washed my fringe in the sink this morning. So I've washed my fringe and then I've just banged 2 rollers in and let my bangs like set in them. A lot of people do them away, and I do like doing my rollers away, but I also like doing them towards. I mean, these have gone crazy because they need to like settle, which is why I'm taking them out now so they can drop on the way to the gym. But if you want them to kind of like curl into your face, doing them towards gives you this sort of appearance to them.
Obviously they need to like chill the F out, which is why I'm taking them out now, so they can relax whilst I'm on the way to the gym. But this is the kind of look that you get when you curl them more towards. It's more of like tucked under and away wispy sort of thing rather than being a bit flickier. But it will calm down by the time I'm at the gym, which is then when I want my hair to be nice for, because I'm filming my full week of workouts. And to be honest, I feel like since I got my bangs done, I can't really not. That's the only thing, and I feel the same way about getting layers in your hair. You can't not style layers and bangs. Like, your hair will just look bad, and it doesn't take long. Like, this literally took me like 5 minutes, but it is something to be aware of if you're not someone who can be asked to do anything with your hair. You can't really get bangs and layers put in and then not style them. It just looks like you've got a really bad haircut. Got my pre-workout, and then because this is the first session that I'm doing in my Aura ring with, like, I'm going to be doing RDLs and stuff, I'm pretty sure today, I actually ordered some ring covers on Amazon last night. So this is the clear one, which I honestly kind of love. I feel like it makes it look kind of chromish with the gold peeking through. It does make the ring chunkier though. I've had no issue with the ring. It doesn't feel big and chunky on me, but you know, I am used to wearing quite chunky jewellery anyway. I'd say this is probably the same in terms of like how much I feel it on the side. But obviously when you put a cover on, it does add thickness, so do be aware of that, because mine is scratched already, which I knew was going to happen. I should have really just put a cover on it before I started wearing it, but I'm not too precious about it. Like, my actual real jewellery is scratched, so of course this was going to scratch, but whether you get gold, silver, whatever, it doesn't matter, it will scratch. But these were like £8 I think, and it comes in a pack, so you get a brown, a pink, a lilac, a black, a cream and a clear, and you just shove them on, and they were super cheap. So yeah, if you were worried about scratches and lifting, just get a cover and you should be golden. So that's what I'm going to be doing in the gym today. And also I want to try and get, Morrison's today are launching a Dubai chocolate cheesecake, like a little mini one, and the base is actually Kanafa. I don't know if I'm saying that right. The base is Kanafa instead of biscuit. I really want to try that, and I want to include it in this vlog, so I'm going to try and find one of those after. Let's go to the gym. I will probably include my workout because I'm going to be filming it for my full week of workouts anyway, so it makes sense. So enjoy the session. Twinkle toes nose, I'm on my period and I'm struggling. So he's brought me some gifts. He's brought me these Juicy Drop Chews. These are bloody delicious, by the way. Do you remember Juicy Drop lollipops? It's like that, but it's not. It's like a little chewy sweet, and then it comes with a pen of blueberry stuff, and you can just, and then you can just, and then you make a sandwich out of it, and then you like roll it up, but you don't have to put the blueberry stuff on it. So DIY. Or you can just, you know, shoot it in your mouth.
Yeah.
Love those. And I'm on a, now apparently I'm a monster girly. This started because I wanted to try the peach one, because he said I'd like it, and I love the peach one. It weirdly tastes like my passion fruit pre-workout. I don't know how that works. But then I tried the mango one, which I did like, but not as much. Then last week you gave me the Aussie lemonade. Try.
That's my favourite.
That one's really good. Someone actually messaged me on Instagram about that. I can't remember who it was.
We're discontinuing it next year, just to add to the bullshit.
It's really nice. And now he's got me a Rio Punch.
I've never tried the Rio Punch, but it looked like it was the only one that wasn't normal.
Even holiday. This has drastically improved my mood, by the way.
Has it?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my mortgage in principle. Can she? You get it home? Can she not? Hopefully we'll find out today.
But at least you got a monster to slow it down.
I might not have a mortgage, but I've got a monster. It's like if you put pineapples and grape flavour together. It's got that grapiness to it. Okay, now we can go and train. Guys, I actually really hurt myself doing hip thrusts at the start of this workout. Can you watch the barbell pad? Watch it. Totally flipped on itself and completely nipped my skin, and I've got massive bruises now. You do not want 140 kilos on your lap and then for that to happen. But with that being said, we're going into my first working set. So I was doing 140 kilos here on my hip thrust. This is my heavier hip thrusting day. So again, all the form tips as usual, just really focusing on 90-degree angle with the shins, keeping things nice and tucked and tight, and trying to get that full lockout at the top, which I was
barely managing on the last rep there, but we did get there in the end, so I am counting it. And this was my first time doing 140 in a couple of weeks, so I've added 5 kilos to that from last week's session. Then moving on, I am just doing some RDLs, so I did a little warm-up set, then I did 60, and then I'm moving on to, I believe, 80 for my working set. I do 2 working sets with the heavier weight, and then I'll do a back off set afterwards, which I believe I've also filmed for this workout. So typical form tips with RDLs is just making sure you are hinging your hips back. You want to try and keep your chest, ribs, hips all stacked over each other. You don't need to be putting an excessive curve through your lower back. It needs to be one clean movement. You may have a slight curve in your lower back naturally, but there doesn't need to be an excessive curve. It's one clean movement. So keep everything nice and stacked over each other, core nice and tight, braced. To tweak my form here, this is my back off set, so it obviously felt a lot lighter and a lot more comfortable, and I also did it strapless as well. But I am doing my reps a little on the fast side here. Obviously they're slowing down towards the end of my set, but even the ones at the start, I would slow them down just a little bit just to make sure that I'm getting the most out of the movement. But yeah, this is my back off set, so it's a little bit lighter and just gives me, like, I don't know, I like doing a slightly lighter set after 2 heavier ones. It just feels like I get a really good pump, and it just feels, I don't know, I just really like doing it. So then I'm moving into some Bulgarians with a slightly different setup to usual, because I don't know if you can tell, but my gym was actually very unusually busy for my usual time of training this day. So I'm just kind of making do where I could. So I actually ended up using the step, which is a little bit lower than the bench. If you use something that's a little bit lower, you are going to get a bit less quad out of the movement just on that foot that's resting that leg. So my right leg in this case, in the next set when I'm doing my other leg, my left leg in that case, you're not getting quite as much a stretch on the quad on the way down, because it is going to be working that leg as well. So you do take a little bit of quad out of it with lowering it ever so slightly, but some people would still say this is too high to take the quad out of it completely. But I do feel my quads less doing them like this. Personally, I prefer just using a bench, but this is still a good way to do it. And if you weren't aware of that and you want to try and take your quads out of your Bulgarians a bit more, form aside, stance aside, posture aside, going for a lower elevation at the back will take that non-working leg, in quotation marks, quad out of the movement a little bit more. So yeah, I did Bulgarians on this day just to switch it up a little bit, because this week I actually obviously started filming my full week of workouts, so I wanted to show some different workouts, different structures, or at least similar structures with some different variations. So then to finish off, this was a very like glute and hamstring focused day, but I would say probably a little bit more glute than anything else. I'm then finishing off just with some back extensions. So as you can see here, I'm actually not massively rounding my upper back. That's because you don't have to do that. It can be a helpful cue to stop you hyperextending at the top, but you don't absolutely have to do that. It's not a must to get the most glutes out of it. It will just stop you hyperextending at the top. So yeah, I'm not actually doing a massive rounding in my upper back. I'm just imagining, like I've said before, I've got that piece of string between my glutes that is pulling me up like a goddamn puppet, and I'm using my glutes to pull me up, not rushing through the movement. And yeah, that is the end of this session. I hope you enjoyed it.
Gym is done, and I've just been to Morrison's to get one of these little cheesecakes, guys. They're so cute. I feel like Morrison's don't really do stuff where it comes in like a single package, but it's just a single small cheesecake. It's so cute. And then this is what it looks like. So it's got, instead of like a biscuit base, it's the Kanafa stuff, and then pistachio middle, and then chocolate on top with some pistachio. That is so cute. Better be better than the bloody speckled egg cookies. And the bottom part of it as well, with it not being a biscuit base, I feel like that's almost lighter as well. The heaviest part of it is usually the bottom, but I feel like the heaviest part of this is the chocolate on the top, like it's quite thick chocolate. I feel like it tastes more like chocolate than it does pistachio, but I'm not super well versed in Dubai chocolate. Like, is it meant to be super heavy pistachio? Can you taste pistachio more than chocolate usually, I don't know. Honestly, I actually quite like this. I expected it to be heavier. It's lighter than I expected, but not in a bad way. I feel like if the pistachio flavour was super strong or the middle was super like stodgy, it would be way too much with the chocolate on top. But because it's got a lighter base and a lighter middle with a heavier top, I feel like it actually does work. So I'm going to take the rest of this downstairs because I need to actually eat my lunch. I've literally just got back from the gym, so I should probably go and eat my lunch, right? So I'm going to go and offer this to my mum and dad and make some lunch. Okay guys, I think I am going to round off this vlog here. We're on Monday evening now, it's nearly 6 PM. I've just been doing work pretty much all day since I got back and did the cheesecake thing, and I still have more to do, so I'm going to round off this vlog so I can start editing it. Final updates on my Aura ring. Well, not final, but final for this vlog. It's not dead yet. It's still not dead. I've got 20% left. I honestly think this might last me until tomorrow night, and then I'll probably have to charge it on Wednesday morning, which would be 6 days, 5-6 days, which, coming from someone who's used to an Apple Watch, which I've already explained, that is a big difference. Now, is it the 8 that Aura promised me? No, and I don't think it ever would be, but maybe it's just like the first go. You know how batteries sometimes need time to work themselves up, but regardless, even if it's not, I'm still pretty impressed. And I will have probably mentioned it in the voiceover, but I did have to take my Aura ring off whilst I trained. I kept it on for my hip thrusts, and again, so bad at tracking activity, it said that I'd burnt like 20 calories in like 3 sets of hip thrusts, which is just not true. I was lifting pretty heavy. But then when I did RDLs, it's just so uncomfortable. If you are holding bar, a dumbbell, anything like that, honestly, upper body days as well, probably gonna have to take it off for that. I don't think you can keep it on when you're doing strength training. Certain stuff, yes, but anything where you need to hold things in your hands is going to be very difficult. Like, it felt like it was doing this, and then the ring felt loose, and it felt like a very uncomfortable experience, and it was putting me off my set. So I did end up just taking it off in the end because it was doing my head in. Battery life I'm very impressed with, and I'm honestly really enjoying my first few days using it. Not sure I'm enjoying it and finding it as helpful as the price tag of it, so I will keep you posted. Obviously I'm going to need to use it for a few months and give you guys a final update. I was kind of hoping I would be able to give you the full circle moment on the decision in principle, mortgage in principle in this vlog, but we're gonna have to stay tuned for that one because I still don't have it back yet, so hopefully that comes, because I've been thinking a lot more about new builds, I'll be honest. If anyone's lived in one, bought one, please let me know what your experience is, thoughts, opinions, everything, things to be aware of, things to be fussy about when picking a plot, all that sort of stuff, because it's looking more and more likely by the day that I will probably get a new build. So let me know. That would be incredibly helpful to me, and it would be, we can trade. I give you vlog, you give me housing advice. That would be a really good trade-off. This is this week's YouTube video. I've started work on next week's YouTube video, which will be a full week of workouts, so stay tuned for that. Let me know what other videos you want to see that's not a full week of workouts, because that's already planned and it's coming next week. Give the video a thumbs up if you've enjoyed it. It massively helps me out. Comment anything you want to comment, anything that you want to comment on the video. Like I said, let me know if you've lived in a new build. Again, I don't like asking for comments, but comments do help me out a lot as well. Subscribe if you want to and you haven't already, and I'll see you guys in my next video. But I hope you found this video entertaining, helpful. I hope me talking a little bit more about like getting a decision in principle and stuff has been helpful for people who are looking to start looking into houses, or a little bit on the younger side. Hopefully it's been helpful in sort of knowing what sort of things you will need to get together when it comes to that stage where you are looking to get a mortgage in principle, decision in principle. And yeah, I guess I just apologise that there was no show homes to show you guys. I'm gutted I didn't get to see any either. But yeah, I will see you guys in next week's video. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
Even if their efforts have been largely ineffective at producing tangible social change, you might be inclined to say that's okay, because they're working with people you might dislike now. And when those people just keep reaching further and further towards an openly Christian nationalist theocracy and nobody seems to stop them, the idea of a group out there just annoying them can be kind of cathartic. It's because of publicity stunts like the aforementioned Baphomet statue that the Satanic Temple has gained
BGU's R into BSN program is the largest in the country, with a season.
And Central has gained a reputation as a primarily left-wing beacon for aggressive
Hello, welcome back to another video and welcome back to another full week of workouts. Now, if you are new here, you might not know this, but if you aren't new here, then you will know this. I keep a program for a very long time, and it's not actually been that long since my last full week of workouts, but I had such a positive response from you guys and you seem to really enjoy seeing the full week of workouts rather than just standalone workouts, because it helps to show you guys how to put together not just one day's workout but a whole week, and how you can slot things together and how to make a cohesive program work for you. So I have been doing a little bit of experimenting and I have come up with another full week of workouts. It's going to be a 4-5 day split depending how you choose to do it. You might want to do more cardio, you might choose to do an extra upper body day. You can tailor this exactly to you, but in general this program is quite lower body focused, quite glute focused, and is going to be really good for anyone who is maybe a little bit further along into their fitness journey, looking to build their glutes, looking to build their quads, improve their cardiovascular fitness, work on their core and work on their back a little bit as well. My current goals whilst I am following this program at the moment, whilst I have been following the previous program, I am working on a body recomposition. Now what does this mean? This is simply the art of dropping body fat and building muscle at the same time, and it goes without, well, in my opinion it goes without saying, but I know that not everyone knows this, and the last thing I want to do is mislead people, confuse people, make this process harder than it needs to be, because trust me, making progress in the gym does not need to be hard. It is simple. It's just about getting into the swing of things and maintaining consistency, but you really don't need to complicate things. And there is no singular workout program that is going to allow you to achieve this. This will be more about making sure your energy balance is in check, so you will need to be in a slight calorie deficit for the body fat loss part. For the muscle growth / muscle maintenance, you will need to make sure obviously the training is in check, which is what this video is going to go over a little bit more. Recovery is in line, training intensity is good, we're progressively overloading, we're getting stronger, because yes, you do need to get stronger in order to grow. I'm seeing a lot of stuff at the moment about how light weights are superior, light weights and high reps only, and it's not that that doesn't work, but if there is no mention of progressive overload around that, no mention of getting stronger over time with those lighter loads and higher rep ranges but adding weight over time, I would be seriously wary of that, because it's not going to build you a significant amount of muscle mass. So those are my current goals. So this program is kind of tailored around that, but also obviously the nutrition does play a huge role in body recomposition, and I don't want to mislead anyone on that whatsoever. But to summarize, lower body focused, quite glute intense, a little bit of focus on back, and also a focus on our cardiovascular fitness and health, because it's so important, not just if you're wanting to cut, but for your overall health. It's important to make sure that you are working. Your heart is a muscle, you need to be working it, you need to be staying on top of your cardiovascular health. Like I've already mentioned, I typically will keep my program for months on end at a time and just apply progressive overload, train really hard, get stronger over time. I want to disclaim here very quickly, you do not need to switch up your program all the time. Anyone who is trying to sell you the perfect workout program, the perfect blah blah blah, without, maybe they might use it as a title for clicks, but if they are not then disclaiming that there is no such thing as a perfect workout program, then I would be seriously wary of that, because the perfect workout program is something that works for you, a frequency that works for you, and it's something that you can stick to, and you do not need to change it every 6 to 8 weeks to shock your body. Change it when you're not able to progressively overload anymore. Change it when you're bored and your adherence to your training program starts dropping because you're bored and you're not doing your sessions anymore. That's when you should be changing your program. Other than that, you do not need to change anything. And you're going to be able to tell if you watch my last full week of workouts. If you didn't and you're new here, hello, hi. I very much stick to the basics. This program is not going to be a far cry from the last one that I showed you guys, because the basics fucking work. It's all about just throwing in variations, trying out different rep ranges, trying out different ways of doing movements, but you don't need to reinvent the wheel when it comes to making a program for yourself. The basics have been around for a long time for a reason. Train with intensity intensity if you are trying to build muscle mass. You cannot, like I've said, no such thing as a perfect workout program, but if you are not training with intensity, especially if you have been in the gym a long time, you are not going to grow. You are going to find it so difficult to grow. So make sure your training intensity is good. Outside of the gym, you're going to need to focus on your nutrition, making sure you're getting enough protein in if you're wanting to grow. If you are just focused on growth, you might even want to pop into a calorie surplus, about 10% above your maintenance, to max out on gains. If you're wanting to drop body fat at the same time, 10% below maintenance. If you are literally just wanting to maintain, slowly build muscle mass over time, not really focused on gaining a load of mass, not focused on body fat loss, you can just hit your maintenance calories, train hard, high protein intake, that's all you need. You need to apply progressive overload with any program. This one is no exception. You need to apply progressive overload, and that is why when I do my programs, and you're going to see the reps on screen, I work in rep ranges, because the issue is if your program is just 4 sets of 10, 3 sets of 10, 3 sets of 8, it's not inherently bad, it's not inherently awful, but it can make progressive overload quite confusing. So I prefer to work in rep ranges. For example, we might have a movement that's got 3 sets of 8 to 12 reps. Let's say we're doing a hip thrust. Week 1 we're on 60 kilos and we are getting 8 reps. Week 2 we're on 60 kilos and we are getting 10 reps. Week 4 we are getting 12 reps at 60 kilos. We've maxed out that rep range now. We've gone from 8 reps to 12. With that weight, we've applied progressive overload by adding more reps, because that is also a form of progressive overload. Week 5, we're coming into the gym, we're putting more weight on that bar. We might go up to 65, we might go up to 70, we might get 8 reps. So we're coming back down in the rep range, but then we're going to stick with that weight until we get it back up to 12. Then repeat the process. That is a much simpler way of applying progressive overload and being able to track it much easier. Whereas if you are just sticking with like 4 sets of 10 and thinking you have to absolutely hit 10, it can make progressive overload seem more confusing than it needs to be, and it can also make it really hard to track. So that's one of my main tips for progressive overload, is working in rep ranges, working your way up the rep range, adding more weight, coming back down to the bottom, etc, and going onwards with that. And with that, you must be training with intensity. Progressive overload means nothing if you are not training hard enough. With the hip thrust example, for example, brilliant, you are getting 60 kilos for 8 reps, and by week 4 you are getting 60 kilos for 12 reps. But if you are leaving 10 reps in reserve, you're nowhere near failure. Yes, you have progressed, but you've not really overloaded, you've not overreached, you've not stretched yourself. Train close to failure. If you are not training close to failure and you've been in the gym a couple years, gaining is not that easy for you anymore. You need to be training hard. So progressive overload and training intensity really does go hand in hand, because if you're doing that 60 kilos for 12 reps, yes, it's 4 more reps than doing it for 8 reps, but if on all of those sets you are still nowhere near failure, and really you should be pushing 100 kilos for 12 reps in order to be training close to failure, it's not going to work as well as progressive overload should, because you're doing the progression, not so much the overload. And finally, very boring, you are going to need to focus on your recovery, besties. I know it's boring, but your muscles are not growing when you're in the gym going ham, going hard, you've got your music on, you're in the zone. That is not when you are building muscle. You are building muscle when you are recovering. So making sure, again, going back to nutrition, protein intake, sleep, active recovery. You know, if you just go to the gym and hit legs really hard every day, but you don't get much movement in outside that, you don't walk around much, it's really underrated and people don't talk about it much, but just getting blood flowing around your body helps a lot with recovery. If you are finding your legs feel like lead for days after your leg days, but your steps are like 1,000 a day, that might be something that you might want to look into improving. That helps as well. Sleep, really important. Yes, the length of your sleep, but also the quality of your sleep, making sure you're getting enough REM and deep sleep. Okay, so we're going to get into the program in just a second, but there's one thing that I want to go over really quickly for people who are looking to lose body fat at the moment or body recomposition, and it's about your activity levels throughout the week, because my training program doesn't include that, but it's something that I do want to explain to you guys and go over, because it's a mistake I see time and time again with clients, and it's a mistake that I think is quite often overlooked from a fat loss point of view. So alongside my training program, I am making sure that I am hitting about 7,500 steps a day. I know, crazy, not 10k, who would have thunk it, but there is no science behind 10k. Yes, 10k steps a day is going to burn more, get your energy expenditure up higher than 7.5, but there is no magic number surrounding 10k. It's kind of just like an arbitrary number. Mine are 7,500 because I have a very sedentary job. I'm at my laptop talking to clients, I'm at my laptop editing, and 10k a day is honestly just quite unreachable for me most days. So I've set myself a realistic, because that is key, realistic step goal to keep my activity level up throughout the week. Because if you are trying to lose fat or body recomposition, I cannot express to you enough, the calories that you're burning in the gym are going to be pretty negligible in the grand scheme of things. Your NEAT, your non-exercise activity thermogenesis, your steps, how much you move around day to day, is going to play a much bigger role in your energy expenditure, your 45 minutes to an hour in the gym every single day. So that's something that I do want to mention as well. And tying in with that is cardio. So my cardio at the moment, I do around 60 to 90 minutes a week. I'm trying to taper it up to 90 minutes just because I want to push a little deeper. So I set it per week so I can split it however I want. If I'm doing 60 minutes, I will either do one session of 60 minutes, 2 sessions of 30 minutes, or 3 sessions of 20 minutes. Typically I don't go under 20 minutes for my cardio sessions unless it's sprints, just because I feel like I can't really get my heart rate up enough to warrant that actually being a cardiovascular hard workout if it's under 20 minutes for most activities. And I will alternate between things. I will do lists on the treadmill, I will do incline walks, I will do my sprints, I will also do Stairmaster. I switch it up week to week. That's where I like to give myself that flexibility in my program to have a little bit more fun, play around with things a little bit more, an element of being able to switch things up without it messing up my program in terms of my weights too much. Some considerations that you will need to make when it comes to your cardio is just the impact on your recovery. Not all cardio is created equal. Things like sprints are going to hamper with your recovery a lot more than an incline walk. And even I have found a Stairmaster, it does impact personally my recovery a lot more than an incline walk. I would actually say the Stairmaster, I feel like sometimes it hampers with my recovery more than even just doing 15 to 20 minutes of sprints on the treadmill. So you do need to factor that in as well. If you are doing stairs 5 times a week and you are finding that your legs never feel like they're recovering between sessions, try a different form of cardio, because it very well could be that the form of cardio you're choosing is really hampering with your recovery between your weight sessions. And if you are trying to body recomp, you need to have that energy and recovery there in order to allow you to build muscle mass, or at least maintain muscle mass at best. So the thing that you are going to need to consider, and this will potentially be helpful if you are someone trying to cut, trying to body recomp, and you feel like you're at a sticking point and you're not making progress and you're hitting everything and you don't understand why. Put yourself in the deficit. You've got your 10% deficit down from maintenance, and obviously you've calculated that based off your expenditure, which takes into account how many times you're going to be training a week, how many steps you're going to be doing a day, and how much cardio you're going to be doing a week. So let's say you've based your deficit expenditure off a very active lifestyle, which accounts for 10,000 steps a day and also 90 minutes of cardio a week. But the scale's not coming down and you can't quite understand why. Something that a lot of people make mistakes with, and I've done this as well, is, for example, if one of your cardio forms is a Stairmaster, or one of your cardio forms is going for a run, or one of your cardio forms is an incline walk. If you wear a wearable, if you wear a watch, if you wear an Oura ring, if you wear a Whoop, I mean that's also a watch, but I was more so meaning like an Apple Watch, or even if you hold your phone when you are doing that cardio, that is going to count the steps that you are doing during cardio towards your step count. But the issue is your deficit has been estimated and calculated based off you doing 10,000 steps a day, for example, and 90 minutes of cardio a week. So the issue comes in because it's counting those steps that you've done during cardio towards your step count. So you're no longer doing 10k steps a day plus cardio because it's wrongfully putting those steps towards your step count, if that makes sense. Now, it's not that those steps don't count or that they don't matter, but it's that you have calculated your deficit based off you doing both of those things on top of each other, not at the same time, if that makes sense. So you've technically overestimated your expenditure and you are underperforming on your expenditure during the week. So making sure that you separate those two. How I do that is, if I am on the treadmill, I will, obviously I wear my Oura ring, that's the only wearable that I'm currently using. I won't go on my phone if I'm on the treadmill, and I try not to hold my phone if I'm on the Stairmaster. I try to just leave it, and I will scroll like if I'm watching TikToks or I'm watching YouTube, but I try not to have it in my hand. Or if I'm going for a run and it's something where my phone needs to be on my person, I will look at the health app, see how many steps I've done before I set off, see how many steps I've done when I get back, and I just deduct that from my daily step count, if that makes sense, because you don't want to be over inflating your expenditure by saying, yeah, I've done all this cardio in the week and I've also done these steps, because you technically haven't. I mean, you have done the steps and you have done the cardio, but you've not done it on top of it. It's sort of now intertwined. That's just something to be aware of when it comes to being in a calorie deficit, when it comes to trying to body recon, for example, trying to lose fat. When it comes to your weekly expenditure, that's one of the main mistakes that I see people making. If it's not mistracking their food and not tracking everything they're eating, it's usually that. So just making sure that you are trying to keep those two things separate. Anyway, without further ado, I'm gonna get into the workouts.
Okay, so day one, we've got my glutes and quads workout. This is at the start of my week to spread out this sort of quad work from the end of the week where I do much heavier quad work, which we'll get to on day 5. So I'm starting off with B stance hip thrust, the same form tips as with a standard hip thrust. So the back setup, you want it to be sort of in line with where the bottom of your sports bra would be, fully locking out at the top. You want to be able to eat a meal of how locked out you are. And with the working leg, you want it to have that 90-degree angle with the shins, keeping everything nice and tight, forward gaze, bracing your core, all that good stuff. The difference here with a B stance hip thrust is you can see here how the heel of this foot, it's not fully in line with the other foot. That's because you are biasing one leg at a time. I wouldn't say this is a true single leg movement. I would say this is more of a partially single leg movement, just because your other leg is still going to be doing a good chunk of work. But ideally, the non-working leg, the heel of that leg, of that foot, needs to be in line with the toes of your working leg. So it's sort of a staggered stance, and like I said, the form tips are the exact same as with a normal hip thrust. You are just biasing one leg at a time. Rest between legs is key, especially because your other leg is going to be working to assist so much. Honestly, 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes rest between legs, you are going to need it. You can't just go straight into the other side. Take the rest. Then moving on to another single leg movement. So I actually switched to doing cable step ups for the first, not the first time ever, but the first time in a long time. I've only done them like once or twice, and I think I might be converted, because when you are using the cable, you're getting that sort of constant tension, because if you look at the weights on the tower, they're actually never fully touching like the bottom. You're never letting go of any of the tension with these. And in terms of the setup with these as well, I do a contralateral hold. So basically what that means is the weight that you are using, you are holding it in the hand of the opposite side of your body. So at the moment I'm using my left leg, but I'm holding the weight in the right hand side. And you will find when you are doing glute movements, if you do the holding of weights this way, you feel it much more in your glutes. I'm honestly not entirely sure why, but you just get such a bigger stretch in your glutes. So in terms of the setup, cable pulley needs to be at the bottom. I pop the bench probably 2 or 3 steps behind, and then I'm holding onto the tower for balance and to just keep myself stable and safe in the movement, because I want to be putting all that hard work through my glutes, not through me trying to balance. And in terms of the setup itself, you're going to think about sending that leg back. So you've got your foot firmly planted on the bench. Don't use something soft because it'll make balance really hard. You need to use something solid like a bench, especially with the cables. With it having that constant tension, it feels like it's going to pull you over. So in terms of the setup, then you're going to think about sending that leg back. So can you see how my knee of the leg that is on the bench is not coming very far forward? I'm focusing on pushing my hips back rather than thinking about my knee pushing forward over my toes, because I'm trying to bias my glutes as much as possible in this movement, and that is the key difference. It's sort of like the knee angle and the hip biasing that you are putting into a movement, and you can see throughout those sets, both legs, I'm really focusing on pushing my hips back. I'm not thinking about coming up and down like a lift or an elevator. I'm thinking about being diagonal like an escalator and working on pushing my hips back in the movement. Moving on, I'm then going into a very quad bias movement here. So I'm doing some narrow stance heel elevated goblet squats. I love doing these. The key here is to do these very slow and controlled and really focus on pushing your knees as far forward as they will go. And I feel like you can literally see my quads firing on all cylinders. You can see how hard they are working in this movement. So you want to keep everything nice and tight, obviously core braced, all that good stuff, but really try and focus on pushing your knees as far forward as possible to get the biggest stretch possible on your quads in this movement. Slow and controlled. You don't want to be bouncing out of the bottom. You don't want to be bouncing and flying off, bashing your hamstrings off your calves. You need to be thinking about using your quads to push you up in the movement, very slow, very, very, very controlled, and again, pushing yourself close to failure. Like I have spoken about, I could barely get back up on this rep, so that was me done. Out for the count. Moving on, I'm doing my leg extensions. This is my first leg extension of the week, and this is my sort of lighter, more like pumpy sort of leg extension set. So this week I actually decided to do a drop set. So what does a drop set mean? A drop set is essentially I have stuck to a weight and I'm going to perform, let's say, 8 to 12 reps on this weight to failure. Then when I have hit that point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that weight back down, and I've gone over more like leg extension tips on day 5, so if you need like actual form tips, go to there. But I'm going to talk about drop sets here because it's a really good way to intensify your workouts. So as soon as I am coming close to failure, I'm getting close to that point of failing or hitting failure, you are then going to drop the weight. So you are going to alter the weight, you're going to lower it slightly, you can lower it by 5-10 kilos, and you're going to go again, and you're basically going to repeat the process. I think this day I did like 3 or 4 drop sets. When it gets to a point where I can't get more than like 3 to 4 to 5 reps out of the set, that's when I'm like, okay, I'm done with my drop sets. But I think I dropped it 3 times. I believe this was my 3rd one and my 3rd and final one. But a drop set is just a really good way of, first of all, showing yourself how hard you can train, training close to failure, and allowing you to sort of overreach, especially if you feel sort of stagnant in your workouts and they don't feel intense enough, you feel like you're not growing and you need to really overreach. Drop sets are a really good way of doing that. 2, we've got my upper body day. I'm going to pop a quick disclaimer on the screen. Feel free to read that. I'm not going to spend my time when I could be talking about form tips, explaining that, about how I train upper body, why I only train it once a week, etc. Feel free to pause that to read. I'm actually doing my boyfriend's upper body day this week. He wanted to train back, and I said, bet I'll train back with you because he has really, really good back days. So we're starting off with a single arm lat pull down. So the bench, you want it slightly slanted towards the machine, the bottom of it slightly slanted up just to get your arse in the right positioning. And then in terms of the pulley attachment, you want it to be above you so that you are pulling diagonally down. If it's too low, you're going to find that this is just a very uncomfortable movement, and if it's too high, you are going to find that your shoulder is going to be basically coming out of position in the movement. And I am actually doing it slightly wrong here. I did get my form corrected, which I've left in because I want to show you guys no one in the gym is perfect. We can all learn, and I find with my back days I really struggle with my traps taking over on movements. I just have very strong traps, and honestly quite developed traps for someone that barely trains upper body. So one of the like trainers, and he's actually a physio in my gym, came over and corrected this, and I felt it so much more in my lat and way more in my traps and in my neck. I find that back movements can honestly just be quite uncomfortable for me. So we're going to go through that form tweak now, and then you will hopefully be able to see the difference. So basically the way that he explained it was I was actually coming up too high in the movement, and we can see where he's touching my trap here. I'm coming up too high, and then it's engaging that, and it's getting my neck all sort of mangled up. So instead of coming straight up there, I'm actually scooping. Can you see how my hand was moving there? Instead of just going straight up and coming up too high, I'm actually scooping forward with the pulley attachment. So you're going to see it here, and I feel like you can even tell if you look at my trap. My trap looks a lot more flat here. You can tell it's not as engaged, and you can see how I'm swooping that cable attachment up. I'm not just coming straight up, I'm moving it in a sort of swoopy motion, and I felt this so much more in my lats. It actually shocked me so much, the difference that this made. Small tweaks, especially with upper body movements, I feel like can make honestly the world of difference. Moving on, we are on to another single arm exercise. So we've just done a vertical one. This one is much more horizontal. So this is just a single arm cable row. You can do this with a dumbbell, you can do it with a different setup, but cable is personally my favorite. So we switched the seating setup, so I'm much more less slanted forward. I'm much more just bolt upright and using that to sort of stabilize my chest. But with this movement, the previous one is going to get a lot more of your lats, and it's going to give you a little bit more width. This one, it is going to work your traps and your rhomboids a little bit more, but also there's more like middle back muscles. With any horizontal rowing movement, you're going to get much more of those muscles engaged, and then obviously your biceps are working in both as an assister in the movement. So in terms of the setup, you can see we just move the cable attachment further down, so it's more sort of in line. Again, you are doing more of a horizontal row here as opposed to a vertical one. And in terms of the setup, I'm just again using the chair to help help keep me stable in the movement. I'm holding on, and as I am rowing forward, I'm trying not to go too far forward so that I'm really engaging my traps. I'm trying to just get a good stretch forward and then rowing sort of back and down, thinking again about that swooping motion again, be it slightly different because it's not a vertical rowing movement, but I am still thinking about rowing back and down. And again, I do have a little assister here to help me get those final few reps out. Training intensity, like I said at the start, is key, and having someone training with you and helping you push out those final reps is a really good way of learning how to train close to failure, and also being able to get close to failure safely so that you know where that is and you can sort of rank the intensity of your workouts a little bit better. So I'm just having a good little stretch out here. I feel like when I've done these movements, my back just feels like it needs stretching. We're then moving on to a narrow grip pull down. Again, this is going to work your lats, but obviously this is not a unilateral movement. You're using both of your arms at the same time here. We're all single armed out at this point. So I'm using a narrow grip attachment. I like using this attachment. Some people say it's not optimal, bro. Personally, I don't care. I do like doing these seated on the floor as well and just sitting my bum on the floor, but we were just using the proper cable attachment on this day. So the things that you want to focus on here is rowing right down to your chest and then getting a good stretch on the way up. But if I'm going to critique myself slightly here, I would say again, I'm coming too far up, and when you come too far up, you can't see it here because now I'm pulling down, but when you come too far up in the movement, you can see how much more engaged my traps are as I'm starting to pull back down. You can see how much more they are working. So I wouldn't stretch up quite so far. If you want to get traps in the movement, fine, but if you want to avoid getting your traps so involved with your pulling movements, stretch up, yes, and get that nice big stretch on your back. That is what most pull movements are about. They're about the stretch and squeeze, but try not to stretch all the way up and sort of almost to the point where you are losing the tension, because when you pull it back down, it's very hard not to get your traps engaged in that movement. So that's just a little tip there. But yeah, we are just finishing off here, and again, he is helping to assist me get those final few reps out. This back day, honestly, I was so fried after I did this. If you are in need of like a hard pull workout, I highly recommend this workout because my back was really fried after this and pretty fried the next day. So moving on, he then had me doing some bent over dumbbell rows. I'll be honest, I would probably scrap these for myself personally, just because I feel like you can see here the way that this movement works, it does just naturally recruit a little bit more of your upper back and your traps, and that's not an area that I am trying to grow. If you are trying to grow this area, then this rowing movement is going to be spot on and perfect for you. But this actually isn't an area that I'm personally trying to grow, so I personally would skip on these and just maybe do some push work. I would maybe include a dumbbell shoulder press, some dumbbell lateral raises, and then do some biceps and triceps rather than doing these. I didn't love doing those, but I'm including them anyway because if you want to grow your upper back, I think they are a great movement. And if you are someone who is trying to avoid that and you're doing movements like this, maybe stop. Again, he had me doing some assisted sort of lateral raises, but these I would say are much more trap raises because he had me bringing the dumbbells really high up in front rather than out to the side, and you can see he's even feeling my traps here, being like, this is where you want to feel it. And I was like, no, I'm not trying to grow them anymore because I already have very strong and very developed traps, especially for someone who barely trains upper body. So I am going to actually show you guys in a second how I do these in a way which is much more delt focused. So it's going to work your shoulders a lot more and help give you that sort of like capped appearance to your shoulders rather than working your upper back so much, especially if you are someone who that's not an area that you want to grow. I personally, and I don't know why my feet start levitating when I'm failing the rep, this is personally a movement that I wouldn't be including. The first half of the workout was great, the second half questionable. This is how you would want to do them if you're wanting to work more of your lats. So you can see I've put the seat more upwards. I'm not bringing the dumbbells in front of me, I'm bringing them more out to the side, thinking about pushing the dumbbells away to the corner of the room. But having that chair there just means it avoids me shrugging and avoids me bringing my traps into the movement. We finished off with some biceps, but I didn't get to focus. Okay, day 3, we have got glutes and hamstrings on the menu, and this is the day where I will do my heavier hip thrusts. So that's what I'm starting with, and that's why I'm putting them first, because we are going heavier on these today. So setup wise, you want whatever bench you are using to sort of meet the bottom of where your sports bra would sit. Mine is actually a little bit on the high side, but I don't find that it interferes too much. You're then going to roll that bar over you. You want your feet to be about shoulder width apart. Some people go a little bit narrower, some people go wider. I prefer just shoulder width apart, and I don't turn my feet out either. And then you are going to bring that weight up to the top, and again making sure that you are locking out properly at the top. You want to be looking for a 90-degree angle with your shins and a nice strong lockout at the top. If your hips are dipping down, you are not locking out your reps properly, and your glutes are working here most in the shortened position right at the top where they are fully contracted. That's where they are working best, and that's why this rep doesn't almost counts, but it doesn't quite count because I'm really struggling to lock it out properly at the top. You want to be flat as a table basically. You don't want your hips to be dipping down. If your hips are dipping down, then there is either something wrong with your setup that's stopping you from being able to lock out properly, or you've gone a little bit too heavy. So I do 2 heavier sets and then I do 1 lighter set at the end. So this is my lighter set at 120 for higher reps, just because with glutes we're not quite sure if they work better from lower reps, higher reps. It could be both, it could be a mix of both. So I personally always think that the best practice is to include both in your program. So yeah, as you can see, you will start failing on the lockout because that's where this movement is going to be hardest. So make sure that any reps where you're not locking out properly, you're not counting them because they don't count. Moving on, we are going into a lengthened position movement, a good stretch on the glutes here, and also working our hamstrings as well. So we are going into an RDL. I'm just practicing here. I like to do this just to get the feel for the movement, especially after doing something where my glutes are so bloody contracted and like tight. Just feels good to stretch them out a little bit with a much lighter weight. So I'm starting off doing my RDLs just with the bar, and then I go into some warm-up sets, and that's basically how I warm up for most movements, guys. I do warm-up sets for my first 2 movements of the day. So I'll do like 2 sets, like 3 or 4 reps, nowhere near failure, just working my way up in weights. I always get asked about lifting straps, so I'm showing you here how to put these on. Pause it at any time, but I always do my right hand first and then I do my left hand. But if you find that you can't get your other hand on, start with the hand that you struggle with the most, and you are basically going to put your hands through like I've just shown you there, and then you just wrap it around the bar. Obviously the first hand will be easier because you can use your other hand to assist, but hopefully here you can see how I'm sort of using my fingers to twist, and then to tighten it you basically just sort of crank it around the bar, and that's how you get lifting straps on. Hopefully that point of view is a little bit more helpful. So here we are going into my first working set. I do the same thing with RDLs. I do 2 heavier sets, 1 lighter set. So here I am doing 80 kilos, I believe. So I've got my lifting straps just to help me. Lifting straps are amazing, and if you find that your grip is giving up before your muscles, get lifting straps. You are not trying to improve your grip strength with RDLs, you're trying to grow an ass. So if you want it to be your glutes and your hamstrings that are causing you to fail, not your grip strength. In terms of form for your RDLs, you're going to walk up to the bar, you're going to grab the bar, you're going to engage your lats. So think about pulling back and down, really engage your lats, lift it, walk back from wherever you've picked it up from. I wouldn't recommend that you do the floor just because it is going to take a little bit more energy out of you, but you're going to walk it back a couple steps. You don't need to come too far because it's just energy. It's just going to take up a lot of energy. Then you are going to think about just pushing your hips back. You don't need to think about duck assing. You want your chest to be stacked over your ribs stacked over your hips. You're going to brace, you're going to, like as if someone's about to punch you in the stomach, and then you're going to come down, and then on the way up you're going to breathe out. At the top you're going to re-brace again, and you're going to repeat that procedure. And you don't need to come all the way down to the floor, just as far back as your hips will allow. As soon as your hips can't come back any further, slight bend in the knee, then you are going to come back up. That is your RDLs. Moving on to a single leg exercise now. So I'm doing Bulgarians here. My usual setup wasn't available. My gym was honestly so busy on this day, so I just had to make do with a little step. But with this being a glutes and hamstrings day anyway, I'm trying to sort of target my glutes a little little bit more anyway, and one way to do that is actually to use a slightly lower elevation, because it's going to put a bit less of a stretch on the quad that is resting on that bench. So this actually will help them to be more glute biased because it is a little bit lower. In terms of your form for these, I'm not doing these contralaterally, so that would be actually holding my dumbbell in the opposite hand of the leg I'm working, and that is actually the way that I prefer to do them. So I would recommend, especially if you're wanting to get more glutes out of it, that you actually hold the dumbbell in the opposite hand to the leg you're working. I feel like you just get a much bigger stretch on your glutes when you do it that way. But again, resting that foot on the platform behind you, be it a bench, go for something lower if you're wanting to make them more glute biased, and then thinking about sinking your hips back, not thinking about coming up and down, thinking about coming back and down. Think escalator, not elevator, or lift if you're British. You want to think about sinking your hips back and down rather than just up and down to make these a bit more glute dominant rather than quad dominant. Moving on, outfit change. It's because my back extension video I just wasn't very happy with, so I did actually do back extensions earlier this week, and you're getting a different form tip here. Well, not form tip, but just a different video of them because I wasn't happy with it. So set up for these, you want to make sure the pad is set up so that you can wrap your hips over the pad. If it's too high, you're going to find that you feel this a lot more in your hamstrings, and if it's too low, you're going to find that you feel it a lot in your lower back. Make it so that you can get a nice full range of motion of being able to wrap around the pad, and then you don't need to round your upper back. You can, because it'll stop you hyperextending at the top, but you can just keep a more straight physique, a more straight posture with these. You don't need to round your upper back. Think about someone has got a string in your asshole and they are pulling you up like they are the puppet master of your booty hole, and they are pulling you up through your bum hole. Think about using your glutes, tensing your glutes to lift you back up. Again, rather than flinging yourself around, you are tensing your glutes to lift yourself back up in the movement. Someone has got you literally by a string and they are pulling you up. Weird form tip, but it works really bloody well. Give it a go. Day 4 is my cardio and core day, which helps me to chip away at my weekly cardio target of about 60 to 90 minutes a week. So I'm going to run you through the different options that I have for cardio, but I do have one day in my program where I just go into the gym and I just do cardio and core. So I'm going to run you through a couple different options. This clip is hilarious because this is meant to be me showing you guys how to do an incline walk, you know, just in case you guys don't know how to walk. It's a bit dumb really, but the incline on the treadmills was actually completely broken, so I wasn't able to do it. So I'm just doing a very fast-paced walk, but ideally I would do an incline walk. Now this is a much lower intensity cardio option. The only thing form-wise to consider with this is a mistake I see a lot of people do when they go to do an incline walk is they ramp up the incline and then they start holding onto the handles, holding onto the machine. You want to make sure that you are just using your posture, using your body to keep you in place, and you are not holding onto the machine, because it is going to take away from the workout that you were getting. It's the same with the Stairmaster, so keep those hands to yourself. Do not be putting them on the machine, but this is by far the lowest intensity cardio option that I have in my program, and I find that it really helps me to get my cardio up for the week, gets a good cardio workout in, and it doesn't hamper with my recovery personally, and I love it. Now, speeding things up a little bit, this is my sprint. So when I'm doing sprints, I will typically do about 20-ish minutes for the full workout. I will do a couple warm-up sprints at the start, so this is what you're seeing at the moment, before I go into my out ones. I do get asked about the speed that I use. At the moment I'm on 18 when I'm doing my out sprints, which to some people that will be slow, to some people that will be fast. But if you are scared of treadmills, which I was, work your way up, and doing warm-ups like this, doing your warm-up sets where you are sort of working that speed up, it will get you much more comfortable to being able to move in unison with the belt. Now when it comes to doing your sprints, obviously you're going to want to do a warm-up full of dynamic stretches and all that good stuff, but I won't bore you with it. In terms of the form itself, one thing that I always try and focus on is your arms. Instead of crossing them over body, like you don't want them to be crossing over in front of you, where possible you want to try and push them directly up at your sides, not crossing over in front of you, just because it helps you be a little bit more aerodynamic. And in terms of like your legs, I always try to think about bringing my knees up and trying to keep my core and everything sort of more upright rather than like having such a forward lean and having my legs flailing behind me, especially when I'm on a treadmill. That just feels like a health and safety risk, if I'm going to be completely honest. So these are me, this is me doing my out sprints. And in terms of rest, sometimes I will hop on the side and rest and take a complete rest, especially when I'm going for my like hard sprints. Other times I will just pop it on speed 5 and walk in between. It just depends how well I'm recovering from the intervals that I'm doing, but I will do about 30 to 45 seconds on, about a minute to a minute and a half off. Next, we've got Stairmaster. Now this comes under list cardio for me because it is low intensity steady state. I don't do any crazy circuits or anything on the stairs. It's too much for my recovery. But even with this being list, as opposed to something more high intensity like the sprints, I would put this on par with sprints in terms of the muscle soreness and how much it impacts my recovery. So I am being more mindful with Stairmaster at the moment, just because I'm finding the more I do it, the harder it is for me to recover between my leg days, and with me having that as quite a strong priority in my program in terms of my weight training, it is important to make sure I'm recovering properly. But for me, Stairmaster, when I'm doing it, I just do lists. I don't do anything crazy, and I will literally just stick it on like a 6 or a 7, and I will just go for 30 to 45 minutes. My biggest tip with this is you will hit a point, mine is at about 20 minutes, where you think, Jesus Christ, I can't do it anymore, get me off this thing. Push past it. You will be so shocked by how much easier it gets when you push past that. It actually blows my mind how much easier it gets when you do that. Again, same with the incline treadmill, just keeping your hands to yourself, no hands on the side, no holding on, that's cheating. You don't want to be doing that. But honestly, if you push past where you feel like you can't go any longer, you will be shocked at how much longer you can go for. It's like when you're really tired and you push through that really sleepy phase at a sleepover when you were like 6 years old, and then you've just got all the energy in the world and you're not tired at all. It's literally the exact same as that, but with cardio. So those are my 3 cardios that I sort of rotate between, depending how my recovery is feeling, depending how I am feeling on the week. And then once I've done my cardio, I will do my core either with my cardio, or sometimes I'll do it twice a week and I'll tag it onto my upper body day. But this is my favourite core workout to do. So I do assisted, basically crunches, hanging crunches, basically into assisted leg raises. I do take a break between the two just to try and allow myself to get the most out of the sets that I'm doing. But the key thing here is you must engage your core. If you are finding that your stomach is sort of doming, or you just are feeling it a lot in your hips, you're not feeling it so much, and it goes for the same with crunches and your leg raises, you're not really feeling it so much in your core, make sure that you are properly engaging it, because that is the biggest mistake that I see people making. So you want to try and keep your back as flat to the pad as possible, and really basically like you would when you're lifting, when you are bracing your core, when you are making everything nice and tight and keeping everything locked in and strong. I feel like you can almost see, if you watch my stomach, you can see me getting it engaged and then going from there. There's no crazy doming happening around my stomach. This is how you want to be performing all of your ab and core exercises. You need to make sure that your core is properly engaged. Otherwise, your hip flexors are going to take over, your lower back's going to take over, and you're not going to be getting the best core workout that you could.
Has not been hampered by the City Council's legislative prayer practice. Judgment must be awarded in favor of the city.
So here I do about 10, I try to go for about 10 to 15 reps of each. I think this day I don't even know if I got 10 on both of them. My core felt absolutely fried because I'd already done it earlier in the week, and I will do about 2 to 3 rounds of those, and that is my favourite core workout. Final day of the week, and we have got my heavier overall leg day. I do this last in the week, so it's spaced out as far as possible from that original quad and glutes day, because I find my quads take the longest time to recover, so I like to have the biggest gap between those sessions, and I slot my glutes and hamstrings typically between them. So I'm starting off with leg press, and as you will see with my foot positioning, I'm actually going a little lower than usual. Usually I would do a bit higher, but I'm really trying to focus on my quads with my leg press at the moment. So my feet placement is much lower because it's going to allow me to get a little bit more stretch in my quads and just make the leg press a bit more of a quad dominant movement for me. You can alter this completely how you want. If you want more glutes, you can go narrow higher up. If you just want overall, you can just do standard standard shoulder width apart, middle of the platform, but going a little bit lower I find really helps me to get a good connection with my quads. Key form consideration, and it's really boring and you guys have heard me talk about it so much, but yes, obviously making sure that you're getting that depth, you're getting that full range of motion, full nice big stretch on the quads, but in order to not be putting shit through your lower back, you need to make sure, can you see how I'm really grabbing onto the handles here? Pull yourself down into that seat, girl, to avoid yourself sort of your lower back otherwise may sort of peel away from the seat that you are sitting on, and then when you are pressing, you're not pressing through your quads and glutes anymore, you are going to be pressing predominantly through your lower back. So really use the handles at the side to pull yourself down into that seat, to avoid, especially if you are someone who struggles with lower back pain, it will really help you out massively. And again, like I said, making sure you're getting a nice full range of motion. If you can't bring your knees, they don't need to be like right down to your chest, but if you can't get good depth on a leg press, high likelihood is you've got too much weight on it. I would recommend that you take weight off. Other considerations are making sure that your knees aren't caving inwards. You want to make sure that your knees stay nice and strong. Try to push them out, even if you are doing narrow, think about pushing them out as you press back up to avoid them caving in. Obviously, as your set goes on, I feel like that's a telltale sign of how much you are struggling in your set. Seeing when your knees start buckling in, that is a sign that you are obviously pushing really hard and nearing failure. And again, I feel like with my leg press sets, you can really see the importance of intensity. I'm pushing hard, I'm pushing close to failure, and on my last reps, I'm actually having to use my hands to push the weight back up. So I'm kind of having to assist myself. Obviously, my pull day, my boyfriend was assisting me. On my leg press, I'm assisting myself by using my hands to sort of push my legs back up the final little bit of way. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get it. But yeah, and I find with a leg press, it's so rewarding because you can put so much weight on it so easy, and you can progressively overload this movement a lot easier than most other leg movements. So moving on, I then went into doing some leg extensions. Key thing with this is just to make sure that when you are bringing that weight up, you are using your quads to bring the weight up. You're not flinging the weight up. You're not thinking about just getting it from A to B. You are tensing your quads all the way up with a nice little pause at the top. Now, if I'm going to critique my form here, I would just say to give a little bit more of a pause at the top, and I would also adjust the pad slightly just to give it a little bit more range on the way down, so that I'm getting a much bigger stretch on my quads when I'm coming down, stretching them sort of over the pad almost a little bit more. But yeah, make sure that you are thinking about your quads tensing to lift that pad up, rather than just thinking about flinging it up with your shins. And again, training intensity is absolutely key here. And I do leg extensions twice a week. This is my sort of like more straight sets, heavier leg extensions, and then I'll also have lighter weight drop sets, more like a Bernie sensation sort of would. Then moving on, I'm doing some hamstring curls. So I am doing lying hamstring curls on this day. I like both. I like seated, I like lying. It's just the way the cookie crumbled and the way that how busy my gym was this week, I ended up doing lying. So key thing here, which you guys have heard me do to death, is just making sure that your hips are bolted down into that pad where possible. You can see that my hips are lifting slightly. This was actually my last set, so my form is starting to slip a tiny little bit, but it's not awful. If your hips are shooting up off that pad, then my girl, I don't know how to tell you this, your hamstrings are not what is lifting that weight, it's the momentum and you sort of just swinging it. Again, you want to think about your hamstrings curling up that weight, your hamstrings tensing to lift that weight, rather than just thinking about flinging it up with your calves. You need to think about the intention when you are doing your training. It's so important. Slow things down, focus on the intention. Then I was actually meant to do these on another day, but I didn't get to do them, so I did end up sprinkling a little bit of glutes in just to get in a little bit of glute medius work, just for that shelf appearance. So your foot is going to be slightly turned in towards the cable, so the inside of your foot, you want it to be facing the cable. Your toes aren't facing the cable, the inside of your foot kind of is. Your leg is kind of twisted, and then as you are kicking back, if you are not new here, then you will know this analogy, pizza cutter analogy. I I've said it to death, but I'm going to say it again. So you order from Domino's, you order a small pizza, it comes in 4. Straight back would be a glute kickback. Straight to the side would be a glute abduction, a cable abduction. A glute medius kickback is going to be a slightly bigger pizza where it's not cut into 4, it's cut into 8. It's that diagonal slice. That is like the line of path that you want to be following with this. So that is the best way in terms of when you are thinking about what sort of direction, because it can be confusing. Kickback, abduction, all this sort of shit, it can be really confusing to know which direction to be kicking in. But yeah, you can see it better on this side. You are coming sort of diagonally out and the inside of my foot is facing the machine. I use the cable tower to hold on to for stability, to allow me to really put the weight and the tension through my glute. I'm not trying to focus on balancing myself because I have balanced myself by holding onto the cable tower. This is not a balance exercise, it's a glute exercise, so don't be shy to hold on. I lean forward slightly, not completely, and then as I am kicking up, I'm just making sure that I am giving a little bit of a pause at the top, and again, making sure I'm not just kicking back, I'm not swinging the weight around, I'm not lifting with no intention whatsoever. I'm using my glute to kick back. The key here is kick back. It's not a glute fling around, it's a kick back. So making sure that you are using your glute to actually power that cable backwards, to kick back in the movement. Take a shot every time I say kick back, because Jesus Christ, it's a lot of times. But yeah, that's it. So yeah, that is a current full week of workouts whilst I am undergoing my body recomposition. I hope that video has been helpful. I hope the form tips have been helpful, and hopefully you've been able to learn something that you're going to be able to take away from this video. Do let me know if you've got any questions on the movements, questions on form tips, questions on the program. If you guys want me to like write it up, I will probably write it up at some point, but if you want me to fully write it up, let me know. Yeah, if you've got any questions on the movements, form, recovery, anything I spoke about at the start, just let me know and I'll be more than happy to help. But I hope this has been helpful. Like I said, you don't even need to like follow this to a T. You could just maybe think, I like some of the movements that she's done, I've not tried them before, or I like that one leg day that she's done, maybe I'll give that a go. You can basically just pick and choose from it, and you don't need to split it the exact same way. For example, you might be much bigger on upper body, you might much prefer it, so you might just choose to do 2 of the leg days and then 2 of your own upper body days. You can really just work this however you want. You can take the whole program, or you can take bits from it, or you can take nothing from it and decide, actually, that looks like my idea of hell. I will not be doing any of that. But yeah, give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it and found it helpful. Subscribe if you want to and you haven't already, and I will see you guys in my next video. Let me know how helpful you find the full week of workouts videos. Do you prefer these so that you can see how a program fully comes together, or do you prefer seeing standalone workouts so I can be more in depth with it? Do you prefer just seeing workouts in vlogs? How do you like your educational content? Let me know, because I want to be filming more of it. But yeah, I will see you guys in my next video.
So yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed that one. Like, subscribe, comment, share. Follow me on Instagram and TikTok with the same name, but Geek Prime X and not Geek Prime X 499. I'm out. And good night, because we're gonna need it, because these motherfuckers ruined our country for their bullshit agendas. These pussified white nationalist motherfuckers. I'm out.